This young man just wanted to live a normal life. But life is anything but a dream. He was born a descendant of the most fearsome Asura heavenly demon in history. A single sneeze from him would make others tremble, too scared to even breathe loudly. Even when he was just burning trash, they'd think he was cremating some poor soul. All he could do was scream in frustration at this overthinking bunch. Save me. I don't want to be the cult leader. That morning, a shocking piece of news arrived. His father, the Asura heavenly demon, had passed away. Before he died, he even passed on the position of the demonic cult's leader to him. Do Yoo Kang could only cry out in despair. Man proposes, but his old man disposes. And the reason for his death was so anticlimactic internal injuries from the Great War years ago. Back then, amidst the silent night, sharp sword strikes tore through space, felling enemies in the blink of an eye. That was the power of the new martial star, Baek Mugyol. He charged forward like a madman, roaring with excitement. You finally decided to show your face. Ha! Asura heavenly demon. Before him, the demonic cult's leader stood alone on the mountain peak, yet he still radiated an overwhelming aura. Baek Mugyol marveled to himself, as expected of the demonic being who once shook an entire era. A living legend of the demonic path with a face as cold as ice and crimson eyes burning with killing intent. The Asura heavenly demon. The one worshipped by countless followers who were willing to sacrifice their lives for him. The one who saw the entire world as nothing more than trash beneath his feet. Yet, Baek Mugyol felt no fear. He pointed his sword straight at his opponent and asked coldly, "Do you have any last words?" In response to the challenge, the cult leader's arrogant laughter echoed throughout the mountains. Seeing such defiance, Baek Mugyol grew even more smug. This aura is worthy of being a sacrifice for my epic tale. Ending it in one blow would be too boring. I'll play with you for a bit before I finish you. He roared with killing intent. Your arrogance ends here. Come at me, Asura heavenly demon. However, in complete contrast to his fierce appearance and intimidating red eyes, the cult leader suddenly uttered a plea. Please spare me. This is what they call having the face of a tiger, but the personality of a Hello Kitty. This unexpected sentence left Baek Mugyol completely frozen, his face a mask of utter bewilderment. He couldn't believe that an unparalleled master, the renowned leader of the demonic cult, the Asura heavenly demon, would cast aside his pride to beg for his life so pathetically. He tried to reassure himself that perhaps his opponent wasn't being sincere, but then the cult leader's voice urged him again. Please, just spare my life this one time, okay? Turns out, he was using a voice transmission technique to deceive the onlookers. The Asura heavenly demon promised, I will live as if I'm dead, hiding away in the deep mountains, never to appear in the martial world again. Witnessing the cowardice of his opponent, Baek Mugyol roared in fury. Impossible. He was furious that his plan to become a great hero was ruined, because there was no glory in defeating a coward, even as his opponent kept pleading via voice transmission. Brother Baek, for my sake, please use voice transmission to talk. This left the surrounding disciples bewildered, with no idea what was going on. They were probably thinking, what are these two geezers doing? This is so embarrassing. Unable to accept this reality, Baek Mugyol charged forward with his killing intent flaring. If your pride can be so easily destroyed, then just die. The Asura heavenly demon cried out in alarm. Brother Baek, please reconsider. Baek Mugyol's fury reached its peak. He screamed, in the end, what did I even train my martial arts for? Facing the lightning-fast attack, the Asura heavenly demon could only gasp in pain. Gak, is this the end? A massive explosion thundered through the sky. Victory and defeat were decided in an instant, but the outcome was completely unexpected. The one who had been so confident in his victory, Baek Mugyol, was the one who fell, losing his life in a single blow. Returning to the present, with his father now gone, Do Yoo Kang dazedly opened the door and entered his room, his heart heavy with thoughts of the future. He sighed to himself. In the end, can I really not escape my destiny as the demonic cult's leader? But as soon as he stepped into the darkness, his instincts told him something was wrong. Suddenly realizing something was off, Yoo Kang froze for a few seconds, then shot a sharp glance into the corner of the room and asked casually, according to my sixth sense, it seems there's a stranger in my room. Who are you? Come on out, quickly. A tall, imposing shadow emerged from behind him, bowing his head and replying mysteriously, forgive this one's impertinence. Before Yoo Kang could even collect himself to ask again, the stranger moved as fast as a ghost. In the blink of an eye, he was right beside him, striking the major pressure points on his body. Yoo Kang was stunned, unable to react. Pressure points. When did he even move? Without giving him a chance to resist, The man slung him over his shoulder and said, "Well then, excuse me," before dashing out of the room at a terrifying speed. Completely restrained, Yoo Kang gritted his teeth in frustration as he realized all his pressure points had been sealed, making it impossible for him to circulate his energy to fight back. If I don't do something now, I'm a goner. He thought to himself that he had to quickly find a way to call for help before he kicked the bucket for real. Just then, the figures of the red-haired evil spirit and Yaksha soul chaser squads appeared up ahead. He cheered inwardly. There they are! They can take this guy out! He desperately tried to call for help. Hey, over here, hurry! But his hope was instantly extinguished when those subordinates roared with killing intent. Stop! We must kill Do Yoo Kang. The shouts demanding the new cult leader's life echoed through the area. The ringleader even promised a handsome reward to anyone who succeeded. Surrounded by the traitors, the stranger carrying Yoo Kang suddenly drew his sword and said calmly, "Let's go, master." With just a single, powerful sword strike that tore through space, a storm of killing intent was unleashed, devastating the scene. Witnessing the elite troops being wiped out in the blink of an eye, Yoo Kang couldn't help but be shocked. How could those elite troops be defeated so easily? Die! An assassin screamed as he dove down from above. But the stranger carrying Yoo Kang swiftly swung his sword to block the attack. In a split second of impossibly fast reflexes, he made his opponent cough up blood and fall into a state of shock before he could even realize what had just happened. Amidst the desolate scene after the battle, the dark figure vanished like a flash of lightning, leaving the assassins collapsed in pain. Standing on a mountaintop under the hazy moonlight, San the scholar, captain of the red-haired evil spirit squad, roared in fury. What in the world are you all doing? Are you just going to let that demon Do Yoo Kang escape? He raged at the incompetence of his subordinates, but a hand reached out and a calm voice suddenly spoke. Stop. It was the smiling demon lord. He appeared with his usual enigmatic smile, even though San the scholar was still. Fuming that letting his prey escape would lead to disaster, the elder still ordered everyone to halt. Faced with this difficult situation, Bat Bin Kui An, captain of the Night Yaksha Soul Chasers, jumped up and urged, "Hurry up and chase him, we might still have a chance." However, Teo Dien Ma Quan asserted that Do Yoo Kang could be killed at any time. But if they did it now, the demonic cult would face a true catastrophe. He mentioned the preparations of the Asura Heavenly Demon, a trump card that made everyone wary. That card was Feng Tian, a loyal guard with overwhelming power and blazing eyes, the one who was currently protecting the new sect leader and escorting him from the treacherous encirclement. Tu Dien Ma Quan coldly ordered the remaining men to quickly dispose of the bodies at the scene, while also summoning the elders to prepare for a momentous event. He announced arrogantly, "The succession ceremony for the 16th sect leader officially begins." Meanwhile, under the deep darkness of the forest, Feng Tian was still carrying Do Yoo Kang on his shoulder, leaping through the treetops at a terrifying speed to escape the main headquarters. After being carried around for a full day, Do Yoo Kang couldn't hold back his frustration and yelled, "Hey, a whole day has passed. Who the hell are you, and why are you doing this to me?" The stranger continued to press on in silence, only replying coldly that they had almost reached West River. As soon as he finished speaking, he stopped and acted decisively. "I will unblock your meridians." Feeling the flow of his energy return, Do Yoo Kang breathed a sigh of relief, finally regaining control of his body. Immediately, the mysterious man dropped to his knees in a bow. "This humble servant greets the sect leader. My name is Feng Tian, and I was created to serve you alone." Looking at his determined expression, Do Yoo Kang guessed this must be a trusted subordinate his father had secretly trained. He looked Feng Tian straight in the eyes and asked about the biggest suspicion on his mind. "I'll only ask one thing. Was the mastermind behind the rebellion Teo Dien Ma Quan?" Feng Tian's yes was short, but carried immense weight in the silent clearing. "Is that so?" Do Yoo Kang muttered to himself. Memories of Teo Dien Ma Quan flashing through his mind, the man who had once cared for him and had always seemed like the most loyal subordinate. But in a complete reversal of the pain of betrayal, Do Yoo Kang's expression suddenly changed. A sinister smile spread across his face as he exclaimed, "Excellent." Inwardly, he was cheering with excitement. If Tu Dien Ma Quan wanted to usurp the throne, this was his golden opportunity to abandon this troublesome responsibility and live a life of leisure. However, glancing at the loyal guard standing steadfastly beside him, Do Yoo Kang realized he had to find a way to get rid of this guy if he wanted to carry out his escape plan. He pointed a finger straight at Feng Tian's face and snapped, "You've pledged your loyalty to the wrong person. The current leader of the demonic cult is Tu Dien Ma Quan, so go to him. My only leaders are the Asura Heavenly Demon and the young sect leader. Please, Retract your command, Feng Tian replied resolutely, refusing to be dismissed. Seeing how stubborn this guard was, Do Yoo Kang tried to put on an authoritative air, even though he was sweating buckets. If you want a beating, just say the word. I'm used to killing noisy pests, and you dare talk back and give me orders? He screamed at him to get lost, but in that instant, an incredible pressure radiated from Feng Tian. He suddenly threw a thunderous punch into the cliff face right next to Do Yoo Kang's head, creating a terrifying explosion that made him scream and cover his head in fear. Amidst the rubble, Feng Tian bowed his head and declared, "This humble servant will now punish himself." Witnessing the terrifying destructive power and feeling the aftershock rattle his very bones, Do Yoo Kang trembled and yelled, "Stop it! What the hell do you think you're doing in the middle of the night?" Despite the cliff face continuing to crumble under the guard's fists, Feng Tian stubbornly insisted he would continue to punish himself until the sect leader forgave him. Utterly terrified, Do Yoo Kang had no choice but to back down. I get it. Looking at the silent guard, Do Yoo Kang could only shudder at the thought of the monster his father had created. First, we need to find a place to rest. Let's head down the mountain. He asked how much money they had, but Feng Tian's reply, this humble servant did not bring any money, left him completely devastated. Do Yoo Kang yelled and cursed the useless guard, thinking they'd have to sleep under the stars tonight. But Feng Tian calmly stated that he had already prepared a place to rest and delicious food. Before Do Yoo Kang could even get excited, he froze when he saw a large group of people waiting for them at the foot of the mountain. This was no warm welcome. It was a gang of ferocious mountain bandits. The one-eyed leader of the Green Forest Bandits coldly declared, "You two had better not think about getting out of here alive." Realizing these were the elites of the Green Forest, Do Yoo Kang worried that any careless action would only cause more trouble, so he was about to tell Feng Tian to apologize to them politely. But before he could get a word out, Feng Tian erupted with a blazing red killing aura. His eyes burned with fury as he roared at the leader. "Shut your mouth. Do you have any idea who you're talking to?" Seeing his crazed guard provoke the entire gang of bandits, Do Yoo Kang could only scream in despair. Seriously, Feng Tian, why are these two like cats and dogs? But knowing them, they'll probably be stuck together like glue later. Do Yoo Kang was horrified by his impulsive guard's actions and quickly yelled, "What the hell are you doing? Hurry up and apologize to them. Repeat after me, I'm sorry." But the late apology only infuriated the bandit leader more. He roared, "Damn it, who do you think you're kidding? Attack!" Immediately, a rain of arrows and hidden weapons flew toward the two of them. Facing the danger, Feng Tian remained completely calm. He roared, "Shut up," and swung his sword, creating a blazing red wave of sword energy that tore through the ground. This guy is absolutely fearless. He's not afraid of anyone or anything. The terrifying power made the leader scream in horror. Sword energy. This guy is no pushover. Retreat. But it was too late. Feng Tian rushed forward, grabbed his head, and said coldly, "Still stubborn, are we?" Witnessing this overwhelming display, Do Yoo Kang frantically tried to intervene. "No, don't kill him," Feng Tian calmly replied. "I won't kill him," but his hands tightened their grip, knocking the bandit out cold, leaving Do Yoo Kang speechless. "What the hell are you talking about?" Do Yoo Kang looked at the unconscious leader, his heart filled with dread, thinking that he'd gotten himself tangled up with a real lunatic. Dealing with a madman is truly exhausting. The two were then taken to Hanbake Tree Stronghold, a towering fortress deep in the mountains. Entering the main hall of the stronghold, Feng Tian looked around and let out a disdainful remark. "Ha, what a dump. This is no better than a stable." Do Yoo Kang quickly corrected him. "Feng Tian, don't be so rude," which made the guard immediately bow his head in apology. Suddenly, from deeper within the hall, a cold female voice called out, "How audacious of you." Do Yoo Kang quickly forced a smile to de-escalate the situation. "Ah, my apologies. It's late. Please forgive my sudden intrusion." But as soon as he got a clear look at the woman sitting there, he was completely stunned by her otherworldly beauty. He thought to himself, she's truly a goddess in human form. Seeing a seemingly helpless woman in the middle of a bandit's lair, Do Yoo Kang suspected that she was being held hostage. With his chivalrous nature, Do Yoo Kang immediately ordered his bodyguard, Feng Tian, "Hurry and save that young lady." Meanwhile, the young woman walked gracefully under the moonlight, a mysterious smile on her face. "The moon is so beautiful tonight, and you two are." However, that gentle demeanor vanished in an instant. Her attitude suddenly shifted as she snarled aggressively, "You bastards, who the hell are you?" She may have the face of an angel, but that mouth is something else. The woman's smile vanished, replaced by a sharp, hateful glare. She screamed in fury, "You bastards, who are you?" Before Do Yoo Kang could even understand what was happening, Feng Tian had already drawn his sword. his killing intent overflowing. He roared disrespectfully and charged forward like a whirlwind. "Shut your mouth and die." Faced with the lightning-fast attack, the woman quickly threw out sharp, spinning rings to counter. The rings tore through the air, hurtling towards Feng Tian at a terrifying speed. With focused, fiery eyes, the bodyguard calmly swung his sword, deflecting every attack in a split second. Sparks flew everywhere as the two powerful forces clashed violently, creating a dramatic battle right in the middle of the fort's main hall. Feng Tian tightened his grip on his sword, spinning to create a powerful circle of sword energy that enveloped the area. Witnessing that insane move, the woman could only widen her eyes in terror and exclaim, "Oh my God, what the hell is that?" A loud explosion rang out, and she was sent flying by the powerful force, collapsing painfully onto the floor. When the smoke cleared, the woman lay helpless amidst the wreckage, gritting her teeth in frustration. "You damn bastard." But immediately, a steel-like hand clamped down on her head from behind. Feng Tian stood over her with an overwhelming cold gaze and declared, "This is the end." Restrained by Feng Tian, the woman showed no fear, and instead let out a defiant laugh. "Ha ha, you think so?" The tables turned in an instant as a group of bandits suddenly appeared, holding sharp knives to Do Yoo Kang's throat. Their leader roared, "Let go of our chief, or I'll take this brat's head." Seeing his master in danger, Feng Tian yelled in panic. "Master!" She sneered triumphantly. "Do you understand the situation now, you damn bastard? Or do you want to see this little punk's brains splattered?" Seeing the bandits' gloating smirks, Do Yoo Kang gritted his teeth in fury. "Damn it, what's so funny to you bunch of flies?" Before they could even react, he suddenly channeled his energy and unleashed his ghostly soul palm technique. Streaks of silver light tore through the air, striking the surrounding men, who could only let out pained groans before collapsing in unison. The battle ended quickly, as Do Yoo Kang moved like a phantom, taking down anyone in his path in the blink of an eye. He looked coldly at the devastated scene and muttered in disdain, "Utterly useless." Witnessing the young master's terrifying power, Feng Tian cheered excitedly. As expected of the master, the ghostly soul palm is truly formidable. However, Do Yoo Kang's wrath was the only response to this praise. He turned and snapped, "I told you to apologize. Why didn't you listen to me?" Feng Tian, bewildered, tried to explain that he was only trying to carry out the master's orders to atone. This crazed bodyguard once again started smashing his head into the ground, punishing himself and cracking the floor. Do Yoo Kang was forced to yell helplessly, "Stop it!" Witnessing the tragicomic scene between the master and disciple, the woman couldn't help but burst into hearty laughter. "Both of you are more trouble than the bandits. I've never met anyone like you two." Ha ha ha. Do Yoo Kang and Feng Tian could only stand there in stunned silence, watching her laugh hysterically. What's so funny? What's there to laugh about? In the quiet of the night, a scream echoed through the mountain fortress, but in contrast to the chaos outside, Do Yoo Kang was enjoying a rare moment of peace in a hot bath. He let go of all his fatigue, quietly gazing at the moon through the window and reflecting to himself. The martial world is truly unpredictable. As Do Yoo Kang put his clothes back on, he shuddered, recalling the bitter curses from the female chief earlier, feeling as if she had cursed him for life. After a night filled with so many incidents, he just yearned for some rest to recover his spirits. All he wanted now was to lie down in bed and get a really good night's sleep. He was quite surprised that the fierce female chief had willingly given up her room for him. Though it was just a small bandit camp, this room was fully furnished and quite elegantly decorated, which pleased him greatly. His eyes landed on a beautiful landscape painting on the wall, and he smelled the gentle fragrance of scented candles, which helped soothe his mind. Unable to resist the allure of the soft bed, Do Yoo Kang excitedly threw himself onto it and cheered. Now this is true happiness. But as soon as he lay down, his hand suddenly touched a strange, moving object under the covers. He curiously threw back the blanket and was horrified to see the female chief tied up tightly like a cocoon. Her eyes rolled back as she foamed at the mouth in a truly pathetic state. Utterly terrified by this horrifying sight, Do Yoo Kang screamed at the top of his lungs. Feng Tian, his guard, immediately appeared like a ghost and asked respectfully, "You called for me?" Do Yoo Kang pointed at the poor woman convulsing on the bed and yelled furiously, "How could you do this to the chief? Did you have some kind of ulterior motive with her?" Faced with his master's questioning, Feng Tian seemed unrepentant, his face as cold as ice. He bowed his head and stated calmly, "What's the big deal? If you want her, I will present her to you right away." But Do Yoo Kang immediately snapped in frustration. "Ugh, honestly." Then ordered Feng Tian, "That's enough. Go unblock the chief's pressure points." After being freed, the woman gently rubbed her neck, sighing in relief. "Phew, finally. My pressure points are unblocked." Do Yoo Kang then formally introduced himself. My apologies. I am Do Yoo Kang. And you are, Chief? The woman replied haughtily. This humble one is Sun Ruolan, then looked at him with suspicious eyes. Are you the son of some noble? Do Yoo Kang thought to himself. Humph, you're still cursing me out in your head. He tiredly pulled up the blanket, preparing to sleep. I'm tired. Let's just go to sleep. Sun Ruolan casually agreed. All right. But then, she suddenly started taking off her clothes and said seductively, we shouldn't waste any more time then. Witnessing this bold act, a flustered Do Yoo Kang blushed and yelled, What? Just go to sleep. If you're crazy, then sleep it off. Hey, come on, don't go to sleep. How could you possibly find peace and sleep now? Heh. Seeing his flustered reaction, Roland looked him up and down before asking an incredibly insulting question. Huh? You're quite handsome. But, are you a eunuch? Do Yoo Kang's anger erupted violently. He grit his teeth, seething with humiliation. Meanwhile, Sun Ruolan was secretly pleased, thinking her prey had completely let his guard down. She prepared to finish him off immediately. You dare to be so careless in front of me? I'll kill you. Ha ha ha. But just as she was about to unleash her deadly strike, Do Yoo Kang, quick as a flash, grabbed her hand. He roared in a thunderous rage. You dare call me a eunuch? Without a shred of mercy, Do Yoo Kang unleashed an extremely powerful wave of energy, sending the girl flying straight out of the room. Get out! You don't even know who you're messing with, sweetie, and you already tried to attack me, huh? The massive explosion echoed across the sky, even causing Feng Tian outside to gasp in admiration. Ha ha. As expected of the master. In the quiet solitude of the night, by the cascading waterfall, Do Yoo Kang sat stunned. Exhausted, he muttered to himself. Because of some crazy woman, I can't even sleep. He sighed wearily as he realized a harsh truth. This martial world is full of weirdos. The most dangerous of all is Feng Tian, who can easily neutralize anyone's attack. Sitting alone by the desolate stream under the silent night sky, Do Yoo Kang stared pensively into the water where a fish was swimming leisurely. He suddenly shot out a sharp blade that tore through the air, but his mind was somewhere far away. He was well aware that with his current strength, if he ventured into the perilous martial world, he would surely meet a miserable death. The image of the fish being pierced by the sword felt like an omen of his own bloody future. The haunting thought of Feng Tian's power, a man who could take his life at any moment, weighed heavily on his mind, making him feel tiny in the face of the grand conspiracies surrounding the demonic sect. My poor guy, why does he have to suffer so much? How can you live when you're constantly in a state of fear? It wasn't just Feng Tian. The entire demonic sect now wanted him dead. Do Yoo Kang looked up at the night sky, his heart full of resentment, and asked, Father unified the martial world, yet you only taught me the yin soul palm. Why? He clenched his fists, his eyes glowing red with fury as he saw his reflection in the shimmering water. Just then, a mysterious dark figure zipped past behind the trees. A strange sound made Do Yoo Kang whip his head around, but the mysterious person had vanished without a trace, leaving only leaves rustling in the wind. Sensing the killing intent that filled the air, he was shocked. What's going on? He suddenly disappeared, and my instincts are telling me something bad is about to happen. He grit his teeth. Something was coming. Immediately, Do Yoo Kang drew his short sword, taking a defensive stance against an invisible threat that was slowly closing in through the dark night. Master, it's getting cold. You should come inside. Feng Tian's voice suddenly rang out from behind, startling Do Yoo Kang. He let out a sigh of relief when he realized it was just his loyal guard. What? Feng Tian? Could it be? I've been too stressed? Do Yoo Kang waved his hand and ordered, Sit down. But Feng Tian remained stern. I prefer to stand. Isn't he trying to look cool? If you like standing so much, then just stand there forever. Do Yoo Kang insisted. I have something to ask you. Sit down. Once Feng Tian was seated, he began to express his confusion about his father's contradictory teachings. He recalled the fierce battles, and couldn't understand why, out of so many martial arts techniques, he was only allowed to learn the yin soul palm. He wondered to himself, and yet, he made me the leader of the demonic sect. How am I supposed to understand this contradiction? What was father thinking? Feng Tian assured him that the yin soul palm was not weak, and that his internal energy was already profound. However, Do Yoo Kang immediately retorted that relying on internal energy alone was not enough to rule the demonic sect, let alone the entire martial world. He demanded in a harsh voice a satisfactory explanation as to why his father had limited his martial arts training. Feng Tian looked his master straight in the eye and declared solemnly, It is because you must become the strongest. That statement only made Do Yoo Kang feel it was all nonsense. He roared heroically, with indignation, Do you think with my current strength I can just run wild and do whatever I want? Open your mouth and answer me right now. Feng Tian once again gave a cryptic answer, stating that what he needed wasn't in the demonic sect, and now was not the time to reveal more. He urged him to go rest because they had to set out for the Lulin headquarters early the next morning. A bewildered Do Yoo Kang asked, "What are you talking about? Why do I have to go there?" Feng Tian replied coldly, "To unify the world. He really is as cold as ice. I swear he's never warm." This insane answer made Do Yoo Kang completely explode. He screamed in despair at the thought of this absurd goal he was being forced to shoulder. Enraged, he channeled his energy, throwing a powerful punch that unleashed a blazing force to vent his surging fury. He clutched his face, which was contorted with anguish, screaming internally that he never wanted to be the sect leader, and he certainly didn't want to unify the world. He was furious that no one had bothered to ask for his opinion before pushing him down this bloody path. Yet Feng Tian, with his eyes shining with fanatical conviction, declared steadfastly, "Master, I will lead you down the path to hegemony. Follow me." Do Yoo Kang could only cry out for help in his mind as he was unceremoniously dragged away by his guard. The sound of galloping hooves echoed on the trail, signaling the start of a forced journey that Do Yoo Kang never wanted. Sitting in the carriage, rolling towards the Lulin headquarters, he rested his chin on his hand and sighed, weary of his cruel fate. Sitting across from him now was Sun Ruolan. She looked absolutely pathetic, with a smudged face and purple bruises. Staring daggers at Do Yoo Kang, she asked through gritted teeth, "Hey, you, mister, let me ask you a delicate little question. Why does a person of my noble birth have to ride in the same carriage with rabble like you?" Do Yoo Kang looked at Ruolan's condition and thought to himself that it seemed this young lady was also a victim who had been brutally dragged along by his guard, Feng Tian. Seeing his silence, Ruolan continued to prod. "Mister, how about we talk about something?" He clearly doesn't want to answer, but she just keeps prying. But before Do Yoo Kang could even react, she suddenly exploded, clenching her fists and screaming with rage. "You bunch of robbers! After looting all the assets of the mountain stronghold, now you want to kidnap me too?" She proudly declared her noble status, saying that if he wasn't the leader of the demonic sect, she wouldn't even deign to speak to him. Ruolan even added a bitterly sarcastic remark. "Even if you were the young master of the demonic sect, no one would give you a second glance." Do Yoo Kang trembled with rage. He gritted his teeth, silently commanding her to shut up. Unable to stand the noise any longer, Do Yoo Kang kicked the carriage door open and yelled. Feng Tian, his guard, immediately appeared at the window with a cold expression. "What is your command?" His master, Do Yoo Kang, pointed at Sun Ruolan and gave a decisive order. "I can't take it anymore. Get rid of this woman now." Hearing this, not only was Sun Ruolan unafraid, but she aggressively threw a kick straight at Do Yoo Kang and challenged him. "You think I'm just going to meekly obey you?" She turned and started cursing at Feng Tian. "Feng Tian, you bastard, are you insane? And as for your master," before she could finish her sentence, Feng Tian moved like lightning and struck a pressure point on Sun Ruolan's head. In a brief moment, she froze completely with a dazed expression. Immediately after, Sun Ruolan collapsed onto the carriage floor, her eyes rolling back as she foamed at the mouth, completely unconscious. Feng Tian calmly looked inside and reported, "It's quiet now, master. My God, all she did was whine a little and he knocked her out cold." Witnessing his subordinate's brutal actions, Do Yoo Kang shot up, yelling in despair. "This isn't about whether it's quiet or not. Are you trying to force my hand?" Seeing Feng Tian about to use his old trick to apologize, Do Yoo Kang cut him off, asking, "Are you going to start bashing your head on the ground again?" He ignored the guard who was already prostrated, repeatedly slamming his head on the floor to beg for forgiveness. He cursed inwardly that this time he would just let it happen and not interfere. But when he saw Feng Tian suddenly stop and seriously declare that from now on he would lead him in place of his master, Do Yoo Kang felt a cold chill run down his spine. He yelled, protesting the insane idea. "Nonsense! Do you think I can just run wild with my current level of strength?" Frustrated, Do Yoo Kang got close to the guard's face and berated him, wondering if the events of yesterday had caused something to go wrong with this guy's head. But Feng Tian simply led the horse on and said coldly, "Then let's go." Sitting in the carriage, Do Yoo Kang could only break out in a cold sweat, silently cursing his damn guard. "Some guard you are. At this point, I should probably just call you Grandpa to satisfy you." Good grief, he looked over at Sun Ruolan, who was now sobbing, her neck twisted to one side in a horrifying way. He could only shudder and urge Feng Tian, "Hurry up and snap her neck back in place before we go." 2 days later, the group arrived at the Hua Yue Pavilion. After a long and tiring journey, Do Yoo Kang wearily sat down at a table, feeling secretly lucky that Sun Ruolan's neck had finally been snapped back to normal. To avoid unwanted attention, he instructed his guard to be discreet. Looking at Sun Ruolan's somewhat strange and comical disguise, Do Yoo Kang could only nod in reluctant approval. Just then, a waiter brought over a lavish feast with all sorts of steaming hot dishes, making Do Yoo Kang quite excited. However, seeing the waiter's shifty, sweaty expression and forced smile, he felt a flicker of suspicion. But then Do Yoo Kang reassured himself that he was probably just being overly sensitive from being around those crazy people all day, so he decided to pick up his chopsticks and start eating. Just as he was about to dig in, Feng Tian suddenly shot out a hand and grabbed the waiter's arm, terrifying him. With a sharp, murderous gaze, the guard growled, "How long have you been working here?" The waiter stammered that he'd been working there for 3 years, but Feng Tian's intense, pressuring gaze bored into him. 3 years? And you're this weak? Why are you so tense? Faced with that terrifying threat, the waiter could only tremble and swallow nervously in fear. Seeing this, Do Yoo Kang stepped in to intervene. "Feng Tian, you're overreacting. The waiter hasn't done anything wrong." Relieved, the waiter quickly bowed his thanks and tried to cover up by saying he only misspoke because he was struck by how beautiful the young lady was. The flattery made Sun Ruolan grin with delight. She smugly praised the waiter for having a good eye. Do Yoo Kang ordered Feng Tian to stop being aggressive so the group could eat in peace. Finally able to enjoy a meal after the long journey, he eagerly picked up his chopsticks, ready to feast. However, the atmosphere suddenly turned gloomy when Sun Ruolan abruptly radiated killing intent and mumbled, "I've been disrespected." Before Do Yoo Kang could even understand what was happening, she flew into a rage, slammed the table, shot to her feet, and screamed, "Why is it that he gets 7 steamed buns while I only get 6? Sun Ruolan's absurd fury sent the buns flying everywhere, landing right on Do Yoo Kang's and Feng Tian's heads. A dreadful silence fell over the room. Do Yoo Kang called out in a low voice his guard's name, and the two of them silently stood up and left, utterly fed up. Meanwhile, the female bandit leader was still frantically screaming for them to shut down the restaurant and teach everyone a lesson they'd never forget, throwing the whole tavern into chaos with the sound of things breaking. Just as he was about to walk out the door, the owner rushed over, grabbed Do Yoo Kang's shoulder, and yelled at him to pay the bill. The anger he had been suppressing for so long finally exploded at that moment. Do Yoo Kang spun around and roared with fury. "It was just 6 buns. For God's sake. Do you really have to cause so much trouble?" In the dead of night, a brutal purge was taking place. The vengeful phantom, leader of the demonic cult's assassination squad, was kneeling and coughing up blood before an imposing, dark figure. The dark figure sneered coldly. "Is colluding with a waiter the only thing you could come up with?" The man trembled, begging in agony. I'm sorry. Who would have thought she'd flip the table? Please, give me one more chance." Well, with a temper like that, drama was bound to erupt sooner or later. The one standing before him was the heavenly light child. Although he was actually over 70 years old, he still maintained the appearance of a child, with blazing golden eyes and sharp, cold claws. Seeing that monstrous face, the assassination leader couldn't help but shudder. "Martial uncle, I'm still not used to your face." Rumor had it that because the heavenly light child had eaten human flesh since he was a child, he was cursed to forever bear the grotesque form of a young boy. Knowing that his life would be forfeit if he failed again, the vengeful phantom bowed his head and swore, "I will definitely succeed this time." The heavenly light child looked at him with a chilling gaze and delivered an ultimatum. "This is your last chance. Return successful." Immediately, the leader shot off into the deep forest, silently devising a new plan. First, the Dark Spirit team must lure Feng Tian as far away as possible. He quickly summoned reinforcements and gave the order. "Yin-Yang twin demons, you two will follow me to deal with that young cult leader." 3 dark figures, like phantoms, tore through the night, darting across the small town's rooftops to close in on their target. Meanwhile, at the Hua Yue Pavilion, Do Yoo Kang was still sitting pensively by the window, completely unaware that death was closing in. From a dark corner across the way, a masked archer had silently appeared. He drew his bow, a sharp arrow aimed straight at Do Yoo Kang's position. His eyes were filled with killing intent as his hand tightened on the bowstring, his resolve set. "This is our last chance. If we can't pull this off, you know what's coming." Looking down at the happy, ordinary couple below, Do Yoo Kang couldn't help but feel a pang of longing, wishing he could also have such a simple life. But his reality was far too harsh, especially when Sun Ruolan called out from behind him, urging, "Hey, you brat, when are you planning on going to sleep?" He gritted his teeth in frustration over the disastrous arrangement made by that guard, Feng Tian, who had forced him to share a room with this annoying woman. Ruolan just wouldn't stop nagging about how sleeping late would ruin her skin. and she demanded he take responsibility for it. Do Yoo Kang replied wearily, "Oh, for heaven's sake, why do you keep nagging? I get it already. So please, do me a favor. Shut up and go to sleep." The moment he finished speaking and turned to leave, a sharp arrow suddenly ripped through the air, shooting straight into the room with incredible speed and embedding itself deep into the floor right where Ruolan had just been standing. The cloud of dust and the sound of shattering wood left Ruolan stunned. Do Yoo Kang barely had time to turn around, completely bewildered. But it didn't end there. A volley of arrows rained down from the night sky, threatening to demolish the entire room. In that split second between life and death, Do Yoo Kang lunged forward to shield Ruolan, sending them both crashing to the floor to evade the vicious attack. Terrified, her face ashen, Ruolan trembled and let out a blood-curdling scream. "Holy crap, I almost died. Do Yoo Kang, what in the world did you do to get people trying to kill you this brutally?" Just at that moment, Feng Tian appeared like a guardian deity, asking with concern, "Master, are you unharmed?" Despite having several arrows embedded in his back, the guard calmly waited for his command. "I'm fine, hurry and stop them." But instead of rushing out to fight, Feng Tian unexpectedly grabbed Do Yoo Kang and shot out of the room. Do Yoo Kang yelled in alarm, "I told you to stop the enemy. Why are you taking me with you?" Feng Tian firmly replied that he could not abandon his master in danger, then carried him and flew straight into the sky. Left behind were the desperate screams of Sun Ruolan, abandoned in the middle of the enemy encirclement. "Hey, what kind of move is that? You're just gonna leave a beautiful girl like me behind? You damn bastards. What about this princess, huh?" Feng Tian swung his sword, unleashing a series of razor-sharp cuts that sent his enemies reeling, who could only let out agonized groans as they were struck. His eyes shone with bloodlust, his focus absolute, as he tracked his opponent's every movement. A brilliant red arc of sword energy ripped through the darkness, carrying with it a destructive force that annihilated everything in its path. The enemies screamed in terror. Damn it! Realizing they were completely helpless against the guard's overwhelming power. A massive explosion erupted. The shockwave from the sword blast leveling a whole patch of forest and sending dirt and rocks flying. The assassins scattered in a panic, yelling warnings to one another. "Feng Tian is coming. Stall for time. Don't let him get close to the young master." They were staking their lives to await rescue from He Xin-shou. Meanwhile, Feng Tian, still carrying Do Yoo Kang on his shoulder, was bolting through the dust and smoke at an incredible speed. Feng Tian's fury boiled over, and he roared with immense power. "You've got a lot of nerve, ambushing us like this." A deadly slash flashed past, and the assassin had no time to defend himself. He could only wonder in disbelief why the young master was there before he fell, lifeless. At the Huayue Pavilion, the steward frantically questioned his subordinate to confirm the report. "You said he was with Feng Tian?" Sun Ruolan calmly confirmed it. "That's right," which made the steward explode in anger, scolding her for her insolence. Meanwhile, in the villain's den, news of repeated failures had ratcheted the tension to a breaking point. Tianguang Tongzi, his golden eyes blazing coldly, reiterated his final warning. "I told you, this is your last chance. Make sure you return successful." His subordinates could only tremble as they accepted the command, then they quickly disappeared into the dark night. In the gloomy space, a man with a full beard stated coldly, "It's useless to run." One of the yin-yang Shuangmo, he channeled his power, unleashing mighty beams of light that ripped through the space, striking his two companions and causing them to drop to the ground, stunned. Standing over their corpses, he roared with killing intent. "Both of you had to die." But then, a horrifying scene unfolded as he suddenly began to choke himself to death. Having witnessed the entire gruesome event, Sun Ruolan cried out in horror. She cautiously stepped closer, trembling, and poked a corpse with her finger, wondering in disbelief. "Wait, what? Are they all really dead? Did they all just go meet their makers?" Looking at the men who had been so menacing just moments before, now just soulless corpses, she grew indignant. How absurd. How dare they hold human life in such low regard? Just then, Feng Tian dropped down from the window, carrying a wounded Do Yoo Kang. Staggering, Do Yoo Kang resentfully accused his guard. "Feng Tian, were you trying to drench me in blood?" Seeing the three corpses lying on the floor, he couldn't help but ask, dumbfounded, "Who are these guys?" Feng Tian explained in a grave tone. "That one is He Xin-shou, and the two in front of you are the yin-yang Shuangmo." Sun Ruolan hurriedly asked, "What happened?" Do Yoo Kang, exhausted, answered, "I didn't do a thing." "You're saying he's He Xin-shou?" He kept mumbling something about failure, then he killed the other two before killing himself. He killed himself? So that's how you managed to survive? I didn't even get to ask him anything before he was dead. Her patience had run out. Furious at being abandoned, she turned and screamed in Feng Tian's face. You! How dare you abandon me in that hellhole? Despite her repeated threats to get her revenge by stabbing him in the back, the guard simply ignored her. He just silently observed the liquid dripping down as thick black smoke billowed up from the hideously dissolving corpse. Seeing this, Sun Ruolan showed no fear and even chuckled with amusement. Haha, how is he dissolving the body so fast? Standing next to her, Do Yoo Kang could only shiver at the guard's cruelty, silently remarking, "That's Feng Tian all right. With a heart that cold, I doubt anything could break him, not even love." Amidst the air, heavy with the smell of death, Feng Tian remained stoic and said, "We should get out of here." Do Yoo Kang tiredly agreed. "Yeah, we should," while Ruolan happily exclaimed, "Okay," and the three of them departed in silence, leaving the scene of carnage behind them. On a path through the dense forest, a solitary carriage glided along, accompanied by the rustling of leaves. Sitting inside, Du Yoo Kang was lost in thought, pondering life's unpredictable twists and turns. After all, isn't the martial world a place where the unexpected is the norm? It's the kind of thing you just get used to. However, the tranquility didn't last long, as Sun Ruolan began to complain about the smell after 4 continuous days and nights on the road. "We've been on the road for 4 days and nights straight. I absolutely reek," she complained to Feng Tian. She then went on to make a very strange demand. "Can we please stop so I can put some oil in my hair?" Du Yoo Kang could only sigh in exasperation at her fussy display. He thought to himself that his guard was already strange enough, but this girl was being even more ridiculous today. Although, in truth, he also felt disgusting after days without a bath and couldn't stand it any longer. Du Yoo Kang ordered Feng Tian, "Find a stream nearby." But instead of obeying, the guard adopted a preachy tone. "Master, you must train to endure such minor hardships." Du Yoo Kang's anger flared up, and he snapped, "You try being out here for days," she chimed in. "Turn the carriage around. He's so tired he's about to collapse, and you're not going to let him rest?" Just as the master and his subordinate were arguing, a strange voice suddenly called out from outside. "Identify yourselves." Du Yoo Kang was startled and on guard. He cursed silently, wondering what kind of trouble was brewing now, as he cautiously pushed open the carriage door, stepped out, and asked, "What is it?" Feng Tian. In front of them was a middle-aged man, bowing respectfully with his hands clasped. "Ah, please excuse my rudeness. I am Chang Feixiong, the manager of a small martial arts hall to the west." He explained that he was taking a young lady out for a ride when their wheel unfortunately broke, and he was hoping to ask for their help. Seeing Feng Tian's murderous aura as he was about to draw his sword, Du Yoo Kang quickly stopped him. "Feng Tian, don't harm an innocent person. Go help them fix the carriage. Geez, it feels like I'm babysitting." He glanced at Chang Feixiong and silently judged that this guy's martial arts skills were probably at the level of some third-rate hall. Receiving his master's order, Feng Tian coldly replied, "As you command," and stepped forward. The guard didn't even need any tools. He simply lifted the entire heavy carriage into the air with one hand, causing Chang Feixiong and the young lady with him to stare, their mouths agape in astonishment. The horse, meanwhile, neighed in panic at his terrifying strength. Feng Tian coldly declared that if Chang Feixiong was still attached to the horse, he could go find it at the bottom of the cliff, making Do Yoo Kang grit his teeth and silently curse his guard's rudeness. Seeing the tense situation, Chang Feixiong quickly asked if the young lady he was with could join their group. Du Yoo Kang quickly regained his polite demeanor and warmly invited the great hero to join them in the carriage. The young lady bowed her head slightly, introducing herself as Zhu Shuibin, and didn't forget to express her sincere gratitude for their timely help. Just as Du Yoo Kang invited her into the carriage, the moment Shuibin stepped inside, she was so horrified that she screamed upon seeing Sun Ruolan, sitting menacingly in the darkness, with a terrifying appearance. Was she trying to scare people to death? Seriously, she makes things so awkward. In her panic, Shuibin stumbled and almost fell, but Do Yoo Kang quickly caught her. He hurriedly reassured her, "Ah, don't worry, we're not bad people," which only made the girl stammer out a thank you in her state of shock. Sitting across from them in the cramped space of the carriage, Sun Ruolan started to adopt a condescending and provocative tone. "You're actually quite pretty. Have you ever made a man cry over you?" Faced with Ruolan's aggressive questioning, Shuibin could only respond meekly with short answers. Seeing her opponent act all high and mighty, Ruolan continued her mockery, but only received a weak denial from the young girl. Shuibin's timidity bored Ruolan. She let out a haughty and turned her face away. Witnessing this scene, Do Yoo Kang thought to himself that with Ruolan's intimidating face, it would be strange if someone wasn't scared. The atmosphere in the carriage became suffocatingly tense. Do Yoo Kang glanced over at Xuebin and could feel the tension enveloping them. But then, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Young Master Do Yoo Kang. He was stunned, his crimson eyes showing clear horror as he realized his identity had been exposed. He panicked, wondering if the beautiful woman before him was an assassin sent by the demonic cult to take his life. Xuebin's gaze had now become incredibly serious. She quietly sent a telepathic message. I have something to tell you. Please promise you won't make a sound. Do Yoo Kang held his breath, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead as he sensed the gravity in the mysterious girl's request. Suddenly, a loud explosion shattered the tense atmosphere. Feng Tian rushed forward like a whirlwind and shouted, "It's dangerous, Master!" Before Xuebin could even understand what was happening, the guard's iron hand had brutally grabbed her head from behind. The poor girl only had time to widen her eyes in terror before being completely overwhelmed by a wave of internal energy. Feng Tian casually held Zhu Xuebin's limp head and coldly announced, "This woman is dead." Witnessing his subordinate's decisive, almost cruel action, a stunned Du Yukang exclaimed, "You acted on your own?" Behind them, Sun Ruolan witnessed the horrifying scene, trembling and speechless. Feng Tian remained expressionless. He bowed his head and explained, "Yes, Master. It was faster than using pressure points. That Chang Feixiong guy is the same. What is happening? Why does one little slip-up get someone sent to an early grave? For heaven's sake." The sheer panic made it impossible for Sun Ruolan to stay calm. She shrieked hysterically, "Hey, who are you people? Why does everyone we meet just drop dead?" Her noise annoyed Feng Tian. He immediately turned and delivered a decisive chop to the back of Ruolan's neck. She only managed to let out a single sound before collapsing onto the carriage floor, unconscious. "Do," Yu Kang sighed wearily, looking at the two corpses and the one unconscious person. "I should have just knocked them out before they could cause a scene." Feng Tian immediately bowed his head to apologize. "My apologies, Master." Du Yukang thought for a moment, then asked, "All right, but how did you know about that Chang Feixiong guy?" The guard calmly replied that he had used telepathy to ask him two questions. "Are you a member of the demonic cult? And who was pulling the strings?" As soon as he heard those questions, Chang Feixiong's expression immediately changed. He swallowed hard in utter fear. Feng Tian continued, "And just as I was about to make my move, he committed suicide cleanly." Du Yukang fell silent in thought, realizing a terrifying truth. He committed suicide cleanly. Was he using Chang Feixiong as bait to test me? Although he found Feng Tian to be strange and brutal, Du Yukang had to admit that this guard was incredibly sharp. He might end people's parts early, but he was always right on the mark. "Aha!" Feng Tian stepped closer, clasped his hands, and asserted with certainty, "Master, it's impossible for them to follow us this discreetly, without being detected. I believe you've been marked with the 1,000-mile blood scent." Feng Tian explained in a low voice the reason the group was being constantly pursued. It is a special type of incense that can only be detected by those who cultivate divine tracking techniques, with a scent that can spread for thousands of miles. Even more frightening, this scent vanishes instantly after attaching to a target, making it impossible for the victim to know they're being tracked. Understanding the situation, Du Yukang asked worriedly, "So that's what it is? No wonder. But is there a way to get rid of this 10,000 li blood scent?" Feng Tian confirmed that he could use his yang-infused internal energy to burn it away, but didn't forget to warn that the master would have to endure a little pain. Hearing it was just a little pain, Du Yukang clicked his tongue and ordered, "Just a little. Then do it." Following his guard's instructions, he sat upright to begin the cleansing process. However, as soon as Feng Tian's hand was placed on his head, a terrifying burst of energy erupted, causing Do Yukang's eyes to roll back in horror. The pain that crashed over him was far beyond anything he could have imagined, making him scream in agony. The carriage continued to roll through the night while inside. Du Yukang was on the verge of collapsing from exhaustion, sweat streaming down his face. He panted, trying to calm himself. "I can't take much more of this. Good thing it's just for a little bit." But the nightmare wasn't over. Feng Tian once again placed his iron-like hand on his head to continue channeling his energy. Du Yukang screamed in absolute despair, scared out of his wits. "You damn demon! You said it would just be for a moment. Is this what you call a moment?" Feng Tian maintained his stern and indifferent expression, replying calmly, "Yes, Master. It will be over in just a moment." When he realized this mad guard's moment lasted for a full 15 minutes, Du Yukang bitterly accepted a harsh truth. This guy. He's clearly enjoying this. Meanwhile, at the edge of a forest, the bodies of Chang Feizhong and Zhu Xuebin were discarded next to a stone slab bearing a threatening message. If we meet again, I will kill you. Witnessing this tragic scene, the pursuer gritted his teeth in fury, realizing that not only had he lost his prey's trail because of the 10,000 li blood scent, but he had also been painfully tricked by Do Yoo Kang's group. The order from behind the curtain, from the smiling-faced demon lord, truly incensed his subordinates. They should have killed Do Yoo Kang to eliminate a future threat, yet the old man wanted to ensure the safety of that young cult leader. The Heavenly Light Child gritted his teeth in fury. He unleashed a thunderous kick that shattered the cliffside and roared with indignation. Since when has the demonic cult become so merciful? Merciful? This isn't merciful at all. No part of this could be called merciful. But despite his frustration, an order was an order, and he had no choice but to obey. The Heavenly Light Child coldly summoned the blood bat and gave an order to the subordinate kneeling before him. Take this command. He began to channel his energy. A venomous purple aura from the 10,000 li blood scent radiated out, enveloping the area. He decided he would personally use this scent to continue pursuing the young cult leader, and at the same time, he commanded his subordinate, go to the West River branch, report the situation, and gather more reinforcements. After you've reported, you may return to the main headquarters. Seeing the subordinate still hesitating, the Heavenly Light Child shot him a deathly glare that terrified the man. In a cold and ruthless tone, he declared, no more words are needed. If the chance arises, I, the Heavenly Light Child, will join you in the afterlife. His ultimate goal now was to force Feng Tian's hand and convey the cult leader's calculated intentions to Do Yoo Kang at any cost. Meanwhile, the horse-drawn carriage continued its quiet journey through the lush green forests. Sitting inside, Do Yoo Kang leaned wearily against the carriage wall, his face showing clear exhaustion after the successive events. Before I could even catch my breath, more trouble came crashing down. I can barely breathe, so of course I'm exhausted. He brooded over Zhu Xuebin's death and silently blamed his guard, Feng Tian. Because of that guy, I couldn't hear her final words. What on earth was she trying to say? Curiosity and regret over the unrevealed secrets left his mind in turmoil. Do Yoo Kang's silence became a new topic for Sun Ruolan's teasing. Sitting across from him, she excitedly taunted and mocked him. Oh my dear young master, you seem to have a lot on your mind today, don't you? So much that you won't even spare me a glance. Don't tell me you're still shaking from that assassination attempt, are you? Ha ha ha. Seeing he still wasn't reacting, Ruolan pressed on, her tone dripping with ridicule. How adorable. You don't have to be shy. Just say it. Our poor little young master. Come over here. His pent-up anger finally exploded. Do Yoo Kang slammed his hand on the seat and yelled in frustration. Sun Ruolan, do you not have the word worry in your vocabulary? He looked at her lounging carelessly with an indifferent expression and could only grit his teeth in anger. Look at your situation. Or are you just keeping that head of yours for decoration? Hey, I think you're going too far. I'm not playing around with you. Do Yoo Kang frowned and warned her when he saw Sun Ruolan was starting to lose control. She immediately shot back fiercely. Why should I be worried? Or do you want me to cry and beg for forgiveness? Ruolan yelled, asking if he wanted to be comforted or coddled. Looking at her agitated expression, Do Yoo Kang noticed a slight tremble in her voice. He thought to himself, could it be? She's just trying to act tough to hide the anxiety welling up inside her. Do Yoo Kang sighed softly and used sound transmission to apologize. Sun Ruolan, I went too far. I'm sorry. Sun Ruolan was momentarily surprised to see the new cult leader humble himself. Huh? Did the cult leader just use sound transmission to apologize to me? Do Yoo Kang calmly explained that it was because she was his friend. He wasn't the type to casually apologize to others. Ruolan had to accept the apology but was still curious about what he was thinking so seriously about. Do Yoo Kang began to tell her a story about a friend. His clan was very large, but his uncle rebelled. He was lucky to escape thanks to his subordinates. But his uncle's men never seemed to actually want to kill him, he mused. Logically, they should have eliminated the problem at its root, right? It feels like they're trying to send some kind of message. Sun Ruolan, after thinking for a moment, used her sharp mind to offer her take. Maybe they're trying to say that as long as your friend lives in seclusion, he won't be hunted anymore. What about that? Her words stunned Do Yoo Kang. He wondered silently if that could really be the truth. A sharp glint appeared in his crimson eyes as he realized something didn't add up. There was no way the elites of the demonic cult would miss such an easy target. He recalled his encounter with Zhu Xuebin and realized the true message she wanted to convey. It was that the demonic cult doesn't want to kill the young cult leader. A calculating smile spread across Do Yoo Kang's face as he confirmed this reality in his mind. They don't want to. Just then, Feng Tian opened the carriage door and respectfully suggested, "Master, let's rest for a while before we continue." Do Yoo Kang gave a slight nod of agreement. He calculated that once he had a clear grasp of the demonic cult's territory, everything would become much easier. He silently sent an apology to the man. With the loyal guard was all for his ultimate goal of finding the freedom he had always longed for. Do Yoo Kang steeled his resolve to get out of this place immediately. As soon as they stopped at a bustling tavern, the waiter quickly served up a lavish feast with all sorts of piping hot dishes. Seeing the plates of fluffy white steamed buns and fragrant food, Sun Ruolan was absolutely ecstatic. She cried out in delight, as it was rare to see Feng Tian be so generous and order so much delicious food. "This is awesome. I think I could clear this entire table myself." In stark contrast to Ruolan's excitement, Do Yoo Kang appeared extremely wary. He scanned his surroundings, silently wondering if the guard had called in other people to keep an eye on him. Do Yoo Kang's gaze suddenly froze on a noisy table behind a curtain. He coolly asked the waiter about the identities of the martial artists sitting over there. The waiter quickly replied, "Those are men from the Hu Yun Gang, a sect famous for its highly skilled martial artists." Seeing that his guest seemed interested, he even laughed reassuringly, saying they usually don't make the first move, so he should just relax and enjoy his meal. Do Yoo Kang gave a slight nod, indicating he understood, but deep down, a daring plan was beginning to form. The more powerful their martial arts were, the more beneficial it would be for his escape plan. The time is now. I have to seize this chance, or I'll be stuck like this forever. Glancing over at Feng Tian, who was sitting calmly beside him, Do Yoo Kang silently plotted to turn the men of the Hu Yun Gang into moving sandbags to block his loyal guard. He planned to use his ultimate technique, the Soul Strike, to heavily injure Feng Tian, then use the chaos to make a quick getaway. Putting his thoughts into action, Do Yoo Kang suddenly shot to his feet, pointed towards the martial artist's table, and roared provocatively, "What? You dare say the Hu Yun Gang is just a bunch of useless trash? How arrogant." This baseless insult sent the Hu Yun Gang martial artists into a towering rage. They all drew their swords at once, surrounding his table with overwhelming killing intent. Do Yoo Kang thought to himself that his soul strike was powerful enough to shatter a boulder, but against someone as strong as Feng Tian, he would surely recover quickly. Looking at his subordinate, who was still casually lifting a steamed bun to his mouth, Do Yoo Kang gritted his teeth and made his decision. "Sorry, Feng Tian, don't blame me for this." The very moment his opponent's guard was down, Do Yoo Kang suddenly launched a lightning-fast attack, tearing through the air and striking directly at Feng Tian. A massive explosion roared, sending plates and bowls flying, and the entire tavern shook violently amidst the wreckage. Do Yoo Kang's eyes widened in horror, cold sweat pouring down his face when he saw that his powerful attack had done absolutely nothing. Not far away, Sun Ruolan was also frozen solid, a half-eaten steamed bun still in her mouth, completely stunned. His ultimate soul strike, which was supposed to be powerful enough to shatter stone, now felt like a mere tickle. It couldn't even pierce through his guard's clothes. Do Yoo Kang trembled as he wondered. It didn't even go through. Immediately, Feng Tian turned around, with blood-red eyes brimming with killing intent, sending a chill down his spine. He called out in a low voice, "Master." Under the immense pressure, Do Yoo Kang thought in terror, "How is this guy so damn tough? What kind of body does he have?" He stammered in despair. I was wrong." But Feng Tian simply bowed his head respectfully and asked, "Did you call for me, Master?" Realizing his guard had mistaken the attack for a signal, Do Yoo Kang quickly seized the opportunity to salvage the situation. He regained his fierce demeanor and bellowed, "That's right, Feng Tian, I'm furious." He pointed a finger at the Hu Yun Gang martial artists standing there and shouted, "Look at them! They dared to draw their swords in my presence. I'm going to teach them a lesson." The insulted men of the Hu Yun Gang were enraged. "You little brat, still wet behind the ears. Are you talking to us?" Meanwhile, Feng Tian came to his own conclusion. The master had to use his soul strike just to call me. He must be incredibly angry. Seeing that his guard had completely bought it, Do Yoo Kang continued to give orders. "Capture them alive and teach them a lesson. If any of them dare to be disrespectful again, I won't forgive you." Feng Tian clenched his fists and replied coldly, "As you command." Like a beast unleashed from its cage, Feng Tian charged straight into the crowd and roared, "You bastards! Do you need to shed some blood to learn your lesson?" He unleashed a flurry of devastating blows, and the martial artists could only let out cries of pain before being knocked down one after another. He stomped one unlucky man into the floor, shattering the ground beneath him amidst a blood-curdling scream. He sure talked big, but in the end, he just got crushed. One of the Huyun gang martial artists cried out in terror as he witnessed his comrade being annihilated right before his eyes. Realizing this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, Do Yoo Kang hid behind a door and steeled his resolve. This is it, time to run. A massive explosion rocked the entire tavern. A thick cloud of dust and smoke obscured everyone's vision, creating the perfect cover for him to escape. Do Yoo Kang dashed across the rooftops, silently sending his thanks to the unfortunate martial artists. Huyun gang, I won't forget what you've done for me. Even though it was draining all of his internal energy, he pushed his lightness skill to its limit, hoping to get far away while they kept Feng Tian busy. Seeing the towering city gate up ahead, Do Yoo Kang cheered with joy. Finally, the city gate. A smug smile crept across his face, his eyes shining with happiness at the thought of finally living a life of freedom. I'm free! This is amazing! But just as his joy was about to become complete, a familiar voice suddenly echoed right beside his ear. Yes, master. That was an excellent lightness skill training session. Do Yoo Kang was so stunned his face turned pale. He saw that Feng Tian had caught up to him at some point. Before he could react, a steel-like hand clamped down on his shoulder from behind, and all he could do was cry out in despair. With cold sweat dripping down his forehead, Do Yoo Kang shakily turned around and asked, How? How are you so fast? He tried to bluff his way out by yelling to hide his embarrassment. Don't tell me you dared to defy my order to capture them alive? Feng Tian maintained his cold expression and replied curtly, Let's go, master. They have been. Huh. I guess he spoke a little too slowly. And Feng Tian's hands slipped while dealing with those loudmouths. Looking back towards the tavern, the entire Huyun gang was now kneeling on the ground, chanting respectfully in unison. We hail your eternal glory. Please punish us. Feng Tian calmly informed him. They are begging for your forgiveness. Witnessing this scene, Do Yoo Kang completely broke down. He gritted his teeth in frustration as his escape plan crumbled into dust. I put my faith in the Huyun gang. I believed they could buy me some time, and all I get is, we hail your eternal glory? At that moment, one of the warriors was still defiant. He planned to take advantage of Do Yoo Kang's distraction to attack, while the others knelt before this nobody. But instantly, Do Yoo Kang grabbed his head with an overwhelming killing intent. He roared in fury, showing absolutely no mercy, and smashed the man's head into the ground, creating a horrifying shockwave. All the good luck he'd saved up for a rainy day was just spent, leaving him completely out of luck. Witnessing the young sect leader's brutality, Feng Tian not only didn't intervene but even grinned with satisfaction. Ha ha ha, as expected of my master. Meanwhile, Do Yoo Kang was so frustrated that tears welled up in his eyes. He screamed in despair, I'll kill them all. The heart-wrenching cry echoed through the death tower in the dead of night, marking a miserably failed escape attempt. The next morning, the bright morning sun and the chirping of birds on the branches created a deceptively peaceful atmosphere, a complete contrast to Do Yoo Kang's troubled state of mind. At this moment, sitting alone in the quiet room, Do Yoo Kang stared blankly at the falling leaves, his heart heavy with a sense of helplessness. He recalled the times Feng Tian had carried him around like an object, and the powerlessness he felt, realizing that neither the elites of the demonic sect nor his ultimate soul gang technique could do anything to that guard. The feeling of being imprisoned by this smothering protection made him shudder and wonder, can I really not escape from Feng Tian? Just then, Sun Ruolan gently pushed the door open and called out softly, Young master. Seeing his gloomy expression, Ruolan got straight to the point. You want to kill Feng Tian, don't you? She looked like she was joking, but she knew everything, so she decided to ask directly to save time. Do Yoo Kang sighed softly, explaining that he wasn't even aiming for his vital points, but the frightening thing was that he couldn't even leave a scratch on him. In any case, my sword can't pierce his body. Ruolan pouted sarcastically. Or maybe your sword is just that pathetic? To prove his point, Do Yoo Kang silently drew a sharp dagger and decisively stabbed it into the wooden floor. The blade sank deep, showing that the weapon was not the problem. The problem was the opponent's body of bronze and stone. Ruolan exclaimed in astonishment. Whoa, Feng Tian, is that guy's body indestructible? She shuddered at the thought of facing such a monster. For the young master to have a subordinate like that, it's truly terrifying. Do Yoo Kang glanced at her with a sharp look. What are you trying to say? Suddenly, Ruolan flashed a sinister smile and leaned close to his ear, whispering, Young master, do you want to run away from him? I can help you with that. Seeing Do Yoo Kang's suspicion, she casually took out a gleaming golden pill and offered it to him. I have an interesting little toy. So? You want to try it? You just keep tempting him, and you'll be the one in trouble with Feng Tian later. Looking at the mysterious object, Do Yoo Kang couldn't help but be suspicious. That looks highly suspicious. What is it? Ruolin flashed a wicked grin. She explained it was a special medicine that could cause gut-wrenching stomach cramps. Just a moment after taking it, you wouldn't be able to hold it in and would have to relieve yourself immediately. But I'll be the one to take it. She began to lay out the escape plan. Listen carefully, kid. If I take this, you tell Feng Tian that I'm planning to escape while I go do my business, and that he has to follow and watch me. Ruolin calculated that when Feng Tian was led into the forest to supervise her, Do Yoo Kang would take the opportunity to flee in the opposite direction. Then I'll go as far as I can to buy you time, and you'll use that chance to escape. When Feng Tian comes back to look for you, I'll take that opportunity to escape myself. That's a bold plan you've got there. Are you sure it's going to work, lady? She asserted that this plan could buy them at least an hour. For you, kid, I'm willing to make this sacrifice. Witnessing this unexpected sacrifice, Do Yoo Kang was moved. If you put it that way, then I'm very grateful. I feel really bad for you, Miss Sunday. But Ruolin just scoffed. Cut the crap. I'm going to teach that Feng Tian a lesson he'll never forget. Seeing her determination, Do Yoo Kang smiled and nodded. I agree to this plan. Thank you, Miss Sunday. Ruolin gave him a sly look. You're not so bad yourself, you know? Remember to treat me to a round of drinks after this. Without a moment's hesitation, Ruolin put the pill in her mouth and swallowed it. Immediately after, a blood-curdling scream erupted from inside the moving carriage. Ruolin writhed, clutching her stomach. Her face contorted in pain as she screamed. Ah, oh my god. Hey Feng Tian, my stomach is killing me. Stop the carriage right now so I can go take care of business. Hurry up. Feng Tian's expression turned cold and sharp as he immediately slammed on the brakes, causing the carriage wheels to screech against the ground. Do Yoo Kang exclaimed with excitement. All right, now I'll give Feng Tian the order. He and Ruolin waited anxiously for the escape plan to succeed. However, contrary to their expectations, Feng Tian continued to drive the carriage, his face dark and menacing. He said coldly, You think I'd fall for your trick? His astuteness left the two inside the carriage stunned and terrified. Seeing the situation go south, Do Yoo Kang screamed in desperation. It's real. Stop the carriage, Feng Tian. Beside him, Ruolin's face had also turned pale as the agony from the pill began to torment her intensely. Despite the urgency, the guard calmly continued to drive the horses and replied, Don't let her fool you, master. A fit of rage erupted. Do Yoo Kang yelled frantically, I told you it's real. I order you, stop the carriage now. He lunged forward, pounding on the carriage wall, shouting nonstop, You bastard, stop. I told you to stop. Just stop already. He's really losing it now. Just stop when he tells you to. The sound of hooves continued unabated, showing no sign of stopping despite the new sect leader's efforts. Do Yoo Kang, drenched in sweat, turned to look at the writhing Ruolin. Behind him, she had reached her absolute limit. Her face was completely distorted, her eyes rolling back in frustration and agony. Oh no, why does she have to suffer like this? Ruolin gritted her teeth, and mustering all her strength, let out a heart-wrenching scream. You bastard! Suddenly, a blinding light erupted from Ruolin's body, followed by an earth-shattering explosion that echoed through the air. The terrifying force from this special explosion blew the roof right off the carriage, causing Feng Tian to turn around in horror. Master! The guard yelled in panic, rushing towards the carriage, now shrouded in a thick cloud of dust. Amidst the devastated scene and an indescribable smell, Do Yoo Kang's shouts echoed through the mountains. He could only shut his eyes tightly and clasp his hands in prayer, feeling utterly helpless as the escape plan turned into a horrifying disaster. Feng Tian rushed through the forest, bowing his head in apology. My apologies, master. As soon as he landed, the guard admitted with shock that he never expected Sun Ruolin to actually do something so horrific right there in the carriage. Do Yoo Kang stood with his back turned, his voice trembling with frustration. You disobeyed my order. You must be punished. He turned around, his face twisted in disgust, and gritted his teeth as he asked the guard if the turbulent path to supremacy he was always talking about involved forcing him to smell other people's waste. Feng Tian immediately carried out his punishment. He repeatedly slammed his head into the ground with terrifying force, shattering the earth as he roared. I'm sorry, master. I was wrong. The explosion echoed through the mountain forest, leaving Do Yoo Kang to do nothing but scream at the sky in utter despair. Ah, damn it. After all, his failed escape attempts and unforeseen mishaps, he still had to sulk back to that damn, haunting carriage. To have a plan that perfect fail so completely, he must have been fuming. Stepping inside, Do Yoo Kang found Sun Ruolin sitting there stunned, her face deathly pale. Her eyes were vacant, a mix of utter shame and exhaustion. She mumbled in despair that she wanted to die right there, too mortified to face anyone. But just a moment later, Ruolan's demeanor shifted abruptly. She broke into a crazed smile and declared she'd do it all over again. My God, did the pain and embarrassment actually drive her insane? It seemed like she'd do anything now. Do Yoo Kang, stunned, couldn't believe what he was hearing. He shouted, asking why she would go to such lengths for him. Her reply was pure ferocity. She screamed in his face that the Sun Clan never gives up, before doubling over again, writhing from the intense stomach pain. Seeing Ruolan's extreme determination, Do Yoo Kang resolved not to let her sacrifice be in vain. The moment Feng Tian opened the carriage door, he pointed and ordered, Feng Tian, take Sun Ruolan to relieve herself, now. Quick as lightning, the guard grabbed the screaming girl and zipped away, but deep inside Feng Tian, a powerful killing intent was surging. He glared at the troublesome girl in his arms, his eyes blazing red with menace, and made a silent decision. This is bad. I have to kill her. Witnessing Feng Tian exude a murderous aura, ready to eliminate Sun Ruolan for all the trouble she'd caused, a panicked Do Yoo Kang yelled to stop him. She's just sick. Hurry up. But the guard remained menacingly still, holding his sword right up to Ruolan, who was now crying silently in terror. Sensing a golden opportunity to get away from his annoying subordinate, Do Yoo Kang roared with authority. Do you intend to disobey me again? Seriously, why is this Feng Tian guy so damn stubborn? He's always looking for an excuse to kill someone. Faced with his master's wrath, Feng Tian finally lowered his sword and bowed his head in apology. My apologies. I will obey my master's command. Seeing that his guard had submitted, Do Yoo Kang immediately gave an order to send him away. The smell is awful. Take her a bit farther away, and be sure to watch her carefully. Feng Tian didn't suspect a thing. He immediately hoisted Ruolan up and shot off, like a whirlwind with a curt, as you command. The moment his guard was out of sight, Do Yoo Kang silently stepped out of the carriage, preparing for his final escape attempt. If I don't make it this time, it's all over. Not wasting a single second, Do Yoo Kang sprinted with all his might into the dense forest. He was silently grateful for the unforgettable sacrifice made by the young fortress master, Sun Ruolan. I won't forget this. However, he quickly realized that if he kept using his lightness skill so conspicuously, that monster of a guard would catch up to him sooner or later. Gritting his teeth, he reconsidered his approach. If I use my lightness skill, Feng Tian will definitely catch me. So, he stopped at a dense thicket and told himself, this spot will have to do. Do Yoo Kang quickly suppressed his breathing and hid himself deep within the bushes, erasing any trace of his presence. Just a moment later, Feng Tian arrived at that very spot. He looked around, puzzled. The trail vanished right here. Lying flat on the ground, sweat pouring down his forehead, Do Yoo Kang held his breath as he watched the guard standing right beside him. Feng Tian stared blankly around the silent forest and wondered aloud, where could the master have gone? Lying hidden in the thicket, Do Yoo Kang held his breath, tracking his every move. Feng Tian pondered with a grave expression. There's no way he would abandon his position as the leader of the demonic cult and just run away. He must have been kidnapped while practicing his lightness skill. When a simple-minded subordinate has an overthinking boss, this is the kind of wild conclusion he jumps to, and naturally, rage follows. He roared, his voice thick with killing intent. I will not spare them. And with that, he shot off like a flash of lightning to hunt down the imaginary kidnappers. Once his guard's figure vanished into the distance, Do Yoo Kang finally dared to let out a sigh of relief. He's gone. To be absolutely safe, he decided to stay put and begin counting. Easy now. 1, 2, 3. Time flew by until the sky was ablaze with the colors of sunset. When his count reached 199,999,000, Do Yoo Kang finally dared to stand and stretch. He was confident that waiting this long was more than enough to lose that monster of a guard, and he broke into a self-satisfied smile. Yeah, that was definitely long enough. Finally, I can relax. But his relief was fleeting. His smile vanished the instant he saw a dark figure standing right behind him, arms crossed, patiently waiting. It was none other than Feng Tian, his face as cold as stone. Oh, just perfect. So wonderful. Having a subordinate that sharp would probably make me weep. Do Yoo Kang was so stunned that all the blood drained from his face. Cold sweat trickled down his skin as he realized his escape attempt had, once again, failed miserably. Utterly bewildered, all he could do was stammer as Feng Tian, maintaining a terrifyingly calm expression, asked, were you practicing your concealment technique? It was like being thrown a life raft. Do Yoo Kang immediately played along to cover up his escape attempt. That's right. The martial world is a dangerous place. He gave a thumbs up and added some forced praise. And you're quite good at tracking, I must say. Seeing that his guard seemed to have bought it hook, line, and sinker, and was ready to move on, Do Yoo Kang could only trail after him with a bitter, hollow laugh. It's going to be a long road. Ha, ha. But then, Feng Tian abruptly stopped and called out in a low voice. Master. Do Yoo Kang froze, a chill running down his spine. He slowly turned his head back, only to see Feng Tian's face had darkened into a horrifying expression, his eyes wide with an extremist fervor. In a tone filled with self-reproach and a terrifyingly firm resolve, the guard stared straight at him and declared coldly, You must punish yourself. You must punish yourself. Feng Tian's chilling declaration left Do Yoo Kang completely stunned. Beads of sweat trickled down his forehead. Good heavens, that hit me like a ton of bricks. He's not kidding around. The guard, his face dark and menacing, recited the last will of the Asura heavenly demon, who wanted his son to walk the path to becoming the ultimate supreme being. Feng Tian asserted in a harsh voice that any action deviating from that path was an unforgivable sin. And this was the third time Do Yoo Kang had tried to run away. Realizing all his plans had been seen through long ago, Do Yoo Kang panicked but still tried to yell to hide his embarrassment. How dare you falsely accuse me? But Feng Tian was completely unfazed. He continued his lecture, stating that a supreme being must never lose his dignity and must always hold his head high and press forward. Model. Even though Do Yoo Kang angrily yelled that he was the master, the guard decisively ordered him to kowtow. Overcome with extreme humiliation, Do Yoo Kang had no choice but to grit his teeth and slam his own head on the ground, offering a ridiculous excuse. I was just about to do that anyway. Wait, are you really working for that guy now? But it didn't stop there. Feng Tian began a humiliating training session, forcing the new cult leader to kneel on the ground and repeat powerful slogans. He stomped his foot and commanded, All right, 1. Repeat after me. I am the leader of the demonic cult. Do Yoo Kang mumbled the words in shame, but the guard immediately yelled in his face. Louder! Again. Backed into a corner, Do Yoo Kang screamed in desperation. Damn it! I am the leader of the demonic cult. Feng Tian still wasn't satisfied and urged him on. Stop wasting time. 2. I am invincible. I fear nothing. Do Yoo Kang's heart-wrenching scream echoed through the mountains. I am invincible. I fear nothing at all. Under the immense pressure from the insane guard, he could only grit his teeth and endure it until nightfall. Back inside the carriage, which was rolling silently under the moonlight, Do Yoo Kang sat there listlessly, his face gaunt with exhaustion. He resentfully muttered a curse. Humph, it's because of that bastard Feng Tian that I have to suffer like this. He gazed out the window, his heart heavy with thoughts of the turbulent future ahead. Meanwhile, Sun Ruolan lay flat in the carriage, her face pale, silently cursing, That rotten Feng Tian. He even struck my pressure points, leaving me completely unable to move. She painfully recalled the wretched moment in the forest when she was forced to endure the torment of some wicked pill, unable to resist. Seeing her pitiful state, Do Yoo Kang let out a sympathetic sigh. Miss Tan, you've had it rough too, haven't you? Just then, the carriage suddenly stopped. From outside, Feng Tian reported, Master, a carriage with a broken wheel is blocking the road. Seeing the shattered wheel in the middle of the road, Do Yoo Kang was completely fed up. Here we go again? Don't they ever get tired of pulling the same trick? Ugh. This demonic cult has zero creativity. He realized it was another clumsy act, and gave a cold command. Do the same as last time, Feng Tian. A man approached, clasping his hands respectfully. I am Than Van Trong, in charge of the escort. Excuse me, I was wondering if we could ask for your help? Feng Tian didn't say a word. He just silently used his terrifying strength to lift the entire carriage, stunning the other party. Than Van Trong stammered, I just need the young lady to travel with you. Do Yoo Kang glanced at the young woman with the old man and gestured with his chin. Go on, get in. The girl bowed her head slightly. Thank you. Inside the carriage, Do Yoo Kang sat opposite the new guest, while Sun Ruolan still lay motionless on the floor. The girl gently brushed her hair aside, revealing a delicate face, and introduced herself. I am Wang Yu. I'll be in your care. Looking at her otherworldly appearance, Do Yoo Kang sneered inwardly. So clumsy, so incredibly clumsy. He rested his chin on his hand and stared directly into Wang Yuyo's eyes and delivered a sharp, cold warning. Just sit there quietly and then leave. Don't throw your life away for nothing. However, contrary to her initial shy demeanor, Wang Yuyo's gaze suddenly became firm. She stared intently at him and asked in return, Do you think I'm afraid to die? Do Yoo Kang smirked. You fool. Why do you think Feng Tian let you come along? He explained that the guard was just deliberately creating a glimmer of hope to lure out the enemy, only to extinguish it in the most brutal way possible. But Wang Yuyo didn't flinch. She lowered her head and said in a low voice, "I don't care." Do Yoo Kang sighed. "You really? If this is the will of the faceless demon lord, I already knew." Before he could finish his sentence, Wang Yuyo suddenly looked up, leaned her face close to his, and uttered a shocking statement. "As long as I can tell you I love you, I'm willing to die." This sudden confession made Do Yoo Kang freeze on the spot, as a cold sweat ran down his back. An image of the horrifying elder, the faceless demon lord, making a heart sign at him flashed in his mind. He screamed in terror, "Hey, no way. What's all this about love? It's all just a bunch of nonsense." He suspiciously asked if she was being manipulated by that old geezer, which sent Wang Yuyo into a rage. She shot to her feet and screamed in his face, "How dare you call my love nonsense?" A stunned Do Yoo Kang stumbled back, unable to believe his ears, and blurted out, "Who are you?" That question was like adding fuel to the fire. Wang Yuyo roared with indignation, "You dare to look down on my love?" Without a moment's hesitation, she swung her hand and delivered a massive slap that stunned Do Yoo Kang. His face clearly showed his shock at this woman's insanity. Wang Yuyo gave a bizarre smile and coldly told him to enjoy his trip. While outside, the horses began to neigh in a panic. Is this what it means to be driven mad by love? Seriously. This is getting exhausting. Instantly, Feng Tian rushed over like a whirlwind and shouted, "Master, what's wrong?" Seeing his master staggering on the floor, the guard flew into a rage. He grabbed the manager, Thon Van Trong, by the throat and began to choke him, leaving the old man sputtering in pain. Witnessing the overwhelming killing intent from his subordinate, Do Yoo Kang frantically tried to stop him. "It's a misunderstanding. Don't kill her." He tried to assure him that everything was fine to calm the furious guard's anger. "All right, nothing happened." Do Yoo Kang's unexpected move to protect her left Wang Yuyu stunned. She muttered in astonishment, "You spared my life?" But Feng Tian had no intention of stopping. He roared threateningly, "You dare touch my master?" With eyes blazing with murderous intent, the guard declared coldly, "This is a capital offense. You will not be forgiven." Wang Yuyo could only tremble in absolute terror. Refusing to be intimidated, Wang Yuyo yelled, "How insolent!" and unleashed a blast of white energy that tore through the air. The powerful attack sent Thon Van Trong flying, causing him to let out a single groan before falling completely unconscious. Wang Yuyu charged forward frantically, intending to finish off her opponent. "You bastard, die!" However, Feng Tian remained terrifyingly calm. He swiftly observed her every move and then launched a decisive counterattack. As if I'd be that easy to take down. You're not even in my league." A shocked Wang Yuyu realized her mistake while she was still suspended in midair. The moment I was about to land, he kicked the underside of the carriage, making me lose my balance. That single moment of carelessness was all Feng Tian needed to decide the battle. He unleashed a thunderous stomp, carrying the force of 1,000 pounds, crashing down on Wang Yuyo, causing the ground to shatter with a horrifying explosion. Pinned to the floor, Wang Yuyo could only let out agonized moans in utter helplessness. Feng Tian appeared like a menacing shadow behind her, his steel-like hand gripping her tightly, radiating an overwhelming murderous intent. Seeing his guard about to finish her off, Tu Dukuang yelled in panic, "Stop, Feng Tian!" The razor-sharp blade was now pressed against the girl's terrified face. Dukuang quickly intervened. "Don't kill her. It's just a misunderstanding." Why not just let him send her on her way? Why bother stopping him? To pacify his subordinate's frenzy, he awkwardly explained, "I was just teasing her a bit. Put your sword away." A fanatical glint shone in Feng Tian's eyes as he stared thoughtfully at his master for a long moment, as if weighing his options. Finally, the guard silently sheathed his sword and bowed respectfully. "As you command, master." Seeing the situation had stabilized, Du Kuang breathed a sigh of relief. He signaled for everyone to get going and leave this troublesome place. Feng Tian silently turned to follow the order, but after just a few steps, he abruptly stopped, his face cold and emotionless as he turned back. A bewildered Ama Du Kuang watched, wondering what his guard had forgotten. But before he could react, Feng Tian whipped back around in a flash and grabbed Wang Yuyo's head again with terrifying force. Witnessing this sudden, ruthless, and decisive act, Du Kuang screamed in horror and despair. "Feng Tian? No. Well, that's it. Guess she can't be saved. Why doesn't this guy ever listen?" The heart-wrenching scream of the new sect leader echoed throughout the vast, silent forest under the night sky. Wang Yuyo sobbed desperately, her neck twisted to one side in agony. Witnessing this miserable scene, Sun Ruolan just sneered casually. It's useless. That Feng Tian guy is an expert at snapping necks. With tear-filled eyes, a resentful Wang Yuyu looked at them and choked out between sobs. Who on earth are you people? Sun Ruolan replied, still with a mocking expression. I don't know either, but I know how to fix you. She immediately took out 2 medicinal pills, a mischievous glint in her eyes. Here, take this. It'll work instantly. Realizing Ruolan was about to pull the same trick with the pills that caused that horrifying explosion, Do Yoo Kang frantically grabbed her hand and roared. Are you trying to destroy the carriage again? Hey, stop it. Once was enough to stink for a whole year. Good grief. His firm intervention made Ruolan click her tongue in regret, while Wang Yuyo continued to tremble in fear. Wang Yuyo was still clutching her painful neck, wailing, Wah, my neck, my neck. Her loud crying sent Feng Tian into a rage. He roared with murderous intent. Silence, cry again, and I'll kill you. Man, he's so grumpy. She just whined a little and he shuts her down completely, huh? The guard's ferocity scared Wang Yuyo into silence, though tears continued to stream down her face. Seeing this, Roland changed her tone to a gentle one, softly comforting the young woman. Don't be so sad. Just listen to me, and I'll heal you. I've been through this many times. You poor thing. Feeling a sense of camaraderie from someone in the same boat, Wang Yuyo choked out, Big sister. Seizing the opportunity, Ruolan started chatting with her. That's right, little sister. So, where are you headed? When Wang Yuyo replied that she was going to Mount Ame, Ruolan exclaimed excitedly, What a coincidence! We're going there too. Witnessing this instant sisterly bond form, Tu Duquang was simply speechless. The world of women is truly hard to understand. I'll tell Feng Tian to let you come with us. Moved, Wang Yuyo leaned her head on Ruolan's shoulder, acting cute. Thank goodness for you, big sis. In my 24 years of life, this is the first time something like this has happened to me. It was so scary, but as she buried her face in her new sister's embrace, she suddenly froze, sensing something very strange, and whispered, Big sister, Sister Wang, let's sit a little further apart. I'm only 21 years old, you know. Soon Ruolan screamed at Wang Yuyo with a look of disgust, leaving the girl wide-eyed and tearful from the insult. This meaningless noise sent Feng Tian into a rage. He roared with murderous intent. I told you to be quiet. It seems I'll have to kill you after all. The crazed guard turned to ask for permission. Master, please allow me to kill her. He loves peace and quiet, but running into these two is like pouring salt on a wound. Sitting nearby, Tu Duquang could only cross his arms and sigh wearily. He muttered tiredly, What chaos! The group finally came to a stop before a majestic, cloud-covered mountain range. Feng Tian announced that the carriage could go no further. The party would have to proceed on foot. Looking up at the towering peaks, Duquang asked for confirmation. Is this Mount Eme? Receiving a nod from his guard, he knew that the journey ahead would be fraught with hardship. Wang Yuyu was still enduring her twisted neck. She resignedly closed her eyes. Fine then, I'll entrust my neck to you. Seeing the girl intended to split from the group, Sun Ruolan immediately pressed her about her true purpose, chiding her for her lack of courtesy in planning to leave without even a goodbye. However, the only response was a cold one. I don't want to talk about it. Ruolan's anger flared up again. She scolded the other girl for being so secretive. We were just laughing and chatting a few minutes ago, and now you're turning on me this quickly? To end the headache-inducing argument, Duquang wearily rubbed his temples and ordered Feng Tian to quickly treat Miss Wang. Feng Tian moved forward, placing his steel-like hands on Wang Yuyo's head to prepare to snap her neck back into place. Inwardly, Wang Yuyo cheered, thinking that she was about to escape the clutches of this monstrous guard. But just as he was about to channel his energy, a group of enemies suddenly rushed out from the deep forest to attack. Amidst a cloud of dust and smoke, a man with a grotesque appearance and a long, slithering tongue suddenly appeared. He pressed a sharp sword against someone's neck and spoke with mocking disdain. Hey, you brats, what are you doing on this mountain? A handsome man and a beautiful woman. You make quite the intimate couple. Faced with this cheap provocation, Feng Tian's face suddenly darkened, and he radiated an overwhelming killing intent that left Wang Yuyo frozen in terror. Seeing these villains appear with weapons in hand, Sun Ruolan fearfully hid behind Duquang and whispered, Oh my god, this is terrifying. The strange man's underlings also began to mutter contemptuously when they saw Ruolan. There's a weird-looking woman, and there's another guy too. Sun Ruolan trembled as she clung to Duquang's shoulder and asked, Young master, who are they? However, noticing that the aura of these people was somewhat different, he determined. In any case, they're not from the Green Forest. Not wanting to waste any more time, Duquang declared coldly, Hey Feng Tian, I'll allow you to crush these bugs. Receiving the order, Feng Tian immediately bowed his head. As you command. The guard's overly respectful action made the group of strangers burst out laughing arrogantly. As you command? What's with all the formalities? Does everyone like putting on a show these days? He's acting like he's the leader of some demonic cult. The sarcastic remark hit a nerve, causing Do Yoo Kang to grit his teeth, clenching his fists in anger. He turned and snapped. Feng Tian, what are you waiting for? Just as Feng Tian was about to make his move, Do Yoo Kang suddenly sensed another presence rushing towards them from behind. He gasped in shock, seeing a figure in white robes soaring towards them. Do Yoo Kang frantically stopped his guard. Feng Tian stopped as a powerful footstep stomped on the ground, signaling the arrival of a new faction. All right, looks like things are about to get messy again. It was the disciples of a righteous sect. Their leader roared decisively. Black Dragon Clan. Isn't your target Lu Lin? Don't harm the innocent. The members of the Black Dragon Clan clicked their tongues in annoyance at the unwanted interference. Our target is Lu Lin, but we're a bit busy at the moment, Do Yoo Kang observed thoughtfully, recognizing the identities of the newcomers. The Black Dragon Clan was one of the 5 most powerful major sects. He glanced over at the group in white and thought to himself that the white-robed bunch looked pretty formidable themselves. Do Yoo Kang couldn't help but wonder why such a major clash was happening right here. Why are they picking a fight with us? Immediately, a fierce battle broke out between the Black Dragon Clan and the white-robed disciples. Sharp sword strikes tore through the air amidst thunderous battle cries. All this fighting and shouting, you'd think they were having the time of their lives or something. The clash of weapons sent sparks flying, and a thick cloud of dust and smoke enveloped the forest. The white-robed disciples coordinated smoothly, continuously launching decisive attacks against the members of the Black Dragon Clan. Amidst the chaos, Feng Tian calmly stood guard behind Do Yoo Kang and suggested, Master, we might as well watch the show for a bit. Do Yoo Kang lightly rubbed his head as he watched the battle gradually reach its climax, silently concluding that Lu Lin seemed to be in trouble. Do Yoo Kang mused that if it weren't for this incident, Mount Ma wouldn't have fallen into such chaos. Meanwhile, Sun Ruolan was relentlessly excited. She shouted, cheering for them to fight even more fiercely. Seeing Feng Tian standing nearby, she asked when it would be her turn to fight, but the guard immediately roared at her for daring to interrupt him while he was speaking to his master. Man, that guy is so grumpy. Nothing ever pleases him. Feng Tian's ferocity scared Ruolan so much that she burst into tears and could only mumble an apology before scurrying away with a resentful look on her face. Seeing her muttering curses under her breath, Feng Tian questioned her with a sharp and cold gaze that made Ruolan frantically deny everything. Even though she swore up and down, the guard firmly insisted that he had just heard her cursing. Do Yoo Kang tiredly ordered them both to be quiet so he could watch the show, but Ruolan was still sulking, feeling she'd been wrongly scolded. Feng Tian suddenly closed in on her with a threatening expression, bringing up Ruolan's embarrassing memory of soiling herself to prove that she was never normal to begin with. Oh, come on. Stop arguing already. It's giving me a headache. Ruolan was utterly humiliated to have that old story brought up in such detail in front of all the men around her. Sensing the tense situation, Do Yoo Kang hastily intervened, telling Feng Tian to stop and asking Ruolan to quickly apologize to end the matter. Backed into a corner, she tearfully admitted that she had misspoken, then asked if the guard was satisfied now. Seeing that she had finally admitted her fault, Feng Tian smirked gleefully and looked smugly at his master, leaving Ruolan squatting on the ground, continuing to scream and cheer for the frenzied, vicious battle. Do Yoo Kang could only watch and sigh in exasperation at the chaos caused by his companions. Meanwhile, Ruolan accidentally picked up a strange object from the ground. It was a small wooden whistle. While cheering for the others to kill each other, she put the whistle to her lips and blew several long blasts. The sharp sound of the whistle echoed through the vast mountain forest, immediately attracting the attention of a mysterious person hiding in the nearby bushes. The whistle acted as a signal, prompting the mysterious person to act immediately. He dashed off, opened a door, and entered to report that he had finished clearing the area around Lu Lin's main headquarters. The one receiving the report was none other than the leader of the Black Dragon Clan, a man exuding killing intent, standing in the middle of a gruesome scene with a bloody blade in his hand. With a face full of scars and terrifyingly cold eyes, the old master ordered his subordinates to gather all their forces immediately. Their ultimate goal had been clearly identified: to march straight to the headquarters of Lu Lin. Sun Ruolan was still excitedly blowing the whistle and cheering them on. Go on, kill each other. Look at her, just sitting there watching and still egging them on like that. I bet she'd be the first to run if trouble actually came her way. This bizarre action left the opposing martial artists completely baffled, wondering what on earth this girl was planning. Immediately, the subordinates of the Black Dragon clan began to whisper amongst themselves. They concluded that the whistle was the signal to end the battle and gather their forces, witnessing the turn of events. Do Yoo Kang's expression changed with worry. There are more members of the Black Dragon clan? He realized the situation was becoming extremely unfavorable and told himself they had to leave quickly before being completely surrounded. Do Yoo Kang's anger flared when he saw his companions were still engrossed in watching the spectacle. Realizing they couldn't delay any longer, he roared an order. Feng Tian, that's enough. Go treat Miss Wang now. Hurry, hurry. Any more delay and they'll be in deep trouble. The guard immediately bowed and obeyed. Wang Yuyo was visibly overjoyed, thinking she was about to be freed from her twisted neck. She silently cursed this group of people, hoping she would never have to see them again. She smiled faintly and offered her thanks to Feng Tian for his unexpected help. However, Feng Tian only replied coldly, "No need to thank me." Immediately after, he suddenly landed a decisive blow on Wang Yuyo's lower back, causing her to scream in pain. Witnessing the miserable sight, Do Yoo Kang was stunned and shouted, "Feng Tian, why did you make the young lady fall like that?" At that moment, Wang Yuyo could only cry while crawling on the ground due to the overwhelming force. Feng Tian silently placed a hand on his chest and explained that because she had dared to insult his master's subordinate, her action was no different from insulting the sect leader himself. Do Yoo Kang screamed as if he'd gone mad at the guard's audacity. "Why do you always act on your own initiative? You're all talk and never listen to a word I say." Feng Tian nonchalantly turned away, reminding him that if they kept standing around watching the commotion, it would get dark, so the group needed to head up the mountain immediately. Do Yoo Kang could only walk away resentfully, muttering sarcastic remarks about his subordinate's stubbornness. "Humph. Since when do you ever listen to me anyway? Just do whatever you want." Feng Tian bowed his head, thanking his master for his grace, while Sun Ruolan didn't forget to wave goodbye to the people brawling behind them. The warriors of the Black Dragon Gang looked around in a daze, silently wondering about the identity of the strangers who had just appeared on the distant mountaintop, where the Green Forest clan's headquarters stood tall amidst the mist. Do Yoo Kang squinted at the massive tower. He let out a sigh of relief, thinking to himself that they were finally near the Green Forest clan's base. Noticing Feng Tian suddenly stopped to observe his surroundings, Do Yoo Kang asked worriedly, "What's wrong?" The guard remained highly focused, his eyes scanning every dense bush before reporting, "I am assessing the number of enemies, Master." In an instant, Feng Tian had identified every single person hiding in the shadows. He affirmed in a low voice, "It seems there are about 500 of them. And hey, even though people talk trash about him, he's still a top-tier player." Knowing the difference in their strength, Do Yoo Kang clicked his tongue in regret. "Damn it, looks like we can't get to the Green Forest clan's headquarters." Feng Tian's expression remained cold. He confidently declared that he could annihilate the entire Black Dragon Gang, but was worried that joining the fight would endanger his master. Faced with his subordinate's objection, Do Yoo Kang reluctantly had to agree. "Fine. We'll wait here." He glanced around the forest for a suitable hiding spot, but before he could even collect his thoughts, Feng Tian suddenly began digging fiercely into the ground with his steel-like hands. Dirt and rocks flew everywhere, causing a startled Do Yoo Kang to yell, "Feng Tian, why are you digging a pit?" With a radiant, proud face, the guard explained that, since hiding underground was so effective for his master last time, he wanted to recreate that brilliant strategy once more. "Of all the things you could learn, you learn how to burrow underground?" "Ha!" Hearing this, Do Yoo Kang's face twisted, and he growled back, "In other words, you want to bury me alive?" Just then, Sun Ruolan stepped forward from behind. She looked at his dumbfounded state and said sarcastically, "Young master, why are you standing so still? Planning to pay your respects to the dead?" Feng Tian coldly commanded, "Don't block the way. Move." The guard paid no mind to Sun Ruolan's weak protest, his face darkening threateningly. Do Yoo Kang realized his subordinate's insane plan in horror. He screamed in desperation, I can't be buried alive here." But Feng Tian had already snatched Ruolan. Ignoring her screams, he coldly barked, "Be quiet and get in," then roughly pushed her into the hole. He really doesn't know how to treat a lady, does he? He's so by the book that he treats everyone exactly the same. A loud explosion resounded, sending dirt and rocks flying. Do Yoo Kang could only stand frozen, staring at the terrifying destructive force ravaging the area. Beads of sweat rolled down his forehead as Do Yoo Kang looked down in shock at the devastated scene. Feng Tian emerged like a phantom and announced calmly, "Master, everything is ready." Before he had a chance to react, a decisive kick from behind sent Do Yoo Kang flying straight into the deep pit. He only had time to reach out his hand in vain and scream in frustration, "Feng Tian, you bastard." At that moment, another loud explosion echoed throughout the majestic mountains. From a high cliff far away, a scout from the Green Forest clan looked around in alarm and wondered, what was that sound? His comrade hurried over to check on the situation, worried about whether the Black Dragon Gang was waiting for reinforcements from the Seven Ghosts of No Mountain to launch their all-out assault. Tian Ying, another Green Forest clan scout, looking equally anxious, concluded that the enemy would strike the moment their reinforcements arrived. Suddenly, he squinted down at the valley and exclaimed, "Looks like they're already here. Look at that guy over there." They both trembled, wondering if the imposing figure approaching was one of the Seven Ghosts of No Mountain. They haven't even started fighting, and they're already this scared? Even from such a great distance, they could feel an oppressive pressure and the terrifyingly profound martial arts emanating from the stranger. It was an old man with long, disheveled black hair and a grim face filled with killing intent. He stared straight ahead, enough to make anyone who faced him tremble in fear. A soldier stammered, "Who are you?" The appearance of a strange man with black hair streaked with silver made the atmosphere tense. The leader of the Black Dragon Gang looked at his opponent with utter contempt. He sneered in a low voice that he wouldn't waste his breath on a man who was about to die. He coldly ordered his subordinates to take care of this obstacle quickly. The disciples of the Black Dragon Gang shouted in unison, "Yes, sir," then raised their swords and charged forward like moths to a flame. Facing the encirclement, the stranger merely let out a weary sigh, feeling this was all such a waste of time. In the blink of an eye, he moved like a phantom, leaving the gang leader completely stunned as he saw his elite troops cut down in an instant. "Surprise, old man. I could take on a dozen more squads like this." Gritting his teeth in fury over the unexpected losses, the gang leader roared, "You damn bastard!" The stranger remained terrifyingly calm. He moved like lightning, grabbing an enemy and unleashing a flurry of sharp sword strikes that tore through space itself. Witnessing his men fall one after another, the gang leader furiously accused his opponent of using cowardly tricks. "But come on, you play the game, you take the loss. No need to get salty about it." However, the man's overwhelming power and terrifying speed rendered all of the Black Dragon Gang's resistance meaningless. He glided through the crowd, green-edged sword in hand, swinging decisively, leaving behind a trail of defeated foes screaming in agony. "Gang leader!" shouted his men, seeing their master decide to enter the fray himself. The Black Dragon Gang leader frantically swung his greatsword, unleashing a 1,000-pound slash that carried a white aura, aiming to take his opponent's life. Faced with that thunderous attack, the strange man with glowing golden eyes simply sidestepped it with masterful skill. He immediately counterattacked, unleashing a terrifying blast of energy that sent the gang leader flying straight into the deep forest. The impact was so strong it snapped trees in half, creating a horrific explosion that shook the entire mountain range. The remaining soldiers of the Black Dragon Gang stood frozen in shock, unable to believe that their mighty leader had been defeated so easily. "Well, that's that. Time to tuck your tails and go home, boys. This is just too embarrassing." In a state of absolute panic, a squad leader yelled the order for all forces to attack at once to get revenge. Faced with dozens of swords pointed at him, the strange man remained unnervingly calm. He tightened his grip on his sword's hilt, his eyes glinting with sharp focus. A brilliant, powerful crimson sword aura was suddenly unleashed, tearing across the ground and sweeping away every enemy in its path within a circle of destruction. An earth-shattering explosion occurred, wiping out everything in sight. The two Green Forest Clan scouts stared in disbelief. No, it can't be. The Black Dragon Gang was so powerful, yet they were annihilated in a single blow, right before their eyes. Feng Tian stood tall amidst a battlefield littered with corpses, radiating an overwhelming aura that seemed to shake the very heavens and earth. Witnessing that terrifying power, the trembling scouts concluded that with such immense strength, he definitely couldn't be one of the seven ghosts of Wushan. Just who in the world was he? Realizing the urgency of the situation, they scrambled to escape. There was no time to waste. They had to report back to the Green Forest Clan immediately. Meanwhile, from behind a tree, a mysterious woman was secretly observing the entire event. She had been confident that she could take the Black Dragon King's life herself, but after seeing the strength of that stranger, she began to waver. She calculated in her head, what if she had to annihilate the entire enemy army and kill the Black Dragon King within 10 seconds? Looking at the demonic, crimson aura surrounding Feng Tian, she realized with a shock, "As I thought, this is the work of the Asura heavenly demon. Have you already unified the martial world? Could I possibly even take him down with me?" The woman could only laugh helplessly in the face of such a vast difference in power. At the same time, at the Green Forest Clan's main headquarters on Mount Ame, the atmosphere was bustling with excitement. The scouts who had just returned were hastily reporting that the Black Dragon clan would soon be wiped out. Hearing this news, the heavily bearded clan leader of the Green Forest clan let out a hearty laugh. Ha ha ha! The Black Dragon clan got what they deserved. Excellent. Anyone who dares to stand against the Black Dragon clan is a friend of the Green Forest clan. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Huh. We'll see about that. He immediately ordered his entire force to welcome them to the Green Forest clan with the grandest ceremony. After wiping out the entire Black Dragon clan army, Feng Tian quietly returned, his demeanor full of reverence. He bowed his head and reported, "I have dealt with the Black Dragon clan. My apologies for not being able to provide you with a comfortable hiding place, Master." Witnessing such nonchalance, Do Yoo Kang was so furious he was seeing red. He roared in outrage. "How dare you say that after burying me alive? Heh, I feel bad for him, but oh well. It's because of that he's safe now." Despite his master's rage from being tortured, the guard calmly announced he would go prepare a bath, which only made Do Kyung grind his teeth and threaten him. "You bastard. If you do it again, I won't forgive you." Seeing the guard's insolence, Sun Ruolan couldn't help but point her finger and curse him directly. "Feng Tian, you really are a bastard. She's just looking for any excuse to jump in and curse at him, isn't she?" But before her scolding could finish, Feng Tian moved as fast as lightning, delivering a decisive blow that knocked her unconscious, sending her crashing to the ground instantly. The guard coldly announced that someone was approaching. Immediately after, two strange figures clad in wolfskins appeared. They bowed respectfully and introduced themselves. "Greetings. We are the scouts of the Green Forest clan, Guang Sa and Cheon Aung. We have come on the orders of the Green Forest clan." Seeing Sun Ruolan lying motionless, the two soldiers panicked, thinking she was a corpse. But then, Guangsa eagerly looked at Do Kyung and asked, "Might you be the benefactor who annihilated the Black Dragon clan?" Hearing the word annihilated, Do Kyung was still bewildered when Feng Tian suddenly unleashed a terrifying killing intent. His eyes, burning with rage, looked like they were about to pop out of their sockets. He glared at the two scouts and said in a low voice, "Master, don't you dare stop me. I have to go gouge their eyes out before I can calm down." When Do Kyung, shocked, asked for the reason, he received an extreme answer. The Supreme One must always be perfect. No one should ever see him in his current state, covered in mud and dirt. Do Kyung's fury erupted. He roared, cursing right in Feng Tian's face. "It's your fault I'm in this mess. Besides, about wiping out the Black Dragon clan, I told you not to kill people recklessly. So the Black Dragon clan was that aggressive? Then you must have had no choice." This remark made the two Green Forest scouts standing nearby turn pale with horror. They screamed internally. "You actually believe him? It's obvious he killed anyone and everyone, even bystanders." Before they could compose themselves, Feng Tian suddenly called out, "You too, don't push your luck. I'm trying to score points here, and you're messing it up. You want to die or something?" Which made them both tremble, as they replied, "Yes, sir." With a dark, threatening expression, the guard ordered, "Take us to the Green Forest clan's headquarters." The two scouts could only obey hastily, silently lamenting that they had gotten into some serious trouble this time. The group finally arrived at the Green Forest clan's headquarters, a massive tower that reached high into the clouds. Standing at the top of a long flight of stairs, an old man with a thick beard and a dignified aura was cheerfully welcoming them. "Oh, so you're the benefactor who wiped out the Black Dragon clan?" That was the king of the Green Forest. He declared excitedly, "Whatever you want, I will grant your every request." However, in response to his enthusiasm, Feng Tian, who was now carrying Sun Ruolan on his shoulder, simply looked up straight at the old man and coldly uttered a single phrase, "Kneel." The clan leader was stunned, grinding his teeth in anger. "Did I hear you correctly? You want?" Before he could even react, Feng Tian let out a thunderous roar that shook the very air. "Kneel, now. Do you have any idea who stands behind me?" The Green Forest King's rage exploded. "How dare you act so insolently in my clan? Are you tired of living?" Just as the tension reached its peak, Feng Tian suddenly let go, dropping Sun Ruolan onto the floor, causing her to let out a cry of pain. Oof, he treats her like a punching bag. One wrong move and your whole body aches. When he got a clear look at the face of the girl who had just fallen, the Green Forest King's expression changed in utter shock. You are. Sun Ruolan slowly lifted her head, gave a radiant smile, and casually greeted him. "Huh? Long time no see. Father." This shocking revelation made the two scouts cry out in alarm. Young lady Sun Ruolan. As for Do Kyung, he was completely frozen in astonishment. Sun Ruolan is the daughter of the king of the Green Forest? Even though he realized his daughter was in the enemy's hands, the clan leader still gritted his teeth, clenched his fists, and stubbornly roared, "Humph! Even if you take my beloved daughter hostage, I will not kneel. I am the king of the Green Forest." Can you believe his pride? His daughter's life is on the line, and he's still acting so high and mighty. I guess his ego is just a tiny bit smaller than that other super cool guy. The sudden appearance of Wang Yumok and his familiar greeting of Uncle Sun completely changed the situation. Faced with Feng Tian's terrifying threat, the once arrogant king of the Green Forest suddenly screamed, "I'll kneel." His shout echoed throughout the clan headquarters in the dead of night, as the illustrious clan leader was forced to prostrate himself at the feet of a stranger. He gritted his teeth in agony, feeling the deep humiliation as his glorious life was now being trampled without mercy. He realized with bitterness that his entire powerful Green Forest clan was being suppressed by a couple of brats, to the point where they couldn't even hold their heads up. His eyes, blazing with fire, turned towards Tu Du Gyung, who was standing nonchalantly in the shrine hall with a weary expression. The old man screamed internally at this outrageous situation. It was unbelievable that Lu Lin was subdued so easily. In his desperation, the old man turned to his daughter and demanded, "Sun Ruolan, who in the world are they?" Sun Ruolin sighed in frustration and started explaining about the madmen she was forced to travel with. She warned that the big guy, Feng Tian, had absolutely no concept of common courtesy, and his mind was anything but normal. Sun Ruolan stated with certainty that if they didn't do as he said, Lu Lin's fate would be just as disastrous as the Black Dragon gangs. As for Do Yoo Kang, she described him as an incredibly strange person who was always hiding a world-shaking secret behind his sometimes innocent facade. Sun Ruolin resentfully recounted how he had humiliated her twice, causing Lu Lin to widen his eyes in horror and exclaim, "Humiliated?" Seeing her father had misunderstood, Sun Ruolin quickly changed the subject, asking about his relationship with Wang Yuyu. Lu Lin suddenly became flustered. He mentioned his late wife, then unexpectedly went silent in front of his daughter. He admitted, full of embarrassment, that after all these years, this was the first time he wanted to be in love again. Meanwhile, Do Yoo Kang could only sigh in silence, exhausted from having just escaped the demonic cult, only to fall into this mess at Lu Lin's territory. One person was eager to talk, while the other was too world-weary to listen to another word. Just then, Feng Tian approached and respectfully invited him to sit in the majestic, tiger pelt-covered leader's chair. Do Yoo Kang looked hesitantly at the tiger skin chair, wondering, "Why do I have to sit there?" However, Feng Tian misunderstood his master's meaning, thinking he was criticizing how shabby it was. Instantly, the bodyguard roared, "Yes, master," then unleashed a thunderous punch that shattered the Grandmaster's chair into 100 pieces right before everyone's eyes. And he did it just to show off, you know? Heh. Witnessing his subordinate's insane act of destruction, a bewildered Do Yoo Kang screamed, "What do you mean? Yes?" Meanwhile, the furious Lu Lin roared, "What did you dare do to this Grandmaster's chair?" His rage erupting, the sect leader bellowed, "I will not forgive you." He then swung his great saber and charged forward in a frenzy. The disciples of Lu Lin also surged forward on their master's command to protect their honor. Wang Yuyo only had time to let out a gasp of surprise as the brawl erupted so suddenly, yet Feng Tian's expression remained terrifyingly cold. He casually raised his hand, stopping the sharp blade with just his steel-like fingers, causing Lu Lin to freeze completely in utter shock. The terrified sect leader realized his blade hadn't harmed his opponent in the slightest. It didn't even pierce him. Faced with the overwhelming killing intent from Feng Tian's icy eyes, Lu Lin trembled, swallowed hard, and immediately changed his tune, stammering, "Sorry." The bodyguard asked in a deep voice, "About what?" Under the intense questioning, I asked, "About what? You called me out, so you must have something to say." The sect leader was so scared his face went pale, and he hastily tried to save face with a ridiculous answer. "I wanted to get you a new chair." Feng Tian glanced at the trembling subordinates around them and asked, "You guys too?" Seeing them nod their heads frantically out of sheer terror, he coldly agreed. "Humph. Fine." However, the bodyguard didn't forget to add a cruel threat. "But if the chair you bring doesn't please me, then you'll end up just like that chair. Why is he so aggressive? You literally never see him soften up, not even a little." As a show of force, he crushed a piece of wood in his hand into dust, causing the disciples to panic and flee in disarray, shouting in unison, "Yes, sir. As you command." Witnessing this tragicomic scene, a smug Sun Ruolan turned to her father and said, "See, I told you, father. They have absolutely no understanding of common courtesy." Lu Lin could only remain silent in his humiliation. sweat pouring down his face, a look of resignation accepting their vast difference in strength. Shortly after, a new Grandmaster's chair, brilliant in red and gold, was brought to replace the one that had been destroyed. Feng Tian respectfully invited, "Please, have a seat, Master." However, seeing Do Yoo Kang's hesitation, the bodyguard once again radiated an overwhelming killing intent and pressed, "Are you not satisfied with this chair?" His ice-cold glare made Lu Lin and his men so frightened their faces turned white. The sect leader trembled, thinking to himself, "Am I going to die here?" Seeing his master still silent, Feng Tian dangerously clenched his fist. "It seems you don't like it." He then roared the command, "Sit down," which scared Lu Lin so much that he burst into tears, his face contorted in terror. What the heck? Just a moment ago, he was so bold. And now he's blubbering? In the end, Do Yoo Kang had to sit down in the chair of power, to the astonishment of everyone present. Below, a furious Lu Lin yelled at a trembling subordinate, "What are you trying to say? Stop stammering." Do Yoo Kang sat imposingly on the Grandmaster's chair with an overwhelming presence. Feng Tian immediately bowed and complied. "Yes, Master." He turned to Lu Lin's men and authoritatively relayed the new sect leader's orders. "Listen carefully. The Master has given his command." He listed each requirement with a stern voice. First, bury all the corpses of the Black Dragon Gang. The Black Dragon Gang was never here. Next, he demanded that Lu Lin's men act as usual, but keep a close watch on one another, allowing absolutely no one to escape. Finally, Feng Tian ordered them to immediately bring their best cook here. "You guys better be smart and please him. Otherwise, you're in for a world of hurt. And if anyone dares to escape, kill them all." Feng Tian's cold threat made Lu Lin tremble. He looked in horror at Do Yoo Kang, who was sitting majestically in the chair, and thought to himself, "This brat is just as ruthless as that Feng Tian." However, as soon as he stood up and called out to Feng Tian, Do Yoo Kang suddenly erupted in a fit of rage. He smashed a piece of wood and roared, "Is this how you treat your master? You insolent fool, huh? Why is he suddenly blowing a fuse? Nobody did anything to him or even touched him." Witnessing the scene of the young sect, master issuing orders one moment and then taking his anger out on his subordinate the next, Lu Lin was completely stunned. He watched Do Yoo Kang's retreating back and shuddered. That man is a psychopath. In reality, Do Yoo Kang was so frustrated that he was radiating a dark purple aura. He was screaming internally at his bodyguard's presumptuousness. "I haven't even said anything yet. This bastard." Suddenly, a sharp whistle pierced the air, shattering the silence and startling them both. What was that sound? From above, assassins descended like ghosts, accompanied by a shout. "It's the Black Dragon Gang. Lu Lin, surrender." Facing the vast army surrounding them, a trembling Lu Lin scout asked, "Surrender?" But then he froze as he noticed something unusual. "Huh? Why does the Black Dragon Gang only have?" Before the enemy could react, Lu Lin led his disciples into battle with a sky-shaking roar. "Kill!" Wow, this is getting really interesting and exciting now. Let's guess who's going to win, shall we? Hehe. The sound of tragic screams echoed through the mountains and forests, dyeing the quiet night red. Elsewhere, in a cozy room, a group of young men were casually enjoying a fine meal. The one holding a wine cup clicked his tongue. "It's a shame we couldn't take care of that scar-faced guy. I'm more curious about those other 5. They're quite special. That's Murong Yun Tian of the Murong family. And Peng An Lu from the Hebei Peng family too." He laughed mockingly at Do Yoo Kang's group. One guy crawls on all fours, and the beautiful woman talks like a firecracker. Zhuge Xiaoming of the Zhuge family, eating quietly, added a contemptuous remark, plus a country bumpkin and another young man with an extraordinary air about him. They walked right into a death trap. They're probably dead by now. Nanggong Yuan of the Nanggong family wondered to himself about the true reason for this conflict, especially since the elders claimed it was just a training exercise for the younger generation. However, the peaceful atmosphere was shattered by the ferocious shouts of a Lu Lin bandit. Nanggong Yuan was utterly shocked to see Lu Lin members here, because according to the information he'd received, Mount Imai should still be tightly surrounded by the Hei Long gang. The bandit brazenly captured the chefs and arrogantly declared, "I'm just borrowing the chefs for a bit. If you have a problem with that, come find me on Mount Ma." Sensing something was amiss, Nanggong Yuan and his companions decided to follow them to see what was going on. Watching from a rooftop, they were astonished to see that all the chefs in the area were being mysteriously abducted by the Lu Lin members, making everyone wonder what was really happening. Can't even be a chef in peace. Might as well shave my head and become a monk. In a secret hall on Mount Ma, Yin Yan Jiao, one of the 10 great masters of Lu Lin, was getting a headache from how difficult Do Yoo Kang was being. The old man lamented that despite tempting him with all sorts of delicacies, he still refused to eat, leaving him completely helpless. He couldn't figure out what this new sect leader truly wanted. A cow's heart is tough to chew, and your heart is tough to read. How is anyone supposed to know what you want? Meanwhile, the great chieftain Gongsun Chang confirmed that they had finished burying and erasing all traces of the Heilong gang, just as requested. In a secret meeting of the Lulin leaders, Gongsun Chang asserted that the existence of those two strangers was an existential threat, one that could plunge their sect into its darkest period. He ordered his subordinates to find a way to eliminate them at all costs, while also worrying that if they dragged out the fake negotiations about Lulin's future, Do Yoo Kang would soon become suspicious. Just then, Vice Chieftain Qinglei Miaoshan suddenly spoke up, saying he had a question that needed answering. The Vice Chieftain's question was directed straight at Do Yoo Kang, the man at the center of all their concerns. He noted thoughtfully, "Our plan will have to change depending on Do Yoo Kang's martial arts skill. The stronger his skills, the more effort Lulin will have to expend." Hearing this, Sun Ruolin covered her mouth and smiled smugly. She stated that after observing him on their journey, that kid's martial arts are actually nothing to worry about. Although the vice chieftain was still a bit skeptical, Ruolin casually insisted that it was just an assumption based on what she had seen with her own eyes. Wow, she seems to know a lot, huh? A little too much, maybe. Seeing the atmosphere grow tense from the arguments, the Lulin king slammed his hand on the table and snapped, "Now is the time to work together, not argue." Yin Yanjiao immediately proposed the first plan, kidnap Do Yoo Kang. But another elder immediately shot it down, because that monstrous guard, Feng Tian, is always by his side, making it impossible to get close. The Lulin king impatiently pushed for a second option, and the ruthless answer that came back was to plant explosives and send them both to the next world. However, the fear of Feng Tian's true strength still weighed heavily on the Lulin king's mind. He asked worriedly, "But what if that country bumpkin doesn't die?" The desperate answer came back, "Then we'll all die together." Seriously, he had to ask that? He's lucky he even got an answer. If it were me, I'd have cussed him out. I can't accept such a foolish risk. Yin Yanjiao roared in protest and suggested using a Qi Men formation to trap them. But the harsh reality of the situation made the Lulin king furious. He grabbed Yin Yanjiao by the head and snapped, "Who in the entire Lulin clan can even use a Qi Men formation?" In a moment of desperation, thinking that Lulin was on the verge of destruction, Sun Ruolin's sinister laugh suddenly echoed. "Ho ho ho, why didn't we think of it?" The Lulin king was taken aback, then eagerly asked what brilliant plan his daughter had come up with. Ruolin gave a cunning smile and declared coldly, "Poison, father. Oh my god. You're just gonna sell him out like that, huh?" Realizing this was the fatal blow, the Lulin king let out a triumphant, "Oh." The young woman confirmed she would use the most potent poison, known as fiery red poison, to poison the two of them during their meal. Meanwhile, Do Yoo Kang was still casually enjoying his fine meal, completely unaware that death was lurking in every bite. The brilliant morning sun shone down on the Lulin headquarters, carrying with it the peaceful chirping of birds. Do Yoo Kang sat leisurely, sipping his tea, enjoying a rare moment of tranquility after a series of chaotic days. He smiled to himself, thinking, "What a wonderful morning. The accommodations are comfortable, the food is delicious. I could really get used to staying here." But the peace was shattered when a knock on the door broke the silence. Just as Do Yoo Kang said, "Come in," Sun Ruolan unexpectedly entered with an extremely respectful demeanor, followed by the guard, Feng Tian. Seeing Ruolin clasp her hands in a formal greeting and ask with a bright smile, "Young master, did you sleep well?" Do Yoo Kang was so shocked he spat out his tea. He turned in bewilderment to question his subordinate. "Feng Tian, how many times did you have to beat her for her to end up like this?" Feng Tian, maintaining his cold expression, replied nonchalantly, "I didn't do anything. It seems she's realized that resisting you is futile." "Huh, that's weird. Hey buddy, this is exactly when you should be most on your guard." Do Yoo Kang shot his guard a sharp look, thinking to himself, "This bastard is a pretty good liar." He turned to ask Ruolin directly to confirm. "Sun Ruolin, how many times did Feng Tian hit you?" Completely contrary to his expectations, she lowered her head and insisted, "Feng Tian never laid a hand on me." Ruolin then dropped to her knees. She earnestly declared, "Please trust in my loyalty. I will serve you for the rest of my life." Although he praised her, saying, "Very good, very good." Do Yoo Kang was still full of suspicion and questioned her further. "Did you come find me this early in the morning just to say those words?" Ruolan closed her eyes slightly and answered seriously, "I've come brazenly to offer you a piece of advice. Under Do Yoo Kang's tense and scrutinizing gaze, Ruolin began to reveal a shocking conspiracy. Yes, young master, if you want to gain control of the Green Forest, you must eliminate the vice chief, Qinglei Miaoshan. She analyzed that Miaoshan was the truly cunning one, the real brains behind the Green Forest. As for my father, Lu Lin Wang, he's just a useless fool, no different than an idiot. Hearing his daughter casually insult her own father, Du Yoo Kang was stunned and shouted, Lu Lin Wang is your father. But Sun Ruolin just replied coldly, to achieve our great cause, we must cast aside personal feelings. Therefore, I urge you to think carefully about my advice. Watching her leave, Du Yoo Kang couldn't help but shudder at her cruelty. A person who would insult her own father and betray Lu Lin is truly disgusting. I get chills just reading this part. A woman's heart can be a terrifying thing. Sun Ruolin quietly left the room with Feng Tian, leaving a message that they would return with a better plan. The moment she finished, Feng Tian coldly suggested, it would be best to eliminate Qinglei Miaoshan as soon as possible. Hearing his subordinate once again demand someone's life, Do Yoo Kang slammed his hand on the table and roared in outrage. Is killing the only thing on your mind? He's an intelligent man. Imprison him, don't kill him. But instead of obeying, Feng Tian suddenly radiated a terrifying, blazing red killing aura. His eyes bulged as he screamed fanatically, I refuse to follow your orders anymore. Looks like he's finally snapped, and now he's about to explode. Hey! The guard's sudden outburst terrified Do Yoo Kang, who trembled and backed away. You! What's wrong with you? Do Yoo Kang dazedly recalled a horrifying scene. Yesterday, you were about to beat me to death with a chair in front of Lu Lin Wang, and now you're ordering me not to kill Qinglei Miaoshan. He broke out in a cold sweat, thinking desperately, am I going to die here? But Feng Tian's attitude immediately did a 180. He broke into a radiant smile and exclaimed with excitement, I truly admire you, the authority you displayed in front of Lu Lin Wang yesterday. And today, you've decided to make use of Qinglei Miaoshan. I don't know how to express my admiration. Witnessing his subordinate's insane line of reasoning, Do Yoo Kang could only stare blankly. To save his own life, he forced a smile, gave a thumbs up, and played along. That's right, authority. I'll beat you regularly to strike fear into others. Feng Tian cheered enthusiastically. Exactly, master. Although he had escaped danger for now, Do Yoo Kang couldn't help but shudder as he looked at his own blazing red eyes in the mirror. I'm alive. But why do I feel like I'm being influenced by Feng Tian? With all this killing, who knows who's the master and who's the subordinate anymore? Feng Tian asked for leave to take action. Well then, I'll go persuade Qinglei Miaoshan. He decisively closed the door and left, leaving Do Yoo Kang alone in the empty room. Meanwhile, in another corner of the headquarters, Vice Chief Qinglei Miaoshan was pacing restlessly and anxiously. The old man broke into a sweat, telling himself that even though he was mentally prepared, he couldn't help but be terrified of what was to come. It all started with Lu Lin Wang's plan from the night before. The old clan leader had given Miaoshan an important task. We must gain that country bumpkin's trust so we can poison him. Therefore, you have been chosen. Do you agree? Though extremely reluctant, Miaoshan had to grit his teeth and accept. I'll do my best to get out of there. At the time, Sun Ruolin had even offered a sinister smile of reassurance. Don't worry, I'll be right there by your side to stop Feng Tian. You can count on me. However, the reality was far more brutal. Feng Tian suddenly appeared behind Miaoshan and coldly declared, Qinglei Miaoshan, I will use your head to serve my master. Before Miaoshan could even get a word out to explain, Feng Tian's iron hand clamped around the old man's neck, lifting him into the air. With his own twisted logic, the guard roared with killing intent. What? Are you saying you have nothing to offer the master? Without a shred of mercy, Feng Tian brutally slammed Miaoshan to the floor, leaving the old man to only widen his eyes in terror at the overwhelming power. Feng Tian roared decisively. I'll do it. He coldly remarked that Miaoshan was indeed a stubborn vice chief, but that wouldn't stop his will. Witnessing the violent scene, a horrified Sun Ruolin covered her mouth in shock. Feng Tian declared he would use any means necessary to persuade his target, and when all attempts at persuasion failed, he had no choice but to resort to force, because Miaoshan dared to disobey the master's command. A blood-curdling scream echoed throughout the Lu Lin headquarters as Miaoshan cried for help in vain. A punch with the force of 1,000 pounds slammed down, causing the ground to shake violently. Sitting in a secret chamber, Lu Lin Wang held his head in his hands, full of regret. He felt incredibly guilty that the plan to sacrifice Miaoshan had turned out to be so brutal. Not thinking things through has led to nothing but late tears. He anxiously asked about the situation and received a report that Miaoshan wouldn't be able to move for a long time because Feng Tian had shattered every bone in his body. Despite his severe injuries, Miao Shan was luckily still alive. Lu Linwang breathed a sigh of relief, silently proud, thinking that his daughter had persuaded Do Yoo Kang's subordinate to spare Miao Shan's life for the sake of their great cause. However, Sun Ruolan replied blankly, "What are you talking about? I just told him to kill the man." Her nonchalant answer left the old clan leader and his subordinate frozen in horror. Oh my god, who would have thought someone with such a delicate appearance could be so wicked deep down? Sun Ruolan flashed a devilish smile. She asserted that, after spending time with Feng Tian, she realized their tendency is to kill anyone who displeases them, and that Lu Lin should also adopt that ruthless trend. Lu Linwang wearily dismissed his daughter's nonsense and returned to the main plan targeting Do Yoo Kang. He asked about his eating habits and received a report that the new sect leader was still eating with a hearty appetite, without a hint of suspicion or any change in attitude. The old clan leader's eyes flashed with a sinister look when he learned that Feng Tian would also be dining with his master tonight. He smugly calculated that this was the golden opportunity to poison both of them at once, sending them to their graves in the cleanest way possible. When asked about their target's wariness, the subordinate looked at the pile of empty bowls and confidently asserted, "He's not suspicious at all." "That's excellent news," Lu Linwang muttered smugly, as everything was going according to plan. He eagerly asked his subordinate, "Is the fiery red poison ready?" The subordinate, with a cold expression, presented a vial of red liquid and confirmed, "It's ready." The old clan leader's eyes flashed with a sinister gleam. He gave a sinister smile and ordered, "Excellent, let's begin. The final feast for those two. Are we sure it's their last?" As if it's going to be that easy. Meanwhile, under the still night sky, Do Yoo Kang stood lost in thought, staring into the distance. He quietly called out to Feng Tian and asked doubtfully, "You didn't kill Qinglei Miao Shan, did you?" Feng Tian replied with a nonchalant expression, "Of course not. I persuaded him with words." Although he still had some doubts about whether to trust the man, Do Yoo Kang decided to push them aside. "All right, that doesn't matter." He seriously asked about his subordinate's true intentions. "Feng Tian, I have something to ask you. You must have a reason for taking over the Green Forest. If you don't intend to make me the Green Forest King, then tell me why." He thought to himself that him becoming the Green Forest King was an impossible scenario. Feng Tian calmly explained that he took over Mount Ma simply because the Green Forest was located there, and the Black Dragon clan was just an obstacle in the way, so they were eliminated. He then revealed a shocking truth. The grand plan that the Asura heavenly demon had painstakingly prepared was right here on Mount Ma. Upon hearing about his father's mysterious final wish, Do Yoo Kang's eyes widened in shock. What the hell? Do Yoo Kang was stunned as he realized that all of Feng Tian's strange actions up until now had a legitimate reason. From Sun Ruolan being the daughter of the Green Forest King to the recent events, everything seemed to be part of his father's grand design. He clenched his fists, his mind a whirlwind of questions. What did my father leave for me? What exactly is his grand design? But when Do Yoo Kang pressed further, Feng Tian mysteriously bowed his head. "That is something I cannot tell you." The new leader's anger erupted. He roared in fury. "You dare deceive me?" Despite his master's anger, Feng Tian maintained a respectful but firm demeanor. "My apologies, master. In that case, I will take my leave to restore order within the Green Forest." He silently turned and walked away, leaving Do Yoo Kang still screaming behind him. "Tell me about my father's plan before you go." Oh man. It's that feeling where the whole world knows something you don't. It hurts so bad, guys. The next morning, brilliant sunlight bathed the Green Forest headquarters atop the majestic Mount Ma. Down in the courtyard, a crowd of bandit disciples were gathered, whispering amongst themselves. Every face showed clear confusion and fear in the face of the sudden shift in power. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed from the corridor. Feng Tian stood guard at the door, his eyes sharp and vigilant, as he saw the Green Forest King personally approaching with a tray of food. He asked coldly, "Why are you bringing the food here yourself?" The thick-bearded clan leader didn't answer. Instead, his face was grim as he held up the platter. It was a dish of 5-spice palm meat, exquisitely arranged with thinly sliced meat, laid out in perfect order. The Green Forest King looked at the meat, a meaningful smile on his face, and exclaimed, "This 5-spice palm meat looks delicious." In a private room, the chef was kneeling and trembling before him as he reported, "I poured my entire heart and soul into this dish." The clan leader replied with a deadly satisfaction, "So good, you could die any second." "Damn, that sounds vicious as hell. People's hearts are truly terrifying." The old man laughed heartily, then ordered the chef to leave quickly. promising to let him go the next day. As soon as the chef left, the Green Forest King turned to his trusted subordinate and called out, "Perfect." Yin Yun Jiao, the subordinate, quickly responded, "Yes," and quietly pulled a small vial from his clothes. With a treacherous look on his face, Yin Yan Jiao decisively poured the dark red liquid from the vial into the dipping sauce bowl placed in the middle of the platter. The Green Forest King watched every move intently, then asked in a low voice, "To confirm, have you tested the poison thoroughly?" Yin Yan Jiao gave a cruel smile and stated with certainty, "I tested it on 3 wild boars. The disrespect is just blatant. Hearing that is infuriating." He recounted the horrifying scene of the boars dying instantly, without so much as a squeal, from just a single drop of poison in their water trough. Seeing the terrifying effectiveness of this poison, the Green Forest King looked immensely pleased. He gave a cold smile and declared with determination, "Good, you've worked hard. This humiliation will end today." The Green Forest King humbly carried the food tray, casting aside all his dignity as a clan leader to put on a show. "I was once the Green Forest King, but now I am merely the master's subordinate. To show my loyalty, I have brought this dish myself." Do Yoo Kang saw that the food was getting cold and wanted to eat quickly. Seeing his opponent's subservient demeanor, he smirked triumphantly. "Even a lowly man like you shows such loyalty. I can't just stand by and watch. I'll test for poison myself." "Huh? What was that? Who asked you to be so clever? My God." His words made the Green Forest King's face change color, fearing his plan would be exposed. Watching from behind, Sun Ruolin silently encouraged her father not to miss the opportunity. "No, father, this is our chance. Do Yoo Kang isn't a master warrior. If we can kill Feng Tian first, Do Yoo Kang will be easy to take down." Under the watchful eyes of the Green Forest crowd, Do Yoo Kang casually picked up a piece of meat with his chopsticks and put it in his mouth to savor it. The Green Forest King held his breath, his eyes wide with a crazed look as he saw his prey swallow the poisoned morsel. He roared with glee, his heart filled with triumph. "How is it? Does the poison taste good? You country bumpkin." Ha ha ha. However, completely contrary to his expectation of a sudden death, Do Yoo Kang suddenly threw his head back and laughed heartily. The Green Forest King was stunned, not understanding what was happening, when he heard him casually comment, "There's no poison? A dish this delicious is worth laughing about." The stunned clan leader wondered if his opponent had reached the state of being invulnerable to 10,000 poisons, a state where one is unaffected by any poison in the world. He realized with a tremor that if this was true, then his and his daughter's plan to kill these 2 monsters was a complete failure. In a panic, the Green Forest King quickly turned to his daughter. "Hey, Ruolan, is Do Yoo Kang also immune to all poisons?" He hoped for a denial to cling to, but was met with Ruolan's terrifying silence. He stubbornly asked again, his face dripping with sweat. "He's also immune to all poisons, isn't he?" At this point, Sun Ruolan could only stand there, frozen, her face showing utter shock at the new leader's unfathomable power. "Surprise, darlings. What were you expecting from me?" The Green Forest King, drenched in a cold sweat, screamed internally in terror. Damn it! He horrifyingly imagined the entire Green Forest being engulfed in flames and completely annihilated. If Do Yoo Kang had actually died from this dish. Realizing disaster was imminent, Sun Ruolin urgently sent a telepathic message. "Father, drop the food tray, spill everything." Heeding his daughter's words, the Green Forest King pretended to slip and shouted, "Oh!" My hand slipped. He intended to toss the food tray away to destroy the evidence. However, with terrifying speed, Feng Tian moved like a flash, reaching out and catching the plate of meat in midair. He calmly said, with a hint of sarcasm, "Oh my, we have to be careful. This dish is too special. I'll bring it in myself." The Green Forest King frantically tried to object. There's no need. I want to show my loyalty." With that, the old man suddenly burst into tears, which surprised even Feng Tian, who asked, "Are you crying? Who did anything to you? Nobody even touched you, so why are you suddenly crying your eyes out, old man?" In reality, the guard had seen right through the old man's intentions. He gritted his teeth, seething with inner fury. "That's right, you bastard. Are you trying to kill your own master?" Ignoring the suspicion, the Green Forest King continued his sobbing act. "I want to offer it to the master myself." Sniffle, sniffle. Witnessing this scene, Do Yoo Kang just laughed it off and praised him. "Haha, your loyalty is truly commendable." However, Feng Tian's killing intent had reached its peak. He moved in close and roared threateningly, right in the clan leader's face. "Let go, you bastard, before I kill you." The Green Forest King trembled and collapsed to his knees on the floor in absolute despair, realizing he was out of options. Just as his life hung by a thread, Sun Ruolin suddenly came up from behind and uttered a sentence that stunned the old man. The antidote. That's right, for the antidote. You have to bring the antidote. Sun Ruolin realized with horror that the plan was going off course and could lead to the annihilation of their entire clan. But immediately, a crazy idea popped into her head. She had to get rid of all the antidotes. Ruolin decided to play a risky, all-or-nothing gambit to save the situation. We will pretend to be victims of the poisoning. She calculated that if she poisoned the well and threw away all the antidotes, the Green Forest could easily blame some anonymous culprit. Well, this is one hell of a gamble. She gritted her teeth and made her decision. Even if it meant sacrificing a few lives, it was better than letting the Green Forest be destroyed. Ruolin urged her father, "I'll buy some time. Father, hurry to the well." As soon as the Green Forest King left, she returned to the banquet hall with a cheerful expression to create a diversion. Meanwhile, Feng Tian was calmly enjoying his dinner and reassuring his master, "Please, eat without worry. The food is delicious." But Ruolin, acting solicitous, kept putting more food on his plate. "Master, please have some more." Ruolin held her chopsticks, but her resentful gaze was fixed on the male subordinate. She cursed inwardly. "Yin Yan Jiao, hurry up and eat the Wuxiang Liujiang and die." She believed that only by turning a subordinate into a sacrificial lamb could Do Yoo Kang be saved, and the Green Forest would also be saved. At that exact moment, the poison began to take effect. Yin Yan Jiao suddenly clutched his neck, his face contorting in pain. My neck is suddenly stiff. His acting is top-notch. No joke." Ruolin gritted her teeth as she watched the subordinate gasping for his last breath. Meanwhile, Feng Tian continued to eat calmly and muttered under his breath, "Damned nuisance." To complete her act, Ruolin suddenly did a 180-degree turn in her attitude. She clasped her hands, beamed a radiant smile, and exclaimed with excitement, "Master, I want to try the Wuxiang Liujiang too." Her expression changed as fast as flipping a pancake, leaving Do Yoo Kang and Feng Tian frozen, just staring at her with looks of suspicion and confusion. Seeing Sun Ruolin lingering around, Feng Tian coldly shooed her away, telling her to finish her work and get out of his sight. The girl shamelessly begged for a bite, trying to appeal to their long companionship to soften him up. But when she was flatly refused, Ruolin instantly changed her tune and started screaming curses, which sent Feng Tian into a rage, ready to punish her on the spot. Do Yoo Kang quickly stopped the guard, scolding him for causing a scene during the meal. Seeing his master speak, Feng Tian had no choice but to bow his head and apologize. Do Yoo Kang looked at Ruolin's pathetic state and promised to get her a separate plate later. Ruolin expressed her gratitude with delight, but in reality, she was inwardly gloating because her begging act had helped dispel any suspicion that the Green Forest had poisoned the food. What a performance from her, and what a compassionate master he is. Curious about how delicious this dish could be, to make Ruolin crave it so much, Do Yoo Kang casually picked up a piece of meat and put it in his mouth. In the background, the Green Forest King and Ruolin held their breath, watching his every move. The old clan leader rejoiced inwardly, seeing his prey finally swallow the poisoned bait. While savoring it, Do Yoo Kang clicked his tongue in appreciation, praising the dish's wonderful flavor. At this moment, the Green Forest King suddenly burst into the room with a panicked look, asking about the situation, which infuriated Feng Tian because his master's meal was being interrupted. He's probably thinking, "Can't I have one meal in peace without this father-daughter duo ruining it?" The guard was about to threaten to deal with this troublemaker soon, when suddenly, his eyes widened as he noticed a terrible change in the new sect leader. Do Yoo Kang suddenly collapsed. He coughed up blood repeatedly, staining his palm a deep, painful crimson. His eyes rolled back and his face contorted as the poison violently took effect right in the middle of the hall. Feng Tian let out a horrified, desperate scream. "Master!" Do Yoo Kang's body gradually lost its strength and slumped over, his breathing becoming faint. Feng Tian quickly rushed forward to catch his master, his own face twisted with worry as he saw Do Yoo Kang go completely limp, with bloodstains smeared across his mouth. Oh no. Is my beloved one really going down just like that? Clutching the body that was gradually growing cold, Feng Tian choked out with determination. "Master, no, I can't let you go." He resolved to save him at all costs. "I will definitely find an antidote. You can punish me later." Immediately, he took out a shimmering green spirit pill and carefully placed it in Do Yoo Kang's mouth. It was the Hunyuan Dangshin Wan, a miracle elixir comparable to the Great Recovery Pill of Shaolin, a precious medicine that only the supreme leader of the demonic cult was allowed to use. The Green Forest King tremblingly reported the emergency situation. "Someone has poisoned the well. More than 30 of my subordinates have also been poisoned. Hearing this, Feng Tian's rage erupted violently, his face becoming as terrifying as a demon's, radiating a sky-high killing intent. He roared, delivering a brutal ultimatum. I'll give you 4 hours. If you don't bring a renowned physician here, then you'd better be prepared to defend this damned green forest of yours. Faced with suffocating pressure and the threat of having their entire sect wiped out, the Green Forest King could only scream in terror, "As you command." Under the quiet night sky, Nangong Yuan spoke up and suggested, "Tomorrow, we should go to the Green Forest's main headquarters." Murong Yuntian, standing nearby, thoughtfully agreed. The Black Dragon Gang's sudden disappearance is indeed strange. Peng Anlu then questioned the enemy's baffling actions. Why would the Green Forest clan kidnap all the chefs? Are they planning on opening a tavern? Zhuge Xiaoming calmly added, "We'll know when we get there, but remember, we're not going there to start a fight." This reminder was met with immediate agreement. After all, the Green Forest clan had long been known as the most powerful force, so powerful that even the Black Dragon Gang had to ally with the 7 ghosts of No Mountain just to have a chance against them. Murong Yuntian thought to himself that all he needed to do was grasp the current situation, and he was actually looking forward to the upcoming confrontation. Suddenly, shouts that tore through the air rang out. "There's the famous doctor! We have to catch the famous doctor!" Observing from above, the group couldn't help but be astonished by the chaotic scene below. Someone wondered if that was one of the leaders of the Green Forest clan, but Nangong Yuan quickly signaled for silence. "Shh. There's also that crazy woman blowing a whistle." Below, the Green Forest King was clutching his head, screaming in absolute despair. "Ah! We're all going to die. Hurry up and find a way. We can't die this easily. What am I supposed to do?" Witnessing her father's cowardice, Sun Ruolin flew into a rage. She yelled, "Father, you're confusing me. Uphold the dignity of the Green Forest King." This shocking truth left Nangong Yuan's group completely stunned as they realized the fierce girl was none other than the Green Forest King's daughter. The Green Forest King was now in a state of utter desperation, which even caused the young masters of the great families watching from afar to be dumbfounded. This time, not even a miracle can save him. They couldn't believe that the person crying so pathetically was the strongest king in the history of the Green Forest clan. Just then, a subordinate hastily led a group of people and reported, "I've brought all the famous doctors here. Get a move on, or we'll all be dead soon." A sharp glint flashed in the Green Forest King's eyes as he roared decisively, "Good. Now, pick out the ones who are actually skilled." However, the group of so-called famous doctors all showed their true colors out of sheer terror. One man trembled as he confessed he was just a quack who had overheard a few medical techniques. Another, with wide eyes, admitted to having a bizarre hobby of killing his patients. There was even one who threw all shame to the wind and screamed that he wasn't a famous doctor at all, just a thug worse than a mountain bandit, before trying to flee. The chaotic scene unfolded before Sun Ruolin's eyes, and she could only stand there silently, watching the crowd trample each other to escape. From this, a new principle emerged. In a life-or-death moment, one can abandon everything, including honor, to save their own skin. The Green Forest King's rage erupted. He swung his gleaming greatsword and roared mercilessly, dragging the last man behind a mountain. "And if you want to live, pick out the best among you." Witnessing the clan leader's madness, Nangong Yuan, watching from above, couldn't help but wonder why. After the chefs, now the famous doctors were being mysteriously captured. Seeing that the Green Forest King was still healthy, he pondered, "So, who's the one that's injured?" Inside a quiet room, Do Yoo Kang lay motionless on the bed, his face pale and his eyes shut tight. The famous doctors stood around him, but every one of them was trembling, not daring to attempt a cure. The new sect leader's complexion was extremely grave, his breath as faint as a candle in the wind. Seeing the doctor's hesitation, Feng Tian flew into a rage. He roared with killing intent. "What are you all standing there for?" He lunged forward and grabbed one of the doctors, forcing them to act immediately before his wrath wiped them all out. A steel-like hand suddenly grabbed a doctor by the collar, causing him to wonder in terror who had pushed him into this desperate situation. Behind him, the Green Forest King, with a ferocious expression, roared, "It was me." Trembling, the doctor approached the bed and stammered, I'll take his pulse first." Standing right beside him, Feng Tian coldly uttered a threat that made the doctor lose control of his bladder. "If you don't cure him, you won't live to see the next spring." He hadn't even started the treatment and he was already being threatened like that. No wonder he wet his pants. The doctor carefully used a needle to draw a drop of blood. Telling himself he had to accurately identify the type of poison used, He began a long-winded explanation that there are thousands of types of poisons in the world, and when combined, they create tens of thousands of different variations. But Feng Tian impatiently cut him off. I don't have time to listen to your explanations. Flustered, the doctor tried to cover his tracks, claiming he could distinguish any poison just by tasting it. He then brought the tip of the needle to his tongue, but immediately after, he suddenly coughed up blood and collapsed to the floor with a gurgle. Witnessing this pathetic poison test, Feng Tian could only watch in disgust. What is this old fool doing? What an eyesore. Did he run out of ways to test for poison? He dragged the next person over and sneered. You call that bastard a famous doctor? The room was now filled with a tense atmosphere, as the other famous doctors were all helpless against the blood-stained needles of the new sect leader. An old physician with white hair carefully examined it and determined this was not a common poison extracted from plants or animals. When Feng Tian pressed him, asking, So what poison is it? The old man trembled and confessed that his knowledge was limited, as this seemed to be a mixture of many different poisons. He sighed and announced that although Do Yoo Kang had temporarily passed the critical stage, the real problem lay in what was to come. Feng Tian's face changed as he pressed. What do you mean? What's to come? The old physician shakily delivered his final diagnosis. If we can't find an antidote, this young master will die within 3 days. Lying motionless on the bed with a pale face, Do Yoo Kang vaguely heard the death sentence pronounced upon him. In his delirium, he swore to himself, I haven't even lived a peaceful life yet. Not only can't I live in peace, but I won't even see the sun after 4 days. See what you've done? Why were you so optimistic when you should have been pretending to be at death's door? Hearing the bad news, Feng Tian tightened his grip on his sword hilt, muttering with a bone-chilling murderous intent. He'll die within 3 days, you say? Without a shred of hesitation, he turned and gave an order to the clan leader who was waiting expectantly. That's right, Green Forest King. Kill all of these famous doctors. Upon receiving the cruel command, the Green Forest King replied decisively, As you command. He raised a giant battle axe high into the air, causing the doctors to cry and wail in terror. Faced with the axe of death, one doctor collapsed to his knees, clasping his hands and begging for his life. Please, spare me. But Feng Tian just looked at him coldly and retorted, Why should I? The Green Forest King let out a decisive roar. Die! He swung the axe down with the force of 1,000 pounds. In that split second, the doctor screamed in desperation. I know a divine doctor. He was lucky, he said it in time. A moment later, and he would have been a goner. The sharp axe screeched to a halt right above the doctor's head, making his face turn pale with fright. Feng Tian frowned slightly and asked in a low voice to confirm. A divine doctor? As if grabbing a lifeline, the doctor stammered in affirmation. Yay. That's right. That person can cure any illness in the world. Trembling, he revealed the identity of the only savior, Huaxian the divine doctor. Feng Tian slightly furrowed his brow in doubt. The divine doctor. The prostrated physician trembled as he insisted this was the divine doctor who could cure any illness in the world. Hearing this, the Green Forest King roared decisively. Nonsense. Huaxian is already dead. He glared at the terrified physician, asserting that Huaxian, the divine doctor, had vanished for the past 20 years. But the physician stubbornly swore he had seen him with his own eyes, even willing to stake his entire family's lives to guarantee his words. Feng Tian pondered to himself. He can cure any illness? The physician kowtowed, praising Huaxian's medical skills as so transcendent that they made the imperial physicians of the palace look like a joke. Comparing him to other medical legends was an insult in itself. He clenched his fists, pleading earnestly, Feng Tian, please keep this a secret if you meet the divine doctor. Feng Tian coldly dismissed him. I don't even know who you are. He silently listened for the most crucial piece of information. Huaxian the divine doctor is in Shuilian Valley, at the foot of Longqi Mountain. Realizing the location wasn't too far, Feng Tian immediately gave an order. Green Forest King, prepare a baby carrier for me. The word baby carrier stunned the old clan leader and his subordinates. They were horrified, thinking the guard was looking for a way to slaughter them all. Feng Tian roared for them to be quiet, which silenced everyone. He then explained that the carrier, used for carrying children, was so he could personally carry his master to find the divine doctor. Now was the time for him to find a way to save his master, who had time to kill a bunch of warriors like them. Meanwhile, Do Yoo Kang was lying on the bed, barely breathing. He vaguely sensed the danger and silently prayed, You don't have to go so fast. Feng Tian, hurry up. Witnessing his master's condition worsening by the second, Feng Tian panicked and shouted, My master is in critical condition. Hurry up. The Green Forest King hastily obeyed, quickly preparing everything for the journey. At this point, Do Yoo Kang was in so much pain that he just wanted to scream internally, "I meant go slower." But Feng Tian completely misunderstood his master's intention. He flew into a rage and turned to yell at the Green Forest King, "You bastard, my master told you to hurry up." Whoa, did he really get the message? He's doing the exact opposite. Man, a little more stress and he might just keel over. Do Yoo Kang looked indignantly at his insane guard, unable to speak a word, while Feng Tian was ready to depart immediately. Feng Tian reassured his master that he would use his lightness skill slowly so as not to affect his wounds. He carefully wrapped the white silk cloth, tightening Do Yoo Kang securely to his back. However, the binding was so tight that Do Yoo Kang couldn't breathe. His eyes rolled back as he silently cursed in agony. Holy hell, I'm about to suffocate. This guy is really something else. Witnessing the scene from the doorway, the Green Forest King and his daughter could only stand frozen in horror. Sun Ruolin worriedly asked if Do Yoo Kang was still alive, but Feng Tian completely ignored her, coldly announcing, "Master, we're leaving." Immediately, the guard launched himself into the air with a thunderous leap, shattering the roof of the chamber and shooting into the sky like an arrow. The Green Forest King stared in bewilderment at the wreckage, stammering, "That guy. He said he would go slowly." Ruolin frantically asked her father about Feng Tian's insane actions, and received the answer that the guard was going all out to find Huaxian, the divine doctor, to save Do Yoo Kang's life. Hearing that the divine doctor was still alive, Ruolin cried out in astonishment. She realized that if Do Yoo Kang died on the way, the Green Forest clan would surely face annihilation. So she urged her father, "We have to follow them. We must pretend to be as loyal as possible." The Green Forest King was startled, realizing the gravity of the situation. He gritted his teeth and ordered all the chieftains to be summoned to set out at once. This guy might be the father, but he sure loves listening to his daughter's instigations. Meanwhile, at the foot of the mountain, the group from the major prestigious clans was still quietly advancing into the disputed territory. The young masters of the righteous sects were bewildered when they couldn't find any trace of the Black Dragon Gang or the Green Forest clan on the mountain. As they were pondering this, a streak of blue light tore through the night, passing by at a terrifying speed. The martial arts geniuses barely had time to widen their eyes in horror as they felt an immense pressure flash right past their faces. They trembled, wondering what it was, because that speed completely surpassed human limits. One of them exclaimed in shock, "That could only be a demon carrying something on its back." In the dead of night, dark figures moved at a terrifying speed, leaving the young masters of the righteous sects utterly shocked. They recognized the Green Forest King and his daughter among them, frantically chasing in the direction of the blue light. Just then, Nangong Yuan grimly deduced that something major must have happened at the Green Forest clan's headquarters, leaving them with a difficult choice: continue up the mountain or follow the clan leader's trail. Just as they were hesitating, a small figure suddenly appeared behind them, startling the group and putting them on high alert. They wondered if the 7 figures in black who just passed were the 7 ghosts of Wushan, but the strange thing was, those figures seemed to pay them no mind at all. The young master's gazes all turned to the stranger who had just appeared. It was just a child with messy hair and a gloomy expression. What kind of terrifying character is this now? This is getting pretty interesting. As a member of a prestigious clan, Nangong Yuan was about to speak up and warn the child that it was extremely dangerous to be alone on the mountain at night. However, her kindness was met with a powerful roar. Silence. Geez, how embarrassing. A kid with that kind of power. The child suddenly erupted with a terrifying, crimson-killing intent, its eyes blazing with menace. It coldly demanded they reveal the identities of the 7 figures in black who had just passed. The overwhelming aura radiating from a small frame made even these martial arts geniuses shudder in fear. The child clicked its tongue, mocking the young men before it as useless, then nonchalantly turned and left as if nothing had happened. The young masters were frozen in shock, unable to comprehend what on earth was happening on Mount Amei. Realizing things were spiraling out of control, they decided to cast aside their doubts and follow the trail of that bizarre child. Meanwhile, in another part of the forest, the 7 ghosts of Wushan were also on the move. The third ghost, the Soul Chaser, irritably asked their leader how much longer they had to surround the Green Forest clan. Now that the Black Dragon King had completely vanished without a trace, the second ghost, the Heaven Piercer, immediately spoke to calm him. "Third brother, be quiet and focus on observing." They couldn't believe that a force as powerful as the Black Dragon clan could be wiped out so mysteriously. The great demon, the ghost of impermanence, suddenly burst into arrogant laughter, claiming that if the Black Dragon clan had been defeated, the corpses would surely be piled high as a mountain. He believed that his Black Dragon comrades, "My king, is not one to be so easily defeated." But faced with the mysterious disappearance of his ally, he clenched his fists, his eyes blazing with killing intent. Wu Changgui roared in fury, swearing that if Heilong Wang was truly dead, he would make the entire Lu Lin clan pay a heavy price. Feng Tian shot through the dense forest like a whirlwind. He left everything behind, focusing all his energy on finding help. But Do Yoo Kang, being held tightly on his back, felt anything but grateful. All he could do was groan in pain, gasping for breath like he was knocking on death's door. The fact that he was being tormented like this was absurdly comical. His face was pale and drenched in sweat. Do Yoo Kang silently despaired. Finding the divine Dr. Hua Xian is a good thing, but at this rate, I'm going to suffocate to death. Realizing his silence was being terribly misunderstood, Do Yoo Kang made up his mind. This time, I have to speak clearly. He struggled to get the words out. You don't have to go so fast, Feng Tian. But the crazed guard only heard it as an encouragement. Faster, even though Do Yoo Kang tried to plead. Ugh, can't breathe. Slow down. Feng Tian just flashed a manic grin. All right, I heard you loud and clear this time, he casually retorted to his master. Just because you can't breathe means we have to slow down? As he zipped through the treetops, Feng Tian shouted back accusingly, Master, how could you say something so irresponsible? He believed that because the new sect leader's body was frail, his spirit had grown weak as well. He glared and commanded, Promise me, you will never say such cowardly things again. Man, these two are pure entertainment. What a dramatic couple, overcoming all obstacles, huh? Meanwhile, Do Yoo Kang could only choke out indignantly. No, I'm seriously suffocating. This bastard. Feng Tian, however, came to a horrifying conclusion. If you're that tired, then I'll just have to speed up the search. He braced himself, gathering his strength, and launched himself over the towering mountain peaks under the starry night sky. In the whipping wind, the young sect leader, his face pale from exhaustion, could only grit his teeth and make a silent, venomous vow. Feng Tian, I swear I will kill you. Meanwhile, Lu Lin Wang led his disciples through forests and over waterfalls, pushing them to their limits so they wouldn't lose the trail. He was panting heavily, but his expression was resolute. He silently thanked his lucky stars that he knew the shortcuts in this area. Otherwise, he would have been left in the dust long ago. While being carried on her father's back to move faster, Sun Ruolan curiously pressed him about his mysterious actions before they set out. Lu Lin Wang explained that he had to gather the other leaders first, but she cheekily teased him, asking if he'd just gone to meet Wang Yuyo. Hitting a sore spot, the old clan leader's face flushed crimson as he roared in indignation. Hey, that's my wife's child. He sure gets defensive the second someone brings up his crush. See? Sun Ruolan smiled to herself, then changed the subject to something more serious. The divine doctor they were going to see. She was worried, having heard that Huaxian was incredibly stubborn, the type who would rather die than be forced into anything. Lu Lin Wang grumbled. And I was the one who told you that. Staring into the pitch-black night ahead, Sun Ruolan wondered worriedly if Do Yoo Kang was going to make it. After all, knowing Huaxian's personality, Feng Tian would surely tear him limb from limb if he dared to refuse treatment. Lu Lin Wang's expression turned grim. He declared that Huaxian would not die, because he would stop it from happening no matter what. He understood a harsh reality. If Do Yoo Kang wasn't cured, the entire Luke Lam clan would be wiped out by that crazed guard. Seeing her father's resolve, Sun Ruolan smiled. I trust you, father. Oh, what a touching father-daughter moment. Let's see how long it lasts. Immediately, Lu Lin Wang roared an order to his men. Pick up the pace. After them, cries of agreement echoed through the mountains as the entire group pushed forward through the night. Under the brilliant sunlight at Dragon's Finger Peak on Mount Huangsun, Feng Tian was still pushing his way through the dense forests. However, Do Yoo Kang's condition had taken a turn for the worse. He was limp on the guard's back, his face pale and drenched in sweat, his breathing ragged and painful. Just then, they spotted an old man hunched over, gathering herbs near the roots of an ancient tree. Feng Tian immediately walked over and coldly asked for directions. Where is Tui Liam Valley? The old man looked up in confusion and stammered out a befuddled response. I don't know anyone named Tui Liam Valley. Seeing that the old man had misunderstood, Feng Tian growled an explanation. It's the name of a valley. But the old man just trembled with his head down, pleading for him to leave his herbs alone, insisting he truly knew nothing. Not giving up, Feng Tian glared threateningly and demanded to know the location of the divine Dr. Huaxian. Again, the old man played dumb, claiming he'd never heard of any celestial being with such a strange name. Deciding this peasant was completely useless and knew nothing, Feng Tian spun around in frustration, braced himself, and then launched off to continue his frantic search. Honestly, it's better to just find it yourself than to ask these clueless fools, right? The old herb gatherer had just let out a sigh of relief at his escape when a powerful gust of wind suddenly blew past and shadows fell over him. He looked up in horror to see that another group had just landed right in front of him. It was Lu Lin Wang, with Sun Ruolan on his back. The clan leader emanated an overpowering killing intent and roared, "Tell me the truth. Where is Tui Liam Valley?" The herb gatherer stubbornly maintained that there was no one on Mount Huangsun with the family name Thui. Lu Lin Wang roared again, emphasizing that it was the name of a valley where the divine Dr. Huaxian lived. Seeing the old man's clueless expression, Sun Ruolan clicked her tongue, figuring he was just senile. Lu Lin Wang also lost his patience and ordered the whole group to leave at once. The old herb gatherer could only sigh at his terrible luck, running into one lunatic after another. He must have woken up on the wrong side of the bed this morning. Just as he decided to pick a few more herbs to make up for lost time, he froze once more as a pitch-black, murderous aura suddenly filled the air. Before him now stood the 7 mountainless ghosts, their presence overwhelming. Facing the chilling gaze of their leader, the impermanence ghost, the old man once again resorted to his old act, complaining that there was absolutely no place on Mount Huangsun called Tui Liam Valley. He trembled, pleading with them to leave his herbs alone, insisting he really didn't know who the divine Dr. Huaxian was. Hearing that name, the leader smirked sinisterly. He coldly asked which direction the people in leather armor who had just passed by had gone. The moment the trembling old man pointed ahead, the entire squad of ghouls shot off, vanishing into the deep forest in the blink of an eye. Sensing his life was in danger, the herb gatherer quickly packed his things and scrambled down the mountain to get away. But his bad luck wasn't over yet. Just as another young man appeared, moving at an incredible speed, the old man froze, apparently too exhausted to keep up his act. He took the initiative and asked if the boy was also searching for Thui Liam Valley. The young man paused, turning to look at the old man with suspicion in his eyes. Nanggong Yuan and his group of young masters walked over to the herb gatherer. He bowed his head politely to inquire, "Excuse me, senior. I'm sorry, but would you happen to know?" But before he could finish his sentence, the old man completely lost it and screamed in frustration. "Damn it, you bastards. I already told you I don't know anything about a Shui Lian Gu or some Huaxian Shen Yi." The thunderous shout ringing in his ears stunned Nanggong Yuan, and all he could manage was a terrified squawk. What the hell? What was that for? Did I do something wrong? However, he immediately committed the 2 important names he'd just heard to memory, Shui Lian Go and Huaxian Shen Yi. Realizing he'd gotten the information he needed, Nanggong Yuan hurriedly shouted his thanks to the old gentleman. Then he led his group, rushing into the forest in the direction he was given. Watching the group of youths disappear, the herb gatherer clicked his tongue. "Damn it," he muttered, then decisively threw his basket of herbs to the ground. The naive expression he wore just moments ago vanished completely. He stood tall, exuding the aura of a grandmaster, lost in deep thought about the sudden appearances of both the Lu Lin clan and those kids from the great families. He wondered who the 7 men in black and that child were, but what worried him most was the most dangerous one of them all. Feng Tian felt like his head was about to explode from all the chaos. He stomped his foot hard and shot off at an unbelievable speed. As he zipped through the treetops, he thought to himself, "So, is it finally time to leave this Xiangshan? It truly is a beautiful place, with its majestic pines and magnificent, cascading white waterfalls." And amidst that majestic natural scenery, Tu Yu Qiang was living a true nightmare, being carried by Feng Tian at a soul-shattering speed. He cursed resentfully in his mind. "Is this guy insane? What the hell? We've been running since morning without a single break. My head's about to explode." Ignoring his master's pain, Feng Tian just gritted his teeth and pushed forward with all his might. He growled with determination, "Master, please, just hold on. I will absolutely not let you die." Being violently jostled on the guard's back, Yu Qiang could only scream in despair, "I'm going to die because of you, that damned bastard." As he leaped across towering cliffs under the sunset, Feng Tian thought to himself, if more people joined forces, they would surely get good news soon. The moment they landed, a shocked Yu Qiang asked, "More people?" Then he froze, stunned to see that the Lulin king, his child, and their band of rogue disciples were already gathered before them. Without any pleasantries, Feng Tian glared at the Lulin group and snapped, "Have you found Shui Lian Gu yet?" Sun Ruolan, who was supporting her exhausted father, timidly reported, "Sir, we haven't found it yet." He flew into a rage. Feng Tian roared and cursed, "A bunch of useless good-for-nothings. You can't do a single damn thing." leaving the Lulin king to do nothing but bow his head and apologize in utter helplessness. The crazed guard furiously bellowed at those bastards to stop running around, then immediately stomped his foot and charged forward like a lightning bolt. The third ghost, the soul chaser of the 7 ghosts of Wushan, roared with killing intent, threatening to slaughter anyone who dared to run. Immediately, a hand landed on his shoulder to calm him down. Calm down, third brother. It was the great ghost, Wu Changgui. He strode forward with an overwhelming presence and declared that they had not come for a fight. However, he added threateningly, their answer would determine whether the 7 ghosts of Wushan would leave in peace. Wu Changgui looked straight at the Lulin king and questioned him about the strange disappearance of the Heilong Bang of Ma. He suspected that the Lulin clan had secretly made peace with their enemy. Contrary to his usual timid demeanor, the Lulin king coldly declared, "We buried them." He recalled the scene of his subordinates filling in the graves of the Heilong Bang's remnants, thinking to himself, now is not the time to worry about the 7 ghosts of Wushan. Deep down, the Lulin king was extremely worried, as Feng Tian had become incredibly volatile due to Tu Yu Qiang's condition. Right now, even the slightest provocation would make him snap and bite your head off. He knew full well that if he accidentally angered this monstrous guard, the entire Lulin clan would suffer the same disastrous fate as the Heilong Bang. Just as he was at a loss, a haughty woman beside him suddenly spoke up sarcastically. "They're all dead, you know." She let out a loud, challenging laugh and asked if the 7 ghosts of Wushan were really so clueless that they didn't know the Heilong Bang had been wiped out long ago. This insult aimed at his sworn brother, Heilong Wang, sent Wu Changgui into a thundering rage. He roared that insulting the king was the same as insulting himself, but the woman simply maintained her provocative smile. She mocked him, calling him amusing, and asserted that she had never considered him a friend. Unable to hold back any longer, the third ghost, the soul chaser, roared, "You bitch!" and charged forward, swinging his weapon wildly. But before the fight could even begin, a thunderous scream from Feng Tian ripped through the silence. The immense wave of internal energy from his roar created a world-shaking explosion, sending everyone flying back in utter shock. Every time this guy shows up, he makes the heavens tremble. The Lulin king and the woman were also thrown back by the force, while the third ghost could only gasp in pain and terror. Ugh, what kind of internal energy is that? Sun Ruolin smirked insidiously. She remarked sarcastically that she, too, felt sorry for Heilong Wang's fate. She casually revealed that even though he had tried to escape, Feng Tian still chased him down and finished him off personally. Then she turned to him for confirmation. "Isn't that right, Feng Tian? Geez, does she want to fight or what? Just standing there provoking people like that." The Lulin king shuddered, realizing his daughter was deliberately trying to ignite a bloodbath between Feng Tian and the 7 ghosts of Wushan. Faced with this provocation, Wu Changgui narrowed his eyes suspiciously and asked, "Is that true?" While the atmosphere was stretched to its breaking point, Feng Tian unexpectedly grew pensive. Realizing he had missed a crucial detail, he muttered, "That old man," and immediately became suspicious of the herb gatherer he had just met. He realized that no ordinary old man could have possibly remained so astonishingly calm in the face of his overwhelming presence. This is absurd. Not wanting to waste any more time, Feng Tian coldly ordered the 7 ghosts of Wushan to get lost, declaring that he would come back to deal with them later, which left everyone frozen in stunned disbelief. Seeing that Feng Tian had turned his back, Sun Ruolin, seemingly borrowing his authority, yelled aggressively, "Did you hear that? What are you idiots staring at? Feng Tian told you to get lost. You hear me?" Her arrogance made Wu Changgui grit his teeth in fury, but there was nothing he could do. Immediately after, Feng Tian stomped his foot for momentum and, with Tu Yu Qiang on his back, shot off like a flash of lightning. He crossed the steep, vertical cliffs, heading straight for a giant, whitewater waterfall crashing down in the middle of the great forest. Feng Tian paused for a moment by the cascading water, recalling that the last place he saw the old herb gatherer was in this very area. Observing the terrain of the valley and the gorge, he silently concluded that the name Water Curtain Valley seemed very fitting for the scenery here. Despite the water crashing down on his head, Feng Tian decisively carried his master straight into the cave behind the waterfall. Heavens, would you look at that? He's that devoted to his master, and all he gets in return is yelled at day in and day out. Looking at Do Yoo Kang, who was fading away from the poison, the bodyguard silently ventured deeper into the darkness of the treacherous rock tunnel. Standing high above and looking down into the deep valley, Feng Tian thought to himself, "It's surrounded by cliffs. No wonder they couldn't find this place." Down in the valley, an old man was being desperately begged by 2 kneeling men. "I'm begging you, please. Why would the heavens abandon a dying man? Please, save my son. Another man pleaded tearfully. Huaxian, I've already told you. My daughter is just sick. She's not a martial artist. Seeing the resolute, white-haired old man standing in silence, Feng Tian confirmed, it seems he's the one, Huaxian, the divine doctor. He landed firmly on the ground, and in that instant, Lu Lin Wang and his subordinates also caught up from behind. Seeing the appearance of these murderous strangers, Huaxian clicked his tongue in annoyance and snapped, "Get lost! I will not treat martial artists. That was my master's vow to the heavens. I would rather die than betray it." Witnessing such resolve, Lu Lin Wang marveled to himself, "What a steadfast man. I heard that not even one of the 4 great heavenly kings could make Huaxian yield." But Feng Tian couldn't care less about the man's reputation or his oath. He coldly declared, "The 4 heavenly kings? So what? In that case, I'll just cut off your legs first. You only need your hands to heal someone." Hearing those cruel words, a horrified Lu Lin Wang cried out, "Huh? What was that? Cut off what?" Feng Tian loomed over the divine doctor and delivered his brutal ultimatum. "Huaxian, heal my master. You have 3 seconds to decide. For every time you refuse, I will cut off one of your legs." Staring into the bodyguard's soulless, murderous eyes, Huaxian realized with a jolt that this wasn't an empty threat. He trembled, thinking to himself in absolute terror, "I've met all kinds of people, hot-headed ones, pleading ones, flattering ones, but this man has no emotion at all. He isn't threatening me. He's really going to cut off my legs." Feng Tian began to draw his sword and slowly count down. 3. Though sweat poured down his face in fear, Huaxian gritted his teeth and held his ground. "I will not break my vow." The bodyguard coldly continued the count. 2. He tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword, releasing a suffocating pressure that filled the air as he prepared to utter the final count. 1. "Huaxian, heal my master. You have 3 seconds to decide." Feng Tian coldly delivered his brutal ultimatum. He tightened his grip on his sword, radiating a suffocating pressure as he declared, "For every time you refuse, I will cut off one of your legs." He began to count down. 3. Though sweat poured down his face in fear, Huaxian gritted his teeth and held his ground. "I will not break my vow." Feng Tian coldly continued. 2. Then, just as the count of 1 left his lips, he decisively swung his sword, ready to strike. Just the sound of the numbers was as crushing as the end of the world. Realizing the divine doctor's life was hanging by a thread, Lu Lin Wang frantically lunged forward. He couldn't let Huaxian die. He swung his blade, blocking Feng Tian's fatal sword strike in the nick of time. A fiery collision erupted. The force from both sides created flashes of light that tore through the air, causing the ground to shake violently. What a save! His timing was as perfect as an auto-dodge bot. The battle raged on fiercely, as Feng Tian unleashed a continuous barrage of powerful sword strikes, forcing Lu Lin Wang to use his full strength just to defend himself. The old clan leader roared, channeling all of his internal energy into a powerful palm strike, hoping to push back his opponent's overwhelming power. A heaven-shaking, earth-shattering explosion rang out. A blinding light enveloped the entire forest as the 2 immense forces violently collided, the terrifying shockwave flattening everything in its path, sending rocks and dust flying as trees were snapped to pieces in the wreckage. Witnessing this devastating scene, Sun Ruolan and the other disciples could only stand there, frozen in terror. In their shock, they realized this power was far beyond the limits of humanity. This isn't a battle between mortals. It can't be. Amidst the devastated scene, Feng Tian calmly continued to carry his master. He asked softly, "Are you all right, master?" In response, Do Yoo Kang could only manage a pained groan. "Ugh." Lu Lin Wang called out, "Ghost Gate Clan leader, Master Guanshan." But the only response was a sharp retort, "This is none of your business." The clan leader roared in desperation. If they let that monster Feng Tian run rampant, Huaxian's legs would surely be chopped off. He was determined. To save his daughter, the divine doctor absolutely could not die. It turned out that both the Ghost Gate clan leader, known as the Immortal of the Demonic Path, and Master Guanshan, whose martial arts were on par with the 7 great families, had already been soundly defeated by Feng Tian. The bodyguard, his expression still cold, bowed his head to Du Qiang and promised he would finish off that old man as soon as the treatment was complete. Huaxian gritted his teeth in frustration, seeing how all these people were trying to force him to break his vow. Lu Lin Wang continued to press him, urging him to cast aside his stubbornness and save the young cult leader at all costs. Huaxian clenched his fists and declared in a low voice that no one could understand his suffering. He began to recall a story from 25 years ago, when a heavily injured middle-aged man came to him for help. Believing the man to be of good character, he had poured all his effort into saving him, hoping he would go on to live a life of contribution to the world. Saving someone only to get stabbed in the back hurts more than any wound. But reality was a million times crueler. The man whose life he had saved later went on a rampage, slaughtering everyone indiscriminately, whether they were commoners or martial artists. Seeing the village engulfed in a sea of flames and hundreds of lives lost, all because of his one wrong decision, Huaxian was filled with immense regret and agony. From that moment on, he made a vow to the heavens that he would never again interfere in the conflicts of the martial world. He would rather die than treat another martial artist. Trusting the wrong person once can haunt you for a lifetime. Do Yoo Kang thought to himself that he couldn't let this divine doctor die for nothing. Seeing the desperation of everyone around him, Huaxian let out a soft sigh and declared he would take care of things cleanly, just as Lu Lin Wang was. Overjoyed, thinking the old man had finally agreed to help, Huaxian suddenly roared, I will kill myself to keep my vow." He channeled energy into his fist and aimed a decisive blow straight at his own head, to everyone's absolute horror. Huaxian swung his arm, intending to end his life to uphold his vow, but he suddenly froze, bewildered. He realized someone had used a finger technique to strike his pressure points from a distance, paralyzing his entire body. He couldn't move so much as a single finger. Feng Tian lowered his hand and coldly declared, "You are not allowed to die without the master's permission." Witnessing this sudden outburst, Do Yoo Kang could only narrow his eyes, looking at his guard with suspicion and mocking him inwardly. "Since when do you ask my permission before killing someone?" Feng Tian strode menacingly toward the kneeling fathers. He casually stated that just eliminating those who stood in the way was enough. Seeing his subordinate approach the innocent men, Do Yoo Kang gritted his teeth in fury. He silently cursed him as a bastard for only planning to spare Huaxian, while the others had committed no crime other than loving their children. Just then, a group of assassins suddenly rushed out from above to attack. "This bastard! You dare look down on us?" The air was thick with tension, ready to explode at any moment. Faced with the sneak attack, Feng Tian didn't flinch. As quick as a flash, he grabbed his enemy's head and delivered a thunderous slam. A loud boom echoed as his terrifying force crushed his opponent's resistance. Witnessing this overwhelming scene, the Lulin men were horrified. They screamed in terror when they saw one of the 7 demons of Wushan taken down in the blink of an eye. They trembled, unable to believe their own eyes. He defeated one of the 7 demons of Wushan that easily? The remaining members of the 7 demons lay scattered on the ground, crying out for their leader in despair. Feng Tian stood tall in the middle of the battlefield, his shadow looming over the defeated. He repeated coldly, "I already told you to put your lives away." Realizing his guard was about to slaughter everyone, Do Yoo Kang quickly called out to Feng Tian. The moment he heard the call, Feng Tian immediately froze and replied respectfully. Master Do Yoo Kang ordered in a stern voice, demanding that he not kill anyone here, not even Mr. Guan Shan or the Ghost Gate clan leader. The beast, who was about to finish them off, was instantly put on a leash. Even though Do Yoo Kang was barely breathing on his back, he still managed to demand a promise in a strained voice. "Answer me." Faced with his master's ironclad command, the guard, though filled with killing intent, had to bow his head in submission. "As you command." Feng Tian let out a sigh of relief. He looked at his own hands and thought to himself, "So as long as I don't kill them, it's fine?" Immediately after, agonizing screams echoed throughout the mountains as he began his brutal work, breaking their bones but leaving his enemies alive, just as Do Yoo Kang had wished. Witnessing the scene, the survivors couldn't help but tremble in shock, wondering what on earth Feng Tian was using. What kind of monstrous martial art possessed such overwhelming power? The towering guard strode toward the divine doctor, a smile of admiration for his opponent's resolve forming on his face. He suddenly lunged forward, grabbing Huaxian by the collar, his eyes glaring as he roared decisively, "Heal him!" Everyone wondered what kind of skill it was that looked like a game hack. Sun Ruolan also screamed in panic, advising the old man not to provoke this monster any further and to quickly treat him to save his own life. However, Huaxian remained incredibly stubborn. He gritted his teeth, insisting he had lived long enough and had no regrets. Even if his legs were chopped off or his liver was gouged out, he would absolutely not break his oath. Feng Tian's anger seemed to have reached its peak. His eyes darkened menacingly. His steel-like hand began to tighten on the hilt of his sword. The Lulin King realized in horror that his true killing intent was erupting, and he cried out in despair, believing Feng Tian would kill the divine doctor on the spot. Huaxian silently closed his eyes, awaiting death, but instead of a sharp sword strike, Feng Tian called his name in a low voice. To everyone's utter astonishment, the arrogant guard who feared nothing suddenly lowered himself, bowed his head, and uttered a sincere plea. Hua Xian, I beg you. The sudden 180 gave the entire battlefield whiplash. Feng Tian, the cold and arrogant guard, was now humbling himself and bowing before the divine doctor. He spoke in a low voice, every word carrying an unprecedented urgency. Divine doctor, I sincerely beg you. Witnessing this scene, the Lulin king was completely stunned. He couldn't believe his eyes, seeing a monster like Feng Tian actually bow his head and beg. The extreme sincerity of the guard brought Sun Ruolan to tears. She sobbed, asking, Father, how did he end up like this? Father, aren't you crying? The Lulin king could only stand there frozen, bewildered by his daughter's sudden emotion. But Hua Xian's expression remained like stone. He replied coldly, This isn't amusing. Just as the young man on your back is more important to you than your own life, I too have something I revere. The divine doctor was determined to uphold his oath, ready to face death. I cannot treat him, so just kill me. Faced with such stubbornness, Feng Tian silently stepped forward and grabbed the old man by the collar, his eyes darkening menacingly. He muttered under his breath, Master, please understand. The master ordered me not to kill you, so I won't do that. Instead of taking your life, Feng Tian decided he would resort to a more cruel method. Let's see how long you can withstand my torture. The Lulin king shouted in alarm, rushing forward to stop him, knowing that with Feng Tian's pride, his methods of torture would be anything but gentle. He pleaded desperately, Please give me 1 hour. I guarantee I can get the antidote for you. Though the torture methods of my Green Forest clan are nothing compared to the demonic cult. Hearing that absurd comparison, Feng Tian scoffed. What a ridiculous comparison. However, the Lulin king still tried to persuade him with all the confidence he had left. I just want to tell you that I am completely confident I can do it. Feng Tian coldly delivered his final ultimatum. I'll give you 1 hour. If you fail, the Green Forest clan will follow him to the grave. The Lulin king gritted his teeth and replied, All right. He accepted the bet, staking his entire clan on this life-or-death gamble. Shortly after, in a small thatched hut in Suo village, the atmosphere became gloomy and heavy. Hua Xian was brought inside, his body tense and his face contorted with indignation and pain as he faced the cruel reality. It was an all-in bet. Win and you take it all, lose and you lose everything. Watching her father prepare to act, Ruolin couldn't help but wonder, is torture in the Lulin clan really just about beating people up? The divine doctor, Hua Xian, though restrained, was still incredibly stubborn, challenging them that even if they beat him to death, he would never hand over the antidote. One of the subordinates suggested using a hot iron to break the stubborn old man. Ruolin started to get impatient. She reminded her father to hurry up because there was only 1 hour left. Without hesitation, she lunged forward and threw a powerful punch, shattering the wooden wall behind the divine doctor as a show of force. That was just a warning shot, but it had enough power to bring the whole house down. The Lulin king was stunned by his daughter's action. Then he gave a sinister laugh and told the divine doctor to wait a moment before suddenly striking Hua Xian's pressure points. Ruolan, standing by his side, couldn't help but wonder, in a situation where even torture didn't, what was the point of pressing the Anmian acupoint to make the old man fall asleep? However, the Green Forest king suddenly took out a purple spirit pill and declared it was the antidote for the Scarlet Star poison. Sun Ruolin and her subordinates were utterly stunned. She clearly remembered her own father throwing it away that day. The old clan leader smiled faintly, admitting that he had intended to throw it away, but ultimately kept it for emergencies. Sun Ruolin flashed a mischievous smile. She sarcastically remarked that perhaps the divine doctor was in such a hurry that he forgot to bring the antidote with him before leaving. However, the current situation was extremely perilous. If Feng Tian were to find out the truth, the entire Green Forest clan would surely be annihilated. So, she was determined to find a way to eliminate all clues. A subordinate trembled when Sun Ruolin glared at him with murderous eyes. The old advisor reasoned that the divine doctor suddenly agreeing to hand over the antidote was illogical, so they needed a stand-in to scream loudly, pretending to be brutally tortured in place of Hua Xian. The entire group's gaze fell upon the unlucky subordinate, scaring him out of his wits. The Green Forest king approached, coldly telling him to scream as desperately as possible, and then began his work. The subordinate's tragic screams echoed throughout the room, as he continuously endured thunderous blows from the Green Forest king. The poor subordinate lay motionless, foaming at the mouth in a pathetic state. The Green Forest king let out a sigh of relief, feeling incredibly satisfied after this fake yet real torture session. Sun Ruolin smiled brightly, telling her father not to worry because it wasn't too obvious from the outside. It was as if she had been preparing this plan for a very long time. She quietly held the new vial of antidote in her hand. Inside the wooden house, the divine Dr. Hua Xian sat listlessly, as if his soul had left his body. The Green Forest King held the vial in his hand, laughing triumphantly. Ha ha, as expected of the divine doctor. So the medicine is called Crimson Fire Potion, is it? He continued his mockery, saying that the divine doctor must have realized how important life was after being tortured, which is why he finally agreed to concoct the medicine. Knowing full well that Feng Tian was standing outside eavesdropping, he thought to himself, if his internal energy is as strong as I've heard, he will definitely hear this. To finish the act, he feigned respect by pressing the doctor's pressure points to ease his pain, then swaggered outside. Feng Tian was still waiting, and asked coldly to confirm, is it real? The performance was so deep, even an outsider would have been completely fooled. The Green Forest King smugly confirmed that the brutal torture had made the divine doctor change his mind. Witnessing their chief's cunning, the subordinates whispered among themselves. Who knew these forest bandits could be so calculating? The Green Forest King roared with pride. Do you really think us forest bandits are just a bunch of idiots who only know how to use their fists? The subordinates could only nod their heads vigorously in agreement. Wasting no more time, Feng Tian, still carrying Do Yoo Kang on his back, decisively ordered, hand over the antidote. A small white vial was quickly passed into the guard's hand, who had suddenly switched careers from a bandit to an on-site scriptwriter. With the antidote in hand, Feng Tian roared with insane loyalty. Eternal prosperity. 10,000 years, 10,000 years, 10,000 times 10,000 years. He dropped to his knees, offering the vial with both hands. Master, may you attain eternal strength. Do Yoo Kang sluggishly took the vial and drank it all in one go. He immediately sat cross-legged, circulating his energy to allow the medicine's power to spread vigorously throughout his body. Do Yoo Kang could feel it clearly. The suppressed pressure in his blood was gradually disappearing. He thought to himself, if it weren't for the internal energy from the spirit pill and Feng Tian protecting me earlier, I would have died long ago. Feng Tian ordered the Green Forest King and his daughter to step aside, so he could directly channel his energy to help his master recover faster. A radiant, deep blue aura of internal energy enveloped them both in the middle of the vast forest. But right after, Do Yoo Kang suddenly stiffened and coughed up a mouthful of black blood. Just as his health bar refilled, the system immediately forced a detox. Feng Tian sighed in relief, seeing that his master's blocked blood was now flowing freely. He asked with concern, how are you feeling, master? Do Yoo Kang nodded slightly. Though his face was still a bit weary, he affirmed, I'm fine, there's no problem. But right after that, his stomach started to rumble violently as he realized he had starved his body for the past 3 days. Seeing that the situation had stabilized, Feng Tian ordered the entire group to prepare to return to the mountain fortress. He respectfully offered, allow me to carry you, master. But Do Yoo Kang firmly refused, wanting to walk on his own. The moment the danger passed, his stomach began demanding justice. After taking just a few steps, Do Yoo Kang staggered and nearly fell, forcing Feng Tian to quickly catch him. The loyal guard felt a pang of sorrow. It was still too much for him. Do Yoo Kang gritted his teeth in frustration, seeing that things never went his way. He had no choice but to accept being carried on Feng Tian's shoulders. Then let's go. The two of them shot off into the night, dashing through deep forests and caves at a terrifying speed. Under the dim moonlight, Do Yoo Kang gripped his guard's shoulders tightly, feeling the wind whistle past his ears as they made a spectacular leap from a high cliff. Looking at the majestic natural scenery, Do Yoo Kang silently savored the feeling of recovery, feeling that everything around him seemed beautiful. He smugly told himself that his safety was now secured, and his life would no longer be threatened for a long time. All he needed now was some rest. However, reality was far more brutal than he imagined. As soon as he returned to his room at the mountain fortress, Do Yoo Kang suddenly collapsed onto the floor. He gasped Feng Tian's name in despair as fresh blood poured endlessly from his mouth. An ominous line of text appeared. It wasn't over yet. Amidst the solemn atmosphere of the Green Forest clan's main hall, Do Yoo Kang was trying to enjoy a few moments of peace at a lavish banquet. He fondly remembered warm family meals, where the sound of everyone's laughter was the most special dish of all. But the reality of having to share a table with the people of the Green Forest clan made him feel weary. It was such a stark contrast. On one side, a warm family. On the other, a gang of bandits. The Green Forest King suddenly roared, signaling the official start of the chaotic feast. The bandit subordinates rushed in to eat like madmen, fighting over food like starving beasts. After sloppily swallowing a piece of meat, they shouted in unison, "There's no poison," then clasped their hands and respectfully cheered, "May your highness have 10,000 blessings and golden peace." Witnessing this ridiculous scene, Do Yoo Kang could only clench his fists, silently wishing these annoying people would quickly get out of his sight. It was just a meal, but they were acting like official food safety testers. 7 days passed since then. Ever since Do Yoo Kang was detoxified and had been recovering here, his life hadn't gotten any easier. Right at the dinner table, the Luke Lam King casually recounted his brutal achievements. "I gouged his guts out," he said, disgusting Do Yoo Kang so much that he couldn't swallow the food in his mouth. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, the old sect leader's voice suddenly grew solemn. "I have something to report," Feng Tian coldly asked. "What is it?" The old man proceeded to tell him that his men had discovered a wolf while on patrol. He continued to describe a gruesome scene. The wolf was gnawing on the buried corpses of the Black Dragon Society members, which had been exposed by the heavy rain 3 days prior. Hearing about corpses and wild beasts in the middle of a meal, Do Yoo Kang broke out in a cold sweat, feeling extremely nauseous. Sun Ruolin casually suggested, "Wouldn't it be better to just kill those wolves?" Feng Tian even added an equally horrifying comment, saying that turning them into food wouldn't be a bad idea. Unable to stand these morbid topics any longer, Do Yoo Kang slammed his hand on the table, forcing everyone to change the subject immediately. It was a normal meal, but the conversation felt like a prime-time horror movie. Noticing Do Yoo Kang's lack of interest in the lavish feast, Feng Tian asked with concern if the food wasn't to his liking. Yu Qiang gently replied that he had eaten too much in the morning and now only wanted something light, while also expressing his gratitude for Wasan's life-saving deed. He turned to Feng Tian and told him of his intention to visit Wasan soon to thank him in person. This statement made the Green Forest King's face go deathly pale. He hastily tried to cover up, saying that being able to treat the sect leader was the greatest honor of Wasan's life, but deep down, he was terrified that everything would fall apart if the two of them met. He gritted his teeth and ordered Ruolin to watch her mouth. The mention of a meeting made everyone break out in a cold sweat. In his confusion, the Green Forest King suddenly muttered that Wasan was actually a bad person, then unexpectedly landed a stinging slap across his subordinate's face. Witnessing this bizarre act, Feng Tian nonchalantly remarked that the old man must have eaten something bad to lose control like that. He suggested they let him get beaten for a bit to sober him up, then coldly stood by with Yu Qiang, watching the violence unfold. Yu Qiang calmly sipped his tea, silently hoping that Wasan was still safe and sound. Meanwhile, from a distant wooden hut, a heart-wrenching scream suddenly echoed through the night. Inside the dark room, Wasan was tied up and had been tortured to a pitiful state. The Green Forest leaders gritted their teeth and yelled, demanding he stop being stubborn. They told him to quickly hand over the antidote to save their situation. Despite being tormented for a whole week, Wasan remained defiant, declaring he would rather die than break his healing oath. The old man was still sharp enough to realize that even those he had once saved had turned their backs on him, and he silently cursed the mastermind behind the scenes who had put him in this dire situation. Pushed to this extent, he still refused to give in. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed as the door was kicked open. A young man with messy hair and an overwhelming presence strode in. He looked around coldly and barked, "Who is the real Wasan?" The sudden appearance of someone whose profound power couldn't even be sensed sent a chill down the leaders' spines, making them realize this was definitely a martial arts master. Wasan quietly admitted his identity. The young man then smirked, recognizing the familiar old herb gatherer. He immediately demanded to know the young master's current condition. The moment he stepped in, his aura was so oppressive that everyone wanted to quit their jobs. "He's been saved." The announcement rang out inside the dark room where Wasan was still tied to a chair. The blue-haired young man glanced over coldly and pressed, "What's the illness?" A trembling Green Forest subordinate answered, "They call it Crimson Fire poison. It's an extremely rare poison that only 3 places in the world can produce: the Tang clan of Sichuan, the Poison clan, and the Flowery Face Valley." The blue-haired youth stood in deep thought. He realized that the one targeting the young master was no simple foe, and that a high-ranking figure within the demonic cult must have had a hand in this. He sighed wearily. Did he have to wipe them all out to clean up this mess again? This terrified the nearby subordinates, their faces draining of color as they feared he would annihilate even the places that created the poison. The blue-haired youth looked at Wasan and offered a word of praise. "Good job, old man. The young master must not die." But the divine doctor just stubbornly yelled, "I already told you, I won't treat him." The young man just gave a slight, mysterious smirk and left quietly. Meanwhile, in another corner, The Green Forest King was laughing heartily, because the Divine Doctor would finally have to break his oath to save someone. But his brief moment of peace was shattered when his subordinates reported in a panic. "There's another group of people here." Outside the mountain fortress, another large group had just arrived. They were led by Du Yoo Kang and Tian Xiangxian, who wore arrogant expressions. Tian Xiangxian covered her mouth with a light, flirtatious laugh. "Of course, since the Divine Doctor is here, who cares who arrived first or last?" Wasan looked at the group of about 20 people who had just burst in, his heart filled with despair. He thought to himself that if they had come all this way, their illnesses must be very severe. They would probably torture him even more brutally than the two from the Green Forest sect. He hadn't even finished with one group and another had arrived. It was like the work would never end. Wasan's voice was grim. "Whether I treat them or not doesn't matter anymore. That kid is destined to die." He recalled the bloody tragedy from 25 years ago, when he had witnessed with his own eyes the fate of someone who tried to escape destiny, only to meet a tragic end in a sea of flames. He looked at the two Green Forest subordinates and asked for one final confirmation. "Are you sure your children's illness was not caused by a martial arts conflict?" When they swore on their honor, Wasan coldly declared, "Fine, I'll treat them, but this time, the price will be steep." After making his decision, his posture was like he was about to announce a shocking price. A ruthless glint shone in Wasan's eyes. He looked straight at them and declared that the price for the treatment was the life of the young master who had arrived here 7 days ago. This statement left the two Green Forest subordinates stunned as they tried to plead with him. "Divine Doctor, we understand you're trying to prevent the tragedy from 20 years ago from happening again, but why would you save the children by killing someone who has no grudge against you?" Realizing they couldn't sway the Divine Doctor, they reluctantly suggested a plan to pool their money to hire an assassin to carry out this mission. With Wasan's agreement, they assured him that the assassin's skills were extremely reliable. They operated so covertly that no one would even notice an ambush, because they often appeared and disappeared like ghosts in the dark of night. This group of mysterious assassins had already silently surrounded the building from the high tree branches. They were the ones known in the martial world as the Ghost Valley. "All right, are you sure about the assassin's abilities?" A doubtful voice rang out. The person opposite him immediately affirmed with confidence. "Of course, they are silent assassins. No one can detect them." Mysterious dark figures began to appear, gliding through the silent night like phantoms. With their ghostly movements, their target was the main hall looming straight ahead. Hearing the description was enough to make one's heart want to turn invisible. They were the infamous assassins from Ghost Valley. Meanwhile, two of Luke Lam's subordinates were casually patrolling while discussing taking a break. "Hey, Trung Hien, it's going to be busy when we get back to headquarters. How about we rest for a bit?" But the other one quickly stopped him. "If we get caught, the great chieftain won't spare us." They had no idea that death itself was creeping up right behind them with a cold urging. "Let's go," before he gets angry. Patrolling with the mood of a leisurely stroll, they had no idea they were done for. In the blink of an eye, a decisive blow sent the bandit collapsing to the ground instantly. The assassins quickly cleaned up the scene and began to implement the next phase. The 7 tigers and 10 tigers disguised themselves as Luke Lam's men and infiltrated the compound according to their plan. They silently changed their clothes, preparing to blend into the enemy's lair to carry out their secret mission. They were ordered to report the situation and retreat immediately if they encountered any difficulties. The 2 assassins acknowledged the order in unison and vanished into the shadows of the massive structure. Meanwhile, in a quiet room, Do Yoo Kang was concentrating on regulating his qi and calming his mind, feeling as if the bloody battles of the past had become meaningless. He stood up abruptly, his eyes filled with determination. "I will definitely renounce my fate as the leader of the demonic cult." But right after that, Do Yoo Kang burst into tears, sobbing as he realized the harsh reality that it was currently impossible. Recalling his 2 previous disastrous escape attempts, he bitterly realized that no matter how hard he tried, he was still just like a small puppy cowering under the giant shadow of a lurking tiger. He was just a pup trying to escape a tiger's den, how foolish. But Do Yoo Kang thought to himself, what if the puppy was stronger than the tiger? If he mastered an unrivaled martial art, then the tiger would be nothing. Only by escaping his father's arrangements could he truly be free. However, just as he was concentrating intensely to achieve a breakthrough, Feng Tian's roar suddenly echoed, shattering the silence. "Ha ha! The auspicious hour has arrived. Happy birthday, Master." Imagine being deep in meditation, and someone blasts a speaker at full volume right next to you. The sudden appearance and thunderous shout made Do Yoo Kang's eyes widen in horror, and his internal energy immediately fell into chaos. He coughed up blood in agony, clutching his chest in the midst of a highly dangerous qi deviation. He gritted his teeth in frustration. No, if my internal energy is scattered, I'll suffer from qi deviation. Feng Tian, that bastard dares to make such a racket at this hour. Despite his master being on the verge of death, the guard continued to roar like a madman. Let the entire world celebrate the birthday of the Supreme One. With congratulations like these, who needs assassins? Do Yoo Kang collapsed to the floor, his breath coming in ragged, indignant gasps. Happy what? I'm about to die because of you. I can't die here, and certainly not because of Feng Tian, my own subordinate. Feng Tian still hadn't realized the severity of the situation. He continued to bellow, congratulations to the master, who has just turned 19. He finished, only then looking down in alarm at Do Yoo Kang's convulsing body. He rushed forward to reassure him. Are you having a qi deviation? Don't worry, I'll handle it right away. Feng Tian placed his hand on Do Yoo Kang's back, transferring a stream of deep blue internal energy to stabilize his chaotic meridians. After helping his master through the crisis, he casually began to lecture him. Master, if I had been a moment later, you would have been in danger. Do Yoo Kang's stomach churned with anger. He thought to himself, am I supposed to take advice from the man who just nearly assassinated me? Feng Tian added, when regulating your internal energy, you must carefully observe your surroundings, which infuriated Do Yoo Kang even more to be lectured by his own subordinate. Finally, Feng Tian stood up and invited him. Happy birthday, master. A birthday banquet has been prepared outside. Shall we go? Do Yoo Kang walked in silence, his heart full of bitterness, telling himself that his recent brush with death was all because of this stupid party. He thought grimly that he would see if this party was worth the life he had almost just lost. As soon as he stepped into the Great Hall, the Luke Lam King and hundreds of his followers were already prostrated on the ground, their hands clasped in respect as they chanted, 10,000 years, 10,000 years, 10 to 1,000 years. Almost kicked the bucket, but still has to come out and take the spotlight. The chant echoed throughout the mountain forest. Happy birthday to you, our Supreme One. Witnessing the unexpectedly grand spectacle, Do Yoo Kang could only let out a stunned "oh." Seeing the young cult leader dazed by the cheers of 10,000 years, Feng Tian approached from behind and whispered, Master, may you have eternal life and immortality. The cheer was powerful, but the main character could only think, huh? Eternal life and immortality? How delightful. Do Yoo Kang mused to himself, but he immediately emphasized that what was even more delightful was what was happening right now. His face suddenly turned dark. He coldly announced that on such a joyous day, someone had tried to assassinate him. Hearing that someone had been so brazen, Feng Tian flew into a rage, roaring that he would tear that bastard to shreds immediately. Do Yoo Kang began to recount the story. While he was concentrating on regulating his internal energy, he heard a shout of, Happy birthday, master. But somehow, in his ears, it transformed into, all right, just die like that. Those words sent the internal energy in his body into such chaos that he couldn't even breathe. He asserted that he had almost died on his very birthday, and if Feng Tian hadn't arrived in time, he would have certainly lost his life. Do Yoo Kang flashed a sinister smile, and then asked pointedly, Now, do you know who wanted to assassinate me? Feng Tian froze, beads of cold sweat trickling down his face as he realized his own overly enthusiastic loyalty had nearly killed his master. Do Yoo Kang gritted his teeth and slammed his hand on the armrest, shattering it as he roared with indignation. Is this all you can do for me on my birthday? He glared at his trembling subordinate, then decisively declared, That's enough for today, and ordered Feng Tian to come see him tomorrow to settle the score. After basically clutching his own chest, he just stood there, frozen, as if his brain hadn't finished loading. The assassins from Ghost Valley, hidden in the crowd, were stunned by their target's arrogance. They silently judged Do Yoo Kang to be a true genius, capable of making the entire Luke Lam kneel before him while still hurling insults. Is that all? Seeing the Luke Lam King quietly approaching Feng Tian, the assassins speculated that the old man wanted to comfort his subordinate in front of everyone. They believed that after being publicly humiliated like that, no matter how loyal Feng Tian was, he wouldn't be able to endure it. Just by looking, you could tell some huge drama was about to go down. The Lulin King placed a hand on Feng Tian's and Pei Gui's shoulders and shared, You must be in great pain. The assassins watching the scene were secretly moved, thinking this was a moment of camaraderie between people in the same predicament. However, completely contrary to his expectations, Feng Tian suddenly erupted with pitch-black demonic energy, unleashing a lightning-fast blow that sent King Lulin flying, causing the old man to slam painfully into a stone pillar. Witnessing this insane and cruel act, The assassins could only stand frozen, their jaws agape in utter horror. Feng Tian was lost in a whirlwind of emotions, telling himself, I should have died today, but my master spared my life. To him, nothing was more moving than that, so the suffering of others was now nothing but trash. He roared, You bastard, get lost, and sent King Lulin flying with a ruthless kick. Witnessing this violent scene, the Ghost Valley assassins whispered amongst themselves in terror, figuring Lulin wouldn't let this slide, and they started looking for a way to retreat. But they froze when they noticed all of Lulin's disciples around them were averting their gazes, pretending not to see a thing to save their own skins. King Lulin trudged away in absolute humiliation. The assassins sensed the atmosphere turning strange, but believing Lulin was in no state of mind to pay them any attention, they decided this was their one and only chance to complete their mission. Under the dim moonlight, one assassin silently approached the communal well. He smugly took out a poison stick, a type of venom that would take effect after 12 hours, causing the victim to die without ever knowing why. A sinister smile spread across his face, certain that his plan to poison the well and retreat was absolutely perfect. He was so overconfident, he thought he was playing on easy mode. Sorry, Lulin, but you all have to die along with that kid, the assassin muttered, his voice full of killing intent. But just as he was about to make his move, Feng Tian's dark figure had already loomed up behind him. He spoke in a cold voice. So, you've arrived? Are you here for a drink of water? The sudden appearance of the monstrous guard terrified the assassins out of their wits, and cold sweat poured down their backs. To cover his embarrassment, one of them stammered nervously, We just came here for a drink, caught red-handed, yet they were still trying to play the part. Feng Tian's face remained dark and menacing. He gestured suggestively with his hand. Please, you drink first. Realizing their plan had been exposed, the assassins panicked and wanted to retreat, but they were forced to pretend to drink the water to fool him. They forced a smile and praised, The water here is really delicious. That's right, the water's to die for, isn't it? Ha ha. But just a few seconds later, the poison suddenly took effect, causing them to collapse, spewing blood and foam from their mouths uncontrollably. They realized in horror that the well had already been poisoned, and what was killing them was crimson fire poison, a colorless, odorless poison that could kill instantly. The assassins writhed in agony before taking their final breaths right at Feng Tian's feet. Witnessing this, the guard stroked his chin thoughtfully. How extraordinary. He casually walked among the corpses, completely bored, wondering why he kept running into people seeking such meaningless deaths today. Looking at the bodies of Shihu and his comrades scattered on the ground, a mysterious dark figure emerged from the shadows. His eyes filled with hatred. He gripped the hilt of his sword, veins bulging on his face, as he swore a vicious oath. I will not let your deaths be in vain. With killing intent radiating from him, he resolved to take Do Yoo Kang's life at all costs to avenge his fallen brothers. With the look of a gambler like that, you just know he's about to go all in. Seeing his close subordinates die so senselessly before his very eyes, the leader of the Ghost Valley assassins could no longer maintain his composure. He gnashed his teeth in fury, his eyes blazing with killing intent as he stared at Feng Tian's back. He could tolerate his opponent's arrogance or bizarre actions, but watching his brothers die so horribly left him choked with rage. That bastard just stood by and watched them die. I will not forgive him. His rage exploded, and he roared with determination. I will kill that kid, and you too. In the blink of an eye, his shadow shot away, disappearing into the deep night of the Amei Mountains. An hour later, the assassin had silently approached the main chamber, hiding on a high branch to observe his target. He cautiously told himself to check his surroundings thoroughly before making a move. Although the distance was a bit far, he was confident in his ultimate technique. With my Ghost Valley's ultimate skill, I can perform the Black Cloud Shadow technique. A surge of purple eye technique erupted, allowing him to see through every nook and cranny, and he smiled smugly when he saw no one lying in ambush, so confident he thought he'd already won before the fight even started. However, Feng Tian's figure was still standing, guard outside Do Yoo Kang's room. The assassin thought with contempt that the guard couldn't possibly stand there all night. The moment his opponent left, he would immediately finish off the new sect leader. But 1 hour passed, then 2, and Feng Tian remained as motionless as a stone statue in the quiet night. The assassin began to feel restless. He silently admitted his opponent was no ordinary man, but still arrogantly relied on his own endurance. I once endured 2 days in a foul-smelling place. You're no exception. Sensing the time was right, he moved slightly to execute the finishing blow, but suddenly a cold voice whispered right next to his ear, What are you doing? The assassin was so shocked, his heart nearly stopped. He turned around and was horrified to see that Feng Tian had been standing behind him the whole time. With a dark, imposing face, the guard coldly declared, "I've been waiting for you for a long time." In a state of absolute panic, the assassin drew his short blade in a flash and launched a desperate attack. "Now, I'll send you to the afterlife." He swung with all his might, a fatal blow, but the blade just sliced through empty air. His eyes widened in terror as he realized he had just slashed at an afterimage. Feng Tian loomed behind him like a ghost, signaling an unavoidable end. He turned his head and saw the boss standing right behind him. This round was a lost cause. Feng Tian mocked the man, saying he couldn't be from the main headquarters because he didn't even have the guts to kill himself after being discovered. He criticized his opponent's slowness, then snatched the assassin's head in a flash, and coldly demanded to know which sect was behind this. The assassin groaned in pain but still tried to keep the secret, which only made Feng Tian squeeze harder and roar with pressure. "Who hired you?" Terrified that he would never be able to speak again if this continued, he hurriedly confessed. "Ghost Valley." Hearing the name Huaxian Shenyi from the enemy's mouth, Feng Tian was not only unsatisfied but also berated his opponent for being useless. Having confessed after just a little bit of torture, he roared, "And you still call yourself a Ghost Valley assassin?" Then he decisively twisted the assassin's neck, leaving the man horrified, not understanding what was happening. He spilled everything before he could even try to keep the secret, and then got wiped out. End of the line. The assassin died full of resentment, having done as he was told and still been executed. But Feng Tian coldly ordered him to return and deliver a message to Ghost Valley. He announced that because today was his master's auspicious birthday, he wouldn't be killing anyone, but didn't forget to threaten to annihilate their entire sect if they ever dared to show their faces here again. Feng Tian vanished into the night, leaving behind a final taunt about the useless man's luck, leaving the assassin to collapse in despair. He wept, unable to avenge his comrades, while cursing the guard for leaving without even bothering to snap his neck back for him. "Couldn't you at least fix my neck before you left, you bastard?" The next morning, at the main headquarters, Do Kang woke up excited about the mysterious arrangement his father had left behind. He thought to himself that he really wanted to know what it was. Just then, Feng Tian entered to ask how his master had slept, and received the satisfying reply that he had arrived at the perfect time. After a night of self-pity, he still had to wake up and grind on his revenge quest. Feng Tian bowed his head in sincere apology. "I apologize for my carelessness yesterday, which put you in danger." Du Kang gently waved his hand. "What's past is past. Sit down." After sitting, the guard continued to report some important news. "Master, there is one more thing. The 3 assassins sent by Huaxian Shenyi have infiltrated Lulin." He recounted that because yesterday was the new sect leader's birthday, he had spared one of them, but the other 2 seemed determined to get themselves killed. Even though he had warned them, they just kept tilting their heads, refusing to understand, so he had no choice but to let them bring disaster upon themselves. Du Kang frowned and concluded, "So you mean you just let them die?" Feng Tian admitted that this had caused Huaxian great sorrow. Du Kang fell into thought, feeling a little guilty since the divine doctor had worked so hard to create the antidote that saved his life. He praised his guard for doing a good job by sparing one of the assassins, then decisively switched to the most important topic. "Now, let's get to the main point. Tell me about that arrangement." Feng Tian immediately complied and took out a mysterious red scroll tube, switching from drama to the main mission as quickly as changing the channel. Unfurling the map in front of his master, Feng Tian sincerely apologized for keeping this secret for so long. He revealed that Aula La Tianmo's last wish was that Du Kang could only seek out this arrangement when he turned 19. To the eagerly awaited question, "Is the arrangement a martial art?" Feng Tian confirmed that it was. Du Kang's eyes lit up with ambition. He believed that this must be a peerless martial art that would help him achieve the freedom he longed for. Feng Tian pointed at the map and explained thoroughly, "This is where you are now, and if you go northeast from here, this is the location of the arrangement. Zhu Yu Peak." He stated that by descending the cliff of Zhu Yu Peak, they would find a hidden cave right in Liangcheng. Although the cave entrance was concealed by a sophisticated Qimen formation, the guard, with his glowing eyes, was ready to shatter the seal with his terrifying power. Hearing the description, it sounded like a side quest with boss-level difficulty. Feng Tian confirmed that he had found a way to break the formation and had personally gone inside to inspect it thoroughly. When Du Kang curiously asked what kind of martial art it was, the guard quickly apologized, saying that peeking at the martial art would be disrespectful, so he only observed the surroundings. He revealed that inside the cave, there was a giant spider carcass. Hearing this, Du Kang thought to himself, "A giant spider? How mysterious. It seems the arrangement really is a peerless martial art." With a smile full of anticipation, he ordered, "Excellent. We'll leave right after breakfast." Feng Tian immediately cupped his hands and obeyed. The breakfast was attended by the Lulin King and his daughter. When Du Kurung said his goodbyes before leaving, Sun Ruolan and the Lulin King couldn't hide their joy at escaping their predicament. However, Feng Tian suddenly added a sentence that made the atmosphere freeze. "Lulin is no longer of any use, so I will eliminate them." Seeing the terrified expressions on the father and daughter, Du Kuang snapped, "Hey, Lulin has already cheered 'Long live' for you." Thanks to his intervention, the two were finally given a grand farewell by Lulin, a send-off where their hearts nearly leaped out of their chests, thinking they were about to be annihilated. Behind them, the Lulin King roared an order to his subordinates, "Sprinkle salt. Use all the salt in the warehouse and sprinkle it." Witnessing this scene, Du Kuang was speechless, wondering to himself, "A grand farewell? This kind of send-off is more like an exorcism than a goodbye." Half an hour later, they arrived at the majestic summit of Zhu Yu Peak, standing before a sheer cliff. Feng Tian respectfully asked, "Master, are you ready?" Du Kuang looked forward and replied decisively, "Of course." He was just one step away from touching the secret his father had left behind. Du Kuang steeled his resolve. This was the final step for him to reclaim his own freedom. Feng Tian gave a slight nod, and with a determined, fiery gaze, Du Kuang coldly declared, "Let's go. A few jumps, and it's a life-or-death parkour session. Let's do this." Du Kuang gave the order decisively. Without a hint of hesitation, they both leaped off the deep cliff, tearing through the thick fog. Quick as a flash, Feng Tian drew his sword and plunged it firmly into the cliffside to slow their descent. The blade scraped violently against the rock face, sending sparks flying, and the sound of shattering stone echoing through the valley. The guard's terrifying strength allowed them both to land in a fantastical space halfway down the cliff. Looking at the dazzling scenery before him, Du Kuang couldn't help but ask in amazement, "Is this an illusion created by the Chi-Men formation?" He thoughtfully observed the hazy mountain peaks around them and then exclaimed, "It's incredible. It looks like we're floating in mid-air." After passing through a treacherous tunnel, Du Kuang breathed a sigh of relief as he stood before a majestic stone gate. "I finally made it here. What a journey. My shoulders are as tense as if it were finals week." Feng Tian gently raised a hand to stop him. "Please wait a moment." He carefully explained, "I will conceal the cave entrance so no one can see it from the outside." With that, the guard channeled his energy and performed a secret technique, creating a screen that hid the entrance to the cave, ensuring absolute secrecy for the new sect leader's journey to discover the peerless martial art. His caution was maxed out, hiding the entrance like a secret slush fund. "Master, everything is ready." Feng Tian cupped his hands and affirmed with great solemnity. He was certain that from this moment on, the new sect leader would officially hold the entire martial world in the palm of his hand. Du Kuang smirked, his red eyes revealing a clear look of triumph as he stepped through the mysterious stone gate. Yes, this is just the beginning. In his heart, he was cheering with excitement, believing this was the start of the free life he had always craved. Standing on a high peak looking down into the bottomless abyss, Tianguang Tongzi Penghuang couldn't understand what was happening. His eyes widened in shock, and a very strange thought popped into his head. Hugging each other and jumping into a deep abyss like that. Could it be they've fallen for each other? He imagined a weak Du Kuang crying in Feng Tian's arms, both of them betraying the demonic sect together, and then choosing to jump off the cliff to end their lives for love. But he immediately shook his head, dismissing the crazy idea, telling himself there must be too many suspicious things behind this act. Tianguang Tongzi thoughtfully analyzed the situation. At first, he thought they wanted to rally the Luline forces to fight against the demonic sect, but in reality, the two had gone their separate ways. He touched the ground, feeling the lingering aura of the 1,000-mile blood fragrance. But the strange thing was that until now, there was still no news or reinforcements from the demonic cult. He mentally calculated that, to deal with a monster like Feng Tian, the demonic cult would have to dispatch at least the 5 demonic gods to have any hope. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind, and his expression changed. Wait a minute. Did they jump off the cliff just to shake me off their trail? Without a moment's hesitation, he shot off in a fury. Damn it. I can't let them escape. Meanwhile, inside the dark tunnel, Feng Tian was still silently leading the way and made an announcement. "Master, we're almost there." Du Qiang squinted, his eyes full of vigilance as he stood before a giant stone wall carved with the grotesque image of a blood-red spider. He asked in a low voice, confirming if the arrangement was behind that wall. Receiving an affirmative nod from his guard, Du Qiang nervously watched his every move. Feng Tian placed his hand on the radiant red gem at the center of the spider. The heavy sound of shifting stone echoed dryly as the secret door opened, revealing a blinding white light from within. The tension of opening this door was like trying to crack a safe at the end of a video game. Stepping inside, Du Qiang couldn't help but be amazed by the magnificence of this secret cave. He looked up at the ceiling and muttered in astonishment, "That's a really big spider." It was a colossal spider statue with haunting, bright red patterns, hanging upside down from the ceiling. Suddenly, a voice echoed throughout the space, startling Du Qiang and putting him on high alert. "Oh, Destined One. Welcome." He squinted, looking around and wondering to himself. The intro from this old man's voice isn't even finished, and I can already smell a final boss. Although he couldn't see anyone, Du Qiang remained courteous. He bowed and said clearly, "Du Qiang pays his respects." Seeing his master being so serious, Feng Tian quickly explained that this was actually just a voice recorded from the past, so he didn't need to bother replying. Du Qiang nodded slightly, ever the proper heir. The voice continued, introducing himself as the sage Zhou Yu, a master who had spent his entire life scorning demonic arts and steadfastly following the righteous path. Hearing these insults aimed at the demonic path, Feng Tian flew into a rage and roared furiously, "Shut up!" Witnessing his subordinate crazily arguing with an ethereal voice, Du Qiang could only break into a cold sweat and curse inwardly. "You just told me I didn't need to answer." Du Qiang began to grow suspicious. He turned to his guard and asked, "Feng Tian, a righteous martial art? Is this my father's doing?" Feng Tian firmly asserted that the most important thing was the power of the martial art itself, so the master shouldn't pay any mind to such empty words. The old man's voice continued its sales pitch, confidently proclaiming the Zhou Yu divine art to be the strongest martial art in the world, one that had taken him 50 years of his life to master. Hearing this, Du Qiang nearly fainted. He yelled in frustration, 50 years? Does that mean I'll be 70 by the time I master it? Is this a scam?" But immediately, the old man flipped the script, revealing that he had found a way to master it in just 10 days, and mockingly added that no one would be foolish enough to practice for a grueling 50 years like he did. Feeling like he was being toyed with, Du Qiang gritted his teeth and shouted, "Start making sense, old man. A 50-year quest got nerfed down to 10 days? The developer is totally messing with me." Feng Tian quickly tried to calm his master down, reminding him that it was just a soulless voice from the past, and not to take it to heart. Du Qiang sullenly suppressed his anger, silently observing what would happen next. The mysterious voice explained that, to master the Zhou Yu divine art, the prerequisite was to obtain the inner core elixir of the 10,000-year spider. Following the instructions, Du Qiang looked down at the ancient stone slab, where precious drops of essence from the giant spider's corpse were slowly melting and accumulating into a milky white liquid. The old man revealed another miraculous function of this elixir. After drinking it, the body would become impervious to all poisons, immune to every venom in the world. The voice urged him on. The Destined One is required to quickly drink this entire portion of the inner core elixir before the martial arts transmission begins. A 5-star, meta-defying, max-level poison immunity buff. Feng Tian smiled and congratulated his master on officially achieving a state of poison immunity. Du Qiang nodded his thanks and decisively drank the entire bowl of precious essence. The sage Zhou Yu's voice echoed once more, reminding him that the medicine would need an hour to take effect. However, he didn't forget to add a gentle warning. Because it only takes 10 days to master, the body will have to endure a little pain. Just as Du Qiang was dazedly wondering what a little meant, a horrifying pain suddenly struck him, causing him to scream in agony. His little bit of pain was more like a non-stop torture combo that left him foaming at the mouth, unable to breathe. In the midst of extreme agony, Du Qiang cried out for help. "Save me, Feng Tian." The guard rushed forward in a panic, but the old man's voice rang out sternly. "You must absolutely not use internal energy to resist the pain, or the inner core will be shattered, and all efforts will be for naught." Feng Tian could only use his iron grip to hold his master's body still, helping him endure the physical torment. Du Qiang's heart-wrenching screams continued to echo throughout the dark cave. If there was a health bar in this scene, it would have dropped to 1% by now. Du Qiang wondered resentfully why the old man's little bit was so horrific. 2 agonizing hours passed, and, when Feng Tian asked worriedly how he was, Du Qiang could only snap back wearily, "Do I look okay to you?" But right after that, he was stunned to see a torrent of pure white spiritual energy flowing from his hands. Du Qiang's entire body radiated a powerful aura, signaling a complete transformation in his strength. The sage Zhou Yu's voice spoke again, praising the Destined One's resilience. He instructed Du Qiang to stare at the wall and let his internal energy circulate on its own. According to him, After a long sleep, the Do Yoo divine art would be officially mastered. Faced with this life-changing opportunity, Du Qiang's eyes shone with hope. He cheered silently in his heart because freedom was finally within his grasp. Turns out the saying reap without sowing was actually true. Right at that moment, the supreme martial art was being automatically imprinted into Du Qiang's mind. First came the general application of the Do Yoo divine art, followed by the lightness skill, the complex shadow swift body technique, which allows for rapid movement on walls and ceilings. Not only that, he also acquired the Do Yoo Dragon Claw, a powerful grappling technique, along with the soul-shattering brain tremor, a type of sound-based art that could terrify any opponent. The transmission of techniques continued with the Do Yoo Spirit Sense, which enhanced his hearing and vision, his ability to sense danger, and allowed him to perfectly conceal his killing intent. Finally, there was the Do Yoo Heart-Severing Palm, an ultimate technique that pushed his attack power to its peak. Do Yoo Kang slowly opened his eyes, feeling the new surge of power, confident that with these martial arts, he could completely defeat Feng Tian. Just then, the guard approached and respectfully congratulated his master on his achievement after a long period of arduous training. A skill combo that maxed out the entire damage tree. Just looking at it felt painful. Do Yoo Kang asked in surprise, "A long time? Hasn't it only been one day?" But Feng Tian immediately corrected him, stating that today was the 10th day since he began his training. This number shocked Do Yoo Kang, because not only did he not feel hungry, but he felt his body brimming with energy, truly a miraculous martial art. Noticing his subordinate looked haggard, he asked with concern, "What have you been eating all this time?" Feng Tian smiled and replied that since his master was busy with his grand destiny, he couldn't indulge in food. Just seeing his master's achievements felt like he'd eaten a 1,000-year-old ginseng root. Do Yoo Kang nodded slightly. You've worked hard." He was secretly touched, realizing Feng Tian hadn't moved an inch, while protecting him for the past 10 days. 10 days without eating and still alive. That's max-level faith. He thought to himself, if Feng Tian hadn't forced him to be the cult leader, perhaps the two of them could have become good friends. To test his new strength, Do Yoo Kang looked straight at the guard and proposed, "I want to see the results of my training. Please be my sparring partner." However, before starting the match, Do Yoo Kang coldly announced that he needed to take care of one thing first. He decisively drew his sword, unleashing a basic but powerful strike that shattered the giant spider statue in the cave into countless pieces, then quietly stood there, looking at the wreckage. "Don't hold back during our spar." Do Yoo Kang coldly ordered the guard. He declared resolutely, "Let's begin." Then, his crimson eyes blazed, and his killing intent shot forward at a terrifying speed. Feng Tian was momentarily stunned by his master's progress. "I see it." But Do Yoo Kang had already closed the distance. Carefully observing his opponent's every move, he opened with a combo, launching right into a full-on engagement with no countdown. Taking advantage of an opening, Do Yoo Kang launched a direct blow at Feng Tian's chest. He channeled the full power of Do Yoo's mystic art, executing the ultimate Do Yoo heart-severing palm, creating a world-shaking explosion of internal energy. Watching the guard get blown away, Do Yoo Kang couldn't help but feel triumphant. "I just sent Feng Tian flying. This destructive power is truly worthy of a Do Yoo mystic's pride." A critical hit, the damage numbers flashing bright red like a headshot. But before the dust had even settled, Feng Tian suddenly appeared right behind him. He murmured with admiration, "I'm truly impressed by you." A steel-like hand suddenly clamped down on Do Yoo Kang's shoulder. The overwhelming force from the guard shredded his clothes. A powerful tremor of internal energy erupted, sending Do Yoo Kang flying back in shock. Looking at the giant spider statue that had been sliced in two, Feng Tian casually remarked that the surprise attack was very good. "Now, draw your sword." He placed his own hand on the hilt of his sword and coldly declared, "Well then, master," before unleashing a blazing red slash of sword energy that tore through the cave. The suffocating pressure from the sword strike made Do Qiang break out in a cold sweat just trying to defend, while Feng Tian stared right at him and commented, "It seems you're very angry, but this fight isn't over yet." Do Yoo Kang immediately activated Do Yoo's mystic art, using the phantom shadow step to move at an untraceable speed. He closed in on his opponent in an instant and roared decisively, "It's over, Feng Tian." His hand transformed into Do Yoo's raging dragon claw, locking the guard in a fatal blow. A world-shaking explosion echoed as the force from the strike pulverized the ground beneath their feet. The thick dust cleared, revealing Feng Tian lying motionless amidst the rubble. Do Yoo Kang panted heavily, but his eyes blazed with ultimate excitement. "I finally defeated Feng Tian." In his mind, a giant victory sign appeared, like he'd just cleared a boss. He began to dream of the free life ahead. I'll sell the luminous pearl for money and run far away. Best to go to Hainan, in the southernmost part of the Central Plains. He walked away quietly, tightly gripping the precious gem and painting a picture of a simple future. I'll find a job, marry an ordinary woman, and start a family. The blood-soaked life of the demonic cult's leader ends here. A plan so perfect, it was only missing one step. Quitting the game, he triumphantly left the fallen man behind. You just rest up, Feng Tian. But immediately, a deep voice rang out right next to his ear, making him freeze. Let's go, master. A horrified Do Yoo Kang turned around, his face drained of all color. You can still move? Despite his injuries, Feng Tian stood tall with extreme loyalty. There's no need to push yourself. I can still endure it. I will follow you anywhere. Do Yoo Kang's face twisted in frustration. He gnashed his teeth and cursed. Feng Tian, you bastard. You pretended to lose to encourage me, just like back at Lu Lin? The feeling of being deceived made him scream in despair. What a scam. Without a moment's hesitation, he used the phantom shadow step again to bolt, trying to escape the monstrous guard. As he scaled a sheer cliff, Do Yoo Kang screamed in outrage. You said this was the strongest martial art? Was this my father's plan? If I can't even defeat Feng Tian, how can you call it the strongest? Far below, Feng Tian persistently followed, shouting loudly, Master, please wait for me. Do Yoo Kang used all his strength to execute the new footwork, darting between the treacherous cliffs. Noticing the distance between him and the guard was gradually increasing, he rejoiced to himself. Feng Tian can't keep up? At this speed, I can escape him. He thought he had just activated a max-level escape skill, but his budding hope was crushed by a deafening roar from behind. Master! Master An! Feng Tian's powerful shout echoed throughout the valley, causing even Sun Ruolan, who was far away, to shudder in fear. She trembled and muttered, I suddenly got the shivers when I heard that shout. Feng Tian is being so extra again, wasn't that enough already? A feeling of bad luck clung to her like it wouldn't let go. Ruolan felt that bad luck was stalking her and decided to find a fortune teller to get rid of it. Just then, her subordinate reported that a few fortune tellers were heading up the mountain, which gave her a sense of relief. But the truth was far more brutal. Those two old men posing as fortune tellers were actually Gong Ling and Zhui Longzi, high-level assassins from the Ghost Valley. They were here to complete the mission to assassinate Du Yoo Kang, a task that Yi Hao had already failed. They smugly declared that this time, the new sect leader would definitely die. Ruolan couldn't be bothered with the future of the Lu Lin sect. She told her subordinate to ask her father about it later. With a cryptic smile, she led the two disguised assassins into the room. Come on, now. If you don't want to die, you'd better get in here. The moment they stepped inside, the two assassins froze in utter shock. Before them were not only members of the Lu Lin sect, but also Elder Guju, Fairy Tianxiang, and the prodigies of the 5 great righteous families. Zhui Longzi broke out in a cold sweat. He looked around in horror, wondering what kind of bizarre gathering this was. Sun Ruolan cheerfully shoved the two disguised assassins into the room. She didn't forget to add a playful threat. Come on, get in there. If you refuse to tell their fortunes, you'll lose your lives. So you'd better go in and do it. The moment they stepped inside, Gong Ling and Zhui Longzi of the Ghost Valley stared wide-eyed in terror, sweat pouring down their faces as they took in the bizarre assembly. Not only were they members of the Lu Lin sect, but even Elder Guzu, Fairy Tianxiang, and representatives from the 5 great righteous families were sitting right there in front of them. They were stunned, wondering what kind of insane situation this was. Ruolan calmly invited them, Please, make yourselves comfortable. Noticing the bald fortune teller looked tense, she patted his head and sarcastically reassured him. The Lu Lin sect would never kill a fortune teller. It's bad luck. So you can relax. Don't worry. Ruolan's familiar gesture made the assassin freeze in terror. His companion wasn't faring any better. He tried to sit still, focusing on eating and drinking while telling himself not to cause any trouble. Just then, Ruolan turned her attention to him. She grabbed his head and demanded that he relax too. Inwardly, the two assassins were grinding their teeth with rage, silently vowing to get their revenge by killing for coin soon enough. However, they reminded themselves to be extremely careful so she wouldn't discover their true identities. This situation was forcing them to give the performance of a lifetime. The person Ruolan wanted them to read the fortune of was none other than Miao San, the Lu Lin sect's strategist. When asked what he wanted to know, the assassins guessed the old man would ask about the future of the Lu Lin sect, or perhaps when they could finally unify the demonic faction. But Miao San's question left them completely floored. Will I be able to find my soulmate this year? The question almost made the two of them forget they were on an assassination mission. The assassins were left speechless, their faces clearly showing their confusion at the ridiculous request. Ruolin had now moved over to the table with the members of the righteous faction. She greeted them with a radiant smile, seeing that they were still alive after their previous battle with the Black Dragon clan. Raising her glass, she said, "We can talk about why you're all here later. For now, let's all share a drink." Lifting their wine cups, the young masters of the righteous faction were forced to toast in unison to the prosperity of the Lu Lin sect. One of the young heroes in the group couldn't help but feel humiliated. He looked down, dejected, thinking how a member of the righteous path was now forced to sit at the same table as the Lu Lin bandits. That gloomy expression didn't escape Sun Roland's notice, and she immediately started teasing him. "What's with that face? Don't tell me you've fallen for me and followed me all the way to Lu Lin?" The sudden question made the young hero blush furiously and stammer, What are you talking about?" Seeing him get flustered, Ruolin grew even more smug and pressed on, pointing right at his face with a mischievous warning. "Look at you, getting all worked up. If you like me, just say so. What's there to be embarrassed about? If you don't say it now, and you dare to confess to me later, you'll have to answer to me." Her blunt words made the young hero want to dig a hole and crawl into it. Trying to push past the awkwardness and remain calm, another member of the righteous group, Murong Yun Tien, spoke up to break the tense silence. He politely asked Ruolin about the whereabouts of the Black Dragon clan, wondering if the two sides had secretly made peace, which would explain why they hadn't been seen recently. Ruolin took a small sip of wine and then casually dropped a bombshell. "Peace? They're all dead. Don't even bother looking for them." Her tone was as light as if she were discussing the weather, but her words were incredibly heavy. Seeing Murong Yuntian's stunned expression, as if he thought she was exaggerating, Ruolin simply confirmed that it was the truth. Murong Yun Tien narrowed his eyes in suspicion. He decided to change the subject to something more important. "Those 4 people who were with you before, are they still here? And what are their true identities?" Ruolin gave him a sharp look, revealing that 2 of them were still in Lu Lin. But the little scholar and the country bumpkin left a long time ago. She claimed she didn't know their true identities either. When Murong Yuntian still looked unconvinced of her honesty, Ruolin snapped, "I said what I said, so just believe it." She immediately spun around and slammed her hand on the table. Her attention shifted to Yin Yan Zhao, who was sitting nearby. With a piercing gaze, Ruolin demanded to know if he was the one who brought Wu Xianwei to Lu Lin. Called out directly, Yin Yan Zhao flatly denied it with a look of pure innocence. Ruolin didn't let up, moving closer and mocking his fake act. She stated that Guan Shan had already revealed the whole truth. He put on his best "I'm the victim" face, giving an Oscar-worthy performance. Then, she dropped a bombshell, that Feng Tian had kidnapped the divine doctor, forcing their group to chase him all the way to Lu Lin. Soon Ruolin let out a sinister little smile. She began using a psychological manipulation technique to pressure him into revealing the true whereabouts of Feng Tian and Wu Xianwei. Yin Yan Zhao recognized it as the soul bewitching art, a demonic art that throws its target's mind into chaos. He thought to himself that even he would have trouble resisting it, so the other man was surely done for his mind, probably completely blank. But then, Sun Ruolin suddenly flew into a rage, slamming her hand on the table and roaring, "How dare you mention Feng Tian in my presence?" This sudden outburst left Yin Yan Zhao stunned, wondering if she was somehow able to resist the soul-bewitching art herself. Ruolin snapped, demanding that everyone stop causing trouble. "This place is chaotic enough as it is, so get out of here, now." She pointed her finger, giving a final warning. "I'm serious. If any of you dare to mention Feng Tian in front of me again, you're dead." Roland's ferocity made everyone break out in a cold sweat, silently wondering, just who is this Feng Tian guy that makes her so sensitive? Just as the atmosphere was getting tense, a deafening shout tore through the air, immediately followed by an earth-shattering collision. A thick cloud of dust billowed up as someone burst through the wall and charged inside. 2 strangers with murderous expressions appeared amidst the rubble. They roared, "Lu Lin, get out of the way. We have to settle things with him today, once and for all." They frantically demanded that Feng Tian show himself immediately. Faced with such insolence, King Lu Lin flew into a rage and shouted back, "Feng Tian is already gone. What are you still yelling for?" When accused of lying, the old gang leader snapped, insisting he had no reason to spout nonsense, while subtly telling them to get lost. After all, even their friend, the Black Dragon gang leader, had already left. The leader of the group ground his teeth in frustration. "Do you think we're fools? We already saw what we needed to see back on Mount Wutai." He recalled the heartbreaking scene deep in the forest, where he had to stand by silently and watch his comrades perform a farewell ritual. He mumbled an apology, his voice filled with sorrow. "I was going to spare your life, but you just had to seek death. Please forgive me for having to bury you here." Every word he spoke was heavy, like some angsty late-night post. With eyes burning with hatred, he swore that after taking his revenge, he would give his opponent a proper burial, then suddenly let out a furious roar. Looking down into the deep pit, the subordinate stammered in fear. His master, annoyed by his incoherent mumbling, snapped, "What's all the commotion about? Are you screaming your head off like you've seen a ghost?" But to be fair, what he saw was terrifying enough to make anyone scream. However, the truth that appeared before his eyes made even the old leader freeze. At the bottom of the pit was the corpse of the Black Dragon gang leader, the very man who was supposed to have been completely obliterated by Feng Tian without a trace. News of the Black Dragon gang's annihilation quickly spread inside the main hall, leaving the young masters of the righteous sects in shock. So the Black Dragon gang has been wiped out? They whispered amongst themselves about this Feng Tian, someone who not only annihilated an entire gang but also brazenly kidnapped Wu Xianwei. Everyone shuddered, wondering, is he really that strong? In the midst of the chatter, someone realized that Do Yoo Kang had also quietly left the Green Forest clan at some point. Suddenly, Sun Ruolan pointed towards the door and shouted, "Great hero Feng Tian, they're over here." Her disastrous joke caused the man burning with vengeance to roar with excitement. "So it is Feng Tian. You were hiding here!" He charged forward like a moth to a flame, causing Ruolan to scream in terror. But his appearance immediately became incredibly strange. The Green Forest King quickly stopped his daughter and explained, "Calm down. That's the explosive chi technique." He explained that it's an extreme martial art. When pushed to its limit, the user's own flesh and blood shoot out like hidden weapons, and once activated, it cannot be stopped midway. A terrifying explosion erupted, and the reckless man was instantly blown to pieces. Ruolan stared in shock at the wreckage, unable to believe her joke that Feng Tian was here could lead to such a catastrophic outcome. The massive explosion shook a corner of the Green Forest clan's headquarters. Dust and smoke billowed up in broad daylight. From a high branch in the distance, a mysterious figure coolly observed the scene and muttered with contempt, "I came to the Green Forest to find the leader, but it turns out this place is full of idiots." He clicked his tongue, wondering where the young master could be, and quickly departed. Meanwhile, in a secret cave, traces of a struggle and the corpse of a giant spider remained. Two figures dressed in pure white suddenly appeared at the cave entrance. The young disciple looked inside in amazement and asked, "Master, is this?" The old master, with his white hair and beard, thoughtfully observed the marks on the cliff wall and concluded, "It seems someone has been here." The atmosphere was tense. The old man narrowed his eyes gravely, stating with certainty that the stranger had dared to touch something they absolutely should not have. Du Yangin gasped in shock at the devastated scene inside the cave. "Master, this." Looking at the remaining signs of destruction, he concluded grimly, "It looks like someone was here. The place is a total wreck, like some cheater just ran rampant." Menos Shingun, the leader of the Seventh Heaven cult, silently observed the scene. He ground his teeth in fury. He dared to touch something he shouldn't have. How could he steal the Heavenly Lord's treasure? He was furious because it had taken him 3 long years to find this place, and now someone had just snatched it from under his nose. He blamed himself for the grave mistake of thinking no one would discover this secret. Memories of the battle on the mountain peak years ago flooded back, reminding him of his vow to never let something like that happen again. Back then, he had been certain that the Heavenly Lord would make the Heavenly Demon cult leader kneel in surrender, because no matter how strong the Heavenly Demon cult leader was, his opponent, Bi Mugion, was a true son of heaven. It felt as if everything in the world existed solely to serve that Heavenly Lord. His aura was off the charts, like a max-level character buffing the entire map just by standing there. However, reality dealt a cruel blow to his faith. After witnessing him lose to the Heavenly Demon cult leader with his own eyes, Menos Shingun was so stunned he was speechless. He always wondered why the Heavenly Lord could have possibly lost, why he didn't use his strongest technique from the very beginning. The only answer for that failure was his overwhelming pride. It's like saving your ultimate ability for the end of the game, only to die before you can use it. Menos Shingun gravely warned his disciple, if the Heavenly Lord had used his strongest technique from the start, the outcome would have been different. Believe in yourself, but remember not to become too arrogant. Du Yanjin clasped his hands respectfully. "I will remember, Master." Looking at the empty spot where the treasure was kept, he realized they had even taken the precious beads. With the power to infiltrate and break the formations here, he was certain the culprit had to be from a renowned sect. Menos Shingun pondered, Only the Black Crow thieves and only the evil Bu Kuai was skilled enough to pass through the barrier and get their hands on the treasure. When Du Yanan suspected the Green Forest tribe, the old man firmly dismissed the idea, believing those bandits lacked the sophistication to handle this incarnation so carefully. Looking at the shattered spider corpse on the ground, the master declared that he needed to act immediately and urged his disciple to set out at once to hunt down the thieves. Du Yanjin respectfully obeyed, and the two of them silently left the secret cave. Meanwhile, at the Green Forest clan's mountain fortress, the Green Forest king was leisurely enjoying what he considered a peaceful atmosphere. However, his subordinate beside him looked skeptical of that optimism. He argued that avoiding heavy losses was a bright start, but the Green Forest king reminded him of the destroyed parts of the estate that needed repairs. At the mention of the word destroyed, the subordinate suddenly trembled in terror as he remembered the clan's tragedy from 20 years ago. His PTSD flared up, memories flooding back like a skill being spammed. The air in the meeting room suddenly fell into a suffocating silence, making even Sun Ruolan shudder as she saw. The subordinate gripped by absolute terror as horrific memories came rushing back, as if it were happening all over again. The Green Forest king revealed in a low voice, that terror began with the appearance of the Heavenly Lord, Bi Mujun. Sun Ruolan was shocked to hear the name of the one who had once cornered the demonic cult. The old clan leader recalled that right here, at this very fortress, Tianzu had begun to build his reputation by single-handedly charging into the headquarters of the Green Forest clan. Although the Lu Lin disciples initially had the upper hand with their overwhelming numbers, the appearance of the lone figure on the cliff signaled a horrifying turn of events. When he was on his last breath, Tianzu was struck by a poisoned arrow and fell into the deep chasm below. They thought that arrogant brat had died, but no, he survived and returned from the realm of the dead, causing the Green Forest clan to suffer incredibly severe losses. A top-tier move. The main character theorem states they never die. Looking back at the coldness of Tianzu from all those years ago, Sun Ruolan suddenly shuddered as she realized a terrifying coincidence. Wait, Do Yoo Kang was also hit with poison and then cured. She screamed in absolute panic, unable to believe the hypothesis forming in her mind. Could it be that he is the reincarnation of Tianzu? The advisor, Qing Lei Miaoshan, though drenched in sweat, tried to reassure her that it was still too early to confirm such a thing, but this only infuriated Ruolan further. She lunged forward, grabbing the old man by his collar and snarling that his words were completely useless. Seeing his daughter losing control, the Green Forest king had to shout loudly, demanding she let go. He pondered deeply, realizing there was still one major difference between Do Yoo Kang and Tianzu. He recalled the painful past when the Green Forest clan was destroyed completely by the Azure Forest Annihilation Squad, an elite army led by Tianzu himself, which ravaged everything in a sea of fire. It wasn't until Tianzu's death that the Green Forest clan could be rebuilt from the rubble. Thanks to his tireless efforts, the Green Forest king had rebuilt the clan to be stronger than ever before. But now he realized that Do Yoo Kang didn't even need an annihilation squad, because by his side, he already had a monster like Feng Tian, one guy who comes with a final boss, no party needed. He slammed his hand on the table, crying out in frustration at the irony of fate. Damn it. First it was that Bi Mujian, and now it's Do Yoo Kang. Why does everyone choose our Green Forest clan as their starting point? In a fit of rage, he grabbed a subordinate by the face and blamed him for everything. Her fury erupting, Sun Ruolan rushed forward, landing a hard slap across Yin Yanjiao's face and screaming, "How dare you!" Immediately after, Qing Lei Miaoshan slammed his hand on the table, and then it was the Green Forest king's turn to roar in outrage. Gong Chusung, how dare you! The drama was escalating, and everyone switched to combat mode. In the midst of the tense atmosphere, a subordinate suddenly burst through the doors, causing Ruolan to startle and shout, "This guy scared the life out of me." He breathlessly reported the news, and then presented a scroll clearly marked with the words, "The Master of Demons rewards the Green Forest clan." Horrifying news released. The Azure Forest Annihilation Squad. The Zhondong encampment has been completely wiped out. The entire meeting room was stunned by the sight of the Zhondong encampment's total annihilation. The Green Forest king clutched his head in pain, feeling the past returning to haunt him once again. Miaoshan thoughtfully remarked, "Perhaps this wasn't the work of Yu Gang and Feng Tian. If there's anyone who has a grudge against us recently," he asserted firmly, "it must be the Divine Doctor." Miaoshan worried the Divine Doctor would soon realize their deception. The Green Forest king sighed in regret. "I shouldn't have used poison." He looked at the empty room and realized there was no other way to salvage the situation, so he asked his daughter, "Have you thought of what we should do now?" Ruolan answered decisively. If we want to avoid the rain, we must take cover under an umbrella and go find Do Yoo Kang. She explained that since both sides had already formed an alliance and made promises, there were now plenty of reasons to seek him out. Meanwhile, the Green Forest King clenched his fists so tightly his veins bulged. He resentfully thought to himself, I thought I had completely escaped them, but now I have to go beg them for help? His mood plummeted, like trying to quit a game only to get dragged back for a revenge kill. He roared, "Damn it!" and smashed the grand desk to pieces before stalking away in a fit of rage. Yin Yan Jiao asked blankly, Miss, where is the clan leader going? Ruolan told him to stand up and explained the hidden message behind her father's anger. What he meant was, damn it, there's nothing we can do now. Let's go. Let's go find Yu Gang. The scene shifts to the majestic gate of Mubo village. A man with long, dashing black hair appears, quietly observing his surroundings. It was none other than Do Yoo Kang. He looked at the sign and silently assessed. Mubo Village. A village without sin. He smiled faintly with satisfaction. This is a good start, isn't it? The narrator thought he'd stumbled into the newbie zone. Do Yoo Kang walked through the gate of the innocent village, feeling incredibly cheerful. He looked at the 2 coins in his hand and thought to himself, after parting ways with Feng Tian, money's just falling into my lap. Nothing but good luck. Although he possessed the priceless night luminous pearl, he felt it wasn't the right time to sell it. For a whole month, while fleeing from Feng Tian's pursuit, Do Yoo Kang had to hunt wild animals and roast meat over a fire just to survive day by day. Entering a magnificent tavern, he let out a sigh of relief, finally able to eat a proper meal. As soon as he stepped through the door, a waiter enthusiastically greeted him. Welcome, esteemed guest. Do Yoo Kang held out the 2 coins and asked, what can this much money buy? After the waiter told him it was just enough for 3 meat buns and a bowl of thin noodles, he said decisively, then give me 1 bowl of thin noodles. Since it was peak hour and the tavern was full, Do Yoo Kang happily accepted the waiter's offer to share a table with others. No problem. Sitting down at the table, he thought to himself, I want to hear some everyday conversations, so this is even better. While enjoying his noodles, Do Yoo Kang listened intently to the conversation of the people at his table. One man stated with conviction, it's true. How could someone possibly leap over a 10-foot-tall wall? That's what you call a scam. A scam? The other person immediately retorted, saying his friend must not have met the traveling doctor who came here last time. The 2 men argued as intensely as online bettors. Each convinced he was right. He recounted the story of a traveling doctor with bulging muscles who performed incredible feats. According to the story, that doctor pulled out a seemingly evil sword and suddenly began stabbing himself wildly with it, much to the shock of the crowd. What was even more astonishing was that the sword shattered after striking his neck, heart, and all over his body, without causing a single wound. It was like some insane invincibility skill with full armor. Witnessing the scene through the story, Do Yoo Kang silently assessed, Vajra indestructible body? He must be a master on the same level as Feng Tian. The man continued his captivating tale. But the main event is something I'm only telling you now. The man with the wire-like beard excitedly continued the story about a 9-year-old child who tried to imitate the traveling doctor by stabbing himself. The story was so horrifying it was hard to believe, but the result made that traveling doctor flee for his life, because the sword had shattered on impact, yet the child was completely unharmed. As Do Yoo Kang ate his noodles, he thought to himself that he finally understood why this place was called Vofam Village. It was a town completely oblivious to the world of martial arts. Seeing his interest, the man continued to brag about someone who could run up cliffs as if they were flat ground, which nearly made Do Yoo Kang choke on his noodles. Seeing the young man coughing, the man quickly patted his shoulder to calm him down, telling him to eat slowly. The old man sitting opposite him also struck up a conversation, asking if he was a tourist from out of town. When Do Yoo Kang nodded, the old man excitedly announced that he had arrived at the perfect time. Starting tomorrow, a grand party would be held at Long Yun Place to celebrate the birthday of a village elder. It would be 3 days of lavish feasting, making the atmosphere in the village incredibly lively. The old man laughed heartily, full of pride, saying that thanks to these 3 consecutive days, no one would go hungry. He even planned to fast since the morning to save his appetite for the party, going all in on this one meal and worrying about tomorrow later a true farmer's feast. Witnessing the villagers' simple and honest nature, Do Yoo Kang sighed in admiration. Vofam Village was truly a wonderful place, where people lived peacefully, without worry, and were always full of hope for the future. An idea sparked in his mind. He would sell the night luminous pearl to help these kind people. He then turned to ask for directions to Long Yun Place. Meanwhile, At Xing Province, night had fallen over the majestic estate of the Nine Dragons sect leader. As the sect leader was in a deep sleep, a chilling voice suddenly echoed, urging him, "Get up. I told you to get up." Being woken up in the middle of the night was like an unannounced server reset, and he was seeing red. He jolted awake, filled with rage. It had been a long time since anyone had dared to trespass and speak to him so disrespectfully. The stranger, with a colossal greatsword, advanced menacingly, radiating a suffocating killing intent, and asked coldly, "Are you looking to die?" A dry, sickening thud echoed as the sharp blade pierced through the sect leader, causing him to scream in agony. The assassin, his eyes as sharp as a razor, looked down at his writhing prey and made a cruel declaration. "You don't have the right to question me. It's my turn to question you. If you dare open your mouth to ask again, I will gouge out your eyes." In the midst of excruciating pain, the Nine Dragons sect leader secretly calculated who in Xing Province would have the guts to target him. It could only be the Bright Fortress sect leader or the New Moon Gang leader. He suspected it was the New Moon Gang leader, with whom he'd had frequent conflicts recently, and who had sent assassins to harass him. To save his life, he quickly tried to negotiate. "How much did the New Moon Gang leader pay you?" "I'll pay you double, no, triple what the New Moon Gang leader gave you." Even at death's door, he was still trying to haggle. However, the generous offer only made the stranger's face darken threateningly. He growled, "You dare to question me again?" His killing intent erupted. He pressed his steel-like fingers against the leader's face and uttered coldly, "Did you just ask me a question?" A heart-wrenching scream echoed throughout the room as the stranger's fingers pressed into the sect leader's eye socket. Just then, a woman's voice, tinged with exhaustion, called out softly, "Master, what are you saying?" It was So Nguyen, the sect leader's close female confidant. The stranger glanced at her with a look of utter disgust. Without a shred of mercy, he suddenly launched a decisive blow, causing the girl to let out a cry of pain before collapsing to the floor. "Too noisy," he roared in annoyance, then continued his brutal assault, leaving her unable to resist. Witnessing his woman being tortured, the Nine Dragons sect leader cried out in anguish. "So, Nguyen," he sobbed, crying out her name in despair, "you are the meaning of my life." Seeing this sentimental display, the stranger sneered in contempt. "Crying over a mere woman? How pathetic. You're not even worthy of having your eyes gouged out." He coldly ordered the woman to come back, then roughly grabbed her face as a show of force. The Nine Dragons sect leader could only stare wide-eyed in utter shock and terror. The stranger pointed a finger straight at the leader's face and declared sternly, "When I called you the first time, you should have jumped up immediately. If you had, you wouldn't have been injured. That woman wouldn't have gotten hurt either. This is all your fault." He dished out a full combo of blame, like a professional toxic gamer. The Nine Dragons sect leader screamed in frustration. "I was just sleeping." He trembled and fell to his knees, kowtowing and begging pathetically. "It's all my fault. Please, command me to do anything." Feng Tian glanced towards the door and said coldly, "I suppose it's better for 3 people to hear this than 1. He called out, "Come in." The Nine Dragons sect leader was stunned to see 2 other leaders suddenly appear, as if on cue for this kneeling and begging script. It was a scene straight out of a drama. He recognized them as the New Moon Gang leader and the Bright Fortress sect leader, who both wore expressions of utter terror. Feng Tian commanded coldly, "All of you, sit down." Under the suffocating pressure from the monstrous guard, the 3 formidable leaders of the region could only obey, kneeling meekly in a single row. Feng Tian then began to declare his true purpose. "I called you here because I'm looking for someone." One of them dared to speak up, asking if they needed to kill the person. That question immediately struck a nerve with Feng Tian. He radiated a horrifying killing intent and roared, "You dare to ask a question?" The one who had misspoken begged in terror, tears streaming down his face. "Please, sir, please spare my eyes." Without an ounce of mercy, Feng Tian delivered a thunderous kick that sent the man flying and coughing up blood. He roared with extreme prejudice, "Your eyes? It would be your honor just to be able to lick his feet." He threatened that if they dared to speak another word of nonsense, he would slaughter them all and find others to replace them. The 3 leaders could only bow their heads and answer in unison, "Yes," in absolute terror. Feng Tian coldly told them they should consider themselves lucky, then revealed that the person he was looking for was his master. He admitted with self-reproach that his own movement techniques were not refined enough to keep up with his master's speed. The leaders whispered amongst themselves, unable to comprehend who the master of this monster could be, to be able to leave such a powerful subordinate behind. Feng Tian silently threw a glowing object onto the floor, and the atmosphere went dead silent. It was a night luminous pearl, the precious item Do Yoo Kang had taken with him when he fled. He ordered them to gather all information related to this pearl and report back to him immediately. Feng Tian unleashed a torrent of dark pressure and gave his final ultimatum. The deadline is 3 days. If you have no results within 3 days, then you have no reason to exist anymore. A deadline like that was a death sentence. Feng Tian radiated a suffocating killing intent, delivering his cruel ultimatum. The allotted time is 3 days. If you can't find the master in 3 days, then you no longer need to exist. The threat made the 3 leaders tremble and prostrate themselves, not daring to even cough. At the same time, in a remote village, the luminous pearl that Do Yoo Kang brought had horrified the manager of Longyun Estate so much that all the blood drained from his face. The old man clasped his trembling hands and stammered, "Who would dare to sell a luminous pearl so openly? Do you really want to sell this?" Witnessing the manager's panic, Do Yoo Kang remained perfectly calm. He smiled faintly. "Are you really this shocked over a single luminous pearl?" He silently concluded that, based on this reaction, its value would definitely be a great help to the village. The manager, sweating profusely, confessed he had never seen such a valuable item, so he didn't know how to appraise it fairly. Seeing how flustered the other man was, Do Yoo Kang generously suggested just selling it for a low price, but the manager immediately shot the idea down. That was unacceptable. He couldn't allow an unfair transaction to take place in this village. The old man insisted on inviting an expert appraiser from Zhengzhou to ensure fairness, which made Do Yoo Kang feel secretly grateful that a village manager could be so kind. However, the manager also reluctantly informed him of a small problem. It would take the expert at least 5 days to get there. The old man sincerely suggested, "If it's no trouble, please rest at the Longyun Estate guest house while you wait. Let me take care of this." Looking at the spacious villa before him, Do Yoo Kang felt incredibly touched. He thought to himself, "You're truly so considerate to a stranger like me. Only after leaving the Jianghu did I realize life could be this warm." Do Yoo Kang walked away quietly, not forgetting to turn back and add, "Oh, and please keep it a secret that I brought a luminous pearl here." The manager nodded, giving his word. "I won't let anyone know about this." However, as soon as Do Yoo Kang was out of sight, the old man's true colors began to show. In a luxurious secret room, a man with a greedy face laughed heartily. "A little punk brought a luminous pearl here? What a great opportunity." The manager excitedly reported even more shocking news. "There's more to be happy about. I've confirmed that there are 2 more luminous pearls." The manager had secretly ordered a servant to thoroughly inspect Do Yoo Kang's clothes while he was bathing to search for more clues. The results were beyond his expectations. Not only did he see the luminous pearl, but he also discovered 2 sharp daggers that he carried for self-defense. Based on his actions and demeanor, the old man smugly concluded that this kid must come from a noble family, not some professional thief. This made his plan much easier. He turned to the man standing beside him and asked, "Are you confident, Gu Wen?" The assassin with blue hair replied coldly and decisively, "Please rest assured and entrust this mission to me. The estate's master goes to steal something and gets mistaken for a future noble." Gu Wen was well known as a cold-blooded killer, one of the most feared master assassins in the region. The old estate master promised that if he could complete this mission quietly, he would share his precious rose wine with him. Gu Wen smirked arrogantly. He was confident that he wouldn't even need to use his full strength to deal with a kid like Do Yoo Kang. He gripped the short blade in his hand, resolved to quickly eliminate the target and return as safely as possible. Going on an assassination like he's just collecting a daily quest reward. Meanwhile, Do Yoo Kang had been staying in the village for 2 days, completely immersed in the rare peace. Standing on the porch looking out at the silent night, he secretly wished that if he ever had the chance to go to Hainan Island, he would definitely build a village, just like this one. A life with a comfortable bed and hot meals, surrounded by the happy and bustling sounds of crowded feasts, was everything he had ever longed for. He quietly sat down, cross-legged, and began to focus his energy to train himself. He hadn't even been living peacefully for long before he had to switch into power-up mode to keep his chill from being ruined. Do Yoo Kang realized that to truly enjoy these simple things, he needed to possess absolute power. He had nearly perfected the ultimate technique, the Earthmaster's dragon-grasping hand, a method of releasing true energy like a spider's web to completely bind and control an enemy. Looking at his hands, which were emitting powerful streams of purple energy, he wondered if this technique was limited to just grappling. A bold idea emerged. Do Yoo Kang decided to try applying it to his silver soul blade to see what would happen. Do Yoo Kang threw a dagger, embedding it firmly in a wall about 20 feet away. He thoughtfully noted that retrieving a hidden weapon from this distance using conventional methods would be extremely difficult. However, using the Earthmaster's dragon-grasping hand was a completely different story. He channeled his energy, and the web-like stream of chi immediately pulled the dagger back, sending it flying precisely into his palm. Do Yoo Kang grinned, pleased with his training results. Haha, this is great. While engrossed in testing his new move, Do Yoo Kang was startled by a sharp knock at the door. He chided himself for being so focused on his martial arts that he didn't notice someone approaching. He retracted his killing intent and said coldly, "Come in." A maid gently pushed the door open and entered, politely asking if the young master had slept well. Recognizing her as the person who had cared for him for the past 2 days, Do Yoo Kang asked, "Is something wrong?" The girl bowed her head and replied that the estate master had specially sent her to serve and care for him while he rested. The moment he heard the word serve, his brain automatically switched to max-level misunderstanding mode. Do Yoo Kang's gaze suddenly turned sharp and suspicious. He thought to himself, "Because I'm an honored guest, you intend to serve me all the way to my bed?" He looked at the girl and stated that she didn't have to do that just because she was a maid. Even as the girl awkwardly tried to explain it was the estate master's orders, Do Yoo Kang snapped sternly. He argued that even as a maid, she shouldn't have to sacrifice herself to please him for one night. But the maid just looked bewildered and explained, "Sir, he told me to give you this incense stick to help you sleep better." It was as tense as an action movie, but who would have guessed the plot twist was a sleeping incense stick? Do Yoo Kang froze in embarrassment, stammering to cover up his shock. "Ah, so that's a fragrant aroma. No, a sleep aid." The maid silently placed the candle on the table, softly wished him a good night's sleep, and quickly left. The moment the door closed, Do Yoo Kang clutched his head, his face contorted with extreme embarrassment. He cursed himself for being so foolish, for letting his obsession with sleep lead to such a terrible misunderstanding. Do Yoo Kang told himself, "Next time, I definitely won't let a misunderstanding like this happen again." He lit the candle, trying to shake off the recent awkwardness and regain his focus. Sitting cross-legged in the silent room, he found the fragrance to be incredibly effective at calming his mind. Do Yoo Kang planned to send his thanks to the Manor Lord tomorrow morning for this thoughtful gesture. He returned to his cultivation, noticing that his Bao-Long Shou technique still wasn't developed to its optimal level and needed more focus. As he was visualizing, releasing silk threads from his palms to wrap around his spiritual core, the sound of footsteps and the door opening echoed once again. He wondered to himself, was that the maid from before? Why is she coming this way? But the person who entered was a masked man, startling Do Yoo Kang. The man explained, "Ah, the Manor Lord specially assigned me to come here." Do Yoo Kang replied, annoyed, "I've already received the candles, and you don't look like someone the Manor Lord would send." He wondered if they had sent the maid away and replaced her with another servant. The man quickly clarified, "The Manor Lord specially assigned me to come here." Do Yoo Kang sighed, weary of the nuisances of the outside world. The servant bowed his head, apologizing for the disturbance, and said he was sent to ask if the master needed anything. The drama was at max level, swapping people out like a random team in a game lobby. Do Yoo Kang said coldly, "I don't have any problems. You can go. But why are you covering your face like that?" The man evasively claimed he was sensitive to sense and had to wear a mask, then urged him to continue resting. Do Yoo Kang clicked his tongue at the excessive concern from the ordinary people here. He was about to return to his Bao-Long Shou technique, but the sound of the door opening echoed once more. He flared up in anger. Again? Even a public restroom doesn't get this many visitors. He turned around and snapped, "I already said I don't need anything." But before him now stood a masked man menacingly holding a cold, sharp knife. "I'm trying to cultivate, and I'm getting spammed with strangers like junk mail." Do Yoo Kang took a defensive stance and yelled, "Who are you? Were you sent by the Huaxian sect? Or are you from the cult?" The assassin remained silent for a moment, then smirked cruelly. A man about to die still had a lot to say. Do Yoo Kang broke out in a cold sweat when he realized he couldn't sense his opponent's aura at all. He tightened his grip on his broadsword, assessing the situation. "I can't feel his presence. He's definitely no ordinary fighter." Do Yoo Kang was drenched in a cold sweat, terrified to realize he couldn't sense a single shred of aura from the person opposite him. He was stunned, realizing that this assassin's cultivation level had reached a state of pure perfection, allowing him to conceal his presence flawlessly. It was truly surprising to encounter a master of this caliber in such a remote place. Do Yoo Kang felt a surge of frustration. He hadn't even had a chance to enjoy a normal life before having to face the Grim Reaper. Do Yoo Kang was determined that he absolutely could not die here. He hadn't been here for long before the game threw a final boss at him. Immediately, a blast of white energy tore through the air, rushing towards Do Yoo Kang. He swiftly dodged it by a hair's breadth, but his heart was filled with astonishment when he saw his opponent was still standing motionless like a statue. He couldn't believe the man could launch such a powerful attack without moving a muscle or revealing any openings. He can attack without even moving. This guy must be using an aimbot or something. The battle raged on as the assassin continuously unleashed sharp sword strikes, forcing Do Yoo Kang to use all his strength to move and evade. He narrowed his eyes, wondering what his opponent was truly planning with these seemingly flawed attacks. A thought flashed through his mind, shocking him. Could this bastard be looking down on his strength so much that he wasn't even fighting for real? Meanwhile, in a secret chamber of Longyun Manor, the masterminds were smugly assuming that Do Yoo Kang must be in a hopeless situation by now. A subordinate standing nearby agreed, asserting that Brother Gu Wen's power was so profound that even he couldn't keep up. A woman sitting there curiously asked if he had ever witnessed that power firsthand, and received a worshipful reply. He recounted how after completing a mission, Gu Wen had immediately returned to his training, and, with just a single fingertip, could easily pierce through a thick wooden plank. In the guest room, the assassin stood amidst the slashes of sword energy, his face showing a grave expression as he confronted Do Yoo Kang. Gu Wen was drenched in sweat, his face contorted in disbelief at what was happening before his eyes. He was shocked to hear a report that the target had been hit with the Toi Toi grass poison, yet remained unharmed, which is why he came to check in person. He grabbed his subordinate by the collar and roared furiously. Who in this world could possibly be resistant to that poison? But the truth was even more terrifying. Gu Wen realized Do Yoo Kang had suddenly vanished, only to reappear right behind him. He trembled, exclaiming in terror, "What? When did you get there?" Seeing his opponent flying freely in the air, he screamed in despair. Impossible. He thought he was the hunter, but he ended up getting completely outplayed across the whole map. He tried to reassure himself that no ordinary person could possibly fly like that, while Gu Wen was struggling to deal with Do Yoo Kang's ghostly speed. Back in the secret chamber, the old manor lord was still smiling sinisterly with satisfaction. He smugly declared that Gu Wen was a monster beyond imagination. He excitedly boasted about the assassin's talent, saying he could hit a target from 30 feet away, even while blindfolded. Confident of an absolute victory, he ordered his subordinate, "Now, let's bring the safflower wine to Longyun Manor." The old manor lord sipped his wine, his heart filled with excitement, believing that entrusting the task to Gu Wen had settled everything. However, the reality in the guest room was the complete opposite, as it was Do Yoo Kang who was standing tall over the assassin's corpse. With blood splattered on his face, he smiled faintly in satisfaction. "I did it." Looking at the enemy collapsed at his feet, he reckoned that after being stabbed this badly, it would be difficult to survive. Do Yoo Kang looked down coldly and interrogated him. "Can you talk now? Who are you?" The assassin only managed a few coughs before using his last bit of strength to whisper, "I can punch," through a wooden plank. His skill introduction sounded cool, but in actual combat, he got forced into an early retirement. This ridiculous dying declaration made Do Yoo Kang stare blankly and ask, "Punch through it?" He looked at the shattered wooden plank and couldn't help but find this mediocre boast laughable. Do Yoo Kang roared in frustration, "Why are you bragging to me about punching through a wooden plank?" He mocked that, in the martial world, there wasn't a single person who couldn't perform such a childish feat. The assassin's eyes widened as he died in shock, realizing he had picked a fight with a real monster. At that moment, a thought flashed through Do Yoo Kang's mind, causing his expression to change. Could it be, this guy wanted to steal the Night Luminant Pearl? He shot up in alarm and rushed off. "Wait, the Night Luminant Pearl I have is with the Manor Lord." Do Yoo Kang leaped across the rooftops in the dark of night, shouting, "The Manor Lord is in danger." Down below at Longyun Manor, a lavish party was in full swing, bustling with hundreds of guests. The old master was blissfully enjoying the festive atmosphere. He laughed heartily and urged everyone on. "Ha ha ha ha, raise your glasses. Let's celebrate, everyone." But behind this glamorous facade lurked a cruel conspiracy. He thought smugly to himself, "It won't be long now. The entire Night Luminating Pearl will be mine." Just then, Do Yoo Kang kicked the door open and burst in, stunning the entire hall. The classy party was suddenly crashed by this dramatic entrance. Seeing a figure enter, the master, without getting a clear look at his face, hastily asked, "You're here already? Did Gu Wen take care of that brat with the Night Luminating Pearl?" But the smile vanished from his lips the moment he realized the person standing before him was Do Yoo Kang, with blood still staining his face. He stammered in absolute terror. The brat with the Night Luminating Pearl? The surrounding subordinates and guests were all stunned, while Do Yoo Kang advanced menacingly, making the master so frightened his face went deathly pale. He could only stammer out, What? The plot twist hit faster than a server reset. By the time he reconnected, the final boss was standing right in front of him. Without letting him say another word, Do Yoo Kang delivered a thunderous slap that sent the master sprawling and roared, "A good and peaceful village, my ass." Faced with his overwhelming power, everyone in the estate had to kneel on the floor, begging for their lives. Do Yoo Kang coldly declared, "This is the first time I've ever taken a life. If you had spoken up sooner, I wouldn't have been so ruthless." He felt a sense of shame that a martial artist like himself had to strike down ordinary people, but he also realized the wickedness of this place. "I am a dignified martial artist, yet today I've killed commoners. This is truly a disgrace. To let ordinary people freely wield swords and blades. This place is even more treacherous than the martial world," he shouted, interrogating the trembling crowd. "How many lives have you all slaughtered in the name of this martial fan village? If you have any conscience left, confess now." An old man kneeling on the ground quickly tried to explain that the young master was mistaken, because the people here are very honest, and all the crimes were because they were severely oppressed by the master. However, Do Yoo Kang wasn't easily fooled. He pointed at the feast and said sarcastically, "Oppressed people are happily drinking and feasting at a party like this? Even if I wanted to misunderstand, this is impossible." The old man lowered his head in anguish, admitting that in Martial Fan Village, the master was the king and the law. The annual festival was actually just a way for him to show off his power, and it was built on the blood, sweat, and tears of the villagers. Although there were people who stood up to resist in the past, well, when you hear king, you know you're dealing with a max-level dictator. The old man choked up as he spoke of the brave people who had once resisted, but they had all vanished without a trace long ago, leaving a terrifying shadow hanging over the village. Do Yoo Kang coldly commanded, "Those not involved with the master, get out immediately." Awed by his authority, the villagers trembled and backed away, leaving the master prostrated on the floor. Do Yoo Kang glared and declared sternly, "Today, I will punish you for the crimes you have committed." The tension was thick enough to cut with a knife. One word was enough to wipe them all out. Watching his subordinates abandon him one by one, the master gritted his teeth in frustration. "You bastards, you dare to leave me alone?" Facing the fiery wrath radiating from Do Yoo Kang, the master was scared out of his wits and immediately began kowtowing, desperately begging for his life. When forced to return the treasure, he stammered an explanation. The night illuminating pearl has already been taken to Jingzhou by my rebellious son." The master claimed that he thought mere words would be enough to invite an appraiser, so he let his son take it, which only infuriated Do Yoo Kang further. Do Yoo Kang waited with extreme impatience. "You must be very eager for this to be over. When will the appraisal be finished?" The master trembled and promised, "Yes, it won't be long now." But Do Yoo Kang's patience had reached its limit. He roared in fury. "When, exactly?" At that very moment, a colossal pillar of light tore through the roof and descended, accompanied by a corpse that fell right into the middle of the hall, shocking everyone. The master realized in horror that the victim was his own son. Why is my son here?" The drama arrived right on schedule before I even had to chase the deadline. An arrogant laugh echoed from the rooftop. "Ha." Hearing that hauntingly familiar voice, Do Yoo Kang was stunned, wondering if it was him, just as a figure swooped down from above with an overwhelming presence, exclaiming excitedly, "Master, this is truly moving." It was none other than Feng Tian. He surveyed the devastated scene and cried out in admiration. "Have you already taken control of the entire village?" His appearance made it seem like the final boss had already cleared the map for you. Do Yoo Kang was frozen stiff, beads of sweat streamed down his face, which was contorted in absolute terror. He could only utter the name of the one he had spent the last month desperately trying to escape, Feng Tian. Feng Tian suddenly appeared, clenching his fists excitedly and exclaiming, "You've already brought the entire village under your control?" Do Yoo Kang was frozen solid, his face contorting in terror as the ghost he'd spent the last month running from suddenly materialized right before his eyes. Feng Tian casually walked into the hall, flashing a radiant smile as if they'd never been apart. "Master, have you been well?" Do Yoo Kang could only stare in shock and yell, "Why are you here?" An extreme suspicion surfaced in Do Yoo Kang's mind. "Don't tell me. You've already found the night illuminating pearl?" Feng Tian immediately answered with a proud expression. "Master, when it comes to night illuminating pearls, I have countless of them. I've retrieved all the inner cores and night illuminating pearls from the 10,000-year Beast Lord and brought them here for you. In total, there are 182 night illuminating pearls. Don't you think that's a lot?" He laughed arrogantly, asserting that this treasure would be a massive resource for the grand cause of unifying the world. And just like that, Do Yoo Kang had officially become a tycoon. Meanwhile, the old master was wailing tragically over his son's corpse. What is happening? My son? Where has your head gone? Why is it just your body? He came to collect an item and ended up with a billionaire starter pack so fast his brain couldn't even load. Do Yoo Kang clutched his forehead, his mind in such turmoil he was speechless. He didn't even need to look to know. I've become rich, but my mind is a mess. I can't think straight. Seeing his master's distress, Feng Tian once again misinterpreted things in the most extreme way. He roared, full of killing intent. Yes, you've become rich, but your mind is a mess. I'll go kill that person right now to vent your anger for you. Do Yoo Kang could only helplessly curse inwardly at the one who was, causing him the biggest headache, this insane subordinate of his. He realized he couldn't keep running forever, and made a decision. No, this is actually for the best. I can't keep hiding like a rat. I need to end this. Do Yoo Kang thoughtfully admitted that even though he had always considered his father's plan to be useless, but he still couldn't escape this endless cycle of blood and tears. With a subordinate like this, he was already maxed out on stress before a fight even started. He bitterly wondered what was the point of returning to the cult, a place that only worshipped strength, and concluded that his father's plan had been a complete failure. However, Feng Tian looked him straight in the eye and declared, "Master, you've misunderstood." He insisted that the time had come to reveal everything to the new cult leader. With a dead serious expression, Feng Tian revealed a shocking truth. The seal of the Eternal Lord was just one of 7 seals. Do Yoo Kang's eyes widened in astonishment, cold sweat trickling down his face as he realized his journey was far from over. There are other seals? Just one seal had already cost so many lives. Do Yoo Kang gazed into the distance, his heart heavy with thought. He didn't want to see anyone else die, because there had already been too many pointless sacrifices on this path. He walked silently down the long corridor, feeling utterly exhausted by the vortex of power. Du Qiang stopped abruptly, looked his guard straight in the eye, and declared decisively, "The one who deserves the cult is you, not me." Feng Tian hadn't even had a chance to calm down, and his boss was already trying to hand over the leadership slot. He admitted that he no longer had the will to continue on the supreme path that his father, Chang, had always dreamed of, so he wanted to pass the responsibility to his most trusted subordinate. However, Feng Tian maintained a cold expression, silently clenched his fist, and replied calmly, "Let's pretend I heard nothing, cult leader." Du Qiang's anger erupted, and he roared fiercely, "My mind is made up. You are the next cult leader. One person resigns, the other pretends nothing happened. Leave me alone. Kill whoever you want. I don't care." Du Qiang spat out the words coldly and turned to leave, leaving his guard standing silently in the darkness. These words of abandonment completely shattered Feng Tian. Cold sweat poured down his face, which was contorted in horror. He stammered in desperation, Don't you need me anymore?" The subordinate couldn't accept being abandoned by his master. A crazed, extremist glint suddenly flared in Feng Tian's eyes. He decisively drew his enormous greatsword from its sheath, unleashing a terrifying, murderous aura that enveloped the area. He roared with determination, "If that is my master's will, then I shall end my life right here." Witnessing his subordinate's impulsive suicide attempt, a horrified Du Qiang spun around and yelled, "Feng Tian, what are you doing? Wait, don't, stop." Du Qiang frantically lunged forward, but Feng Tian's sharp blade was already swinging down decisively. The event happened so suddenly that the old manor lord and the subordinates kneeling nearby could only stare with wide, terrified eyes. A sharp crack echoed as the force from the sword collided violently, creating flashes of light that tore through the silent night. Du Yoo Kang froze, cold sweat trickling down his face as he witnessed the scene before him. Feng Tian was still standing tall, his face taut with intense concentration, while the greatsword pressed hard against his body, making horrifying sounds. A suicide attempt this intense looked more like a durability test for a legendary item. A cracking sound rang out as the incredibly sturdy greatsword shattered into 100 pieces. To everyone's utter astonishment, Du Yoo Kang was speechless. He looked at the pile of scrap metal on the ground and cursed internally. He can't even kill himself properly. What the hell is this body made of? Realizing he couldn't use death to threaten or change the mind of this monster of a guard, Du Qiang could only sigh in exasperation. "I lose. Just stop." He even auto-failed his own self-destruct move. This game is a little buggy. As soon as he heard his master retract his decision, Feng Tian instantly withdrew his murderous aura. He bowed respectfully and said calmly, "Thank you, master. I almost died there." Du Qiang looked at his subordinate's insane loyalty and could only click his tongue. What a pain in the ass. He turned to the Lu Lin people, who were still trembling on the floor, and ordered coldly, "I will punish you later. Now, get inside." The subordinates frantically answered, "Yes, yes," and scrambled inside to save their own lives. Watching the backs of Do Yoo Kang and Feng Tian as they silently departed, those who remained were still suspicious of their identities. A woman and a man in yellow exchanged a sinister look, and she sneered contemptuously, "They're really cunning." I was almost fooled. The man in yellow nodded in agreement, stating that he never believed the story about the 182 luminous night pearls, and mocked Du Qiang as a formidable con artist. Just then, the old chief steward approached them worriedly. "Sir, there's something that's been bothering me. Wasn't the young master supposed to arrive in 2 days?" The man in yellow smirked, scolding the chief steward for being too naive to see through their trick. He picked up a broken piece of the sword from the floor and concluded that this sword-stabbing technique was identical to that of the quack doctor from before. He recalled how that charlatan had stabbed himself with a fake sword to deceive everyone before being exposed, so he was certain Feng Tian's sword was also a fake. He gritted his teeth and declared that as long as they had proof the sword was fake, getting rid of these scammers would be as easy as flipping his hand. "I will definitely repay today's humiliation 100-fold. Thought they had him figured out, but they ended up writing their own horror script. The woman beside him picked up a piece of the sword, surprised by how heavy it was and how much it resembled a real one. She scoffed, intending to use it to prove to her husband that this was just a cheap magic trick, just like that kid and the quack. The man in yellow enthusiastically challenged her. All right. Show me your world-conquering strength. Come on, wife, stab me." Without a moment's hesitation, the woman took the sword piece and stabbed her husband forcefully. She even cheered smugly as she saw the blade sink deep into his body. One good stab, and the argument's over. But her smile vanished when fresh blood suddenly splattered across the room. The man in yellow's eyes rolled back as he realized the horrifying truth in agony. This is a real sword." The woman screamed in absolute horror upon seeing her husband grievously injured. The chief steward behind them was also stunned into silence by the gruesome scene unfolding. Their foolishness and arrogance had made them pay a heavy price right in their own room. Fresh blood gushed from the steward's mouth. He collapsed to the floor in utter shock, realizing the brutal truth about the real sword. A torrential downpour began, as if trying to wash away the tragic scene. Corpses lay strewn across the courtyard. From the shadows, a pair of cold, sharp eyes silently observed the entire event. It was a female assassin from the demonic cult. She shuddered at the young cult leader's increasingly bizarre and cruel actions. Looking at the superficial wounds on the bodies, she was outraged, thinking that Do Yoo Kang had murdered even commoners who knew no martial arts just for his own amusement, a crazed act that not even the most brutal demonic cultivators would ever commit. She coldly declared that this game had to end here. During the pursuit, a new secret order arrived, changing the plan to exterminate Do Yoo Kang's mission switched from capture to eliminate, as quickly as changing a skin in a game. Accompanying her this time were the 5 demonic gods, legendary figures who had vanished from the martial world for the past 20 years. With their undefeated martial arts and unpredictable movements, their appearance was the most difficult challenge the new sect leader would have to face. The female assassin thought to herself, "You should have retired from the martial world sooner, because now both you and Feng Tian will die here." In the middle of the night, Feng Tian was standing tall, looking down at Do Yoo Kang, who was sprawled on the ground with a look of utter frustration. The boss didn't even have time to recover his mana before getting ganked by the whole team. Under the pouring rain, the bald man wailed miserably beside the bodies of his parents. "Mom, Dad, you can't just leave me. How did it come to this?" It turns out the tragedy began when he was in Jingzhou having the luminous pearl appraised, and a stranger suddenly burst in to cause trouble. That person violently grabbed the appraiser's hair and roared threateningly. "What did you say you were doing?" The sheer brutality left the other man stammering in utter terror. Back in the present, the bald man froze when he saw the familiar greatsword stuck in the ground right beside him. He realized with horror that the owner of the sword was the one who had spread this terror. Do Yoo Kang walked silently under an umbrella, his crimson eyes wide with shock at the horrific scene. "What is this?" He looked bewildered at the scattered bodies and turned to question his guard. "Feng Tian, what have you done?" They were just commoners who didn't know martial arts. Faced with his master's accusation, Feng Tian remained calm and asserted, "Master, your subordinate did not do this." Hearing the denial, the bald man screamed furiously through his tears. "Ridiculous! You killed my parents and you still dare to deny it?" He collapsed to the floor in absolute despair, while Feng Tian calmly explained the foolishness of these people. They used the doctor's story to claim the sword was a fake, then started stabbing each other to prove it. The drama hadn't even cooled down before everyone decided to speedrun their own self-destruction. Feng Tian confirmed he had heard the entire ridiculous story crystal clear. Do Yoo Kang silently approached. He carefully observed the scattered corpses, and noticed that the wounds were incredibly clumsy. He thought to himself, so, it really wasn't Feng Tian's doing. It really was these people, blindly slaughtering each other because they thought the sword was a fake. Witnessing the tragic scene, the bald man could only wail in despair, unable to believe the truth. Feng Tian quietly held the umbrella for his master and reported that he had kept 2 maids to serve him breakfast. But Do Yoo Kang just coldly replied that he wasn't hungry and didn't want to stay here a second longer. The scene was chaotic, yet somehow there was still time for customer service. He ordered Feng Tian to set off for the Yangtze River at once. Before leaving, Do Yoo Kang looked at the bald man and reminded him to thank the heavens for surviving, and advised him to spend the rest of his life living for this village. He silently promised that if he ever returned, he would verify if this place truly deserved the name Sinless Village. Under the torrential rain, their figures gradually faded into the distance, leaving the village shrouded in grief and darkness. That night, in a quiet room, the bald man was sitting listlessly at a wooden table when he was suddenly startled by the appearance of strangers. He looked up in terror to see 3 men with an overwhelmingly intimidating aura standing imposingly before him. The leader, a man with a mustache, glared and demanded to know the whereabouts of Do Yoo Kang's group, pressing him for information about the luminous pearl. The bald man trembled, cold sweat trickling down his face as he faced these uninvited guests. He stammered that they had fled long ago. When pressed harshly about their destination, the bald man tried to be evasive, but was immediately met with a heavy blow to the face. The powerful impact made him spit blood in agony, and he collapsed onto the table in absolute terror. The leader coldly threatened him, demanding that he recall every detail quickly if he didn't want to suffer an even more gruesome fate. Ask for directions the wrong way, and you get a free combo to jog your traumatic memories. Stomped forcefully underfoot, the bald man trembled in fear. He hastily confessed everything, revealing that Do Yoo Kang's group was heading to the Yangtze River. He cried out desperately, insisting he wasn't lying about their destination. The torturer glanced at his boss and confirmed that this information seemed credible. The old man, with the goatee, gave a sinister smile. He muttered about the prey's unlucky fate in choosing to run to the Yangtze River. A mysterious shadow appeared behind him, revealing that the area was his master's territory. The old man's eyes turned incredibly cruel. He calculated that, although he really wanted to finish Do Yoo Kang off himself, borrowing his master's power to handle things wasn't a bad option either. He decisively ordered the group to set off immediately, turning his hunting trip into a hitchhiking tour. Left behind in the empty room, the bald man completely broke down. He dropped to his knees and sobbed over his miserable fate. He couldn't understand why these disasters kept falling upon him. However, the nightmare wasn't over, as 2 more dark figures loomed up behind him. An old man with a white beard and an overwhelming aura coldly called his name and demanded to know the whereabouts of the other group. Seeing the glowing gem in the old man's hand, the bald man could only scream in frustration and utter despair at the endless questioning. Meanwhile, at a bustling tavern, the king of the Green Forest and his son were frantically devouring the feast like starving men. The clan leader chomped on a piece of meat, laughing heartily that it had been so long since he'd had such a delicious meal. Sun Ruolan was no different. She ate like a slob and even got angry, swatting her father's hand away when the old man tried to take a piece of meat from her plate. Lu Lin Wang hurriedly reassured his daughter not to fight over it, while also confirming that they had almost caught up to Do too. With this, Chiang won't have to starve anymore, walking away with a swagger. Sun Ruolan thoughtfully asks her father, "Father, are we doing the right thing?" Seeing her father's confused look, she explained that although their initial goal was to find Do Yoo Kang's belongings, she was now starting to feel uncertain. Ruolan was worried that sticking to him like this would only drag them both into bigger trouble. Lu Lin Wang couldn't help but feel a headache coming on as he noticed too many enemies closing in. Do Yoo Kang was being hunted down for killing everyone from the master of the 9-Dragon Gate to the pathetic bald guy in Vo Pham village. Looking at the guy's completely plucked bald head, Sun Ruolan couldn't help but remark on his miserable appearance. She suddenly exploded with anger, thinking that even if Do Yoo Kang was handsome, he wasn't allowed to go around killing people indiscriminately like that. This plot was getting a little chaotic, with everyone chasing after one overpowered main character. However, the subordinate countered that this time, Do Yoo Kang had even attacked civilians who didn't know martial arts. He feared that following people who treated human lives like dirt was a huge mistake. Lu Lin Wang gritted his teeth, his resolve hardening. He declared that no matter what, they had to go to the Yangtze River because he had already contacted the Shui Lu camp there. He figured that even if they didn't follow Do Yoo Kang's group, it would still be a safe place to hide. Seeing her subordinates' faces, which looked like they were at a funeral out of fear of death, Sun Ruolan smiled brightly, reassuring them that she hadn't been to the Yangtze River in a long time and was looking forward to it. She even confidently asserted that if the situation became truly critical, she would deal with Do Yoo Kang herself. Seeing Sun Ruolan's meaningful wink, Lu Lin Wang and his subordinates could only stand frozen in astonishment. Noticing the sudden silence, Sun Ruolan awkwardly realized she had misspoken. She muttered regretfully that her plan to get closer to him was now a total bust, leaving Lu Lin Wang to just look at his daughter with a darkened face, completely at a loss for words. After that confession, the mood at the dinner table turned sour. Sun Ruolan and her group quickly set off for the Yangtze River to stay on schedule. At this time, on the lower Yangtze River, a large vessel was gliding across the churning water, heading straight for the imposing Shui Lu camp, which was marked by a giant dragon head emblem. Inside the estate, a man with an overwhelming presence was pensively reading a freshly delivered letter. This was the Dongdin Dragon King, leader of the Shui Lu camp. He squinted his eyes suspiciously, wondering who on earth Feng Tian and Do Yoo Kang were to be so bold as to come to his territory. They hadn't even arrived yet, and the other party was already in full-on boss mode. Amidst the windswept sky, the immortal crane Divine Lord, dressed in pristine white, was riding a crane, soaring over majestic mountain ranges before landing at a grand estate. He asked, "Have you found that drunken bum yet?" The sword cat Divine Lord, with a contemplative expression, slowly shook his head and replied, "I still haven't found him. It seems he knew we were pursuing him and left beforehand." He assessed that the situation was becoming incredibly complex, as not only the drunkard but also the shadowless divine thief had already fled far away. In his mind, he pictured the two daredevils who had the audacity to ruin the divine art of the benevolent sage landlord and steal the night luminous pearl to escape. Just then, Chu Duanghan quietly entered the room, listening to the conversation of his seniors with a solemn expression. The disciple Chu Duanghan worriedly asked if they should continue the pursuit now that the information seemed to have been leaked. However, the sword cat Divine Lord signaled him to stop, placing a hand on his disciple's head and reassuring him that there was no need to rush the chase right now. He was certain that after stealing the first seal, they wouldn't stop and would definitely target the others. He decided to lead the entire group from this place to the hidden location of the second seal and set a trap. In the pouring rain, the drunken bum was huddled in a dark cave, his heart filled with resentment, wondering why he had ended up in such a miserable state. He tremblingly read the warning letter from his son about being hunted by the Heavenly Might 7 Armies sect, his heart heavy with regret for making his only child worry about him. Suddenly, a looming dark figure appeared at the cave entrance, uttering cold, sarcastic words about someone who only knew how to hide away in such a dark place. Just as he was chilling in the cave, he was ambushed without warning. The stranger suddenly unleashed a pressurizing purple aura, roaring with determination. "You're definitely the one who took the night luminous pearl." Before the lightning-fast attack that tore through the space, the drunkard only had time to let out a pained grunt as he was sent flying by the force and pinned to the cliff wall. He tremblingly tried to explain that he had only been in Xi'an this whole time and had never touched anything belonging to the Heavenly Might 7 Armies, but before he could finish, he was about to be physically eliminated by this combo of misunderstandings. Just in the nick of time, a calm voice called out, stopping the attack. "Stop. Divine Thief Senior Brother. That's the shadowless divine thief." He squinted at the drunkard with a look of suspicion. "It wasn't you?" Seeing that he was being wrongfully accused, the drunkard dropped to his knees, crying out in frustration that he had never even heard the name Night Luminous Pearl before. Witnessing the pathetic state of his old friend, the shadowless divine thief silently tossed him a flask of wine to calm his nerves. The two sat together in the dark cave. The shadowless divine thief explained in a low voice that someone had stolen the night luminous pearl from the Heavenly Might 7 Armies, causing both of them to fall under suspicion and be relentlessly hunted. After taking a large swig of wine, the drunkard made a surprising suggestion. "Hey, why don't we just turn ourselves in?" This ridiculous statement made the shadowless divine thief snap. "Turn ourselves in for what? We didn't steal anything." The drunkard hurriedly explained that he meant they should go there to confront them and talk things out clearly. He believed that if the two of them worked together to catch the real thief and hand him over to the Heavenly Might 7 Armies, all their grievances would be cleared up. Realizing this was the only way to escape their life on the run, the shadowless divine thief stood up decisively and roared, "We can't keep running forever. Let's get ready." In Wuhan, Hubei, the determination to catch the thief was still burning bright, But Do Yoo Kang was currently experiencing excruciating pain as he was restrained by Feng Tian. He screamed in desperation, "Ah, stop, just stop. I'll never run from you again." Feng Tian nonchalantly expressed his surprise at his master's lightness skill, which had forced him to use his ultimate afterimage technique. This was a martial art that used vital energy to condense into a tattoo on the body. Once it was etched onto someone, they couldn't escape pursuit even if they were thousands of miles away. It was an automatic tracking mark that made escape impossible. Feng Tian continued to channel his energy and reassured him, "Master, please try to endure it for a little while." But to Do Yoo Kang, that little while was nothing short of torture. He cried out in agony, "Why do I have to suffer like this for just a little while?" On the boat gliding through the water, Do Yoo Kang, with the bright red afterimage tattoo on his shoulder, looked exhausted and drained. When he heard Feng Tian say they were about to get off the boat, he became dejected, thinking that traveling by boat on a lake would just lead them around in circles. It felt like he was on a mobile torture device. Feng Tian immediately explained that this lake connects to the Yangtze River, and following the current would lead them to Dongting Lake in Hunan. That was where Do Yoo Kang had to obtain the second seal, according to his father's arrangement. Hearing this, Do Yoo Kang began scheming in his head. He realized the best way to escape Feng Tian's grasp was to quickly obtain that seal. However, deep down, he still had many concerns about the journey ahead. He thoughtfully called out to Feng Tian, expressing his feeling that this path didn't seem to be about becoming the ultimate master, but about unifying the world. Feng Tian, however, casually remarked that if they happened to unify the world along the way, that would be a good thing, almost like picking up a little sewing side hustle. Do Yoo Kang snapped at his subordinate's flippant attitude. "You don't talk about unifying the world with that kind of tone." He seriously warned him not to allow any meaningless sacrifices during the process of obtaining the seal, to avoid repeating the massacre at the Black Dragon Gang and getting entangled in pointless martial world feuds. Listening to him talk about unifying the world was like hearing someone talk about going to the market for groceries. Do Yoo Kang thoughtfully reminded him that Shituo getting involved in the path to unification would delay their acquisition of the seal. Feng Tian immediately pledged to remain absolutely silent and not cause any commotion starting from the second seal, to put his master's mind at ease. Satisfied with this attitude, Do Yoo Kang decided not to stay at the Yangtze River waterway camp to avoid a repeat of the brutal tragedy at Lulin. The plan sounded serious, but the way he promised still seemed half-hearted. Feng Tian reported that the seal was deep at the bottom of Dongting Lake, so they needed to find the Dongting Dragon King to learn how to swim and dive. However, Do Yoo Kang flatly rejected the idea, claiming that any boatman could teach him. He slammed the table and roared when he saw his subordinate intended to argue. Faced with his master's wrath, Feng Tian hurriedly bowed in obedience and asked for permission to find a boat immediately. Do Yoo Kang didn't forget to remind him to act in silence and to absolutely not cause any disturbances. As he stood before the massive ship named the East Dragon, he seemed quite intrigued by the exquisitely carved, majestic dragon. Feng Tian proudly explained that because dragons symbolize the masters of heaven and earth, he had decided to choose this ship for him. Worried about the cost of owning such a large ship, Do Yoo Kang received a confident reply from Feng Tian that he had bought it for an extremely cheap price from some nice people. Seeing his subordinate handle a task smoothly and civilly for the first time, Do Yoo Kang couldn't help but praise him for gradually becoming more human. He stood leisurely on the ship's deck, friendly greeting even the strangers passing by, feeling completely at ease. Just as Do Yoo Kang was praying for this peaceful moment to last forever, iron hooks suddenly flew towards them, clamping tightly onto the ship's side. An aggressive mob appeared, roaring and demanding their lives for daring to steal a ship from the White Dragon Mansion. The smile on Do Yoo Kang's face vanished as he turned in bewilderment and yelled at Feng Tian in frustration. "Stole it? Didn't you say you bought it?" The peace hadn't even settled in before they were getting reported for Grand Theft Auto, Boat Edition. "You dare steal a ship from the White Dragon Mansion. Today, I'll make you pay the price." The furious roar of the strangers echoed as they surrounded the ship. Do Yoo Kang was stunned. He stammered in disbelief. "Stole it? Didn't you say you already bought it?" His eyes darted towards Feng Tian, realizing he had once again been painfully duped by this loyal guard. He trusted him too much, and now he was getting called out on it live. Before the two could even explain, the one-eyed leader roared ferociously. "Shut up, there's no escape for you. Prepare to die." He swung his greatsword and lunged forward, intending to end his opponent right then and there. Yet Feng Tian maintained a frighteningly cold expression. Quick as a flash, he swung his sword to block the attack and unleashed a thunderous counterattack that sent the leader sprawling and coughing up blood, to the horror of his subordinates who screamed, "Section leader, this bastard!" The disciples of the White Dragon Mansion frantically charged forward to rescue their master. Facing the encirclement, Feng Tian moved like a ghost, continuously launching decisive strikes at their vital points, leaving the enemies no time to react. In a brief moment, cries of, "What the?" echoed in disbelief as they were taken down one by the guards' overwhelming power. Bodies fell into the water one after another, creating loud splashes in the middle of the Yangtze River. The one-eyed leader was gasping for air in the water, clutching his wounded head and neck in pain. He wondered in shock. They were all defeated in just a split second? Feeling utterly humiliated at being so easily defeated, he gritted his teeth and ordered all his remaining forces. "I can't take this humiliation any longer. Everyone, destroy the ship." After losing the fight, he switched to, "If I can't have it, I'll destroy it" mode. Meanwhile, Do Yoo Kang was in a state of utter confusion. He turned to question his guard. "Feng Tian, didn't you say you paid the full rental fee for the boat? So, why are they saying you stole it?" Faced with his master's suspicion, Feng Tian maintained a solemn expression and firmly asserted, "This subordinate has already paid in full." Looking at Feng Tian's resolute expression, Do Yoo Kang silently thought to himself, "Judging by his face, it seems he really did pay." Realizing the situation was spiraling into chaos, Feng Tian suggested, "Master, let's get out of here first." However, the enemy had no intention of letting them escape so easily. The leader in the water screamed maniacally, "Now, both the East Dragon and the Swift boats, destroy the ship for me." As soon as the command was given, the ship began to shake violently, to Do Yoo Kang's horror. The ship he just got was already getting hit with a full combo from the enemy team. It was too shocking. Powerful impacts from below sent water splashing everywhere. Do Yoo Kang worried to himself, "Damn it, if this continues, we're going to sink." In this moment of crisis, he quickly asked, "Feng Tian, can you dive?" Meanwhile, the one-eyed leader was still laughing arrogantly, with an extremist look on his face. "Let's die together." Faced with peril, Feng Tian remained terrifyingly calm. He looked straight at his master and declared, "We need to repair the ship immediately, master." Looking at the ship being tossed about in the vast waters, Do Yoo Kang couldn't help but ask in confusion, "Repair the ship? In a deserted place like this?" At the same time, on the riverbank, a small family was leisurely enjoying the view. The father enthusiastically asked his son, "Isn't the scenery here wonderful?" And he received an excited reply from the child. "Wow, it looks just like the ocean." The mother happily pointed down at the water. "Look, honey, the water's splashing so much, there must be a ton of fish in there." The child squealed with excitement. "Whoa, there are so many. I've never seen fish with human faces before." But what the child was calling human-faced fish were, in reality, the floating corpses of the subordinates from the White Dragon Manor. What started as a wholesome family moment instantly turned into a full-blown horror scene. The small family on the riverbank was utterly terrified. The mother quickly covered her child's eyes to shield them from the horrific sight floating on the water. Standing on the boat, Do Yoo Kang put a hand to his forehead. In utter exasperation, upon hearing the child call the corpses human-faced fish, Feng Tian silently approached, bowing his head in apology. "Sir, one of them got away. I ask for your forgiveness." Do Yoo Kang sighed and replied, "Never mind." That was a good response. He looked down at the water where a man was drifting, barely conscious, and asked coldly, "You seem to be their commander. What's your name?" The man trembled as he replied, "Teng Wuji, 7th Hall Master of the White Dragon Manor." Do Yoo Kang looked at him and growled, "Teng Wuji, we paid the full fee to rent this boat, so why are you all accusing us of stealing it?" Teng Wuji was stunned. He turned to glare at the subordinate struggling in the water next to him and roared, "Was that man definitely the one who took the money?" The subordinate, drenched in sweat, stammered his admission, "Yes, I took the money." Witnessing this, Do Yoo Kang thought to himself, Feng Tian paid in full. There must be some kind of misunderstanding here. Teng Wuji's rage erupted. He screamed at his treacherous subordinate, "You took the money and still dared to lie to me? You bastard. I won't let you get away with this." But the subordinate was just as indignant, shouting his defense. "But he only gave me 1 silver coin. How could we possibly rent out the dragon boat for just 1 coin? The air suddenly fell deathly silent. Do Yoo Kang froze, then whipped around and roared in a thunderous rage. Feng Tian, his guard, calmly bowed his head and dropped a bombshell. "Master, they should be grateful they even received that much." Do Yoo Kang was shaking with anger. He pointed a finger straight at his subordinate's face and yelled, "Shut your mouth. How many times have I told you? The smart choice is to complete our objective quickly. Do you enjoy bullying weaklings like the White Dragon Manor? You're acting like you're negotiating a billion-dollar deal over a single silver coin. Feng Tian immediately admitted his fault. I am to blame. In the water below, Teng Wuji was so furious at being called weak that he could have cried. He gritted his teeth and cursed. Us? Weak? This little punk. Seeing the man still floating there, Do Yoo Kang coldly reminded him, we still have a long way to go. Are you planning to just float there and rest? Teng Wuji was startled. Ah, no. The giant dragon boat continued to cut through the waves, gliding through the thick fog of the Yangtze River, leaving the defeated men struggling in the cold water. The boat might be cool, but the internal drama was choppier than the waves. Master. Feng Tian's voice cut through the tense atmosphere. Do Yoo Kang narrowed his eyes. He realized the situation had reached a point of no return. It seemed bloodshed was now unavoidable. There was no other choice. Understanding his master's intent, Feng Tian coldly placed his hand on the hilt of his sword and declared, then I will take the liberty of striking first. But just as he was about to draw his sword, a voice suddenly rang out from above. Are you young master Do Yoo Kang from Mount Wutai? Surprised by the appearance of the stranger, Do Yoo Kang quietly asked, Feng Tian, do you know this person? The guard, maintaining his solemn expression, shook his head and replied, I have never met him, sir. Before them, a young man with light purple hair bowed slightly. My name is Juyang Shiyu, from the Yangtze River Waterway Camp. I have been waiting for you two for quite some time. The mysterious answer made Do Yoo Kang suspicious, and he asked, You've been waiting for us? We haven't even done anything, and our schedule has already been figured out. A bit unsettling. Entering the imposing main hall, an old man with an overwhelming presence was waiting for them. It was Jiu Song, the leader of the Yangtze River Waterway Camp. The old man offered a polite smile and welcome. Welcome to the Yangtze River Waterway Camp. Do Yoo Kang silently sat down and got straight to the point. Thank you for your hospitality, sir. But we didn't come here to cause trouble. If you don't want us here now, we can leave immediately. Taking the initiative right after arriving, better to be direct and avoid any drama. Jiu Song calmly stroked his beard and revealed, I've heard a great deal from a letter sent by Lulin Wang. You two are welcome to stay for as long as you wish. However, he couldn't hide his curiosity and pressed on, I do have a few questions though. I heard you eliminated the Black Dragon clan on Mount Wutai. The destruction of the Black Dragon clan was truly a surprise. Do Yoo Kang thought to himself, so, you want to confirm whether the Black Dragon clan was actually destroyed? Just as I thought, this reception is not going to be pleasant. He replied coldly, I don't wish to speak of it. His firm attitude caused the subordinates behind Jiu Song to become visibly annoyed. They glared at him with challenging eyes. Feng Tian immediately unleashed his killing intent, roaring threateningly. You two, lower your eyes before I gouge them out. Realizing the situation was about to spiral out of control, Do Yoo Kang quickly raised a hand to stop him. That's enough. Jiu Song is being very respectful. He reminded his guard. It's normal for a few hotheads to be among the subordinates. Just ignore them. Although still resentful, Feng Tian had no choice but to bow his head in obedience. Yes, master. Jiu Song skillfully broke the tense atmosphere. All right, you two must be tired after your long journey. Please, go to your rooms to rest. We will have food served in about an hour. I hope you have a comfortable rest. But as soon as the door closed, his welcoming expression vanished completely. He roared in fury. Ugh, those bastards. He then furiously smashed the furniture in the room to vent his anger. He gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. With poison, I will destroy you. He took out Lulin Wang's letter and sneered contemptuously. What? Be careful? Shan Mu, have you finally gone senile? He crumpled the letter in his hand, his eyes burning with hatred as he declared. What you couldn't do, I, Jiu Song, will accomplish in your place. I'll even put red crimson poison in their food. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Sun Ruolin asked her father worriedly, but father, surely Jiu Song wouldn't actually use the red crimson poison, right? Lulin Wang could only sigh wearily. I've already warned him. If he still does it, then the man is a complete fool. Jiu Tong, the master of the Yangtze River Waterway Camp, smugly watched a coffin being carried in by his subordinates. He was certain that by now, Do Yoo Kang and Feng Tian were already dead, having succumbed to the brutal red crimson poison. Old Man Ha, he imagined the two corpses lying snugly in the special coffin he had painstakingly prepared. Chu Thu Tai Kong, the camp's second-in-command, immediately suggested keeping the two bodies as a show of force for when Lulin Wang came looking. Kunat Tung wholeheartedly agreed, believing that from now on, Luke Lam would never dare to challenge the might of the Trung Jiang waterway again. His confidence was at max level. but it sounds like he's about to get hit with a massive plot twist. They both let out a hearty laugh, eagerly anticipating the look of horror on the Green Forest King's face when he saw these two corpses. With a decisive kick, Ju Ri-song burst through the door to the main hall, roaring with arrogance. Ha ha ha. What do you think? This is the price you pay for messing with the Changjiang waterway camp. However, his smile vanished instantly, replaced by a face twisted in terror. Before his very eyes, Do Yoo Kang and Feng Tian were still sitting calmly at the table, casually sipping their tea as if nothing had happened. Huh, just when you think it's an easy win, your opponents are still sitting there chilling. The camp master, stunned, stammered out a question. How can you be drinking tea? Do Yoo Kang glanced at him, then calmly replied with a sarcastic remark. You just lift it to your mouth and drink. Witnessing the old man's insolence, Feng Tian flew into a rage. He shot to his feet and roared, his voice full of killing intent. You dare be impudent with us? Are you tired of living? Before his opponent could react, Feng Tian delivered a thunderous slap that left Ju Ri-song stunned, only able to cradle his swelling face in utter disbelief. He got slapped the moment he spoke. Talk about instant karma. Feng Tian pointed to the coffin behind them and asked coldly, And what is that? The subordinates carrying the coffin were so scared their faces were drained of all color, sweat pouring down under the suffocating pressure. The guard decisively drew his greatsword, exuding a terrifying killing aura as he threatened them. I have ways of making you talk. Ju Ri-song trembled as he realized a horrifying truth. Both of these men possessed the dreaded poison-immune bodies. The terrified old man thought to himself, he couldn't let the Changjiang waterway camp be wiped out so pointlessly, but he was completely stuck, with no idea how to explain his way out of this to save his life. Just as the tension reached its peak, Zhou Yangxiu suddenly stepped forward and, respectfully said, This humble one, Zhu Yangxiu, asks for permission to speak. Witnessing his son's reckless act, the camp master Ju Ri-song broke out in a cold sweat, anxiously eyeing the sword held to his neck. Zhu Yangxiu quickly presented a large wooden box, the Ji Yang Mo Qin, a special treasure prepared by the Changjiang waterway camp, as a gift. He explained, This treasure is made from a combination of Mo iron and Xuan iron, based on the laws of the 5 elements. Simply lying on it can increase one's internal energy. Do Yoo Kang narrowed his eyes skeptically and asked, Increase internal energy? Zhu Yangxiu quickly added that it would take at least half a year to see any real effects. At first glance, it seemed like a brilliant improvisation, but to those with seasoned experience in the martial world, they could all tell that these were just nonsensical words meant to escape their predicament. Feng Tian advanced menacingly with an overwhelming presence, his eyes glowing dangerously. The guard's iron hand reached straight for Zhu Yangxiu, causing the campmaster to scream in terror internally, believing a bloody battle was about to break out. Plot twist. Just when you thought a fight was coming, the tables turn on a dime. But completely contrary to expectations, Feng Tian suddenly grabbed Zhu Yangxiu's head and let out a huge, excited laugh. Excellent. Were you so eager to present your gift that you had to barge in like this? Witnessing this scene, Ju Ri-song was completely stunned. He couldn't believe his son's absurd excuse could fool this monster so easily. Meanwhile, Do Yoo Kang maintained a doubtful expression, silently observing his subordinates' actions. Feng Tian turned to his master and stated that, although they came with a gift, these people had committed the crime of disrespect by barging into the bedchamber, so he would punish them according to his master's will. Another plot twist. This is some next-level trickery, totally unpredictable. Feng Tian bowed his head, awaiting orders. Please give the order, master. Do Yoo Kang calculated inwardly that if he exposed the truth now, Feng Tian would undoubtedly draw his sword and kill them all. So the best course of action was to issue a warning to de-escalate the situation. Receiving his master's instructions, Feng Tian announced clearly, Our master is moved by your sincerity and has decided to forgive you this time. Leave the coffin here and all of you get out. Hearing his subordinate call the treasure a coffin, Do Yoo Kang could only freeze, at a complete loss for words. Feeling as if he had just returned from the brink of death, Ju Ri-song was so overjoyed his face changed color. He hurriedly bowed in obedience and quickly led his men away. Escaping death like that is some real plot armor on full blast. Do Yoo Kang could no longer contain his anger and roared in fury. Feng Tian, why do you always have to make things up? Faced with his master's outburst, Feng Tian remained calm. He explained that this item was to help him enhance his internal energy, and when it comes to internal energy, the more the better. Do Yoo Kang pointed straight at his guard's face and snapped sarcastically. You think that lump of iron is actually useful? Then why don't you get in there and lie down to your heart's content? But Feng Tian stood firm in his reasoning. asserting that their sect possessed countless treasures beyond ordinary understanding. And since this was something specifically for the master, a subordinate like him could absolutely not get inside. Do Yoo Kang powerlessly realized a bitter truth, that even though he held the title of sect leader, all final decisions were always made by Feng Tian on his own. Just then, the maids of the Dongting Dragon King asked for permission to enter the room to clean, under the orders of the camp master. Feng Tian glanced at his master and nonchalantly asked for his opinion on learning how to dive from the Dongting Dragon King. Do Yoo Kang's pent-up rage exploded. He smashed the wooden chair and yelled in frustration. "I've told you before, what's the point of asking for my opinion? If you've decided to do it your way, then go do it." He's the sect leader, but he acts like a confused NPC getting spammed with quests. Seeing his guard pull that fainting act again, collapsing to the floor right after his outburst, Do Yoo Kang gritted his teeth and clenched his fists, infuriated by his subordinate's shamelessness. However, the moment he turned his head, his ferocious expression sent the two nearby maids into a state of sheer terror. Seeing them trembling, their faces drained of color, Do Yoo Kang suddenly froze, and silently blamed himself for being too hot-tempered and affecting the innocent people around him. He tried to retract his killing intent, put on the gentlest smile he could manage, and approached them to offer reassurance. "Don't tremble. I'm sorry for scaring you." But even though the young sect leader tried his best to appear friendly, the two poor maids remained frozen in shock, beads of sweat rolling down their faces, which were filled with absolute terror. Witnessing their guest's bizarre behavior, Ju Risong couldn't help but wonder in bewilderment, is this guy insane? Behind him, his subordinate also trembled, thinking to himself that he'd never seen someone with such a clear split personality. He was amazed that not only did Do Yoo Kang not suspect the food, but he was also busy beating up his own subordinate. In the martial world, a person with superior martial arts was already terrifying, but someone who was both powerful and insane was 10 times more so. Most importantly, the truly dangerous one was the person lurking in the guard's shadow. Seeing the situation was getting out of hand, Zhu Yangshu stepped forward. "Father, I have something to say." He expressed his doubts about the quality of the crimson poison, arguing that both medicine and poison have expiration dates. Hearing this, Ju Risong had a realization. "You're right. Who could possibly withstand the crimson poison?" The old man decided he had to test it immediately, so he handed the food tray to a subordinate. "If you say so, then have a taste." The subordinate took it, trembling, and wondered why. Then, "I'll have a taste." He'd just been turned into a poison tester, totally taking one for the team. He bravely picked up a piece and put it in his mouth, as the campmaster and his son watched. Seeing that he was perfectly fine, he laughed triumphantly. "Ha ha ha, it seems the poison has weakened." But his smile vanished, as he suddenly collapsed to the floor. Ju Risong was stunned, wondering if his initial diagnosis was wrong, and slammed his hand on the table in a furious rage. He gritted his teeth, his face twisting in indignation as he roared, "Who in the hell are those bastards?" That night, he tossed and turned in bed, his mind obsessed with the mystery of the strangers. He figured if the poison didn't work, the only options left were brute force or slitting their throats while they slept. But just as the old man was scheming, a tall, dark figure suddenly loomed in his room. Ju Risong jolted awake in utter shock. A loud explosion echoed as the wall of the room was shattered. He stared in horror at the person standing imposingly before him and stammered, Why would you do this?" Feng Tian strode forward, radiating a suffocating, murderous aura, and coldly retorted, "You don't know why? The door was just destroyed." Ju Risong, startled awake, trembled as he looked at the shadow enveloping him and stammered, Why are you doing this?" Feng Tian, his eyes glowing menacingly, replied coldly, "You don't understand the reason? The door has been completely destroyed." Meanwhile, outside, the subordinates were frantically carrying the heavy coffin inside, filled with dread as they realized things were spiraling out of their control. The old campmaster, drenched in sweat, hastily backed down and pleaded, "Please, spare my life." Feng Tian looked at him with contempt, his voice a low growl. "If it weren't for my master not wanting any more trouble, every single one of you here would have been dead long ago." Ju Risong could only lie flat on the floor, silently vowing never to act so foolishly again. Seeing his compliant attitude, Feng Tian smirked slightly. "This attitude is acceptable. You still have some value, so I'll spare you this time." What a lucky draw to survive that combo. Just as Ju Risong let out a sigh of relief, thinking he had saved his own skin, Feng Tian's killing intent suddenly exploded. He threw a lightning-fast punch straight into the campmaster's face, sending blood splattering everywhere. A relentless barrage of brutal blows rained down, giving his opponent no chance to fight back. The sounds of breaking bones and agonized groans echoed through the dark room. Spared 1 second, then hit with a reverse combo the next. Talk about a boss doing a 180. Ju Song lay motionless amidst the wreckage, his breathing shallow, his body twitching uncontrollably. Feng Tian looked down at the limp body at his feet and asked sarcastically, trying to play dead? He loomed closer, leaning his face down to deliver a final, chilling warning. You are absolutely forbidden from taking any action, no matter how small, that could harm my master. You are also not allowed to speak a single insulting word. Remember, my master is as important as your own life. The entire room fell into a terrifying silence, where Ju Song was sobbing in utter humiliation and agony. A woman approached to care for the fallen man, murmuring to herself, "You're so lucky to still be alive." She was stunned, recalling the moment she had prepared herself for sacrifice, only to suddenly receive a telepathic order from that monstrous guard. Feng Tian stood imposingly with a greatsword on his back, looking down at the trembling man at his feet and declaring coldly, "If you know what's good for you, I'll spare your life." Ju Song lay there in a daze, silently admitting that Feng Tian's threats were absolutely true. The old man told himself it was better not to provoke that mysterious young master if he wanted to stay alive. The image of Do Yoo Kang, standing proudly on the dragon ship, returned as a reminder of his opponent's terrifying power. The giant dragon ship continued to cut through the waves, gliding majestically along the turbulent Yangtze River. He may have escaped death, but it still felt like playing survival mode on hardcore. Inside a luxurious room, Do Yoo Kang was leisurely enjoying tea with Feng Tian. He mused that the food from the Yangtze River waterway was quite delicious, a stark contrast to the terrible experience with the poison back in Lulin. Looking back at the subjugated Lulin bandits, Do Yoo Kang smiled faintly, knowing they wouldn't be getting any peace either. Suddenly, his eyes flashed with killing intent as he sensed a powerful presence approaching. Outside, the king of Lulin and son Ruolin had arrived, just chilling with some tea, and suddenly his boss warning detector goes off, leaving him baffled. The king of Lulin strode into the main hall with a solemn expression. Ju Song hurried forward to greet him. "It's been a long time. It's a pleasure to see you again." The two shared a powerful handshake, creating an incredible pressure that radiated outwards, stunning the subordinates watching. They silently concluded that this was the pivotal meeting that would decide the future between Lulin and the Yangtze River waterway camp, seeing the two equally matched leaders walking together. Amidst the formal atmosphere, the king of Lulin leaned in and whispered to Ju Song, "Hey, Feng Tian beat you up, didn't he?" Ju Song's face immediately darkened. The old man replied resentfully, "Don't bring it up. He beat me so bad I was rolling on the floor." Hearing this, the king of Lulin sighed in consolation. "Come on, don't be sad. I got a beating from him too." The unexpected confession made Ju Song burst out laughing, feeling some of the bitterness in his heart fade away. The king of Lulin looked ahead and announced that Do Yoo Kang and Feng Tian were waiting just ahead. At the same time, he ordered everyone except Chu Shui Taigong to leave the area immediately. Getting beat up together had naturally turned them into a support group. The king of Lulin rushed into the room, and as soon as he saw the familiar figure, he asked in alarm, "Young master, are you all right?" Do Yoo Kang, who was sitting pensively at the tea table, was surprised to see this nuisance show up again. "Lulin, why are you here?" Before he could compose himself, Sun Ruolin rushed over and threw her arms around him with a cheerful expression. "Hey, are you okay?" Her overly familiar gesture annoyed Do Yoo Kang. He firmly pushed her away and snapped, "Get away from me." Ruolin wasn't offended at all. She just giggled teasingly. Hee, why are you acting so cold?" "Oh, a stumble?" Seeing Feng Tian standing there imposingly, she cheerfully waved hello. "Wow, Lord Feng Tian, long time no see." But in response to her enthusiasm, Feng Tian delivered a lightning-fast strike that slammed into the floor, kicking up a cloud of dust. The guard glared and roared. "The master ordered you to remain quiet, so how dare you enter here without permission?" He unleashed a suffocating killing intent, a reminder that he had already warned them to stay put. They barely got a greeting out before getting physically shut down, not even a chance to talk. Lulin Wang hurriedly clasped his hands, his expression utterly sincere. "When you were still by our side, sir, I didn't realize it then, but after you left, I truly understood what a great blessing your presence was." Hearing this hollow flattery, Do Yoo Kang narrowed his eyes in suspicion. "Huh? Weren't you all practically celebrating when I left?" He vividly recalled the scene of the father and son duo, cheering for joy the moment he was gone. Sensing the tension spike as Feng Tian started to draw his sword, Do Yoo Kang coldly demanded, "Enough. Tell me the truth. Why are you here? If you dare spout any more nonsense, you won't live long enough to regret it." Under that pressure, Lu Lin Wang trembled as he was forced to confess. Please, sir, forgive us. We of Lu Lin are being forced to join the subjugation squad. So much for all that flattery. He got exposed right on the spot. This news gave Do Yoo Kang a headache. He thought to himself, the Lu Lin subjugation squad? This is just getting more and more complicated. He realized he was being besieged by too many different powers. From assassins and the demonic cult to the impending subjugation squad, the drama was leveling up like a new game expansion. Seeing his master's distress, Feng Tian tightened his grip on his sword hilt and made a suggestion. Perhaps we should eliminate them immediately. He reasoned that once the subjugation squad was mobilized, it would undoubtedly assemble countless masters and be massive in scale. To this extremist guard, wiping out the Lu Lin clan to eliminate any loose ends was the best way to avoid future trouble. Do Yoo Kang's eyes glinted with killing intent as he called out in a low voice, Lu Lin Wang. The old clan leader's face went deathly pale with fear. He could only clasp his hands and wait. Please, give your command. Instantly, the cold tip of Feng Tian's sword was at his throat. Do Yoo Kang stared thoughtfully into the distance, then instructed, never let your guard down. You are to remain vigilant and keep yourselves well hidden. And remember, he added, if you get discovered, you'll witness firsthand the terrifying speed of Feng Tian's sword. Hearing this, Lu Lin Wang broke out in a cold sweat. He quickly kowtowed and replied respectfully, I am eternally grateful for your generosity, my lord. The men behind him also cheered in unison, all hail. Their cheers echoed through the area, mingling with the sound of the rushing river. Elsewhere, in another room, Jiuri Song burst out laughing sarcastically. Haha, what a surprise. I never thought I'd see Lu Lin Wang shouting all hail, long live. He sneered that Sun Yu looked so natural, groveling and begging for his life. He also wondered if the old man would just play dead the next time Feng Tian decided to beat him up. Talk about speaking too soon. Suddenly, a loud noise rang out, causing his subordinate to jump and yell. What is it, you idiot? Jiuri Song's face also twisted in annoyance at the sudden interruption. He gritted his teeth, clenched his fists, and roared furiously. Jiuri Song berated his subordinate, saying that it was only because he'd never been beaten by Feng Tian that he could spout such careless words. He turned to Sun Yu and demanded, who are those lunatics? The Lu Lin clan leader just clicked his tongue helplessly. If I knew, I wouldn't be in this mess. Jiuri Song declared in a low voice that it was time to find out what was really going on. But Sun Yu immediately warned him against prying any further, because those people are not to be trifled with. He stressed that Do Yoo Kang's personality was incredibly unpredictable and that he was an erratic man. Whether he killed or spared someone depended entirely on his whims. After hearing that, it was clear that this guy wasn't an opponent. He was a final boss whose mood changed randomly every day. Seeing a subordinate standing alone and trembling, Sun Yu asked in surprise, Hey, you, why are you standing out here in the hall shaking like that? The man jumped in fear and asked, Is there anything I can help you with? At that exact moment, Feng Tian appeared imposingly, startling them both. The guard coldly announced that after careful consideration, there was only one way for them to survive. He then walked silently into the room and reported, Master, I've brought them. Do Yoo Kang turned around, confused. Huh? Who did you bring? Just then, a woman in a pink dress, with an elegant golden hairpin, gracefully stepped into the room. Her ethereal beauty and gentle aura left Do Yoo Kang so stunned that he blushed. He wondered in shock, who could that be? Feng Tian walked imposingly into the room, bowed his head, and reported, Master, I have brought the person. Do Yoo Kang was still sitting pensively at the tea table, and he asked again, baffled, Who did you bring? The door slid open, revealing a flowing pink garment and an exquisite hairpin, accompanied by a faint, floral fragrance. Do Yoo Kang held his breath, his eyes widening in bloodshot horror as he realized the identity of this esteemed guest. It was not a beautiful woman, but 3 burly men from the Lu Lin clan in horrifying drag, complete with gaudy makeup and flowers in their hair. The clan leader, at the forefront in a pink dress, announced in a deep, decisive voice, From this day forward, we shall live as women. This plot twist was so sharp it left the entire room speechless. Do Yoo Kang was completely frozen, beads of sweat rolling down his face, which was twisted in horror at the absolute degeneracy of this group. He screamed internally, Lu Lin, you actually went through with this? Seeing his master's grim silence, Feng Tian asked with concern, Master, are you displeased? The bandits trembled, their faces drained of all color and fear. They frantically explained that they had done their absolute best to look as feminine as possible. One of them even started to lift his dress to show more skin and increase his charm. making Do Yoo Kang scream in horror, "Don't! Cover up more!" The clan leader, however, remained incredibly enthusiastic about his new role. Holding a powder compact, he offered to apply even more makeup if the master was still unsatisfied. Do Yoo Kang just stared as the scruffy, bearded old man dabbed powder onto his face. Speechless, Do Yoo Kang finally yelled, "How much more absurd can you possibly get?" He couldn't help but think to himself, "I can't believe the Lu Lin clan is taking this whole drag thing so seriously." Even though he told himself he had to respect their commitment and absolutely could not laugh, their appearance was so utterly ridiculous that all of his restraint shattered. Finally, Du Yu Kang broke out into roaring laughter. Ha ha ha. So much for that imposing martial arts atmosphere, all ruined by some cursed cosplay. The new cult leader's laughter echoed throughout the hall, and even Feng Tian cracked a smug smile. However, just a moment later, the guard's voice suddenly turned menacing. He glared and yelled at the Lu Lin members who, failing to read their master's expression, had laughed along to bury him. Terrified by Feng Tian's chilling aura, the old clan leader and his subordinates could only manage pained, contorted smiles through their tears. Just as the atmosphere descended into chaos, Sun Ruolan suddenly appeared from behind, dashingly dressed as a man, and cheerfully showed off. "Look, I've changed into men's clothes." The laughter continued to echo through the room as Ruolan looked at her father in his female disguise and exclaimed in shock, "Oh, father." The Lulin clan leader's eyes welled up with tears, moved. He called out his daughter's name, Ruolan, and choked out, "You're the only one who cares about me." But as he tried to approach her, Ruolan stepped back and frantically told him to keep his hands down. She couldn't hold it in any longer and burst out into hearty laughter. "Oh my, you two are so pretty." At his daughter's sarcastic remark, Lu Lin Wang was so furious he screamed through his tears. "I'm your father." Ruolan calmly bragged that she was the one who had personally done his makeup. Then she jumped up and down excitedly in praise. "And that must be the great Lord Feng Chan. Heh." Before turning to leave, she didn't forget to add one last cutting remark. "Sorry, Dad, I don't want to be like you." A family drama, but the supporting role has turned into a makeup review show. The chaos left Lu Lin Wang clutching his garish face and moaning, "This is driving me crazy." The dragon boat continued to cut through the waves, gliding across the vast water, carrying everyone's unending laughter. As night fell on a deserted pier, two drunk men were staggering along, holding each other up. One of them stumbled, nearly fell, and roared, "Hey, watch where you're going, you punk. You dare bump into me?" He glared at a young man sitting quietly by the bridge railing and demanded, "What's this? This little brat dares to drink wine?" With an arrogant attitude, the old man jerked his chin and ordered, "Hand over that bottle of red wine to me now, and apologize." He muttered contemptuously, "A brat like you dares to drink?" All the while, the young man maintained a cold expression and clutched the wine jug in his hand. Despite the absurdity of the Lu Lin group, darkness still enveloped the silent pier, where new dangers were silently closing in. The two drunk men continued their blustering, one grabbing the strange youth's shoulder and shouting, "Hey kid, hurry up and apologize to me." They had no idea they were touching a razor-sharp blade in the darkness. The youth didn't say a word, his eyes suddenly flashing with a ghastly green light. In an incredibly swift moment, a hand swung out, and the two drunks couldn't even see the attack coming. They only had time to widen their eyes in horror before being struck down. The two men lay motionless on the wooden planks, completely unable to resist. They just wanted to act tough for a second and got knocked out before they could even react. The strange youth was actually a female assassin from the demonic cult in disguise. She looked down coldly and issued a warning. "I'm only erasing your memories." "There. That's better." She clicked her tongue, looking tired, her mind filled with thoughts as she had tracked the young master all the way to this Dongting region. She was shocked to realize that Do Yoo Kang had easily taken over both Lulin and now the Yangtze River waterway camp, which made her wonder about the real calculations behind his actions. In the eyes of the demonic cult's subordinates, Do Yoo Kang had always been an unsolvable mystery. From his personality, habits, to his true martial arts strength, nothing had ever been clearly revealed. However, one thing was certain that made everyone wary. The young master had mastered the Silver Soul Kill and reached the powerful 5-star realm. Just hearing the skill's name makes him sound like a final boss. 500 years ago, the previous master of the demonic cult used this very technique to become the strongest person in the world, spreading terror throughout the martial world. The Silver Soul Kill is a profound and unpredictable martial art, unmatched by any other, a testament to Do Yoo Kang's innate martial talent. Because of how terrifying he was, the demonic cult decided it had to summon the 5 demonic gods, living legends, to carry out the mission of assassinating this new leader. But she was still waiting, and the reinforcements hadn't arrived. The female assassin furiously stomped on a wooden crate and snapped. They're still not here. How leisurely are the 5 demonic gods being? She was frustrated because she also needed a rest after days of tiring pursuit. Just then, the 2 drunk men from before reappeared. They roared arrogantly. "Look here! This little brat dares to drink? Hand over the wine to us and apologize immediately." A surge of fury erupted. She gritted her teeth, clenching the wine jug so hard it shattered, her eyes flashing with murderous intent as she growled. "You damn brats." In the quiet night at the harbor, a sound tore through the air, heralding the sudden appearance of a stranger. Ju Song exclaimed in shock. "What?" In front of him was Kwekwan Shen Kai, the branch leader of the beggars' sect in Hunan, who was scratching his head with a confused look on his face. "What's with that face, Kwekwan Shen Kai?" The man muttered, "I don't remember, so I don't know what happened," and then raised a hand to rub his head in confusion, wondering if he had drunk too much. Losing patience with his disheveled appearance, Ju Song grabbed his chin and snapped. "Then just tell me why you're here already. Get out." Kwekwan Shen Kai grimaced and replied, "You're so heartless. In any case, we both came here to talk, so that's fine." He suddenly switched to a serious tone and asked, "Have you met the master of the White Dragon Manor yet?" The question made Ju Song pensive. He realized the presence of the beggars' sect members, who had been lurking around the Yangtze River and Dongting Lake for so long, was all related to the master of the White Dragon Manor. 10 years ago, the White Dragon Manor, once a small sect, suddenly rose to power, taking over the entire region north of the Yangtze River. This fearsome expansion caused the 18 camps of the Yangtze River to be reduced to the 10 camps of the Yangtze River. In the end, they had no choice but to accept a truce and cede the northern lands to the White Dragon Manor. Sitting across from the beggars' sect branch leader, Ju Song realized a truth. "I thought," Kwekwan Shen Kai leaned in slightly and suggested in a low voice, "I have a few words about the master of the White Dragon Manor for you." He emphasized that this was still just speculation, and recounted the event when the beggars' sect had eliminated the 10 great villains. However, there was one they couldn't kill, the black-hearted angler, known as the leader of the 10 great villains. Kwekwan Shen Kai revealed another shocking piece of information. The black-hearted angler was not only a highly skilled martial artist, but was also very adept at manipulation and the art of disguise. Ju Song was completely stunned as a horrifying theory formed in his mind. The art of disguise. If it's the art of disguise, does that mean he changed his appearance to live in hiding? He suddenly realized the true reason the beggars' sect was so relentlessly hunting down the master of the White Dragon Manor. That's because the leader of the 10 great evils, the Black-Heart Angler, had disguised himself as the renowned White Dragon Mansion Lord. In a majestic chamber, the Mansion Lord, with his silver-white hair, quietly gazed out the window and said in a low voice, "It's been a while." Immediately, the dark figures behind him all dropped to their knees, clasping their hands in salute and shouting respectfully, "The peerless 7 ghosts pay their respects to Master." The atmosphere was as tense as a game lobby right before a boss spawns. The art of disguise was the reason the Beggars clan had been searching for the White Dragon Mansion Lord for so long. It turned out the leader of the 10 great evils, the Black-Heart Angler, had used a sophisticated disguise technique to hide under the identity of the famous Mansion Lord. Facing his disciples after a long time, the old man narrowed his eyes and looked down at them. Immediately, the members of the Peerless 7 Ghosts dropped to their knees, respectfully proclaiming, "The Peerless 7 Ghosts wish to pay their respects to Master." Looking at the battered state of the disciple kneeling at his feet, the old Mansion Lord let out a sinister chuckle. "Heh heh heh, it's been a while. Why do you look so pathetic?" He gloomily reported that the 4 sworn brothers who followed him had all been killed by the enemy. The old man mused thoughtfully. "The one who killed your sworn brothers snapped their necks, didn't he?" The trembling disciple confirmed it and begged his master to intervene and handle the matter. The old man calmly commanded, "Come here and let me see." The Mansion Lord placed a hand on the wound to examine it and was surprised to find the disciple's neck bones were completely shattered. He took out a set of golden acupuncture needles and ordered, "Now, try circulating your qi." Immediately, the disciple sat cross-legged and began to channel his internal energy, causing a brilliant purple aura to blaze around his entire body, his muscles glowing like a legendary skin you'd want to report for hacking. Noticing the red spots appearing on the disciple's neck, the master was stunned to realize that the aura left behind by that person was still tightly gripping the acupoints. He wondered grimly how his opponent could have executed such an astonishingly sophisticated technique. Without a moment's hesitation, he struck the acupoints decisively to break the seal. A dry crack echoed, and the disciple's twisted neck finally returned to normal. Overjoyed, he prostrated himself. "Thank you, master." The old mansion lord's gaze turned ice cold. He asked in a low voice, "First, tell me who did this." The Black Dragon Gang was wiped out, and his beloved sworn brothers were killed, one by one, all at the hands of one person. "Feng Tian, the White Dragon Mansion," Lord exclaimed in shock. "Feng Tian? He's reappeared?" The old man admitted he had only just learned of this name from a subordinate who had luckily escaped the bloody battle. The details of how Feng Tian used human corpses to create a mermaid formation on the river would make anyone who heard it shudder in horror. The subordinates were furious, unable to believe someone would dare to openly challenge the authority of the White Dragon Mansion. They declared that Feng Tian had no chance of survival. But the old mansion lord suddenly burst out laughing with excitement. He ordered them to prepare a surprise gift in return, as this matter could not be ignored. The disciples were bewildered, wondering if gift was code for a gruesome death. They shouted in unison that they understood his intentions and quickly brought out trays of gleaming gold. Feeling a burning sensation in his chest, the mansion lord urged his subordinate to take the gold and call for a doctor immediately, because he still wanted to live a long life. The scene shifts to the middle of the vast Yangtze River, where Do Yoo Kang and Feng Tian are approaching a solitary rocky island. Feng Tian pointed ahead, confirming that the place the dark figure was heading towards was where the second plan was hidden. He then made a surprising suggestion. "Master, you should quickly dive down there alone." Do Yoo Kang narrowed his eyes in suspicion, silently cursing why his guard had led the way for the first plan but was now making him venture into a dangerous place alone. "This smells like a plot twist, where the system betrays the main character. I'm seeing red flags everywhere." Feng Tian seriously explained that this place had a strict restriction. Those who practice demonic arts absolutely cannot enter. Do Yoo Kang was stunned. What? He wondered in bewilderment. If this plan was prepared by the demonic cult, why was there such a ridiculous contradiction? A frightening suspicion surfaced in the new cult leader's mind. This place might be a trap set by the righteous faction. After all, at the first location, even though it was supposedly a righteous place, demonic arts could still be used. But this place was the complete opposite. Hearing this made my brain spin like I was reading a buggy patch note. Standing on the threshold of a secret, Do Yoo Kang couldn't help but wonder in shock. What exactly is the plan my father left behind? Why would he choose the martial arts of the righteous faction for his plan? In response to his suspicion, Feng Tian simply bowed his head in mysterious silence. "I know nothing. I am only following orders. I sincerely apologize." Do Yoo Kang suddenly realized an ironic truth. This place was inherently forbidden to those who cultivate demonic arts. He clenched his fist, finally understanding why his father had only ever taught him the Silver Soul Kill technique. It turns out that because the Asura heavenly demon once used the Yin Soul Kill to dominate the world, everyone assumed that the Silver Soul Kill was also a type of evil, demonic art. But only after cultivating it himself did Do Yoo Kang realize that was completely wrong. The Silver Soul Kill was actually a pure martial art, originating from sword control techniques and leading its practitioner to the supreme realm of the sword mind. Astonished by this truth, Do Yoo Kang pressed Feng Tian on how he knew the plan so well. The guard revealed it was all thanks to Qingpo's sword, a subordinate he had specially trained in the martial arts of the righteous faction. However, this person was currently imprisoned in the dark demonic prison, so they couldn't meet. The information was twisting like a game's plot update. The more I read, the more the server lore expands. This truth sent a shiver down Do Yoo Kang's spine. Isn't the demonic prison a place for all sorts of brutal punishments? Why would your subordinate be imprisoned there? He furiously questioned why Feng Tian would lock his own subordinate in that hell on earth. Feng Tian calmly explained that because Qingpo's sword knew too many secrets and his martial arts were relatively weak compared to others in the cult, this was the only way to keep him from talking nonsense. Do Yoo Kang roared in frustration at his coldness. How can you judge loyalty based on martial skill alone? Even if the demonic path scorns the mundane world, it still values righteousness and honor. This management system sounds like a get good or get out policy. Seeing his master's misunderstanding, Feng Tian quickly tried to explain that Qingpo's sword had volunteered to go in there, fearing he might accidentally reveal secrets, and even the Asura heavenly demon had to think for a long time before agreeing. Do Yoo Kang could only sigh in exasperation. "It seems none of your subordinates are normal." He set aside the argument and asked Feng Tian to explain the plan clearly. Following the Thonfa sword's instructions, Do Yoo Kang would have to dive to a depth of about 20 zong, where light could not penetrate and the darkness was as black as ink. Upon diving, another 20 zong deeper, a strong current would appear. He didn't need to do anything, but let the current carry him away. because the final destination of this current was a secret chamber, hidden deep beneath the water. And this was the very place where the second plan his father had left behind was hidden. Do Yoo Kang dove deep into the cave, muttering to himself in the darkness. This is harder than I imagined. It seems I have to learn how to dive from the Dong Din Dragon King. Standing on the shore, Feng Tian maintained his stern and encouraging demeanor. As the master, you can execute the plan in just 3 days. Do Yoo Kang steeled his resolve. No matter what, I have to do this. I don't want to waste any more time. It sounded like he'd just unlocked an underwater tutorial, but on hell mode. The next day, on the large boat, the grueling training began. Do Yoo Kang repeatedly surfaced and dove amidst the choppy waves, leaving the Dongdin Dragon King astonished. He's picking it up immediately. With his skill level, no matter how deep the water is, he won't be in any danger. The old man further explained the secret of regulating internal energy. In the martial world, people usually regulate their internal energy through daily breathing. Depending on their martial arts realm, they can hold their breath from a quarter of an hour up to a full shichen. Curious about the limits, Do Yoo Kang asked. Dongdin Dragon King, how long can you hold your breath? The old man replied confidently, I can stay underwater for about 1 shichen. Young master, how many zhang do you need to dive? When he heard the answer was a depth of 20 zhang, he suggested a safer starting point. Then today, let's try for a depth of 3 zhang and hold our breath for a quarter of an hour, shall we? Before diving in, Do Yoo Kang didn't forget to instruct his guard. You just stand up there and don't get too impatient, okay? Feng Tian, do you understand? Feng Tian reminded him in a low voice. I am ready, master. You must be careful. Do Yoo Kang decisively threw himself into the deep blue water, feeling the pressure weighing down on his body. He silently assessed, this is probably about 3 zhang deep. I can go a little deeper. At the silent bottom of the lake, Do Yoo Kang walked among ancient rock formations, enjoying a rare sense of peace. He thought to himself, I don't hear the screams of people, nor the loud clang of metal on metal. I love this tranquility. A desire for a free future rose within him. After all this is over, I will go to Hainan Island. There, I will swim just like today. But the silence was suddenly shattered as ropes shot out unexpectedly, wrapping tightly around Do Yoo Kang's neck and completely restraining his body. His eyes widened in shock. An ambush? Through the murky water, mysterious dark figures loomed, tightening the circle around the new sect leader. Do Yoo Kang gritted his teeth in frustration, wondering, who are these guys? Realizing that fighting underwater was too much for him, Do Yoo Kang decided he had to swim to the surface quickly to escape. But immediately, another rope shot out like a venomous snake, wrapping tightly around his leg, the noose snagging his foot. His opponents were just spamming him with crowd control moves, not even giving him a chance to breathe. The enemies above pulled hard, deliberately trying to drown the new sect leader at the bottom of the lake. Do Yoo Kang screamed in his mind, damn it, I can't die like this. Despite being restrained, he still managed to turn and swing his arm to block the blow of a thunderous attack from an old man with white hair who was rushing towards him. Facing the opponent's fierce, murderous gaze, Do Yoo Kang swiftly grabbed the old man's arm to lock him in place. He channeled all his internal force into his palm and unleashed his ultimate technique, the Flood Fist Cannon, creating a heaven-shaking explosion of internal energy right at the bottom of the water. The powerful shockwave tore through the current, sending the old man flying. He only had time to widen his eyes in terror before being knocked completely unconscious in the murky depths. Do Yoo Kang thought to himself that he had to use this chance to escape, but the deadly noose was still tightening around his neck. He was shocked, not understanding when that person had gotten behind him. Feeling the oxygen in his lungs rapidly depleting, he could only gasp, I'm running out of air. It was a truly suffocating situation, his health bar dropping faster than an Alt F4 combo. In a moment of desperation beneath the deep water, Do Yoo Kang faintly called Feng Tian's name to save him before his vision began to fade. On the large boat, the Dongdin Dragon King approached Feng Tian and reported, Lord Feng Tian, I have something to tell you. The White Dragon Mansion has sent an envoy. Despite the guard's cold reply, that has nothing to do with me. The old camp master deliberately provoked him. How dare they do this, while the young master and you are still here? It was a parallel drama. One side was about to get wiped out, while the other was still holding a strategy meeting. The old man said that they were furious about the mermaid boat incident, and were even brazenly demanding that both Dong Kyuk and Feng Tian's group be handed over. However, behind his respectful facade, Dong Vin was secretly plotting to use Feng Tian to eliminate the White Dragon Mansion. He gloated to himself. If I can sow discord and make Feng Tian fight the White Dragon Mansion, it doesn't matter who dies. I will be the ultimate winner. Feigning loyalty, he proposed beheading Dang Vo Kuk to warn the enemy, and received Feng Tian's agreement. But the guard was one step ahead, entrusting the task of destroying the White Dragon Mansion to the Tronggyang Waterway Camp, which left the old camp master completely stunned, asking, "Us?" Feng Tian coldly affirmed, "Sooner or later, the entire world will kneel at the master's feet, and the fate of the White Dragon Mansion will be decided by him." The Dongdin Dragon King's expression suddenly changed, and he exclaimed with concern, "Oh no, I understand now." His gaze fell upon the water's surface, where a bamboo tube was bobbing next to the boat. Feng Tian squinted, observing the strange object, and wondered, can this bamboo tube float upright by itself, without anyone holding it? The camp master quickly explained that it was possible, depending on the current, but he immediately noticed something was wrong. When the bamboo tube suddenly turned horizontal, he thought in alarm. It was just upright a moment ago. The slightest wrong signal made the air tense up. A bad feeling washed over him. The Dongting Dragon King cried out in horror. Given the way things were going, there was no doubt. Master Gong was in danger. Deep at the bottom of the lake, Do Yoo Kang was being strangled by two veteran assassins with a noose, dragging him down into a rocky abyss. They smugly told themselves that they had finally completed their most important mission, and now all they had to do was retreat. But suddenly, a blinding light erupted, tearing through the murky water, scaring them out of their wits. Realizing they'd been discovered, they panicked and tried to flee when they saw a figure hurtling toward them at terrifying speed. Just when they were about to celebrate, their plans were cut short. It was Feng Tian, diving down like an arrow with all his might to rescue his master. The long-haired assassin gritted his teeth, determined not to let Do Yoo Kang escape here. An earth-shattering explosion of internal energy erupted right under the lake, creating powerful shockwaves that sent everything flying. Amidst the dense mist of water, the figure of Do Kang suddenly vanished, leaving his enemies completely disoriented and wondering, "He's gone?" A moment later, his icy voice rang out right behind them. "You think you can fight me underwater?" The assassin, Pang Huang, realized he was behind him, but it was too late. Du Kuang, swift as lightning, unleashed his ultimate technique, launching a flurry of water-slicing strikes that left his opponent utterly helpless. He then decisively leaped out of the water, landing with incredible grace on the side of the dragon boat. Before the astonished eyes of the Dongting Dragon King, Du Kuang stood silently and calmly declared, "I've struck the pressure points of both of them." The old chieftain looked at the young cult leader and couldn't help but tremble, his mind filled with utter terror as he wondered about the profound and unpredictable martial art he had just witnessed. As soon as he climbed onto the boat, Du Kuang coughed violently, expelling the water from his lungs. His face was etched with fatigue after the battle at the bottom of the lake. Feng Tian rushed over to support his master, asking with concern, "Master, how are you feeling?" He waved his hand dismissively, replying weakly, "I'm fine, I just swallowed a bit of water." Seeing that the new cult leader was still quite weak, Feng Tian urged, "Master, you should rest for a bit. Surviving a fight just to cough up your lungs on shore is the classic near-death experience." Immediately after, the guard turned towards the water's surface with a chilling gaze and shouted, "Dongting Dragon King, hurry up and pull the teeth of those two." The Dongting Dragon King complied in a panic, hastily ordering his men to drag the two unconscious assassins onto the deck. Feng Tian silently looked at the sword in his hand and muttered, "No need." Without a moment's hesitation, he swung his sword in a decisive arc, killing the long-haired assassin on the spot. He countermanded his own order in an instant. The remaining bald assassin's eyes went wide as he witnessed the horrific scene, the color draining from his face. The Dongting Dragon King, standing nearby, also shuddered in terror, seeing the man killed in a single blow. Feng Tian strode toward the sole survivor, calmly deciding that one would probably be enough. He glared at the trembling assassin and demanded to know their origin. "Where are you from?" Despite his terror, the assassin tried to remain defiant. He gritted his teeth and declared, "I can't say. No matter how you torture me, I won't say a single word." Feng Tian's response to this stubbornness was a cold laugh. "Ha ha ha." The guard suddenly placed a steel-like hand on the man's head, unleashing a crushing crimson aura. The assassin's heart-wrenching scream echoed across the lake as he endured excruciating pain. In the midst of the physical torment, Feng Tian, his eyes glowing menacingly, gave a single, cold command. "Speak." The small boat drifted leisurely on the vast expanse of water, carrying Du Kang, who was resting after the life-or-death battle at the bottom of the lake. Standing beside him, Feng Tian exuded a chilling aura that made Ju Song, standing nearby, tremble in fear. The old chieftain Pang Huang recognized the terrifying demonic energy radiating from the guard. It was a dark power characteristic only of true disciples of the demonic cult. In the darkness of the boat's cabin, Feng Tian coldly choked the surviving assassin and growled menacingly, "Who sent you here?" The assassin's face was contorted in pain. He trembled, barely able to breathe, as he confessed who was behind it all. It was the White Dragon Mansion. "The White Dragon Mansion sent me," he desperately screamed, begging for his life. But Feng Tian's only response was a ruthless finishing blow that snuffed out his life on the spot. Witnessing the entire brutal scene, Ju Risong silently noted that the demonic aura was incredibly pure for someone from the demonic cult, and a shocking question began to form in his mind. Could it be that Do Yoo Kang will become the leader of the demonic cult? The man confessed and was silenced forever, unable to utter a second sentence. Back in the cabin, a weary Du Kuang sat up amidst the concern of his trusted subordinate. When asked about his condition, he simply rubbed his face and sighed in frustration. "I'm growing to hate this world of martial arts more and more." He immediately got straight to the point. "I'm fine. Have you found out who they were?" Feng Tian reported that before the man died, he confessed the mastermind was the White Dragon Mansion. However, Du Kuang narrowed his eyes in suspicion. He recognized the absurdity in this confession. If the White Dragon Mansion had truly made a move, they would have tried to eliminate Feng Tian as well to avoid retaliation, instead of just focusing on assassinating him alone at the bottom of the lake. The logic didn't add up. It felt like a script rushed to meet a deadline. He analyzed thoughtfully. Even the demonic cult couldn't be the one behind this, because they know better than to touch me while Feng Tian is here. Only one possibility remained in the new cult leader's mind. It was the work of Xian Tinyi. He recalled the 3 assassins that the Divine Doctor had previously sent to infiltrate Lu Lin. Feng Tian admitted with regret, "Perhaps because it was the old master's birthday. I spared one of them, and that's the one who came back for revenge." The guard bowed his head in shame for his oversight, but Du Kuang skillfully reassured him. "It's not your fault. They were just too cunning." He breathed a sigh of relief, as it seemed Feng Tian had completely believed this theory. Feng Tian's expression remained stern. He asserted in a grim voice, "But we can't rule out the White Dragon Mansion based solely on your speculation. I will go there to verify." Seeing his guard's firm attitude, Du Kuang sighed to himself. He still doesn't believe it, huh? At that moment, the Dongting Dragon King also spoke up in agreement. "Lord Feng Tian is correct. We cannot let our guard down around the master of the White Dragon Mansion. According to a source I have, the master of the White Dragon Mansion is the black-hearted angler, who is also the leader of the 10 great villains." Hearing the unfamiliar name, Du Kuang couldn't help but ask in astonishment. The 10 great evils. The rumors were flying like spam in a chat room. It was dizzying to read. The Dongting Dragon King gave a slight nod of confirmation. "Yes, I'm sure the master has heard of them. They massacred a village, and even left a horrific scene behind. You couldn't list all their crimes in 10 days and nights." The memory of those cold-blooded murderers with savage smiles on their faces returned. But Feng Tian had a completely different take. He casually remarked, "But calling them evil is a bit of an exaggeration. The master's subordinates keep saying the 10 great evils are kinda cute." It was a bizarre review that flipped the script, making the villains sound like idols. Feng Tian's words shocked the Dongting Dragon King so much his face contorted. He screamed inwardly, "What kind of madman would say that?" In his mind, an image appeared. Between smiling psychopaths or those with gruesome eating habits, the old man came to a horrifying realization. This one was a true madman. Faced with Do Gyung's firm, "That's right," the village chief completely broke down. The craziest one was right here. Could it be that these guys were really part of a demonic cult? Du Gyung decisively made his decision. "If I let you verify it, you might just wipe out the entire White Dragon Manor. I'll verify this myself." Du Gyung stared out at the vast waters and mused, "The black-hearted angler. I can't rule out that possibility either. I need more time to think." He ordered the boat to dock at the village ahead so the group could rest for a bit. The majestic dragon ship slowly approached the bustling port of a large city. Meanwhile, in a luxurious private estate, 2 mysterious figures with snow-white hair walked in silence. One of them spoke up, "Are you certain the item arranged by Lord Baek Mugyol is at Dongting Lake?" The other one confirmed without hesitation, "Absolutely." The situation was growing tense, the stakes higher than ever. The 2 white-haired elders were discussing the current situation with worried expressions. One of them urged, "For Yang Ren's sake, we must hurry. She doesn't have much time left." On the other side of the corridor, the young woman, Yang Ren, walked quietly with a sorrowful look on her face. How much longer could her frail body hold on before completely collapsing? The deadline was closing in, the atmosphere as heavy as waiting for final exam results. Looking at her faintly trembling hands, Yang Ren bitterly realized, My condition is getting worse and worse. The vicious 7-yin severed meridians disease was slowly causing her blood vessels to clog, leading her to the brink of death. If she hadn't met her master, she probably wouldn't have survived this long. Her master had revealed that the only cure was the item arranged by Lord Baekmugyol. Recalling the incident at the spider cave, she resolved that she absolutely could not lose it again like last time. Yang Ren gently adjusted her veiled conical hat to hide her identity. She wondered if the item Baekmugyol left behind was truly at Dongting Lake, and decided to ask the locals for information. Stepping into the bustling market, she was swallowed by the lively crowd, and began looking for someone knowledgeable about the area. The inviting sound of a candied hawthorn vendor's knife suddenly rang out. The candied hawthorn sat there, glistening. Seeing the bright red skewers, Yang Ren gulped and thought to herself, "I'll just have one skewer, then get to work." She approached the stall and requested, "I'll take one skewer." As soon as she took a bite, her eyes lit up from the irresistibly sweet flavor. So delicious. But just as the vendor announced the price was 1 coin, Yang Ren began fumbling around, searching all over her body for the money. The candy vendor started looking at her with a suspicious expression. "Oh no, I'm doomed." Yang Ren cried out internally in panic when she realized she'd left her money pouch back at the inn. The candied hawthorn vendor showed no mercy, glaring at her and shouting, "What did you say? No money, and you expect to eat for free?" He yelled loudly, calling for the guards to arrest the thief, causing the surrounding crowd to gather and start whispering amongst themselves. Do Kyung, who was strolling nearby, frowned, wondering why this place was so noisy. The drama was getting loud, and she had quickly become the center of attention. Yang Ren pleaded with the vendor, asking him to wait a moment so she could go back and get the money. But he refused to believe her, thinking she was just trying to find a way to run off. Do Kyung watched from a distance, thinking to himself that there were too many people here, so he couldn't openly help for fear of drawing unwanted attention. However, seeing the girl's awkward and pitiful state, he couldn't bring himself to just walk away, telling himself that if he did, he'd definitely have nightmares. He quietly approached, placed a hand on Yang Ren's shoulder, and decisively handed the money to the vendor. "Here's the money. Give me one more skewer." A hero appearing just in time to defuse the situation, as easy as hitting the skip button on a drama. "Let's go, miss," Do Kyung said, breaking the tense atmosphere, then silently walked away. Yang Ren, looking dazed, quickly followed her benefactor. Walking on the stone bridge, she bowed her head to express her sincere gratitude. "Thank you so much, great hero. I must repay you." Do Kyung smiled faintly and waved his hand, saying he was just helping out and there was no need for repayment. But the girl still insisted on returning the favor, so much so that in her haste, she accidentally touched him, making them both flustered. Yang Ren blushed and quickly apologized for her rudeness. Amidst the bustling crowd, a child accidentally ran into Yang Ren, causing her to stumble and nearly fall. Do Kyung quickly caught her, pulling her close to steady her. He gently reminded her with concern, "It's too crowded. Be careful." Seeing the hero's handsome face up close, Yang Ren was breathless. Her heart couldn't help but pound wildly. All she could do was mumble a thank you in her extreme embarrassment. A small bump and her heart was already racing out of control. Do Kyung once again insisted that he was just passing by, so she didn't need to worry about repaying him, then turned and walked away. That night, under the dim moonlight, Yang Ren sat alone on the balcony, her heart full of regret for letting her benefactor leave without even asking for his name. Holding the candied hawthorn skewer, she smiled softly and wished to herself, if only they could meet again. A connection that had just begun was already tinged with regret. A single missed step meant they were a mile apart. Meanwhile, on the river shimmering with the brilliant light of lanterns, Do Kyung's boat was gliding through the silent night. He looked towards the majestic structure looming ahead and confirmed in a low voice, "This is it. Before me is the residence of the White Dragon Manor's master, the mysterious and dangerous destination I've set my sights on." Do Kyung stood on the deck of the ship, looking towards the brightly lit architecture in the night and muttered, "So, this is the place? Right in front of me is the residence of the White Dragon Manor's master, a majestic manor standing tall in the middle of Dongting Lake. From a high balcony, a mysterious figure was silently observing their boat as it slowly approached. Feng Tian came closer to report, "Master, it seems the White Dragon Manor is coming to receive us." Immediately, a resonant voice from the manor demanded the East Lake Dragon King halt his advance. A woman with pinkish-purple hair, holding a large saber, appeared with an arrogant expression. She mockingly asked why she didn't see Dang Wuji, and only, the East Lake Dragon King had come here so late at night. This woman was Baek Na Chal, a top master of the White Dragon Manor. The East Lake Dragon King remained stern, stating he had an important matter to report directly to the manor master and demanded she lead the way immediately. Baeknachal laughed with great contempt, saying that demanding to see the manor master without prior notice was the height of disrespect. She even mocked that perhaps the East Lake Dragon King was utterly confused. Being humiliated right in front of his master, the East Lake Dragon King gritted his teeth and clenched his fists, trying to suppress his rage, knowing that Do Yoo Kang and Feng Tian were right beside him. Suddenly, a sinister thought flashed through the old man's mind. If he could stir up a conflict and get Feng Tian and Do Yoo Kang to fight, wouldn't that completely wipe out the White Dragon Manor? No sooner said than done. He suddenly roared with indignation. I've been speaking to you respectfully. Do you have a death wish? The bait was set. Now he just had to wait for the fireworks. Bai Nasha was startled, drawing her sword to defend against her opponent's sudden change in attitude. The Dongting Dragon King was secretly pleased, believing that as soon as a conflict broke out, his plan would succeed. But just as he was about to stir up more trouble, Feng Tian, quick as a flash, landed a powerful blow on the old man's head, knocking him to the ground. The Cold Guard warned, Master Jialong does not like noise. Witnessing this bizarre scene, Bai Nasha could only stand there, frozen in astonishment. Du Tukong nodded slightly in praise. You did well. Feng Tian, he declared decisively that he wanted to handle things peacefully, and affirmed, we didn't come here to massacre you people, so rest assured. Just take us to the White Dragon Manor Lord. After we've talked, we will leave. Bai Nasha gritted her teeth in frustration, but she could do nothing against the new cult leader's overwhelming presence. What a plot twist. The fight was shut down by his own side before it even started. Seeing the smug look on his subordinate's face, Du Tukong couldn't help but feel suspicious. What's with that look on your face? But before Feng Tian could get an answer, his arrogance had already ignited Bai Nasha's fury. She roared with murderous intent. Massacre? Let's see if you can still utter such words after you're dead. She immediately ordered an attack, causing a volley of arrows to rain down from above, toward the boat. Not about to let his master be harmed, Feng Tian leaped into the air in an instant. With one decisive slash of his sword, he created a powerful wave of energy that swept away the entire arrow storm in a split second. Bai Nasha and her men dodged in shock, unable to believe the guard's overwhelming power. The disciples of the White Dragon Manor scrambled to escape as the deflected arrows flew back at them, creating a chaotic scene on the pier. Wiping them all out with one stroke looked like he'd activated a cheat code in the middle of a tense fight. Du Tukong watched in silence, sighing with weariness. Is there truly no way to avoid a declaration of war? Just as the battle was about to erupt even more fiercely, a powerful voice suddenly echoed, tearing through the air. Stop! An old man with a white beard and hair suddenly appeared, moving like a ghost as he rushed forward, and grabbed Bai Nasha tightly by the neck, choking her before she could even react. Witnessing the old man's appearance, a man nearby exclaimed in terror, that person. The fight was just heating up, and then the boss jumped in and stun-locked everyone. The newcomer was none other than the White Dragon Manor Lord. He spoke in a low, remorseful tone. Has this old body of mine been slow to greet our guests? Please forgive me for not managing my subordinate more carefully. Seeing the sudden humility of the renowned leader, Feng Tian silently judged that this excessive kindness was distracting him. The smug guard assumed the old man had recognized the demon venerable's might, forcing him to grovel like an ant. Du Tukong glanced at his subordinate and asked Wan Lai, do you really think so? He knew he needed to investigate everything clearly, then looked coldly at the manor lord. I will accept this kindness of yours. The White Dragon Manor Lord led the way, bringing everyone into a majestic pagoda, brilliantly lit in the dark night. As soon as they were inside, the old man unexpectedly dropped to his knees on the wooden floor, performing a deep, humble bow. Du Tukong sat on a high chair, silently assessing that this old man's kindness was a bit too much to be normal. He told himself that such a well-mannered person couldn't possibly be the one who sent people to assassinate him. To clarify the matter, he looked straight at the old man and asked decisively, White Dragon Manor, Lord, was it you who sent people after me? In complete contrast to his respectful demeanor from moments before, the old man looked up with a sinister and cold glint in his eyes and admitted it. That's right. The answer stunned Du Tukong. He never expected the old man to so casually admit that he had paid a very high price to hire assassins to take his life. The manor lord maintained his stone-cold expression, mockingly asking if he was ready to accept the next gift. Remembering the moment he almost drowned at the bottom of the lake because of those nooses, Du Tukong gritted his teeth in fury and shouted, You bastard! The old man silently pulled a strange weapon from his sleeve and announced he would personally deliver the gift. Sensing the killing intent, Du Tukong roared an order, Kill him. Feng Tian. Instantly, the guard shot forward like a whirlwind with his greatsword in hand, causing the old man's eyes to widen in terror. After accepting the assassination contract, he was like a villain who openly faked being the good guy. Feng Tian unleashed a thunderous slash that tore up the floorboards, but the old man nimbly dodged it with incredibly fast footwork. He spun in midair, releasing a torrent of brilliant red threads that radiated a deadly aura. Witnessing this technique, a nearby subordinate recognized it with horror as Qi Jin Si, the signature poison weapon of the Blackheart fisherman. Despite the signature poison weapon filling the room, Feng Tianyi's eyes shone with killing intent. He put his full power into his sword swings, creating sharp, swift cuts to break through the encirclement of poison threads. The flurry of attacks looked like he was spamming his ultimate ability with no cooldown. Witnessing his prized technique being so easily neutralized, the Manor Lord exclaimed in shock, "How can the Qijin Si be broken so easily?" Not giving his opponent a chance to breathe, Feng Tian descended from above with a fatal blow, creating an earth-shattering explosion that made the entire mansion shook violently as dust and smoke billowed everywhere. Amidst the rubble, the old man stumbled back, his face contorted in fear. He screamed, begging them to stop, and made a final, desperate offer. "Wait a moment. Surely, you must be interested in my gold and treasures?" "Gold and treasures, you say?" Do Yoo Kang narrowed his eyes, suspicious of the sudden offer. Sensing something was off, he immediately shouted, "Hold on." At his master's command, Feng Tian retracted his killing intent, allowing the sweat-drenched mansion master a chance to explain. Seated majestically on a high chair, Do Yoo Kang gave a cold command, "Start talking and explain everything clearly, master of the White Dragon Mansion." He glared, warning that if the old man dared to lie, he wouldn't hesitate to punish him. Under the suffocating pressure, the old man frantically cried out, insisting that he had actually sent his subordinates to present gold and the rarest treasures to the two of them. Smelling a blatant bribe, Bloodtist was ready to change his tune. However, Do Yoo Kang wasn't so easily fooled. He pressed, "You say you sent gold and jewels for both of us? Then why did your subordinates attack us?" The master of the White Dragon Mansion hastily kowtowed, covering up by claiming it was a secret gift he didn't want his subordinates to know about, while debasing himself as a lowly man who would never dare to oppose them. Witnessing such cunning, Do Yoo Kang slammed his hand on his chair and roared, "You sent treasures while secretly plotting to ambush us. How many times have you pulled this kind of trick?" He declared that if he'd known the old man was so two-faced, he would have eliminated him long ago. Just then, Feng Tian loomed forward, his steel-like hand gripping the old man's head as he declared coldly, "I'm the one who should be saying that. I know your true identity now. That rotten excuse of yours stinks of a last-minute lie." His killing intent erupted, shattering the wooden floor beneath his feet. Feng Tian bellowed in fury, "You dare show such disrespect before my master? Are all of you looking for a death wish?" He stared intently at the trembling old man and stated firmly, "No one is permitted to wear a disguise when meeting the master." His secret exposed, the mansion master could only whisper in despair, I understand." Without a shred of mercy, Feng Tian decisively used the strength of his hand to rip off the intricate disguise mask. As the fake skin was torn away, the true identity of the head of the White Dragon Mansion was finally revealed. It was none other than He Xin the Angler, the infamous leader of the 10 great villains, with a sharp, cold face and cunning eyes. The sophisticated mask was finally torn off, revealing the true face of the man prostrated on the floor. Do Yoo Kang squinted, observing the long-bearded face and deceitful eyes. He confirmed in a low voice, "That appearance, isn't that the leader of the 10 great villains, He Xin the Angler?" The truth was out. The illustrious master of the White Dragon Mansion turned out to be one of the most notorious villains in the martial world. Do Yoo Kang turned to the Dongting Dragon King with a questioning gaze and declared, "Dongting Dragon King, I have a question for you." As Bloodist was revealed, the shocking twist left everyone stunned. The Dragon King quickly bowed his head and respectfully replied, "Yes, Master. If it is about He Xin the Angler, this servant will answer everything." Do Yoo Kang silently approached, pressing him about the contradiction in his earlier statement. "Then tell me, why did you hide the fact that He Xin the Angler sent gold and treasures?" He coldly exposed his opponent's scheme, reasoning that it was absurd to offer a mountain of treasures to the Yangtze River waterway, just to borrow their power to kill someone, all because you were upset about losing a single bronze dragon boat. Silence filled the room, as the Dragon King failed to offer an excuse. Do Yoo Kang flew into a rage, slamming his hand on the table and roaring, "You treacherous fiend! If you were telling the truth, you wouldn't have even needed to come here." The new cult leader's fury made the room tremble. He sneered that in just a little while, the entire White Dragon Mansion would have become a sea of blood because of this deceit. Looking at the still trembling Heishin the Angler, Do Yoo Kang bellowed, "The master has already made his move, and you're just going to stand there?" The villain completely broke down, collapsing onto the floor in utter humiliation. Do Yoo Kang turned his back decisively. "All right, I have no more business here." He walked away silently, not forgetting to leave a stern warning. From now on, the master of the White Dragon Mansion is forbidden from wandering around the Dongting Lake area. Do Yoo Kang flatly refused any gifts, believing such offerings would only bring useless trouble. While Heishin the Angler was still in a daze, wondering if he was truly safe, Feng Tian suddenly appeared behind him, his killing intent overflowing. The guard coldly reminded him to engrave every one of his master's words into his heart. A deadly glint flashed in Feng Tian's eyes as he delivered one final threat. "The next time I see your face, don't blame me for what happens." He hadn't even had a chance to celebrate surviving when he turned around to see the boss right behind him. Standing silently in the empty room, Heishin the Angler stared at the massive crack in the floor, his heart still pounding with terror. He told himself he couldn't just stand here, and silently walked away, his mind filled with dangerous calculations. If his guess was correct, the background of those who just left was truly terrifying. This was a lesson he'd never forget. He'd gone from being a top dog to being utterly terrified. He suddenly burst into a secret chamber where his 3 disciples were still immobilized by pressure point attacks. One of them whimpered, asking why their master would use demonic arts to paralyze his own students, but the only reply was the sound of cold footsteps. He roared in fury. "Shut up! Do you have any idea who you were trying to kill?" Hearing his master mention Feng Tian, one disciple frantically asked about the monstrous guard's whereabouts. His rage exploding, the master landed a thunderous punch on the disciple's face and cursed him. "You still don't get it? Even now? You useless fool." He looked down at the man collapsed at his feet and warned in a low growl, "You just provoked someone who could be on par with the strongest under the heavens." He explained that the sword energy Feng Tian generated carried a demonic aura with a soul-shattering power, the likes of which the martial world had never heard of or seen before. With someone of such terrifying strength, he asserted that the only place that could employ him as a trusted subordinate was the demonic cult. The power of the demonic cult is so immense that it would take all the masters of the orthodox sects, united as one, to barely even match them. The news about the demonic cult horrified the disciple to his core. He would rather be hunted by the beggars sect than have to face that evil power. He whispered in despair, "The demonic cult? No, it can't be." Seeing his underlings still hadn't grasped the severity of the situation, the mansion master came to a ruthless decision. He thought to himself, "Before someone else gets leverage over me for my involvement in this, I have to deal with them immediately." Without a moment's hesitation, the old man grabbed the disciple's head and decisively ended his life as a horrifying scream echoed throughout the room. Just hearing the words demonic cult shatters their morale. They've lost before the fight even begins. Haktam Dyukash clicked his tongue with a look of regret, telling himself he acted too hastily and couldn't execute his plan properly. At his feet, a disciple lay motionless amid the haunting sound of shattering bones. Witnessing this tragic scene, the 2 remaining disciples cried out in anguish, realizing their second brother was truly dead. Haktam silently turned his back, casually admitting he had done things out of order, causing his subordinates gruesome death. The old man coldly commanded the remaining disciples not to make a scene, then nonchalantly cracked his knuckles and declared that this time, he'll do it right. It's like he's resetting the game after a botched mission, but the price for failure was far too steep. The master's cruelty drove one of the disciples mad with rage. He charged forward, ready to die, and yelled, "How dare you do that to our brother?" He unleashed his full power using the violent rupture technique, determined to drag Haktam Dyukhach down with him to the afterlife. Seeing the desperate attack, the old man twisted his body as quick as a flash, dodging the incoming wave of energy. The disciple frantically threw one fatal blow after another, but they all hit empty air. He roared in frustration, "Die!" Meanwhile, Haktam Dyukhach began to show his anger at his underlings' rebellion. Suddenly, an earth-shattering explosion of internal energy erupted, tearing apart the structure in the middle of Dongting Lake and creating massive waves. From the boat in the distance, Do Yoo Kang quietly observed the scene and concluded that the other party seemed to be suffering a bitter humiliation. He thought to himself that it would be better to finish off that old man right now to prevent future trouble. However, Du Qiang let out a soft sigh and changed his mind. He figured it was understandable for the man to vent his anger like this where no one was around, so he decided to let him off this time. Feng Tian immediately bowed his head in submission. The dragon boat continued to cut through the waves, officially leaving the territory of the Changjiang Waterway Fortress. On the deck, an old man with rippling muscles was stretching, enjoying the fresh air after a long period of confinement. But he was also secretly worried, because his incredibly distinctive appearance would make it difficult for him to walk around freely for the next 3 days. Late at night, Lulin Wang, in a gaudy female disguise, stood looking towards the brightly lit estate. This turtle shell outfit looks like some kind of tacky, high-end cosplay. The old man wondered why Feng Tian was still standing guard outside. Doesn't that guy sleep? Seeing the guard's fanatical loyalty, the old man couldn't help but sigh. He really does everything to protect that person he calls his master. No sleep, no freedom. He recalled the time Do Yoo Kang flew into a rage and smashed a chair during his birthday, and he felt a pang of sympathy for Feng Tian's fate, having to serve such an incredibly difficult master. The old man mused to himself, that guy must be suffering from anxiety too. Who knows how many hardships he's had to endure. He was so busy pitying someone else that he forgot he was also in deep trouble. But just as he was lost in sympathy for another, a sudden, thunderous punch sent him reeling. From above, Feng Tian called out coldly, "Lulin Wang, get up here now." Though filled with resentment, the old man could only grit his teeth, endure it, and quickly reply, "Damn it, yes." He trudged closer, planning to just say a few meaningless things to get it over with and find a way to escape early. Just going through the motions before getting out of the game. Seeing Do Yoo Kang drinking alone in silence, he dared to ask if something unpleasant had happened at the White Dragon Mansion. Immediately, he received another devastating punch that distorted his face. A voice rang out, scolding him for being a thoughtless, nonsensical fool. Feng Tian strode forward, reminding him that the master had just demonstrated his authority at the White Dragon Mansion and had even used a chair to strike the Dongting Dragon King as a show of force. The old clan leader could only clutch his aching face, silently cursing himself for his terrible timing. Feng Tian roared menacingly, "When the master makes a move, you just take it." It sounded like a server rule. If you take damage, don't ask why. He landed another fiery punch that sent Lulin Wang sprawling, then coldly ordered the old man to stop talking nonsense and focus completely on his disguise. The old clan leader awkwardly adjusted his costume, even honestly confessing that he had put on women's underwear to make his disguise as feminine as possible. This excessive honesty only made Feng Tian angrier. He cursed the old man for being a filthy, useless piece of trash and continued to punish him without mercy. Feng Tian yelled, "Change your voice!" With a rough voice like that, who would believe you're a woman? The continuous punishments rained down, leaving Lulin Wang to do nothing but weep and beg in utter humiliation. Time passed. The darkness of night gradually faded, giving way to the brilliant dawn over the sea. A small boat glided across the deep blue water, heading toward a solitary rock island looming in the distance. Feng Tian approached and reported, "Master, it's time." Do Yoo Kang gave a slight nod. "All right." He looked toward the island with a determined gaze, silently hoping that this time he would find the world's greatest martial art and change his destiny. He gave a firm command, "Let's go," then suddenly leaped into the churning water to head for the secret underwater cave. The deeper he swam, the darker his surroundings became. Do Yoo Kang thought to himself, "The deeper I go, the darker it gets. I can't see a thing. This means I'm almost 20 zong deep. Diving like this is completely blind. Even a flashlight wouldn't help." Just as he was telling himself it was time for a change, he suddenly stopped when an incredibly powerful force from the current began to press against his body. "The current is much stronger than I thought." Du Qiang gritted his teeth and fought against it. But the water pressure was so immense that he began to choke and struggle for breath. It felt like being pulled into a vortex with no escape button. In this moment of crisis, he realized with a shock that if this continued, he could really die. At the same time, in a majestic lakeside estate, Yang Ren stood in silence, looking out into the distance with a worried expression. Her old master approached and asked gently, "You seem worried, Yang Ren." "Ah, seventh master." Yang Ren hurriedly bowed and admitted she was worried about the arrangement. She feared that if the shadowless divine thief and that drunkard who stole Chudu, the mystic's manual, managed to find their way here, things would become terrible. Yang Ren resolved to practice her diving more, but her old master burst out laughing confidently. "Ha ha ha. There's no need to be in such a hurry. They won't be able to reach the first arrangement anyway." Seeing his disciple's confusion, he explained that at a depth of 20 zhang below the lake, any intruder would be rendered helpless and swept away by the fierce current. He stated with absolute certainty that they would die without ever knowing they had to submit themselves to that raging current. Having passed through the fierce current, a struggling Du Yoo Kang surfaced and crawled onto the stone floor of a mysterious cave. He squinted, looking around, remembering the warning that practitioners of evil arts were absolutely forbidden from setting foot in this place. Before him now was an ancient chamber, where a skeleton sat silently before a large landscape painting. Du Qiang wondered to himself, is this the place of the arrangement? As he got closer, he realized this was the skeleton of the immortal from the legends. One look, and you could tell this was no ordinary NPC. Even though the person was long gone, his respectful nature made him want to show his reverence. Du Qiang respectfully clasped his hands and bowed. Tu Liangjiang pays his respects. I do not wish to be the strongest under heaven, nor do I desire power over thousands. I only wish to live a normal life. Please, help me. Noticing the skeleton was covered in dust, he gently reached out his hand to brush it clean, but the moment he touched it, the entire skeleton suddenly crumbled and collapsed onto the floor. Du Yoo Kang's eyes widened in horror. He stammered in a panic. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I was just trying to dust you off. He hastily gathered the bones to restore them to their original position, but in his flustered state, he ended up turning the skeleton into a bizarre shape. The bones were a jumbled, haunting mess. Staring at his disastrous handiwork, he could only clutch his head in despair, wondering what he was supposed to do now. At a dead end, his eyes were suddenly drawn to a landscape painting behind him. Du Yoo Kang realized the scenery in the painting was Fragrant Mountain, the very place he once rushed to in search of the fairy doctor Hua Xian Thanwai. The memory returned, but his heart still felt a pang. Although his memories of that place were terrifying, depicted in the painting, it possessed an otherworldly beauty. Suddenly, he stopped, looking skeptical. What was that? I think the painting just moved. Right in the middle of that natural scenery, a beautiful woman with long, green hair and deep blue eyes suddenly appeared, smiling faintly right at him. Du Yoo Kang was stunned when he saw the woman's figure in the painting. He blurted out, "Miss," his face contorted in shock, and beads of sweat rolled down as he realized this woman looked exactly like the girl he had met at the market. But Du Yoo Kang immediately dismissed the thought, believing there was no way that young lady could appear in a secret place like this. He cleared his throat to compose himself, silently wondering what on earth he was thinking. Suddenly, the woman in the painting raised a hand to her mouth and let out a teasing chuckle. The sound of her laughter echoed, a clear sign that big trouble was brewing. Du Yoo Kang froze, shocked to realize that she seemed to have seen his every clumsy move with the skeleton just now. He narrowed his eyes suspiciously, a vague fear rising within him as he wondered if the woman could actually see him through the painting. The woman's gaze in the painting suddenly turned sharp and cold, piercing straight into his soul and making Du Yoo Kang shudder in fear. It was a look that dissected his very being, one he couldn't escape. He started to feel uneasy, fearing that she could even hear the secret thoughts inside his head. Suddenly, the landscape painting began to tremble violently, emitting a deep blue spiritual energy that illuminated the entire dark cave. A dazzling burst of light exploded from the painting, followed by swirling leaves that enveloped Du Yoo Kang's entire body. He only had time to shield his eyes from the powerful force pulling him in. When he opened them again, Du Yoo Kang was shocked to find he was no longer in the cave, but standing in the middle of a majestic natural landscape with a murmuring waterfall and countless blooming flowers. Right in front of him, the mysterious woman sat silently on a stone slab, looking at him with an authoritative gaze. Du Yoo Kang held his breath, realizing this was the woman from the painting. At the same time, in another ancient room, Yang Ren was anxiously asking her master, "You mean, I have to enter the painting?" Her master, a man with snow-white hair, silently nodded in confirmation. Yang Ren couldn't help but wonder how a normal person could possibly step into the world of a painting. The old master calmly explained that the painting's gate will open automatically depending on one's martial arts aptitude, so she shouldn't worry too much. He stroked his beard proudly, declaring that Yang Ren is a once-in-a-millennium genius, so it would surely take her only about 5 to 6 days to get inside. Hearing this, Yang Ren curiously asked how long it took the former martial soul prodigy, Bach Vo Kuyet, to accomplish the same feat. The old master burst into hearty laughter at his disciple's competitive spirit. "Ha ha ha, you want to compete with someone who's already passed on?" That kind of laugh meant this was going to be a tough challenge. He revealed that it also took Bach Vo Kuyet exactly 5 days to pass this test. He further explained that the 7 arrangements left behind by their predecessors are all legendary martial arts techniques that once dominated the world. According to him, upon entering the painting, the challenger would have to face one of those great masters. Yang Ren nervously guessed the identity of the person she was about to meet, and her master firmly confirmed it. That's right. It is the one who was number 1 under the heavens 1,000 years ago. Fairy Thon Thon. Back in the reality within the painting, Fairy Thon Thon gently rested her chin on her hand, looking at Do Yoo Kang with a sharp, cold gaze and repeating coolly, "A moment ago, you called me this woman, didn't you?" She sneered contemptuously, and flatly declared him a junior who knows no manners. Do Yoo Kang quickly bowed his head in apology. "I was so surprised, I misspoke. I'm sorry." He bowed faster than a gamer with low ping, hoping to mitigate the damage. He squinted slightly and asked about the whereabouts of the immortal, but the only reply he got was a cold insult from the mysterious woman. Fool. Despite the insult, Do Yoo Kang managed to suppress his anger. He explained that he just wanted to meet the great master and would leave immediately after. But Fairy Thon Thon only became more scornful, resting her chin on her hand and mocking him. Truly, a fool among fools. Unable to take it anymore, Do Yoo Kang snapped, "Hey, why have you been insulting me this whole time?" The woman nonchalantly replied, "Because you're a fool, so I call you a fool. What else?" Rage erupted, and Do Yoo Kang clenched his fists so tightly his veins bulged. He silently concluded that someone like this could never be an immortal. She must be a demoness, deliberately provoking him to prevent him from meeting the real great master. With eyes burning with determination, he declared that he would get past her to find both the great master and the arrangement. Do Yoo Kang roared, "Demoness," and lunged forward to attack. However, Fairy Thon Thon just smirked. She suddenly vanished and reappeared right beside him, causing his eyes to widen in horror as he had no time to react. An earth-shattering explosion of internal energy erupted immediately after, blowing everything nearby away. Fairy Thon Thon gently brushed her hair back and nonchalantly commented, "Your strength isn't half bad." Do Yoo Kang stepped back into a defensive stance, his breathing heavy as he realized his opponent could easily block his attack. He was secretly on guard. If he wasn't careful, he could very well lose his life right inside this painting. To end the battle, Do Yoo Kang decided to go all out. He'd have to use the Chu Du Raging Dragon Hand and the Silver Soul Kill to finish this. He glared at the mysterious woman and declared with killing intent, "You will die here today." Hearing that, you'd think he was in a competition for trash-talking fellow disciples. Faced with the death threat, the immortal Fairy Thon Thon maintained a calm and haughty expression. She slowly raised her hand, looked straight at the new sect leader, and let out a sarcastic remark filled with hidden meaning. Those words don't sound like they belong to someone from the righteous faction, do they? The ear-piercing sound of a clash echoed through the quiet forest, accompanied by Do Yoo Kang's tragic screams. "Ugh!" He writhed on the ground, crying out in pain. "Stop it. I told you to stop hitting me, you witch." Looking at the new sect leader's pathetic state, Fairy Du Ching just mocked him coldly. "So a fool like you can feel pain, huh?" She glared with authority and ordered decisively, "Get out of my sight." It was a scene of total and complete failure, utterly beyond saving. Do Yoo Kang gritted his teeth in frustration, holding out his hand and demanding, "Give me back my soul pike." Looking at the weapon in her hand, Fairy Du Ching calmly noted, "So, that's what this thing is called, soul pike." She smirked defiantly. "And what if I don't want to give it back?" Having his weapon stolen, Do Yoo Kang roared with anger. It's cowardly to steal an opponent's weapon and then attack. If you don't return it immediately, then his threat was cut short by her chilling, killing intent. Still not enough? Are you really asking for a beating? Seeing she was about to attack again, Do Yoo Kang frantically backed away and declared resentfully, "Just you wait. After I find the immortal, I'm definitely getting my soul core back." Do Yoo Kang dashed away, sent off by the demoness's sarcastic farewell. "All right, see you later," he muttered, reassuring himself as he ran. "Yeah, finding the immortal on my own will be just fine." His heart burned with the will for revenge. "Once I learn martial arts from the immortal, I'll show that demoness who's boss." And so, time quietly passed. Through seasons of birds building nests and their young growing up, Do Yoo Kang relentlessly searched for any sign of the immortal in the vast, deep forest, completely unaware that he was heading for a dead end. His quest sounded grand, but in reality, he was just going around in circles like he was in an offline maze game. 2 months flew by. Do Yoo Kang was now gaunt, his face hollow and exhausted. He collapsed to his knees in despair, his breath coming in ragged gasps. He hadn't found so much as a single hair of the immortal. Realizing he was exhausted with nowhere else to go, he clicked his tongue. This is no time for pride, he thought. He trudged back to find Fairy Ching, who was relaxing by a stream. Seeing him appear, looking flustered and clearing his throat timidly, she smirked mockingly. "Oh? If it isn't that idiot from before. Still haven't found that immortal, I take it?" He was completely outmatched, silently eating humble pie. Do Yoo Kang scratched his head in embarrassment. He apologized for his initial rudeness in calling her that woman, and curiously asked for the mysterious lady's name. She smiled gracefully, introducing herself as Du Ching. Knowing her name, Do Yoo Kang also politely introduced himself as Do Yoo Kang, and earnestly begged her to help someone in his predicament. Ching smirked, telling him there's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Do Yoo Kang immediately swore he would do anything, she asked, absolutely anything, in exchange for her guidance. Ching began to give him a series of bizarre requests to test his patience. First, she bluntly ordered Do Yoo Kang to catch a wild boar for her to eat. Immediately after, she wanted to admire the flowers from the top of a cliff, forcing him to climb up and pick them for her. After he was done fetching water from a mountain river, she decided she wanted to eat fish and sent him to catch some. The menial tasks kept piling on, one after another, leaving the new cult leader dizzy with exhaustion. It was like a chain of daily quests with no skip button, an endless grind. Beads of sweat streamed down his haggard face. Do Yoo Kang gasped, asking if there was anything else. Ching gave him a meaningful look. She was secretly surprised that he had persevered with these menial tasks for an entire month without giving up. Her original plan was just to order him around until he gave up on his own. She nodded slightly, confirming that was enough, while inwardly assessing him as a very interesting person, willing to trade a month of his life just to learn martial arts. Sitting by the water tower, Ching suddenly asked about his true identity before he had arrived. A minor plot twist, but enough to make you pause for 5 seconds. Do Yoo Kang thought for a moment, then decisively revealed that he was the young leader of the demonic cult. This news stunned Ching. She refused to believe him, arguing that someone who practiced demonic arts could never enter this place, and suspected he was lying. Do Yoo Kang insisted it was true, explaining that his father had deliberately refrained from teaching him demonic techniques in preparation for this very arrangement. He told her about the rebellion after his father's death and how a trusted subordinate helped him escape, only to then insist that he must become the new cult leader. However, Do Yoo Kang insisted he would never become the cult leader, which made Ching wonder why someone who went to such lengths to learn martial arts and get stronger wouldn't want that position. Do Yoo Kang stared silently into the distance, stating pensively, "For me, martial arts are merely a tool. My dream is to live a normal life, not to become powerful." His words seemed to stir a distant memory from 1,000 years ago. Back then, a young man knelt before Fairy Ching and pleaded, "I have lost. Please accept me as your disciple." But the fairy was clearly irritated. She glared and scolded, "Your skills are lacking, so why do you keep pestering me? You're so annoying, get lost." But the young man refused to give up. He argued articulately that it was only natural for him to lose, because before she was even 20, she had defeated the goddess Ling Bo with her unique martial art, reaching the pinnacle of power as #1 under the heavens. Faced with the seeker's tenacity, Ching sighed in resignation and finally gave in. "Fine, I'll accept you as my disciple." Things escalated so quickly it was hard to keep up. Hearing her words, the man was overjoyed and prepared to perform the discipleship ceremony right away, but she stopped him. Ching solemnly announced that there was one important thing he must do to temper himself before she would officially teach him martial arts. He gulped nervously. "Something so important we have to skip the ceremony? What is it?" Ching flashed a sinister smile, then gave a firm command. "First, go catch me a wild boar." This unexpected development completely upended his expectations. So, instead of practicing his forms, the poor disciple had to lug a massive wild boar back to serve his master. He asked resentfully, "Master, when are you finally going to teach me martial arts?" Ching just calmly prepared the meal and answered flippantly, "I'll teach you when the time is right." This looks delicious. Summer passed to the drone of cicadas. He had to scale a treacherous cliff to pick fruit for her. Frustrated by the hard labor, he complained and pestered her again about when she would teach him. But his master remained indifferent. Autumn arrived, covering the courtyard with red leaves. Ching looked on with satisfaction at the pile of food supplies that had been harvested, and she praised her disciple for gathering enough for the long winter ahead. Time continued to pass, until the first snowflakes of the season began to blanket the porch in white. On a frigid winter night, master and disciple sat silently by a warm fire, enjoying fragrant grilled fish skewers in the tranquil atmosphere. Ching reflected on the past. Her original plan had been to use menial chores to make her disciple of old grow discouraged and leave on his own. But a full year went by, and his extraordinary persistence and effort had made her change her mind. Sitting by the fire in the dead of winter, she declared decisively, "No more chores. Starting tomorrow, I will teach you martial arts." But contrary to her expectations, the disciple quietly bowed his head and uttered a surprising sentence. "I don't want to learn martial arts anymore." A stunned Ching shot back. "You've worked beside me for so long, and now you say this? Don't say something you'll regret. Think it over." The disciple quietly grilled a fish as he explained in a low voice that he'd once heard a rumor in town that the #1 expert in the world was a girl not yet 20 years old. He scoffed that such a reputation wouldn't last long and made some disrespectful remarks, causing Ching's face to flush with anger. He then revealed the shocking truth behind that rumor. Fairy Ching suffered from the 9 yin severed meridians, and the behind-the-scenes drama was even more intense than the official story. A hint of sadness crossed Ching's face. She asked if he was giving up because he knew she didn't have long to live and wouldn't have enough time to teach him. But the disciple firmly denied it. He dropped to his knees, sincerely expressing that while his initial goal was martial arts, he now realized that this simple, everyday life was infinitely more precious. His eyes burned with unwavering determination. "In the time we have left, I want to enjoy this peaceful life with you, Master. That is my dream." After hearing that, all you can say is he's really laying it on thick for a simple life. Back in the present, under a romantic shower of flower petals, Ching looked at Do Yoo Kang's head and smiled faintly. "I will tell you where to find the immortal you're looking for." Seeing Do Yoo Kang's confusion, she calmly declared, "The immortal is right here, in front of your eyes." Also known as Fairy Ching, Do Yoo Kang couldn't help but burst out in mocking laughter. He thought she was joking because there was no way an immortal would behave so improperly. To prove my strength, Ching stood up decisively and gave an order. "Seeing with your own eyes will be faster, won't it? Follow me." She led him to a majestic cliff. Do Yoo Kang was still doubtful. He asked if she intended to destroy the entire mountain. Without a word, Ching put her hands together and channeled her power, a radiant, deep blue spiritual energy enveloping her body. A colossal beam of light with world-shaking power suddenly shot out, tearing through space and hurtling straight toward the mountain ahead. If this were recorded, it'd become a viral clip in a heartbeat. The powerful collision created a terrifying explosion. Thick dust and smoke billowed up as the mountain was split in two. Do Yoo Kang stood frozen, beads of sweat rolling down his face, which was contorted in absolute terror at this divine power. Amidst the rubble, Fairy Ching turned to look at him and asked coldly, "You said you wanted to learn my martial arts, correct?" She smirked challengingly. "Now you just have to do what I just did." Do Yoo Kang could only gape, point at himself, and cry out in despair. "Me?" The situation made the person involved want to just retreat with his honor intact. Fairy Ching looked straight into Do Yoo Kang's eyes and pressed him. "You said you wanted to learn my martial arts, correct?" Seeing he was still in shock, she coolly issued a challenge. "Now you just have to do what I just did." Do Yoo Kang was frozen solid, sweat pouring down his terrified face. He could only stammer, point at himself, and exclaim in despair, "Me?" Though he looked terrified on the outside, a powerful surge of hope rose within Do Yoo Kang. Could it be? If it's that, I might be able to defeat Feng Tian. Suddenly, the ground beneath them began to tremble violently. Dry, cracking sounds echoed as the cliff face started to crumble. Do Yoo Kang realized in a panic that the force of Ching's earlier attack was causing the entire mountain to collapse. A landslide? Caused by a martial arts technique? Quick as a flash, the two of them leaped into the air to dodge the giant boulders raining down. Amidst the ruins, Do Yoo Kang frantically called out Ching's name, while she replied with perfect composure. Do Yoo Kang landed on a precarious slab of rock. Fairy Ching quietly announced, "We will now begin the lesson." Do Yoo Kang looked at the terrifying landslide around him, utterly bewildered. "Wait, isn't the mountain collapsing right now?" Ignoring her disciple's confusion, Ching began to introduce her ultimate clan guarding technique. "What you are about to learn is my unique martial art, the ultimate pure 100 palms." She explained that this was a type of martial art that couldn't be seen with the naked eye, but to make it easier for him to grasp, she would show him the flow of her meridians. Ching cupped her hands and channeled her energy, radiating a deep, brilliant blue aura and loudly proclaiming, "First, the first form of the ultimate pure 100 palms." The lesson was just beginning, but the pressure was already on, like it was the final exam. A column of light with unparalleled force shot out, tearing through space and slamming into the opposite cliff face. Do Yoo Kang's eyes widened in astonishment. He held his breath, following the fairy's every graceful movement. Ching landed lightly on the water's surface, narrowing her eyes at a giant boulder hurtling toward her, and said in a low voice, "This technique, with a single, decisive blow known as the 18 Divine Fists, created a world-shaking explosion of internal energy, crushing the 1,000-ton boulder to dust in an instant. Fairy Ching Ching explained that the ultimate pure 100 palms was created to suit the characteristics of her own body, so it wouldn't be compatible with Do Yoo Kang. Instead, she decided to teach him the lesser ultimate pure 100 palms, tossing the manual into her disciple's hands. She ordered, "Memorize this within 1 week." In her heart, the fairy sneered, wondering if this fool even had the ability to comprehend the essence within it. The deadline alone sounded like a max-level mental grind. Fairy Ching Ching thought smugly, "This is a manual of a full 20,000 words. The number of people who have been overwhelmed and forced to flee because of it is countless." She was curious if he could possibly memorize it within the 1-week time limit. However, just as she was lost in her own calculations, Do Yoo Kang decisively closed the book and declared, "I've finished learning it all." This speed left the fairy so stunned she was speechless. She demanded to know if he was lying to her. Do Yoo Kang calmly replied, "Why would I lie about something anyone can do?" He revealed that since the age of 8, he could memorize the 30,000 words of the Silver Soul Kill after reading it only once. Even so, his father always scolded him for being a blockhead. After hearing that, one could only fall silent at his mind-boggling intellect. 30,000 words in a single read. Fairy Ching Ching was floored by her disciple's natural talent. To verify, she ordered him to recite it for her on the spot. Do Yoo Kang quietly sat cross-legged and began to recite every single word perfectly, causing the fairy to shudder in horrified amazement as she realized he had truly memorized the entire thing. Standing before such a martial arts genius, she asked pensively, reconfirming his adamant refusal to become the leader of the demonic cult. Do Yoo Kang stated firmly, "Never." Ching Ching silently concluded, if someone possessing such terrifying power were to step into the position of cult leader, the storms in the martial world would surely be ferocious. She couldn't believe someone so powerful would only yearn for a normal life. Fairy Ching Ching smiled, realizing that Do Yoo Kang's dream was perhaps even grander than she had imagined. Time passed as swiftly as the wind blowing through the great forest. The arduous days of training began. Do Yoo Kang had to strain to carry a giant boulder on his back while his master sat leisurely on top, observing. Just like that, 108 days had passed. The surrounding area had become a wasteland of felled and scorched tree stumps. Do Yoo Kang breathed a sigh of relief after a hard day of training. Just one look was enough to tell that the training regimen was no joke. Fairy Du Ching Ching looked at Do Yoo Kang and remarked softly, "You've gotten much stronger. You'll surely succeed soon." When he curiously asked how much longer it would take, she replied nonchalantly, "About 50 years." The answer nearly made Do Yoo Kang fall over backward. He screamed in terror. 50 years? Seeing her disciples panic, she laughed and said that if it were him, meaning the original Do Yoo Kang, it might only take 10 years. But to Do Yoo Kang, even 10 years was far too long. Fairy Du Ching Ching brushed it off and said she had a gift she wanted to give him. Hearing that time frame felt like getting a deadline from a past life. The woman held out her hand. "Here, your soul pike." Do Yoo Kang stared speechlessly at the 2 daggers that were originally his. "This was already mine. How is this a gift?" Du Ching Ching winked and said she was just kidding, then seriously offered to teach him another martial art, the reverse rebound finger technique. She asked him to hold out his hand and explained, "This is the 3rd form of the extreme pure 100 palms. This is a technique used to counter an opponent's attack, but if you reverse it, you can gauge their power level without them ever knowing. If the opponent is weaker, you will feel a flow of warmth. Conversely, if the opponent is stronger, you will feel an icy cold." Fairy Du Ching Ching asked softly, "If you want to live a normal life, wouldn't it be better to avoid the strong?" Du Yoo Kang listened in silence, his mind filled with thoughts. He suddenly asked why she was suddenly giving him a gift, only to receive a heart-stopping answer. Du Ching Ching revealed that the time remaining in this painting was 108 days, and today was the 108th day. She took his hand and sincerely expressed her gratitude, because without him, she would have forgotten the precious memories of her life. Hearing this, the mood suddenly plummeted, with no time to process the emotions. The image of the disciple from the past carrying his master on his back, both of them laughing and playing under the brilliant cherry blossoms, flashed back like an emotional film. Returning to the present, Du Yoo Kang was stunned as he realized the truth. Could it be, Do You? Fairy Du Ching Ching smiled serenely, confirming that it was time for her to rest. She looked at the new sect leader one last time and gave him her most sincere praise. "You did well, Du Yoo Kang." Before completely fading away, she left him with a final blessing. "I hope you can escape your predetermined fate and find freedom." Do Yoo Kang was bewildered as the world within the painting suddenly dissolved. He was stunned. Wait, why so suddenly? A powerful force wrapped around his body, and he only had time to let out a gasp before falling back into reality. Standing before the landscape painting in the dark cave, Do Yoo Kang clenched his fists, feeling the new power coursing through his veins. It felt like he'd just been kicked from the instance without understanding what happened. He stood silently before the painting for a long while, then respectfully clasped his hands and bowed. "Thank you." Turning to leave, Do Yoo Kang made a solemn vow with a determined gaze. "I will definitely find freedom with the martial arts you taught me." His resolute footsteps echoed through the cave as he left the fairy's dwelling. His aura was soaring, but he still felt a slight unease in his heart. Back on the dragon boat in the middle of the Yangtze River, Feng Tian had been waiting for him. Seeing his master return, the guard bowed respectfully in congratulations. "Congratulations on your achievement in just one day." Do Yoo Kang froze, cold sweat dripping as he realized the terrifying discrepancy in time. It wasn't 108 days, but only one? He was stunned, telling himself that the arrangement of the ancients this time was truly astonishing. Stepping closer and placing a hand on his subordinate's shoulder, Do Yoo Kang said softly, "You've been waiting for quite a while, haven't you? You've worked hard." An idea sparked in his mind. He wanted to test what level his martial arts had reached. He thought to himself, "Feng Tian, I can finally gauge your true martial strength." He immediately executed the reverse rebound finger technique, lightly tapping the guard's body with his finger to probe his internal energy. Do Yoo Kang held his breath, sensing the flow of qi from Feng Tian's body through his fingertip. However, the moment he made contact, an overwhelming sense of terror washed over him, causing his hand to tremble uncontrollably. He asked himself in shock, "What is this?" Seeing his master's strange reaction, Feng Tian called out softly, "Master?" Do Yoo Kang's eyes widened in terror, with only a single thought remaining in his mind. Impossible. Do Yoo Kang thought to himself, "Feng Tian, I can finally gauge your true martial strength." He used the reverse rebound finger technique, gently touching his hand to the guard's shoulder to probe his internal energy. But the moment they touched, a terrifying sensation struck Do Yoo Kang, causing him to freeze, as cold sweat poured down his distorted face. He was stunned, thinking, "What is this?" Seeing his master's strange reaction, Feng Tian called out softly, "Master?" A light test with heavy results that his brain couldn't process. Do Yoo Kang's eyes widened in horror, with only a single thought remaining in his mind. Impossible. He still couldn't believe the terrifying power he had just touched upon. Night fell upon the quiet waters, when Feng Tian suddenly became alert and reported, "Master, someone is approaching." Do Yoo Kang narrowed his eyes and asked, "Who is it?" Feng Tian confirmed decisively, "Yes, it's the Beggars sect." A man with long hair and a bamboo staff stood majestically on a small boat that was slowly approaching. He hadn't even recovered from the last shock, and now he was facing a new encounter, reeking of drama. Seeing a member of the Beggars sect, Do Yoo Kang silently recalled what he had read in books, which said that the people of the Beggars sect were simple and free, like beggars. But looking at the disheveled figure before him, he couldn't help but wonder, "But isn't this a real beggar?" The man quietly rode closer and spoke up to confirm, "That's right, this is what we are." Do Yoo Kang snapped back in protest, "No one is born like that. They must have their own hardships." The old man on the boat leaned on his bamboo staff and introduced himself. "I am a branch master of the Beggars sect, Thoi Koan Tran Kai. I have a few things to ask. May I come aboard your boat?" Hearing the request, Feng Tian flew into a rage. He glared and shouted, "You dare ask to come aboard? You filthy beggar." The guard's ferocity startled Thoi Koan, filling him with dread. However, Do Yoo Kang unexpectedly asked a question that left the old man stunned. "Branch master, why don't you bathe?" Thoi Koan was bewildered, a cold sweat running down his back as he wondered, "Why is he suddenly messing with me like this?" Feng Tian continued to roar menacingly. "The master asked you a question, so answer it." The branch master resentfully thought to himself that he'd come to ask about the whereabouts of the White Dragon Manor Lord. But instead, he'd run into a bunch of lunatics, even though the Beggars sect was supposed to be a place for free spirits like beggars. Do Yoo Kang looked at Toi Quan Tron Kai with an expression of utter contempt. He couldn't understand how not bathing and begging could be considered a life of freedom. To him, it was just the lifestyle of failures, of insects with arms and legs who chose begging as their main profession. Feng Tian, standing behind, also nodded in agreement with this assessment. Thoi Koan Tron Kai stood on his small boat, holding his bamboo staff and muttering that these kids were truly unreasonable. Immediately, Do Yoo Kang ordered Feng Tian to give the old man a bath and clean him up, so he would at least look human. All that was missing was a free bath sign hanging from the bow to complete the 5-star service package. As you command. Feng Tian shot from the side of the large ship down to the beggar sect's small boat. In the blink of an eye, the guard closed the distance and struck his pressure points, taking Thoi Quan completely by surprise. Although the branch master tried to brace himself, declaring he wouldn't be defeated so easily, Feng Tian's strength was simply too overwhelming. The guard grabbed the man's collar and decisively threw him straight into the churning waters of the Yangtze River. Thoi Koan only had time to let out a gasp of astonishment before sinking beneath the surface, about to be bathed according to the master's will. If there had been an audience for that performance, they would have definitely given him a 10 for the float-free water entry. Afterwards, at the Yangtze River, Waterway Fortress, Do Yoo Kang glared and berated the Dongting Dragon King. He furiously demanded to know why the man hadn't helped the people of the beggar's sect. He asserted that doing something as filthy as begging couldn't be called freedom, and whether one was a waiter or a guard, a person should still live a decent life. The new sect leader's intensity caused the Dragon King to break out in a cold sweat from fear, not understanding what he had done wrong. Do Yoo Kang pointed at Thoi Koan Tran Kai, who had now been washed clean, was dressed neatly, and was kneeling on the floor. He continued to scold the Dragon King for meeting with these wretched people so often without helping them. The Dongting Dragon King stared in shock at the clean person before him, unable to believe it was the old beggar, Thoi Koan Tran Kai. He silently wondered why Do Yoo Kang was berating him for not helping those people from the righteous faction. Feng Tian quickly spoke up to explain that the beggar's sect was, by its nature, a sect of beggars. But Do Yoo Kang roared that that was precisely the problem. Because people should know how to wash themselves and live honestly. He resolutely gave an order. From now on, the Waterway Fortress would be responsible for bathing the entire beggar sect, which made even Feng Tian exclaim in surprise. Hearing this, anyone who didn't know better would think Do Yoo Kang had just opened a mobile spa service on the river. Forcing the beggar's sect to bathe made the Dongting Dragon King extremely worried. Isn't that the same as telling us to go to war with the beggar's sect? The old man explained that ever since the White Dragon Manor Lord disappeared, the entire fortress had been busy conquering the Jiangbei region. So the situation was very complicated. Hearing that rambling excuse, Do Yoo Kang snapped. That Blackheart ancestor or whatever has also disappeared. So what are you still busy with? Thoi Koan Tran Kai asked in shock. The White Dragon Manor Lord was really the Blackheart ancestor? Seeing the old man dare to interrupt his master, Feng Tian immediately unleashed a lightning-fast kick that sent him flying. How rude, interrupting while the master is speaking. Do Yoo Kang quickly stopped him. Feng Tian, that's enough. That kick was as fast as an express delivery powered by internal energy. He turned to look at the fortress master and said in a low voice, Dongting Dragon King, I called you here not just because of the beggar's sect, but because I have a private matter to discuss. The Dragon King asked nervously, You have something you wish to discuss with me? To ensure secrecy, Do Yoo Kang ordered everyone else to leave. In the quiet room, only the two of them remained. The Dongting Dragon King anxiously wondered, what on earth could this be about? Do Yoo Kang silently approached, his mind still unable to shake the obsession with his guard's true strength. When he confirmed Feng Tian's level of martial arts, Do Yoo Kang felt he couldn't even compare to a clipping from his subordinate's toenail. A bone-chilling cold gripped his mind. He told himself he had to grasp what level his own martial arts were currently at. There was still a glimmer of hope. He thought that if he could easily subdue the Dongting Dragon King, then he would. Do Yoo Kang suddenly executed the reverse rebounding finger technique, forcefully jabbing his finger into the fortress master's shoulder. However, the result of this test left Do Yoo Kang completely devastated. He numbly wondered, is my dream of freedom really this far away? He realized with dismay that his strength was not overwhelming at all. His martial arts were merely on par with the Dongting Dragon King. Seeing his master's strange behavior, the Dragon King asked with concern, Is there a problem? Do Yoo Kang clenched his fists, answering through gritted teeth. A problem? Yes, a very big one. He immediately erupted with energy, unleashing an earth-shattering attack that caused the entire room to explode. The room was obliterated before its master could even process the shock. An explosion of rage erupted, and Do Yoo Kang gritted his teeth, thinking to himself, my freedom, this path to supremacy. When will I ever escape it? Unable to suppress his disappointment in his own strength any longer, he suddenly attacked, terrifying the Dongting Dragon King. We just met and he already wants to kill me? Why is this madman suddenly acting like this? Every one of Do Yoo Kang's strikes carried the weight of extreme frustration. Just how long is this path to supremacy? The Dragon King struggled to defend himself, stunned by the superior power. What is this? Are Do Yoo Kang's martial arts this strong? He cried out in pain. Master, at least tell me why you're attacking me. He struck without a word, as if the reason was just a minor detail to be filled in later. Instantly, Feng Tian lunged forward with the great green sword in hand, roaring with killing intent. You dare harm my master? Faced with the god of death's blade, the Dragon King trembled and pleaded. What did I do? Do Yoo Kang coldly commanded. Stop. Feng Tian silently retracted his power and confessed the real reason. I attacked you out of resentment for not being able to become a supreme being, even with the arrangements. Seeing his opponent had completely lost the ability to resist, he said decisively, Stand down. Hearing his master's command, Feng Tian decisively sheathed his sword as ordered. The guard glared at the old chief and began to lecture him menacingly. Your cruelty deserves death, but the master has specifically granted you mercy. Go on, thank the master. The Dragon King, drenched in sweat, stammered amidst his overwhelming sense of injustice. I really didn't do anything. But that feeble protest only infuriated Feng Tian more. He roared, You still dare to deny your guilt? With no other way to save his life, the Dragon King had no choice but to swallow his tears and fall to his knees. Damn it all. I thank the master for his mercy. Feng Tian then approached Do Yoo Kang, acting incredibly moved by his master's will. Master, it is truly touching to see your desire to become the Supreme One. However, this is only the second arrangement. The day you obtain the remaining arrangements, everything will happen according to your will, master. Hearing this, the Dragon King probably just wanted to ask, I'm being unjustly punished, and I still have to thank you for it? Do Yoo Kang silently stared into the distance with a piercingly cold gaze, then gave a firm command. East Peak Dragon King, prepare a speedboat. The old camp master could only bow his head and obey in resignation. Do Yoo Kang's eyes burned with determination. He silently made a vow that with tomorrow's dawn, the entire group would set out to find the third arrangement. The boat's engine hadn't even started, yet the aura they gave off was as if they were about to conquer the entire martial world. Do Yoo Kang stood silently by the boat's rail, his red eyes blazing as he stared with determination toward the distant horizon. He firmly declared, With tomorrow's dawn, we will set out to find the third arrangement. Meanwhile, in a secret cave beneath the lake, Yang Ren had finally reached the immortal's dwelling, but as soon as she stepped inside, her eyes widened in horror at the sight of a dust-covered skeleton sitting in an extremely bizarre and chaotic posture. Yang Ren cried out in shock. Ah! Who would dare desecrate the remains of an elder? Her shock peaked when she discovered her seventh master, collapsed on the stone floor in a miserable state. She couldn't believe her eyes. She couldn't believe her seventh master had lost 2 arrangements. The nightmare didn't end there, as Yang Ren then found her sixth master, also in a state of extreme panic. The old man with white hair was writhing on the ground, his face contorted with frustration and pain. How could this have happened? The 2 once dignified masters could now only grind their teeth and mutter in a state of madness. Which bastard was it? Which bastard? Looking at the devastating scene before her, Yang Ren realized with pain that the arrangements had been stolen, and her masters had gone mad. Her eyes blazed with killing intent as she clenched her fists and made a solemn vow. Who was it? If I catch them, I will show them no mercy. The entire sect was now like it had undergone an unannounced mental reset. At the mansion of the Changjiang Waterway Camp, news of the new sect leader's next journey left Sun Ruolan stunned. She asked in alarm, Do Yoo Kang and Feng Tian are leaving tomorrow? The East Peak Dragon King confirmed in a low voice, That's right. They told me to prepare a speedboat. The old camp master's eyes narrowed, full of calculation, as he thought to himself, Just a little longer, and we could have caught up. But the enemy suddenly started moving again. The memory of that one encounter was so haunting that recalling it sent a chill down his spine. Remembering the new sect leader's terrifying power, the Dragon King shuddered and told himself, Besides, that Do Yoo Kang fellow is more horrifying than I thought. In his mind, an image appeared of Do Yoo Kang with blazing red eyes, roaring strange lectures. People should bathe properly and live righteously, shouldn't they? The feeling of being overwhelmed by the power of the supreme technique still made him tremble. When Do Yoo Kang had roared in frustration, Just how long is this path to becoming the Supreme One? With no other way to save his life, the East Peak Dragon King could only bow his head in resignation and thank the master for his mercy. The Green Forest King sat stunned, his face filled with extreme regret. He thought to himself, It seems we chose the wrong side. He's crazier than we thought. Subordinates nodded eagerly in agreement. One of them exclaimed, That's right. Who would ever think of making the beggar's sect bathe properly? At that point, you have to consider it an incurable state of madness. Amidst the gloomy atmosphere, Sun Ruolan suddenly slammed her hand on the table and shouted, Well then, This is no time to be like this. We must immediately raise our glasses and celebrate. The tragic atmosphere instantly flipped, like their morale got a 100% boost. The Green Forest King and Ju Song stared at each other, bewildered. Have you gone mad too, Ruolin? She explained that, since Do Yoo Kang's group was leaving tomorrow, they just needed to stay here to be free of trouble. Hearing this, the subordinates were overjoyed, as if they'd struck gold. That's right, isn't it? If he wasn't crazy, why would we have any reason to follow him? Ju Song also sighed in relief. He announced that he would allow the Green Forest King and his daughter to stay at the waterway camp. Ruolin excitedly urged everyone. All right then, let's all shout out a toast to Do Yoo Kang, a slight thirst for blood. Surviving by simply standing still is an overpowered tactic in its own right. Ju Song mused, observing that usually at a time like this, people would shout the main character's epithet. The group started competing to come up with names, from Jade-Faced Demon King and Incarnate Demon to Demon Prince. The Green Forest King gripped his wine jug tightly, his expression becoming extremely serious as he thought of a fitting title. He inwardly shuddered as he recalled Do Yoo Kang's bizarre, unpredictable personality, and his cruelty in turning his surroundings into a sea of blood and a mountain of corpses by ordering Feng Tian around. He loudly declared the epithet Mad Soul Demon Emperor. Ruolin cheered excitedly. That's perfect. Let's go with that one. The entire group raised their cups together to toast the glory of the Mad Soul Demon Emperor. They were shouting and roaring, filling the room with their triumphant glee. However, the noise suddenly died down when a looming dark figure appeared at the doorway. Do Yoo Kang stood motionless, his cold gaze fixed on the drinking crowd. He tilted his head slightly and casually asked a question that made everyone freeze. An epithet for whom? The Green Forest King, still in his ridiculous female disguise, suddenly froze when he felt a chilling, killing intent right behind him. He trembled, beads of sweat rolling down his face, not knowing when the monstrous guard had appeared. In a state of utter panic, he silently screamed for help, believing his end had come. However, instead of a life-ending sword strike, Feng Tian placed a hand on his shoulder and exclaimed with excitement. Brilliant, Mad Soul Demon Emperor, huh? The guard enthusiastically praised the powerful epithet, believing it was perfectly suited for the supreme power, and that there was absolutely no flaw in his master's title. The Green Forest King froze, thinking he was about to be eliminated, but instead got a 5-star review from a hardcore fan. Witnessing his subordinates' excessive fanaticism, Do Yoo Kang could only watch with a look of complete helplessness on his face. He silently wondered, do you really consider that a compliment? He quietly announced that he would be leaving tomorrow. Immediately, one of the Green Forest King's subordinates rushed forward, hugged his leg, and cried miserably. Sob, sob. Are you leaving on another journey again? Please, don't abandon us. Lu Lin Wang stood nearby, secretly hoping the disciples would keep clinging to him like flies, so Feng Tian would be so disgusted that he would never call his name again. However, the bandits continued to scream wildly. We will follow you to the ends of the earth, whether it's the edge of the world or the depths of hell. Their drama in clinging to the boss was on par with that of a true stan. The moment the word hell was uttered, it immediately struck a nerve with Feng Tian. He flew into a rage, unleashing a thunderous strike that tore through the wall and roared with fury. You intend to drag the master down to hell? The guard stomped off, his heart filled with disgust for these annoying pests who were tiring just to look at. In contrast to his subordinate's harshness, Do Yoo Kang calmly made an announcement. But if you desire it that much, then I shall permit it. I'll allow you to follow. This sudden decision left the Lu Lin men staring wide-eyed in astonishment. After recruiting more followers, Feng Tian turned to give the Dongting Dragon King his mission. Destroy Ghost Valley, the ones who conspired to kill the master before. The Dragon King, Pang Huang, brought up the previous order from the cult leader to reform the beggar's sect, but Feng Tian brushed it aside. Reforming the beggar's sect? How ridiculous. He claimed the order was just a psychological test of loyalty, and now it was time to direct that loyalty toward Ghost Valley to clear any obstacles from the master's great path. The Dongting Dragon King was sweating bullets. The old man stood there dumbfounded, wondering what on earth his master's great path even was that he had to suffer like this. Taking on this mission felt like getting constant whiplash, leaving him breathless. Feng Tian's eyes hardened, full of pressure, as he coldly commanded the Lu Lin King, "Look up." The old gang leader was drenched in sweat, his heart pounding erratically from the suffocating threat of the guard. Feng Tian leaned in close, hissing a question that left the old man frozen. Are you prepared to die here? Terrified by his chilling aura, the Lu Lin King could only stammer and tremble. Getting no answer, Feng Tian silently turned his back. This is over. I have a private matter to discuss with Lu Lin, so follow me. The question may have seemed small, but it carried the pressure of a final boss interview. The Lu Lin king sullenly followed the guard deep into an empty room. Sometime later, the group had arrived in a forest near Chongqing. Amidst the vast green expanse, Feng Tian silently held the reins, guiding the horse-drawn carriage forward. Inside the cramped carriage, Do Yoo Kang sat with his arms crossed, a look of utter exhaustion and boredom on his face. Sun Ruolan smiled gently, her cheerful voice breaking the quiet atmosphere. It's been a long time since we've been alone in a carriage like this, hasn't it? Do Yoo Kang sighed and looked outside, thinking to himself, how is this any different from the beginning? Suddenly, the grinding of the carriage wheels on the road came to an unnatural halt. Do Yoo Kang narrowed his eyes suspiciously, and in the next instant, Feng Tian's shout tore through the air. Master, we're under attack! A barrage of sharp, gleaming objects pierced through the wooden walls, flying into the carriage at a terrifying speed. Sun Ruolan screamed in terror as the needles grazed past her. Without a moment's hesitation, Do Yoo Kang quickly pulled her into his arms to shield her from the rain of hidden weapons. He gritted his teeth, his eyes flashing with rage. Another assassination attempt? As the dust settled, Feng Tian frantically kicked the carriage door open and asked, Master, are you all right? Do Yoo Kang replied firmly, I'm fine. What about the assassins? Sun Ruolan still hadn't recovered from the shock. She sat slumped on the floor, trembling and muttering. I wasn't even ready. Faced with his master's questioning, Feng Tian quietly clasped his hands, bowing his head in a sincere apology. My apologies. I let two of them get away. His answer made Do Yoo Kang's eyes go wide. Get away? An extreme sense of unease washed over him. He worried to himself, there are assassins that even Feng Tian can't catch? Who in the world are they? Behind the veil of night, mysterious dark figures continued to watch them with deadly eyes. They were attacked right after leaving the waterway camp. Do Yoo Kang couldn't help but be stunned when Feng Tian reported that he had let two of the assassins escape. Given Feng Tian's terrifying strength, the fact that he couldn't capture the enemy was an unbelievable development that left Do Yoo Kang grappling with extreme unease. Who could they be? This situation was like a ridiculously difficult game, making him suspect a power bug. However, the truth behind this attack was absolutely hilarious. In the darkness, the Lu Lin king was grinding his teeth, scolding Gongsun Shang for nearly harming Ruolan during the attack. The subordinate quickly apologized to his leader, saying he didn't mean it and that this was all Feng Tian's idea. The old gang leader, resentfully dressed as a woman, silently cursed that madman, wondering what on earth Feng Tian was thinking, forcing him to play the role of a dead person. It turned out that Feng Tian himself had ordered the 3 Lu Lin bandits to become assassins to serve his own plan, despite their fierce protests that they were just mountain bandits, not professional killers. The guard had decisively used force to suppress all their complaints. Feng Tian was smug with his bizarre reasoning that the master's prestige could only shine its brightest when an enemy appeared. He recalled the moment his master ordered him to eliminate their enemies at the White Dragon Manor, which further strengthened his belief in this arrangement. Feng Tian clenched his fist, giving a clear ultimatum. From now on, you will attack the carriage 3 times a day. That will be the foundation for the master's prestige. Back to the present. As the carriage moved through the great forest, Feng Tian observed quietly and thought to himself that the time had come. High on a tree branch, a Lu Lin subordinate, though looking extremely reluctant, had to make his move. He threw hidden weapons toward the carriage, creating streaks of light that tore through the air. The plan sounded serious, but in reality, it looked like a daily drama rehearsal. A barrage of sharp needles ripped through the wooden walls, flying straight into the carriage and forcing Do Yoo Kang to struggle to avoid them. Outside, Feng Tian yelled with great concern, Master, are you all right? Meanwhile, the 3 Lu Lin bandits were perched on a tree branch with utterly bored expressions. They sighed, thinking that these acts weren't even surprising anymore. It had gotten to the point where being assassinated felt as normal as eating a meal. From a distance, hidden in the trees, 2 mysterious figures were quietly observing the entire event. It was the shadowless divine thief and the drunkard. Witnessing the bandits' cross-dressing act, the drunkard couldn't help but ask in confusion, they're really hard to figure out. Senior, are they men or women? The shadowless divine thief snapped. Yes, but does that matter right now? Don't forget our purpose, you drunkard. We're in a dangerous situation, being hunted down by the Heavenly Might, 7 Armies cult after being framed for stealing the Night Luminous Pearl. To clear our names, we have to find the treasure and hand over the real culprit. The shadowless divine thief narrowed his eyes towards the carriage and scoffed. And here they are, putting on this cheap assassin show. I'm keeping an eye on them. The hot-headed drunkard was about to rush out and show them what a real attack looked like, but was stopped and told to keep observing. The shadowless divine thief's expression suddenly changed when he realized something else, something shady, was also silently tailing the group. Someone whose movements were so mysterious that even experts like them couldn't determine their identity. It was the female assassin from the demonic cult, her golden eyes glowing like a wild beast's as she hid in the shadows. She scratched her head in frustration. Who the hell are these people? Why is this happening like this? She lamented to herself. The number of people pursuing the young lord kept increasing, while the clumsy Greenwood bandits were trying to play the role of assassins. She smirked sinisterly, thinking that even that Greenwood king had a messy life, then sneakily followed behind the young lord, watching as if it were a movie with too many plot twists to keep up. The female assassin from the demonic cult continued to shadow the convoy. She realized she was no different from the Greenwood bandits, having to sneak around like this. However, she determined that the Greenwood bandits weren't the ones to be wary of. The real concern now were the others who were also secretly hunting the young lord. She wondered about the identities of the two mysterious figures hiding in the shadows. It was unclear if they were secret bodyguards or more assassins, because their stealth techniques were just as profound as hers. She gritted her teeth in frustration. The 5 demonic gods had yet to appear, causing all sorts of trouble to pile up on her. Meanwhile, the horse-drawn carriage continued its slow journey forward. Everyone was hiding, everyone was suspicious of each other, and most importantly, everyone thought they were the main character. Inside the carriage, Sun Ruolan suddenly asked with excitement, "Master, will our wedding night be in Sichuan?" Do Yoo Kang sighed in exasperation, scolding her for talking nonsense again. But Ruolan chattered on, saying things were progressing way too fast since they hadn't even confessed to each other yet. Seeing how serious she seemed, Do Yoo Kang started to wonder if she was actually being serious. Ruolan leaned in, telling him not to play so hard to get before suddenly closing the distance invitingly. She revealed that Feng Tian himself had asked her if she possessed pure yin energy, then teased that it seemed Do Yoo Kang was thirsting for their wedding night. The new lord's face turned beet red with embarrassment. He yelled, calling her an idiot. Ignoring Ruolan telling him not to be shy, Do Yoo Kang angrily shouted Feng Tian's name. He stuck his head out of the carriage, demanding to know if his guard had really asked Ruolan such a weird thing. Feng Tian silently admitted it, leaving Do Yoo Kang completely stunned. After a 5-second his CPU overloading, he pondered deeply. Could it be that Sun Ruolan was intimately connected to the next arrangement his father had left behind? Seeing Feng Tian nod in confirmation, Do Yoo Kang understood that this loyal guard would never act without a purpose. He demanded to know why something so important had been kept from him, only to be told that Feng Tian was worried his master's soft heart would cause him to develop feelings for the girl. Do Yoo Kang flatly dismissed the idea, asserting that no one would ever like a crazy person like Ruolan. Hearing that, Feng Tian quietly concluded that Sun Ruolan was the perfect choice. The whole conversation sounded like they were shipping real people without a script. Feng Tian emphasized that to keep the plan an absolute secret, all traces had to be mercilessly erased. Do Yoo Kang asked in shock, "What?" When asked about the process to reach this special third arrangement, Feng Tian explained that the entrance was incredibly strange and required a woman with pure yin energy to accompany them to pass. Do Yoo Kang looked over at Ruolan, his heart filled with doubt. Does it really have to be Sun Ruolan? The guard confirmed that because the third arrangement's location was extremely perilous, bringing a martial artist like her would increase their chances of success. He spoke of the Fa sword, how its wielder had willingly entered the darkest demonic prison, just to protect the secret of this arrangement. That proved this mission was as important as the very lives of his subordinates. Do Yoo Kang felt the pressure weighing heavily on his shoulders, thinking to himself that being hunted by assassins was already more than enough. Looking at Ruolan sitting beside him, he couldn't help but feel a pang of pity. Now he had to sacrifice the people by his side too? Do Yoo Kang was so frustrated he could barely think straight, gritting his teeth in resentment. This was just too much. The sound of the carriage wheels continued to grind on the road, taking them deeper into the gloomy mountain forest. Suddenly, Feng Tian spoke a warning. "Master, we've got a swarm of flies." Do Yoo Kang narrowed his eyes, asking for confirmation. The assassins? But the guard flatly denied it. His eyes hardened as he stared ahead, filled with killing intent, and coldly announced, 5 flies, to be exact. The strangers, dressed in dark clothing with straw hats covering half their faces, radiated a suffocating pressure. One of them slightly lifted his hat, staring intently at the guard and demanding, "You are Feng Tian?" He was the sword demon god, one of the legendary grandmasters. Following his words, The black demon god and white demon god also revealed themselves with mocking expressions. Having fun touring the world, have we? I wonder if you felt our concern? The slaughter demon god and thunder demon god also appeared, coldly declaring, out of respect for the former lord, we will grant you a painless death. A single leaf fell, signaling the start of a bloody battle. The moment this team appeared, it was an automatic 5-man boss combo, ready for a wipe. In the blink of an eye, the 5 demonic gods attacked simultaneously, their sword strikes tearing through space. Powerful streams of energy collided repeatedly, creating a chaotic and deadly scene. A fatal sword strike swung down, sending fresh blood splattering everywhere. The victim only had time to cough up blood in utter shock, realizing the overwhelming difference in power. The killer stood silently, watching his dying prey, and uttered a cold line. Don't blame us. The martial world has always been a cruel place. He struck as fast as skipping a cutscene, giving no one time to react. Lying on the ground, breathing his last, the defeated man choked out resentfully. I am the master of the Huanghua sect. Just who in the world is Feng Tian? The 5 demonic gods stood tall amidst the carnage, looking down on their fallen enemy with contempt. One of them grimaced in annoyance. The stench of blood is disgusting. Then he gave a curt order. Let's move to another location. The group quickly left the scene, heading straight for the majestic Mount Wutai, which was shrouded in a hazy mist. They moved servers right after the fight, not staying for even a second. 10 days had passed since this group went into hiding on Mount Wutai, and one of them was starting to get impatient. How long are we going to wait? Immediately, the man next to him threw cold water on his idea, reminding him that confronting someone like Feng Tian, who could single-handedly wipe out half the demonic cult, was a suicidal act. Hearing that, the man could only express his desire to flee all the way to the distant North Sea to save his own skin. The white-haired old man seemed to agree, but another one roared decisively. Nonsense. He gritted his teeth, reminding the group that they had already hidden their identities for 20 years, and there was no more time to lurk in the shadows. The special mission of the 5 demonic gods, the legendary powerhouses of the demonic path who had never known defeat, was finally being rekindled. They were living legends, powerhouses of the demonic world who had never tasted failure. The 5 demonic gods had never doubted the death of the new martial spirit until, when one of them witnessed the terrifying power of that master with his own eyes. Despite priding themselves on being invincible and incapable of failure, in the presence of that white-haired master with his blood-soaked sword, they had to choose the most humiliating way to save their skins, running away. Time passed, and only after hearing that the new martial soul star was dead and couldn't return to the demonic cult, did the 5 demon gods dare to reappear after 20 years in hiding. One of them roared in frustration, arguing that hunting down the young cult leader now was no different from walking into a death trap against Feng Tian. Another suggested that killing the little-faced demon lord would be easier, but that idea was immediately shot down because the difficulty was about the same. A frightening truth was finally revealed. The little-faced demon lord had a very clear intention. He wanted to eliminate both Feng Tian and the 5 demon gods at the same time. Hearing this, the group realized this game had no easy mode. It was all hardcore. The Heavenly Light Child was getting extremely impatient as he saw the thick scent of the 10,000 Li blood fragrance rising from eastern Sichuan. Faced with the pressure of being surrounded, the members of the 5 demon gods maintained an incredibly arrogant attitude. One of them ground his teeth and declared, "You think we'll give up our lives so easily?" They believed that only a fool would accept death. And with the strength of legends, the group affirmed in unison, "We will never fail. The 5 demon gods will never accept death." Their hands clenched with determination, ready for a life-or-death confrontation. They talked a big game and looked fine on the outside, but deep down, they were a sea of turmoil. Back on the trail, Feng Tian began to show clear annoyance at the group of people blocking the path ahead. He coldly remarked that these flies were too noisy, then quietly placed his hand on the hilt of his sword. Noticing his subordinate's killing intent, Do Yoo Kang immediately spoke up to stop him. "Stop, Feng Tian." He thought to himself that letting Feng Tian act would only increase the bloodshed, and he himself didn't want to witness any more tragic scenes, especially when the death of Sun Ruolan seemed to have been predestined. Do Yoo Kang quietly stepped forward and asked calmly, "Why are you blocking my carriage?" The leader of the strangers squinted at the young cult leader with a look of contempt. The old man growled, "You look like you're barely 20 years old. Don't you know how to speak politely?" Do Yoo Kang remained calm, telling himself he would try to resolve this as peacefully as possible. He retorted sharply that the one blocking someone's carriage was demanding courtesy, while also asserting that if the other party had been polite first, he would have shown the same respect. Do Yoo Kang's dignified manner made his opponent suspicious. The old man announced loudly, I am Tang Xiakan, the young master of the Sichuan Tang clan. His eyes turned greedy as he looked toward the carriage. It seems what we're looking for is in your carriage. What do you think, huh? A little brat who still smells of milk, asking for things before apologizing. Answer me, kid. Before Tang Xiakan could finish his sentence, a dark figure loomed up right behind him. In the blink of an eye, Feng Tian had struck with terrifying speed. Splatters of fresh blood suddenly shot out, tearing through the silent air. The disciples of the Tang clan, around them, couldn't even react as they were cut down one by one in an instant. Tang Xiakan stared in disbelief at the dark red blood pouring out, gasping in utter horror. He was taken out of the game in a single frame before he even knew what was happening. Tang Xiakan was knocked to the ground in a flash, fresh blood spurting out as Feng Tian stomped hard on his back. Feng Tian bowed his head coldly, praying his master would forgive him. Do Yoo Kang strode forward, his voice low and firm. I've had enough of the insolence of the martial world. Why did you block my carriage? Lying flat on the ground, Tang Xiakan suddenly let out a sinister laugh. Haha. You think I'll just let this go after being humiliated? He frantically roared for his subordinates to tear their opponents to shreds immediately, and a thick, dark green poison smoke enveloped the scene. He declared smugly that the Seven Souls poison would paralyze its victims and kill them within half a day. This was the price for daring to underestimate the poisons of the Tang clan. Tang Xiakan ordered Xian Xiao to quickly search the carriage for the fire dragon saber. Seeing his opponent standing motionless in the smoke, Xian Xiao clicked his tongue, assuming he was completely paralyzed. He urged his companions to quickly block the way, but then suddenly froze when he noticed something was wrong. A towering dark figure emerged from the poisonous fog, emitting a suffocating killing intent that left Xian Xiao unable to react. Feng Tian's eyes glowed in the darkness, making Xian Xiao realize with horror that his opponent could still move. Tang Xiakan's eyes widened in terror as he saw death itself striding towards him. Darkness enveloped the pitiful old man. Feng Tian stood tall with his greatsword in hand, looking down at his prey with deadly eyes, as if he'd just activated a final boss mode with an unskippable cutscene. Tang Xiakan couldn't believe his eyes. He thought in shock. They should have been paralyzed long ago. How are they still moving? He trembled, wondering if the renowned soul-severing poison of the Tang clan had no effect on these people. Do Yoo Kang leisurely walked into the poison mist. He casually remarked, how strange, brazenly blocking our path and even using poison. Before the poison can even spread, they're already immune. What a joke. Not wanting to waste any more time, Do Yoo Kang called out decisively, Feng Tian. His guard immediately appeared and replied respectfully, yes, master. Recognizing the threat from the hidden poison weapons, the new cult leader gave a cold command. They might use poison again. Don't let a single one escape. Capture them all alive for me. He specifically emphasized, remember, capture them alive. Don't kill them. Feng Tian bowed in obedience and quickly dealt with all the Tang clan disciples by burying them alive in the ground, leaving only their pathetic heads exposed. Looking at the heads sticking out of the ground, Do Yoo Kang clicked his tongue. You cruel bastard. He quietly approached Tang Xiakan and firmly demanded the antidote. Despite his dire situation, Tang Xiakan remained stubborn. He glared and shouted back, you haven't even been poisoned. What do you need an antidote for? Do Yoo Kang sighed softly, realizing that making the enemy confess wasn't as easy as he thought. He muttered, humph. He won't talk that easily. I have no choice then. Do Yoo Kang's gaze turned sharp as he delivered a final ultimatum. I'll count to 3. If you don't talk, I'll have him chop off the heads of your men, one by one. While Feng Tian stood by menacingly, waiting, Tang Xiakan began plotting his escape. He calculated that 3 seconds was more than enough time for him to find a way out. However, just as Do Yoo Kang finished counting 1, 2, 3, the new cult leader suddenly let out a powerful roar that scared the soul right out of the old man. Terrified by the chilling killing intent, Tang Xiakan lost all his composure and screamed, it's in the green pouch. 3 seconds to survive, but the pressure felt like 3 lifetimes of reincarnation. Grabbing the green medicine pouch, Do Yoo Kang threatened the defeated man in a low voice. If you dare deceive me, you'd better watch your back. He hurriedly opened the carriage door, shocked to see Sun Ruolan in critical condition, foaming at the mouth from being poisoned. Without a moment's hesitation, Du Qiang gave her the antidote pill to save her life. Seeing Ruolan stabilize, he quietly stood up, his heart heavy with thoughts. According to Feng Tian, Ruolan was the most suitable person for the third arrangement, but to ensure absolute secrecy, he was required to eliminate all traces after the job was done. Du Qiang let out a soft sigh. finding it ironic that he had just gone to great lengths to save the girl, only to have to take her life with his own hands later. Returning to the men buried in the ground, Do Yoo Kang questioned them coldly. "I hear you were blocking the road to find something called a fire dragon?" The leader tremblingly admitted that was correct. The new sect leader's anger flared. He shouted, "How dare you brazenly bully a stranger like this? What's so great about the Tang clan that you're so arrogant?" He mocked that the Tang clan's poison arts were merely average, stunning Master Ji Siling, who couldn't believe that for the first time in his life, someone dared to insult his renowned legacy of poison like that. Du Qiang wearily raised a hand to his forehead, saying that since he had just arrived from Henan, he didn't know much about the Tang clan and found it useless to reason with these people. He issued a final ultimatum, forcing them to choose one of two paths. First, they would be spared, but must keep the secret and leave immediately. Second, they would all die here without leaving a single trace. Seeing Feng Tian menacingly holding a blood-stained sword and suggesting the second option, Du Qiang snapped, "Are you planning to just slash and kill everywhere you go?" The air was thick with tension, yet Feng Tian still acted like the second option sounded more reasonable. Under the suffocating pressure, Master Shi Siling quickly backed down, vowing that he had never met their group today. Du Qiang smirked, praising his wisdom, then quietly turned and walked away. He didn't forget to leave a stern warning that if they dared to break their word, the only path ahead of them would be death. Feng Tian stood imposingly, looking at the defeated man, and muttered about his plan to chop off each of the subordinates' heads, making the old man's soul tremble with fear. Seeing his opponent's terror, the guard casually explained that he was just talking to his master. He swung his sword with a smug air, complacently asking if his recent action was cool. Feng Tian walked away quietly, leaving a message for the Tang clan members. "Be grateful that you still have your lives." Looking at Do Yoo Kang's majestic and imposing back, the loyal guard felt incredibly proud and overjoyed. Cool, sure, but he might have scared the wrong person. Feng Tian intimidated the defeated man with suffocating pressure. "Don't forget, the master has shown you special grace. The next time we meet, the arrow might not just lodge in your shoulder." Tang Xiajing knelt on the ground, his eyes burning with resentment, as he watched the carriage disappear. "I will repay this debt 10 times over." Night had fallen, blanketing the tranquil outskirts of Sichuan in silence. Inside the empty room, Du Yoo Kang sat pensively at the tea table, his melancholic gaze directed out the window. Sun Ruolan approached and teased him softly. "Master, aren't you going to sleep? Staying up late will give you wrinkles." Seeing him remain silent, she asked curiously, "Where are we going tomorrow, that you're still up at this hour?" Du Qiang tightened his grip on the teacup, his heart heavy with a cruel thought. "That's right. Tomorrow is the day I get the third arrangement, and also the day Sun Ruolan dies." He lowered his head slightly and uttered a belated, pained apology. "I'm sorry," Ruolan asked in confusion. "Hey, what's there to be sorry about?" Du Qiang repeated with anguish. "In any case, I'm sorry." Sensing the tense atmosphere, she smiled brightly and waved her hand dismissively. "I'm about to die from all this. Look, I'm a pretty easygoing woman, so if you feel guilty, then buy me a glass of wine." Looking at her bright face, Du Qiang thought to himself, "This is probably the last day we'll be able to talk like this." He answered decisively, "All right, let's go. Have a drink." Ruolan cheered with delight. "Oh, you're really treating me? Well then, I won't be polite. Then, let's have the most expensive wine here." But just as she was getting excited, she suddenly slumped onto the table and fell into a deep sleep. Du Yoo Kang stared in shock and exclaimed, "Don't tell me she fell asleep? The wine wasn't even ordered, and she's already passed out." Watching Sun Ruolan sleeping soundly while they were talking, Du Yoo Kang was speechless, telling himself it was the first time in his life he'd seen such a strange woman. Just then, Feng Tian frantically kicked the door open and barged in, reporting some shocking news. "Master, all the villagers have been hit with sleeping poison." The guard reported that when he went out to check the situation, the enemy had already made their move. Du Yoo Kang narrowed his eyes at the enveloping poisonous mist, wondering to himself who could possibly administer a poison on such a wide scale. Is the enemy's new thing a sleeping gas that affects the entire population? He suspected this was a provocative invitation from the Tang clan. Feng Tian roared with murderous intent, believing they were asking for death, and planned to use this opportunity to eliminate a few of them. However, when he saw the guard about to carry Sun Ruolan, Du Qiang quickly stopped him. Feng Tian explained that she was the crucial key to unlocking the arrangement. If anything went wrong, it would be extremely troublesome. Looking at Ruolan, who was sleeping like a log, Du Qiang told his subordinate to let her go, then suddenly froze when he registered the two words, "the key." Du Qiang asked in a low voice, "Feng Tian, I have something to ask you. How will the third arrangement use the pure yin qi? The guard explained that there was a stone gate blocking the way that no man could ever pass through. Only a woman possessing pure yin qi could proceed. Hearing this, Do Yoo Kang suddenly burst into hearty laughter, having understood the problem. The master's sudden excitement left Feng Tian bewildered, asking if he was having any health issues. After that laugh, it's unclear who's really about to have a health problem. A sinister smirk spread across Do Yoo Kang's face. He was certain Sun Ruolan was the key. Then, a bold idea struck him. Wait, if we just carry the sleeping Sun Ruolan away, we won't have to kill anyone, right? A bewildered Feng Tian realized he'd been far too rigid in his thinking, focusing only on slaughter and overlooking this simple solution. Do Yoo Kang decisively stated that the way out wasn't important. The moment Sun Ruolan was sound asleep, they would immediately set off to find the arrangement. Feng Tian immediately obeyed and quickly spread out a map to begin explaining the plan in detail. The plan sounded brilliant and strategic, with just one tiny flaw: whether the person being carried off in her sleep would actually agree to it. Feng Tian pointed to the map, revealing their next destination, Shenyun Peak on Ziguang Mountain. On the peak of this mountain stands an ancient tree, and from that spot, one can walk on air. He recalls the events at Ju Yu Peak, where they once plunged their swords into the void to break a formation. But this time, the difficulty would be multiplied because the combination of formations makes the path completely invisible. To walk on that invisible path, one must adhere to an incredibly strict movement rule. If you take one step forward, you must then take one step back. From that position, you advance 3 steps, then retreat 2. Do Yoo Kang 2 predicts the next move would be to advance 5 and retreat 3, but Feng Tian immediately corrects him, stating it should be a retreat of 1 step. According to his research, the number of forward steps would progressively increase, but the backward steps would only alternate between 1 and 2. Only after correctly completing 21 such steps would the secret entrance finally appear amidst the mystical clouds. Do Yoo Kang 2 thoughtfully asks about what he would receive there, and Feng Tian's answer fills him with anticipation: the heavenly dragon Tao and the Taoist arts. In his mind, an image of a sacred sword radiating a magnificent golden aura appears majestically. The guard emphasizes that this arrangement, along with the subsequent ones, are all martial arts that complement each other. If even a single one is missing, they all become useless. Hearing this, it's as if missing 1 step would cause the entire martial arts world to crash. Do Yoo Kang too resolves to pour his heart and soul into this journey. Feng Tian reassures him that the arrangement is heavily guarded, so he can rest easy. That very night, Do Yoo Kang too clutched a water cup, his eyes burning with ambition. If I can obtain the 100 fierce pure palms and the sacred sword, perhaps I'll have a chance to fight Feng Tian. The next morning, the two of them were standing before a dark cave, but Do Yoo Kang too was bewildered, realizing time had passed far too quickly. It felt as though only 3 hours had gone by. The way time was flying made you suspect some time-controlling NPC had just messed with the clock. Stepping inside, Feng Tian stood frozen before a bare stone wall, with only rubble left behind. A strange aura vibrated through the air, and they both realized in shock that the arrangement that was supposed to be here had completely vanished. Do Yoo Kang 2's eyes widened in terror, a cold sweat dripping down his face as he confronted the brutal reality. He screamed in his mind, "What in the world happened?" Standing before the destroyed stone wall, Do Yoo Kang 2 was stunned, unable to believe his eyes that the secret arrangement was completely gone. He frantically wondered what could have possibly happened in his absence. Flashing back 3 hours earlier, at the edge of Zikong Mountain Forest, a subordinate nervously asked his boss about the existence of the heavenly dragon Tao, the legendary divine weapon of the New Star martial soul. The image of the sacred sword radiating a brilliant golden aura in the middle of a cave appeared majestically, powerfully stirring the greed of the treasure hunters. The leader, with his blue hair and mustache, confidently asserted that thanks to his ultimate heavenly ear technique, he could hear any sound, no matter how faint. His subordinate was astonished, urging his boss to quickly sneak in and steal the divine weapon. However, the leader was extremely cautious. He reminded him that Zikong Mountain was the territory of the Kasa Tang family, so they needed to investigate thoroughly before acting. He silently sat cross-legged and channeled his energy, deploying the heavenly ear technique to survey the entire situation. He smugly realized the sleeping poison had spread throughout the village, and was certain his target would soon fall into his trap. Meanwhile, at the Tang estate, the family head stood tall in the cold night, his face etched with a murderous expression. He brushed off his subordinate's advice to get some rest and declared his family's creed, repaying favors and avenging wrongs tenfold. The atmosphere was so tense that a mosquito flying by would have had to ask for permission just to cough. Under the dim moonlight, the head of the Tang family roared with determination. He swore not to move a single step until the enemy appeared. Witnessing his master's stubbornness, the subordinate could only break out in a cold sweat, wondering if the old man really planned to stand there like a statue for the rest of his life. Noticing the Tang family was too focused on the main entrance, the leader of the treasure thieves smirked, relieved that he no longer had to worry about interference. He gave the decisive order to move out and seize the Heavenly Dragon Tao and the Heavenly Dragon Taoist arts. Under a shower of falling cherry blossoms, two dark figures silently approached the majestic wooden gate leading to the secret realm. The scenery was beautiful, sure, but if they got caught being this sneaky, this show would probably turn into a martial arts comedy. Stepping inside, the leader marveled to himself. This place is truly worthy of being called an immortal's hidden sanctuary. His subordinate, panting heavily, complained about having to carry an unconscious person and follow the tedious walking rules. He couldn't understand why they had to carry this burden in such an urgent situation. The leader silently observed the glowing portal ahead. He knew that only pure yin qi could open this entrance. After some consideration, he decided to leave the woman behind and decisively stepped inside as time was running out. Both of them passed through the glowing doorway, heading straight for the sacred sword that was shining brilliantly in the middle of the cave. The moment he stepped into the secret chamber, the drunkard trembled, pointing ahead and stammering as he asked his senior who that person standing over there was. Feeling the pure energy that filled the space, he secretly wondered if this could be the great master who had created this secret realm. Suddenly, the white-haired figure turned his back and quietly declared that he had been waiting for them for a very long time. As he turned to face them, the imposing old man appeared with a murderous look in his eyes. He roared in fury, cursing them as the bastards who dared to ruin the plan of the seven heavenly might. The drunkard screamed in shock when he recognized his opponent's true identity. The moment he realized the final boss had appeared, his morale dropped faster than a health bar in a video game. Wasting no time, the white-haired old man unleashed a thunderous blow that ripped through the air, forcing the two of them to desperately dodge the powerful shockwave. He shouted in frustration that because of them, his group had to ride their horses non-stop all the way from Dongting Lake to get here, and ordered both of them to stop immediately. The drunkard, while running, yelled back sarcastically that no one was stupid enough to just stand still and get caught. The shadowless divine thief quickly spotted an escape route and shouted to lead his companion. A chase like this probably requires a professional escape artist insurance plan. The drunkard cried out for help in terror as death closed in right behind him. The shadowless divine thief calculated in his mind that no matter how advanced his lightness technique was, it would be difficult to shake off. A member of the seven heavenly might on this troublesome, invisible path. Being caught was only a matter of time. In this life-or-death moment, the shadowless divine thief suddenly launched an attack that made the drunkard curse his teammates' cruelty for leaving him behind. Just as the white-haired old man was about to restrain him, a figure suddenly dove down from above, startling the old man. The shadowless divine thief smirked challengingly. "Old man, let's see you try and catch this." He then decisively threw the unconscious Yaner towards his opponent as a shield. The white-haired elder frantically rushed to catch the girl, stunned, not wanting to harm an innocent person. Seeing his prey had used this dirty trick to escape, the old man could only grit his teeth and roar the name of the shadowless divine thief in absolute fury. This throw your teammate to escape move really sends your reputation skyrocketing in a negative way. The shadowless divine thief flashed a smug grin, then dodged and leaped away, vanishing into the quiet night. He didn't forget to leave behind an arrogant challenge. "I don't know which of the seven heavenly commanders you are, but let's hope we never meet again." 6 hours later, when Du Kung and Feng Tian finally found the entrance to the secret chamber, the scene of devastation before them left the new sect leader utterly speechless. He exclaimed in shock, "The arrangement is gone. We were 6 hours late, but it feels like I just missed the entire season pass for this dungeon." Standing behind him, Feng Tian explained in a low voice that this arrangement and the ones to follow were all complementary martial arts techniques. If even one was missing, all of them would become useless. Du Kung clutched his head in frustration, thinking about how everything he'd worked for had suddenly gone down the drain. But then, a bold idea flashed in his mind, causing his attitude to change completely. He smirked slyly, thinking to himself that this was actually a great deal, because if his path to becoming the Supreme One was over, then there was no way for him to become the sect leader anymore, and Feng Tian would no longer have any reason to stay by his side. Thinking about the prospect of freedom so close at hand, Du Kuang burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. In the middle of his triumphant laughter, Du Kang suddenly froze when he saw the wild expression on Feng Tian's face. His guard was also laughing manically, muttering about how the restriction had finally been lifted. Du Kang wondered in shock if this was heaven's will, pushing him onto the true demonic path. He suddenly remembered that Feng Tian was only following his father's orders to help him become the sect leader, and with the arrangement finished, it meant his guard was also free. He realized with bitterness that to Feng Tian right now, he was nothing more than a burden. Just as he thought he was free, Du Kang flinched as a steel-like hand suddenly grabbed his collar. Hearing the menacing call of master, he could only tremble and respond in terror. Feng Tian glared and roared, startling Du Kang, who shrieked back in response. The guard looked him straight in the eye and declared clearly that the true demonic path was only now officially opening. Du Kang fell into a complete panic, numbly wondering what his guard was talking about and what was really happening. His budding sense of freedom had been snuffed out faster than an unsaved script. Feng Tian's voice dropped, revealing a shocking truth. The Asura heavenly demon already prepared for this situation. This is the backup arrangement, equivalent to the third one. Moreover, this backup arrangement is none other than the master's demonic art scripture. It was like starting a game and immediately hitting a pay-to-win DLC wall. Du Kang was stunned, beads of sweat rolling down his face in terror. He knew well that demonic arts were dangerous by nature, capable of completely destroying a person's humanity. He only had to look at the members of his own sect to see that cruelty firsthand. I absolutely cannot practice demonic arts, Du Kang silently vowed. However, he was caught in a dilemma, unable to simply abandon the martial arts his father had left for him. He suddenly recalled that the Tang family was desperately searching for the fire dragon diagram and was certain it was a clue about some heavenly dragon. But Feng Tian casually dismissed it, saying the fire dragon diagram was just a painting containing the Tang family's secrets, and compared to their master's arrangement, it was nothing but garbage martial arts. Du Kang nodded slightly in agreement. You have a point. In any case, we have to find out who did this. Looking at the ruins before him, he clenched his fists, unable to take his father's legacy lightly. Feng Tian spoke up and apologized, concluding that whoever broke the arrangement must be a legendary master. He speculated. If the thief was the shadowless divine thief or that notorious drunkard, chasing them down could take a whole year. Du Kang clutched his head in utter despair, terrified that once he started practicing demonic arts, he would drift further and further away from a normal life. Suddenly, Feng Tian took out some masks and explained, I was instructed to use this if there was a problem with the arrangement. By the way, I have one too. Du Kang heaved a long sigh as he looked at the mask in his hand. Holding this makes me feel like my future is melting away. Immediately after, the two of them appeared in a desolate land filled with rivers of flowing, fiery lava. Du Kang stared at the menacing scenery in shock. The arrangement is in a place like this? I even have to practice demonic arts here? Witnessing the fiercely erupting volcano, Du Kang roared in frustration. Father, what in the world have you prepared? At the same time, at the Tang family estate in Sichuan, the white-haired family head sat in silence with an overwhelming aura, radiating the pressure of a final boss before a fight. When a subordinate invited him to dine, the old man silently gazed into the distance and asked, Those two still haven't arrived? Standing before the flowing river of fire, Du Kang stared in disbelief. The arrangement is in a place like this? Beads of sweat rolled down his face, which was contorted in terror, as he numbly asked himself, I even have to practice demonic arts here? Looking at the violently erupting volcano, Du Kang roared in frustration. Dad, what the hell did you prepare for me? The overwhelming smell of sulfur and the searing heat from the volcano made the air incredibly oppressive. Standing on a cliff overlooking the vast sea of fire, Du Kang was still in shock. Is it really okay to practice martial arts in a place like this? In stark contrast to his master's anxiety, Feng Tian appeared extremely excited. Finally, the demonic art is right before our eyes, master. While engrossed in his observation, Du Kang suddenly slipped and fell off the cliff, giving his guard a perfect opportunity to tease him. Leaving so soon after I finished speaking? I see the master is also very eager to obtain the demonic art, isn't he? Du Kang gritted his teeth and snapped in frustration. Isn't it your fault that I slipped and fell down here in the first place? Feng Tian quickly dropped his playful demeanor. He strode forward imposingly and stated clearly, To meet my master's expectations, allow me to explain quickly. The arrangement in this place is the martial art of the explosive flame demonic lord. Just hearing that name sounds like it could crash the entire server. The name Explosive Flame Demonic Lord left Du Kang stunned. Feng Tian continued, introducing the ultimate sect technique called the Fire Dragon Blade, an extremely brutal fire-based martial art. He emphasized its terrifying power, saying that legend has it no one could withstand more than 3 moves against the fire dragon blade. However, Du Kuang immediately recognized an unusual point in the bloody history of this martial art. Didn't he assassinate sect leader Tang 500 years ago? Du Qiong collapsed to the ground, his heart filled with doubt. How could the martial art of the sect leader's assassin be preserved as one of the arrangements? After hearing that, this system seemed a little sketchy. Feng Tian calmly explained that the previous sect leader had actively challenged him, which led to that tragic outcome. He affirmed the core value of, quote, "This martial art, the Fire Dragon Blade, is an extremely powerful technique, strong enough to threaten even the sect leader. However, the fear of its demonic nature still haunted the new sect leader's mind. He was worried he'd be overwhelmed by evil thoughts. What if I also go berserk and attack my own people like he did?" Facing his master's hesitation, Feng Tian resolutely declared with full confidence, "Aula Latianmo's plan has absolutely no flaws." Feng Tian explained in a low voice that Tu Duxiang mastering the Silver Soul Kill was completely within the previous sect leader's calculations. This was the orthodox ultimate technique of the sect leader from 500 years ago, possessing a pure attribute that would help him resist being overwhelmed by the demonic nature of other martial arts. Duxiang was stunned. He recalled his childhood. When he first mastered the Silver Soul Kill, his father had never once offered him a single word of praise, but the truth was completely different from what he had always thought. In his faded memories, when Duxiang was deep in sleep, Aula Latianmo had quietly approached his bed. He gently placed his large hand on his son's head, stroking it affectionately and whispering softly, "My son, Tu Duxiang, I love you." Returning to the present, Duxiang suddenly realized that a father who loved him so much would surely not leave behind anything that would cause him too much worry. With newfound conviction, he resolved that if this could help him surpass Feng Tian without being corrupted by demonic energy, he would willingly learn any demonic art. He'd learn it no matter what. No content moderation needed. Duxiang decisively stepped through the giant stone gate, venturing into the deepest part of the volcano. Before his eyes was a sea of fiery red molten lava, radiating incredible heat and an ancient, oppressive aura. Outside, a man with a cunning face was quietly observing the volcano from a distance. You could tell he was the type to hang around the edges, hoping to snag some high-tier loot. He smirked smugly, confident that even though his mask made it difficult for others to track him, no one should ever underestimate his true power. He was certain that this place was hiding a priceless treasure, no less valuable than the Heavenly Dragon Blade and the Blade of Thirst, heading towards his beloved treasures. Meanwhile, in the outskirts of Sichuan, a masked man suddenly kicked down the door and burst into the mansion, causing someone to scream in astonishment. The Lu Lin Wang, the female assassin from the demonic sect, woke up in a room full of unconscious bodies. She gritted her teeth in frustration. Damn it. The truth about Wu Pang stunned her. It turned out those bastards from the Tong family had used a sleeping poison on the entire village. The greatest humiliation of her life was falling asleep while she was supposed to be watching the young sect leader. If this situation continued and the 5 demon gods found out, the outcome would definitely not be good. A mysterious dark figure with a sword in hand coldly declared, "The price for losing the target and daring to mess with us is death." Her rage exploding, the female assassin lunged forward, kicking the man on the bed hard and screaming, "Damn it, you were supposed to be keeping a better watch, you damn mutt." This kick wasn't just powerful, it was literally spicy. While searching, she was surprised to find Sun Ruolan hidden carefully under the bed. Suspecting something was amiss, she thought to herself, intentionally hiding a woman like this, it's highly likely she was left as a secret message. She quickly searched Ruolan's body and, sure enough, found a piece of paper. But instead of an important secret message, it was a sappy love letter. "Dear Duqiang, I've liked you from the very first moment. Can you be my man?" Reading the cheesy words that called Duqiang her personal sun and moon, the female assassin flew into a rage, tearing the letter to shreds with utter contempt. She grabbed the collar of the sleeping man and roared, "You goddamn lunatic, what the hell do you think you're doing at a time like this?" The assassin frantically tore the room apart, hoping to find a real clue, but it was completely hopeless. She could only look up at the sky and scream the young sect leader's name in utter helplessness. Meanwhile, under the quiet night sky, Tu Duqiang and Feng Tian were walking in silence. Duxiang thought to himself that Sun Ruolan was probably sound asleep by now, and he smugly believed that not letting Feng Tian dump her on the side of the road was an incredibly wise decision. Earlier, he had insisted that Feng Tian just leave her at the inn to avoid any unnecessary trouble. Feng Tian announced in a low voice, "Master, we've arrived." Before them was a giant cave with rivers of fiery red molten lava emitting scorching heat. The tension was as thick as a final boss fight. Feng Tian pointed ahead and confirmed that the island in the middle of that sea of fire was where the next arrangement was hidden. Witnessing this terrifying sight, Du Xiang couldn't help but shudder, thinking, who in their right mind would leave an ultimate technique in a crazy place like this? Feng Tian nonchalantly remarked that members of the demonic sects were all abnormal people to begin with. Hearing that statement, Du Xiang silently glanced at his guard with a sarcastic look, thinking, doesn't he realize he's not exactly normal himself? Feng Tian pointed towards the island and explained that all the secrets of the arrangement were within those stone pillars over there. He informed him that the master would have to go through a total of 3 stages of trials. First, he had to consume the spirit pill refined by the fierce explosion demon lord himself. Looking at the pill, which radiated a brilliant golden aura, Du Xiang couldn't help but feel worried. A spirit pill. Just looking at this thing, I can tell it's no ordinary pill. He nervously wondered if he would have to endure the same bone-deep agony as the previous times. However, Feng Tian immediately reassured him that after taking the pill, he wouldn't feel any pain at all. Instead, he would see the incantations carved on the stone pillar. Finally, after you take off your shirt, you will touch the embossed fire dragon on the pillar. Feng Tian continued his instructions. He affirmed that after completing this, the master would officially become the master of the fire dragon's power. Du Xiang silently took the spirit pill and swallowed it without hesitation. He immediately sat down cross-legged and began to circulate his energy, feeling an unusually cool and numbing spiritual energy spreading throughout his body. He silently marveled at how miraculous his father's arrangement was, because it was hard to believe that a demonic art could bring such a pure and clean sensation. Du Xiang's eyes shone brightly as he silently sent a word of thanks to his father for this priceless gift. He quietly removed his clothes, revealing his rippling muscles, then resolutely placed his hand on the stone pillar to begin the final stage. Now that everything was ready, he started to feel a little tense, but the moment he touched it, a sudden, scorching heat washed over him, and his face instantly changed. Du Yoo Kang cried out in shock, "What is this? It's so hot!" An incredible amount of heat from the stone pillar began to mercilessly sear his flesh. Feng Tian, something's wrong. Du Yoo Kang screamed in agony as he realized the pillar was growing uncontrollably hot. He turned to look at the guard, who was sitting silently with his back turned in the distance, and grew suspicious. "Don't tell me you already knew about this, Feng Tian." He tried with all his might to pull his hand away, but it was completely useless, as if an invisible force was shackling him. Du Yoo Kang realized in horror that his hand felt like it was on fire, and that bizarre stone pillar was clamped onto him, refusing to let go. Du Yoo Kang's heart-wrenching scream echoed throughout the scorching cavern. "Ah, help! Somebody, save me!" He was spamming the help button like his ping was 999, but no one could get there in time to save him. In the midst of his extreme agony, an image of his father suddenly appeared in his mind. Du Yoo Kang sobbed in frustration. "Father, this can't be real. You said you loved me," he screamed in despair, unable to believe that the love his father had for him was actually this kind of cruel, physical torment. The new sect leader's screams of "Father" continued to echo across the sea of boiling magma. The scorching heat from the stone pillars finally subsided, leaving a dead silence amidst the sea of boiling magma. Du Yoo Kang stood between the pillars, sweat pouring down his haggard face. He panted in exhaustion and whispered, "It's finally over." Surviving that felt like face-tanking a raid boss on max damage. However, just as he regained a bit of strength, his anger from being ignored earlier flared up. Looking toward Feng Tian, who was still sitting calmly with his back turned, Du Yoo Kang gritted his teeth and roared, "Just die already." He lunged forward, unleashing a barrage of punches on his subordinate to vent his anger. "Your master was crying for help, and you dared to play deaf and ignore me? You might as well just drop dead." Beaten until he was coughing up blood, Feng Tian still lay flat on the ground, taking the punishment. He rasped, admitting his fault. Cough. "Master, this subordinate is truly at fault. When I heard my master's pained cries, I couldn't bear it. I was afraid I would rashly destroy the pillars." Du Yoo Kang resentfully pulled back his fist. He narrowed his eyes and remarked, "Humph, you've got a silver tongue, don't you?" Then he gave a firm order, "Get up." After Feng Tian shakily got to his feet, the new sect leader got straight to the point. "Is it all over now? Where is the fire dragon map?" Feng Tian quietly reported. "It has been engraved onto both of Master's arms." A stunned Du Yoo Kang brought his hands up to check, but he couldn't see any marks on his skin, so he asked doubtfully, "I don't see anything on my hands." Feng Tian patiently explained the secret behind it. You just need to channel your will according to the incantation and bring your hands together in the correct formation. The fire dragon map will then reveal itself. It sounded like a game tutorial, but one that started on hard mode right from the get-go. Hearing this, Do Yoo Kang felt a mix of curiosity and excitement. He thought to himself, in that case, I'll try summoning the fire dragon myself. His eyes shone with determination as he clenched his fists and commanded loudly, prepare for a duel. Do Yoo Kang immediately launched himself backward to take a defensive stance, while Feng Tian also quietly placed his hand on the hilt of his sword, ready to fight. Do Yoo Kang stared at his guard and asked with a smirk, don't tell me you're afraid of the fire dragon? Feng Tian tightened his grip on his sword hilt and honestly admitted that he was indeed a little frightened by the power radiating from him. Looking at the blazing patterns gradually appearing on his arms, Do Yoo Kang told himself, if the fire dragon is this powerful, then the bone-deep agony I just endured wasn't for nothing. A blazing spiritual energy erupted, forming a giant fire dragon that coiled around his body. Do Yoo Kang smugly declared that he could finally subdue Feng Tian. Do Yoo Kang's eyes glowed red, with killing intent, as he shot forward like a fiery arrow through the lava-filled cavern. His speed was like he'd popped all his buffs and activated cheat mode. Feng Tian hurriedly assumed a defensive posture, but the new sect leader's speed was now beyond his control. A world-shaking collision occurred. The heat from Do Yoo Kang's hand made even the greatsword tremble. The guard was injured by the immense pressure, only managing to let out a cough in astonishment at his master's incredible power boost. However, the fire dragon's demonic nature began to overwhelm his reason. Do Yoo Kang roared in pain. Ah, it's so hot. His face twisted as he was burned from the inside out, his eyes becoming frenzied and wild. He let out a decisive roar, declaring he would kill anyone who dared to come near. The explosive power even stunned Feng Tian, who could only watch helplessly as his master descended into madness, launching one brutal attack after another. The entire cavern shook violently under the devastating force of the fire element. Do Yoo Kang dazedly wondered how he had ended up like this, now that the only thought left in his mind was to kill. His madness reached its peak. He let out a blood-curdling scream and launched a fatal blow toward his guard. Feng Tian's eyes widened in horror when he saw his master had been completely consumed by the demonic art and was charging at him with overwhelming killing intent. The atmosphere was as tense as a drawn bowstring. One wrong move, and it would all be over. In his frenzy, Do Yoo Kang shot forward, plunging his flaming sword straight into Feng Tian's chest. The guard's greatsword fell, embedding itself firmly into the hot stone floor of the cavern. The flames on Do Yoo Kang's hand gradually died down, leaving only his hands, which were shaking violently in shock at his own actions. Watching his loyal subordinate collapse, Do Yoo Kang was stunned into silence. What have I done? He realized with horror that he had completely become the master of the fire dragon. The moment he summoned the fire dragon map, the flesh-tearing pain and the insane desire to kill had completely taken over his mind. Do Yoo Kang looked at his trembling hands, his heart filled with regret as he thought, I only meant to injure him and then retreat. I didn't mean to kill him. Just then, a deep voice suddenly rang out. Master. Do Yoo Kang couldn't hold back his tears, and he sobbed. Feng Tian. I'm sorry. But the powerful call of Master suddenly echoed from right behind him, making him jump in fright. Feng Tian appeared, looking imposing and stern, and asked coldly, how much longer do you plan to wallow in your emotions? Seeing his guard safe and sound, Do Yoo Kang stammered, unable to believe his eyes. But weren't you just burned to a crisp by the fire dragon? That plot twist was like getting a game over screen, only to immediately respawn with full health. Feng Tian let out a hearty laugh. Haha, the fire dragon can only be summoned 3 times. The fire dragon map can only sustain 3 techniques. 3 techniques. Do Yoo Kang suddenly remembered. Ah, that's right. He recalled the fight and realized a crucial truth. The blow that struck Feng Tian was from the 4th move, after the fire dragon's flames had completely vanished. That's why the guard was able to survive what seemed like a fatal strike. Feng Tian approached and called out softly, Master, it turns out the final move wasn't some kind of ultimate outplay, but the game making you forget something important. Feng Tian suddenly grabbed Do Yoo Kang's hand, his voice low as he repeated the words of the Asura heavenly demon. The fire dragon diagram will protect its successor in a moment of life or death, but once you've used it, you must return to this place to restore its spiritual energy. Do Yoo Kang was stunned, unable to believe his ears. Huh? Now that I remember, I realize I lost due to a lack of knowledge, not a lack of skill. His anger flared up, and he roared in frustration. "This is absurd. Who would create such a messed up treasure? I have to recharge its spiritual energy just to use it again?" Do Yoo Kang frantically vented his anger on the stone slab, then gritted his teeth and screamed towards his guard who was walking away. "Feng Tian, that bastard, I'm going to kill him." After completing the spiritual energy recharge, the two of them quietly left the volcanic cave under the silent night sky. Do Yoo Kang raised a hand to his forehead, looking exhausted. He let out a sigh of relief. It was finally over. It would be best not to use the fire dragon diagram again. Suddenly, he froze, sensing something was wrong. All of the new sect leader's senses had become unusually sharp. Everything was crystal clear. The changes in the wind, the chirping of insects in the grass. But then, a powerful, white figure suddenly appeared in his mind. Do Yoo Kang clutched his head in pain, his face contorting from a sudden psychic shock. Ugh! Do Yoo Kang froze when he heard the sound of metal scraping in the dead of night. Feng Tian was bewildered, as he hadn't heard anything at all, making him wonder if his senses had become overly sensitive after recharging his energy. The two walked silently under the dim moonlight, leaving the erupting, fiery volcano behind them. Nearby, a stranger hiding in. The shadows couldn't help but be horrified, realizing his presence had seemingly been discovered. He couldn't believe some kid was able to see through his advanced stealth and concealment technique. However, he quickly dismissed his worries and stealthily moved towards the mysterious cliff face with a cunning smile, thinking to himself that his opponent's identity no longer mattered. To be tracked while invisible. This had to be a game bug, not the opponent being too strong. The treasure was finally right in front of him. "It's mine," he exclaimed triumphantly as he touched the cliff face. But in the next instant, a powerful surge of energy erupted, causing him to scream in agony. The heart-wrenching scream echoed throughout the crater of the seething volcano, signaling a tragic end for the greedy man who dared to touch what was not his. He lusted for the treasure, and got a reflect damage combo in return. Do Yoo Kang strode forward, confirming that his gut feeling was absolutely right and not just a hallucination. Feng Tian lavished praise on his master's sharp senses, then looked in disgust at the man writhing on the ground. The guard coldly assessed the situation. Without an elixir, the only way to stop this chaos is to pump him full of demonic energy until he dies. He was about to drag the intruder away for interrogation, but Do Yoo Kang stopped him and ordered him to just leave the man there. "Yes, my lord." Feng Tian respectfully stepped back as soon as he received the order. Do Yoo Kang looked straight at the man who was barely breathing and confirmed that this was the one who had stolen the heavenly dragon diagram. His eyes blazed with cruelty. He declared that it was because of this man that he had to endure the bone-deep pain of the fire dragon. With a demonic smile, Do Yoo Kang decisively struck, making the thief suffer a brutal punishment as his screams echoed through the mountains. Standing amidst the scorching lava, Do Yoo Kang thoughtfully stared at the man, gasping on the ground, silently gritting his teeth in resentment, because if it weren't for this bastard stealing the heavenly dragon diagram, he wouldn't have had to endure the excruciating pain from the fire dragon. Although he wanted to keep watching to see what other tricks the man had, Do Yoo Kang was starting to get bored. He coldly ordered Feng Tian to drag him out. The guard immediately obeyed and hoisted the intruder up, loudly calling out his identity: the shadowless divine thief. The thief's eyes widened in shock, unable to believe his secret identity had been exposed so easily. He had been anonymous his whole life, only to have his name read out like a resume in front of a hiring committee. Looking at the pathetic state of the so-called number one thief, Do Yoo Kang couldn't help but be disappointed by how ordinary he looked. Feng Tian quietly approached, telling him to hold on to his prey. To the shadowless divine thief's complete surprise, Do Yoo Kang suddenly erupted in a fit of rage. He roared at him to shut up, then unleashed a continuous barrage of thunderous punches into the thief's face. As he beat him, Do Yoo Kang screamed in frustration, unleashing all the pain he had endured onto the culprit. He furiously demanded to know if the thief had any idea how many times he had nearly died because of this idiotic theft. Each punch that landed seemed to carry all of his pent-up, unresolved fury. After venting his anger, Do Yoo Kang coldly ordered Feng Tian to find out where the heavenly dragon diagram was hidden, as well as a list of everyone who knew its secret. Feng Tian immediately began his brutal interrogation. He grabbed the thief's head and growled, demanding he tell the truth. Faced with the shadowless divine thief's stubbornness, the guard unleashed a dark, murderous aura, got right in his face, and repeated the command in a deathly tone that made the thief tremble in fear. Under the suffocating pressure, the shadowless divine thief finally broke and agreed to talk. Do Yoo Kang narrowed his eyes, questioning how he had used the heavenly unity technique to find the manual. only to discover the treasure was already gone when he arrived. The thief faintly confirmed it was true, and at the same time revealed a shocking piece of information. The heavenly dragon diagram had actually fallen into the hands of the divine lord of 10,000 cats. He confessed with a tremor in his voice that his instincts had warned him never to reveal this to anyone else. Do Yoo Kang's eyes blazed with anger. "You insolent fool. You think you can talk your way out of this? You scum." In front of him, the shadowless divine thief was being choked by Feng Tian so hard his eyes were rolling back. The guard roared, "A lowlife like you dares to run your mouth in front of the master?" The sound of neck bones cracking sent waves of excruciating pain through the thief. But then, Feng Tian suddenly reported, "Master, what he's saying is the truth." Do Yoo Kang narrowed his eyes suspiciously and asked, "Then why are you wringing his neck? What do you mean?" Feng Tian coldly explained that there was no mark on the thief's neck from having ever possessed the heavenly dragon diagram. The situation took a dizzying turn, with a conclusion being met by a plot twist and reversed on the spot. Do Yoo Kang thought deeply, then who could it be? Feng Tian surmised that the person behind this could be the drunken wanderer or some other unknown figure, but he stressed that the most important thing now was to immediately set out according to the fourth arrangement. The group moved quickly through a lush green bamboo forest in the middle of the night. Do Yoo Kang said decisively, "All right, let's get moving." Looking at the phantom thief who was sullenly following them, he grew wary, sensing the man was still hiding something and needed to be watched. Feng Tian continued to use brute force on the thief, wanting to see how long he could endure it in silence. He choked him, causing the thief to let out a pained scream. "Me? Aren't I the frustrated one here?" Being tied up on the journey and constantly interrogated, it felt like being an NPC that just spawned and was immediately forced into an inescapable side quest. Seeing the bright red mark on the thief's neck, Do Yoo Kang realized, "Is that the shadow seal I once carved onto myself?" Feng Tian asserted that from now on, this man would absolutely not be able to escape his grasp. To ensure their secrecy, Feng Tian suggested they both change clothes before heading to the next location. Do Yoo Kang completely agreed. They couldn't let anyone else like the phantom thief recognize them. Not just their faces, but their clothes had to be changed as well. After changing into dark green outfits, they moved silently through the night. Feng Tian clearly ordered his subordinate to wait for him at Yima, Henan, in 10 days to report on the situation in the martial world, and then the dark figure quickly vanished into the night. As they went deeper into the bamboo forest, Feng Tian spoke in a low voice. "Master, from here on, things will become even more complicated." He explained that this forest was protected by an ancient formation, and only by following the correct path could they reach the center of the arrangement. Ordinary people who entered would only get lost, but they wouldn't face any danger. Do Yoo Kang silently observed the mystical space around him, gently stroking his chin in thought, and marveling to himself that an ancient secret art would indeed possess such power. Feng Tian led Do Yoo Kang to the middle of the vast bamboo forest. He pointed to an empty space and explained, "The entrance is right there, between those two bamboo groves. From the outside, you couldn't see anything, but from the inside, you could see the outside clearly." Standing before this new secret realm, Do Yoo Kang curiously asked Feng Tian, "What kind of technique is this arrangement?" The guard replied clearly, "The mystic spirit art. Just the name alone is enough to tell you it's on a whole other level, like a final boss in disguise." It was an astonishingly powerful secret art, Feng Tian explained. The mystic spirit art allows the user to summon 4 spirit entities in physical form. The spirits act according to the caster's will. The 4 spirits, the black spirit, white spirit, red spirit, and azure spirit, appear with immense power. Although it requires extremely profound internal energy and is difficult to maintain for long, the guard asserted, "For you, master, it won't be a problem." Do Yoo Kang smiled smugly. This was truly something to look forward to. "I don't need the 4 fingers that only bring suffering. Only one who can control the 4 spirits is worthy of being a master of something." At a glance, it seems normal, but the internal logic is as complex as an advanced exam. Just as he finished speaking, an incredible surge of killing intent washed over them. Feng Tian's eyes widened in shock, and he only had time to shout, "Master!" Then, as fast as lightning, he grabbed Do Yoo Kang and leaped away. Immediately, a series of deadly beams of light tore through space, bombarding the spot where they had just been standing. Streaks of brilliant red slashes rained down continuously, creating a world-shaking explosion. Dust and smoke billowed up. As the dust settled, 2 imposing figures were revealed, already waiting. Do Yoo Kang squinted, his face contorting in horror as he recognized the identity of the person opposite them. It was an old man with snow-white hair, holding a paper fan with an overwhelming aura, Do Yoo Kang blurted out, "What happened to Wan Miao Shen Jun?" Looking at Wan Miao Shen Jun's aura, it was clear this wasn't going to be a friendly chat. Without a word of warning, Feng Tian shot forward like an arrow, his great azure sword in hand. Du Yoo Kang was bewildered by this unusual behavior. Normally, Feng Tian would have already been screaming for blood, but this time, he charged without saying a word. A deafening clang rang out as Feng Tian's sword clashed violently with the old man's paper fan. Du Yoo Kang gritted his teeth, that haunting name swirling in his mind. That name, Wan Miao Shen Jun. It sounds so familiar. Wait a minute. As memories of bloody battles from the past flooded back, Du Yoo Kang trembled, realizing the horrifying truth. If this was Wan Miao Shen Jun, then he was the one who, along with the soulless saint, eradicated the demonic cult 20 years ago. He was one of the 7 celestial monarchs. The new cult leader broke out in a cold sweat, stunned by the presence of one of the cult's legendary arch-enemies, right in this very place. The sound of clashing metal echoed deafeningly through the bamboo forest. Feng Tian's great azure sword and Wan Miao Shen Jun's paper fan were locked in a fierce struggle, sending sparks flying everywhere. From a distance, Du Yoo Kang was horrified as he realized his opponent's true identity, one of the 7 celestial monarchs. He couldn't believe his eyes. Beads of sweat streamed down his face, which was contorted with fear. Why would someone from the 7 celestial monarchs appear here? The battle exploded with intensity, the force of their clashes, tearing through space itself, causing the bamboo forest to shake as if it were about to collapse. Du Yoo Kang panicked, wondering what on earth was happening as the scale of the fight spiraled far beyond his control. Even a great master like Wan Miao Shen Jun had to admit with astonishment that someone this powerful, who could push him to his limits, actually existed in the martial world. The white-haired old man strained, channeling his energy through his paper fan to desperately block the world-shaking power descending from above. Realizing the tide was slowly turning against him, the old man worried that if he continued to be tied down, he would be in real danger. Suddenly, Feng Tian vanished from before his eyes like a ghost, leaving him utterly terrified. He's gone. A cold chill ran down his spine as he realized a sharp blade was already pressed against the back of his neck. Wan Miao Shen Jun's eyes widened in horror, a cold sweat breaking out as death itself stood right beside him. Before his brain could even process it, a life countdown timer appeared in his mind. A deep blue dragon-shaped aura suddenly erupted, coiling around the blade and radiating an absolutely overwhelming power. Du Yoo Kang declared decisively, "It ends here." Witnessing this divine power, Wan Miao Shen Jun was stunned as he realized the secret. Could that be the heavenly dragon diagram? Immediately, the 4 spirits, in 4 brilliant colors, suddenly manifested, emitting a suffocating pressure that enveloped the entire battlefield. Feng Tian stood imposingly amidst the circle of spirits, coldly cursing these nuisances before unleashing a final, night-tearing blow. Just looking at the combat effects, you knew this was an all-out affair. This scene definitely didn't have a small budget. The power bursting from the spirits created a colossal pillar of purple light that descended, causing the entire bamboo forest to tremble violently. This power, Wan Miao Shen Jun exclaimed in horror. Realizing the grave danger, he immediately ordered his disciple, "We need to retreat from this place for now." Duong Nan answered with a tremble, and the 2 of them quickly fled from the collapsing terrain. In the middle of the bamboo forest, a dazed deer watched the master and disciple's figures disappear into the woods. Wan Miao Shen Jun ran with a worried expression, noticing that the bamboo forest's formation was beginning to fluctuate violently. He told himself he had to get out of there immediately before he was sent flying by the force again. Yan Er doubtfully asked her master if those were the people who had stolen the ultimate technique, while also worrying about the fate of her 6th martial uncle, now that the Heavenly Dragon Map's secret cave had been breached. Wan Miao Shen Jun grew pensive. He knew the current situation was incredibly grim, so he decisively ordered his disciple to mount the white crane and leave at once. The clock was ticking, and if they didn't run, they'd be totally screwed. The white-haired old man decided to stay behind. "That guy. I'll try to hold him off." A hesitant Yan Er protested, not wanting to abandon her master, but he firmly scolded her, telling her not to speak such foolish words. Despite his disciple's pleading, he decisively pushed her away to save her life. Yan Er's calls echoed through the great forest as master and student were officially separated by the formation's power. In a clearing, Du Yoo Chiang appeared imposingly with a bone-chilling gaze. Yan Er was suddenly thrown by the formation, landing right in front of him. She looked around in shock, then stammered, "Who are you?" Yan Er stared daggers at Du Yoo Chiang, her heart filled with rage at the sight of this man, who could command even a supreme demonic being as a subordinate. standing there so casually, with his hands clasped arrogantly behind his back. She gritted her teeth, vowing she would never forgive the person who stole the artifact and killed her master, Wan Miao Shenjun. However, contrary to his calm exterior, Do Yoo Kang was currently trembling so badly he had to clench his fists behind his back. He secretly worried the girl would realize he was shaking with fear. Do Yoo Kang told himself he had to take this chance to explain that he had never even met Wan Miao Shenjun to clear up the misunderstanding. He had just opened his mouth to say, "Wait, I just want to," when Yaner roared, "D, you monster," and unleashed a powerful slash that tore through space. Left with no other choice, Do Yoo Kang immediately executed the super extreme Pure White Palm's Pengshan Guardian technique to neutralize the attack. Piercing clashes echoed as the force from both of them struggled fiercely amidst the bamboo forest. Do Yoo Kang realized that dealing with her using only this technique would be very difficult. He began to consider using the Fire Dragon map to escape. He felt wronged. He had only intended to say that he'd never met her master, and yet now he was being forced to use his most ruthless ultimate skill. In response to Yang Ren's harsh questioning about who killed her master, Do Yoo Kang replied coldly, "So what if I did?" To him, the fact that she was still alive and unharmed was a stroke of great luck. But to Yang Ren, his words sounded like a defiant confession. "Yeah, I killed him. What are you going to do about it?" The tension was so thick you could cut it with a knife, like facing a final boss with maxed out damage. Seeing his opponent suddenly freeze, Do Yoo Kang thought to himself that it was best not to drag this out any longer, because if he used the Fire Dragon map, her life would surely be forfeit. He clenched his fist, gathering spiritual energy to prepare for a finishing blow so he could leave. Yaner screamed, "I can't be stopped," and charged forward madly like a moth to a flame. Do Yoo Kang moved at a terrifying speed, creating a stream of deep blue spiritual energy that ripped through the fog before he vanished deep into the bamboo forest. This whole scene looked sketchy as hell. The drama was completely off the charts. Du Qiang stood in the middle of the bamboo forest, beads of sweat rolling down his tense face. He thought to himself, "That was too close. I almost took a fatal blow." And luckily, thanks to the protection of the bamboo forest's formation, he was able to keep his life. Suddenly, a wave of earth-shattering power erupted, tearing space asunder. Feng Tian roared with murderous intent. "Die, heavenly favor, Seventh Lord." Witnessing the unexpected arrival of his subordinate, a shocked Du Yoo Kang exclaimed, "Feng Tian." Even the guard himself was staring wide-eyed in astonishment at the sight of his master. "Master!" Feng Tian shot forward like a phantom, swinging his greatsword, creating sharp cuts that tore through the thick, smoky mist. Du Yoo Kang stood frozen amidst the rubble, sweat pouring from him as he felt the suffocating pressure right beside him. Feng Tian roared, "Master, get out of the way!" Du Yoo Kang's heart pounded as he realized with a shock that the sword strike Feng Tian had just unleashed was clearly aimed directly behind him. A horrifying truth slowly dawned in his mind, which meant that right behind Du Yoo Kang, the shadow of the old man holding the paper fan had appeared at some point. His eyes widened in terror as he realized his most fearsome enemy was right next to him. "The heavenly favor Seventh Lord is right behind me." Talk about turning around and running straight into the final boss, a total blindside. The trajectory of the sword launched by Feng Tian was clearly aimed behind him. Du Yoo Kang realized with horror, if that's the case, then the real enemy is right behind me. Wan Miao Shenjun loomed into view, the paper fan in his hand radiating a suffocating killing intent, enveloping the entire area. Du Yoo Kang's eyes widened in terror as he felt the immense pressure weighing down on him. He gritted his teeth and thought, "It seems the heavenly might Seventh Lord is right behind me. I can't die like this. This pressure feels like walking into a final exam without studying a single page." Instantly, a violent surge of fire erupted, engulfing Du Yoo Kang. Facing the attack from above by the old heavenly favor Seventh Lord, he roared in fury, "Arg, I'll kill you!" Wan Miao Shen Jun narrowed his eyes in utter astonishment at the blazing demonic blade surging from the new sect leader and exclaimed, "A demonic blade!" The old man swung his fan, blocking the lightning-fast slashes, while the divine fire from the Fire Dragon map incinerated everything around them, turning the air scorching hot. Du Yoo Kang shot forward, landing a fatal blow that created a cataclysmic explosion, shattering the ground and sending rocks flying everywhere. Wan Miao Shenjun let out a pained grunt as he absorbed the powerful force. The white-haired old man narrowed his eyes calculatingly, wondering to himself, is he trying to hide his true strength? Amidst the rubble and thick dust, Du Yoo Kang stood imposingly with the flaming sword in his hand, ready for the next brutal strikes. Wan Miao Shenjun glared at the young sect leader, Then, the old man suddenly launched himself into the air to execute a lightning-fast counterattack. The two clashed repeatedly and powerfully, creating shockwaves that tore through the mist in the bamboo forest. In his heart, the old man sighed with admiration. Even if it's only you, I'd accept you as a friend and companion in the martial world. A terrifying explosion suddenly occurred, creating a giant pillar of smoke that tore apart a whole section of the mountainous forest. Do Yoo Kang was suddenly in freefall, plummeting into a bottomless abyss. He realized with a start that this strange transformation was likely caused by the green bamboo forest's formation. In his moment of peril, he struggled to reach out and grab a dry branch on the sheer cliff face to stop himself from falling into the deep chasm. One slip here and it's game over, no time for goodbyes. After a struggle, Do Yoo Kang finally managed to regain his balance on a narrow ledge. Just as he was steadying himself, a shout for Master echoed through the air as a celestial crane glided past. He recognized them, a disciple of the 7 heavenly knights, rushing to save the white-haired old man. The drama just kept piling on. Before he could even catch his breath, another crisis erupted. Do Yoo Kang watched in silence, musing that even if his opponent seized the arrangement, it was all for the sake of their own personal ambitions. He breathed a quiet sigh of relief when he saw the divine Crane Lord was still alive. But just then, Feng Tian appeared out of nowhere, radiating an immense killing aura. He roared that no one would escape and unleashed a devastating lightning attack aimed straight at the crane. The brutal strike gravely wounded the divine crane, sending it tumbling through the sky. Looking at the devastated scene, Do Yoo Kang realized the instability of the formation was a sign that the green bamboo forest was on the verge of complete collapse. The air suddenly grew heavy with tension. Feng Tian narrowed his eyes, sensing a familiar presence, and coldly ordered the shadowless divine thief to show himself at once. Just then, Feng Tian appeared, looming behind the shadowless divine thief who was hiding in the woods. "Just as I thought, you're still lurking around here," he said coldly. "I clearly told you to wait at the Mahenan cemetery." Sweat poured down the shadowless divine thief's face as he realized in horror that his plan to use the 7 heavenly knights as bait had completely backfired. He couldn't believe Feng Tian could have slaughtered all those masters and returned so casually. One decisive blow sent the thief collapsing to the ground. Feng Tian looked down at the man at his feet and declared, "You still have some value, so I'll let you live this time." Do Yoo Kang calmly walked forward and nodded in approval. "Good work, Feng Tian." The shadowless divine thief trembled, kowtowing and begging for forgiveness. He blamed his own incompetence for letting the 7 heavenly knights escape. He was taken down in a flash, completely neutralized. Do Yoo Kang brushed it aside. "That's not important. I have questions about the arrangement." He narrowed his eyes, peering into the distance, and pressed, "Is this setup related to the Nova Martial Soul?" Feng Tian confirmed it with certainty. "That's right." Then, an ironic truth was revealed. Demons were absolutely forbidden from entering this secret grotto. A rule like that just screams drama ahead. You know something big is about to go down. Do Yoo Kang fell into deep thought, speculating about how his father had used the Sex Grand technique to forcibly extract information from the Nova Martial Soul's corpse. He couldn't understand why his father would pass down the martial arts of a dead man as his own arrangement. A bold thought struck him, and he muttered aloud, "Could it be that the Nova Martial Soul was actually more powerful than my father?" The question sent Feng Tian into a thundering rage. "That's absurd, Master." The bodyguard's extreme reaction, as if a raw nerve had been touched, only deepened Do Yoo Kang's suspicion about the real reason behind these arrangements. In a low voice, Feng Tian recounted how he, too, had once dared to ask about the reason for these arrangements. At the time, the Asura Heavenly Demon Lord had only said this: "When you obtain the 7th arrangement, you will naturally understand. Everything you've seen up to now is merely the surface." Do Yoo Kang was stunned. He wondered what the 7th arrangement could possibly be if everything so far was just a shell. But he immediately pushed the thought aside. Now wasn't the time to dwell on it, especially since he couldn't even obtain the current arrangement. "Feng Tian," Do Yoo Kang asked worriedly, "what if I can't receive this arrangement?" Feng Tian answered firmly, "Yes, Master. We'll have to proceed to the backup arrangement." Remembering the brutality of the fire dragon diagram, Do Yoo Kang shuddered with fear, wondering what kind of bizarre martial art awaited him next. Seeing his master's unease, Feng Tian declared that this time he would absolutely not let the arrangement fall into another's hands. To address Do Yoo Kang's skepticism, the bodyguard revealed, "Master, you have one final subordinate left, and trust me, this one sounds even crazier than the main event." "Another subordinate?" Do Yoo Kang asked, bewildered. Feng Tian explained that in order to protect the master and the Qing Fa sword arrangement, they needed someone to serve as the main offensive force. He radiated a chilling killing intent, declaring that with the villains of the Seven Heavenly Knights as the enemy, it was time to summon the Bloodbat. A crimson phantom with a grotesque face materialized in the darkness, ready for the coming fight. Just one look at that shadow tells you this is going to be a heavy-duty fight. Feng Tian announced gravely, "Master, there is one final subordinate." Do Yoo Kang, still confused, thought to himself, "There's another one?" Feng Tian declared that with the appearance of the Seven Heavenly Knights, summoning the Bloodbat was now a necessity. The haunting image of a crimson monster with a barbaric grin flashed, heralding the return of a madman so extreme that Feng Tian felt compelled to summon him. Witnessing Feng Tian's extremism, Do Yoo Kang couldn't help but worry. Feng Tian was already as crazy as they come, so how much crazier could the Bloodbat possibly be? Immediately after, Feng Tian delivered a devastating kick to the shadowless divine thief and roared, "Show your loyalty to the master now." The thief was stunned, wondering how a common thief who steals national treasures could ever be worthy of serving such a great master. "And so, what if you are?" Feng Tian shot back coldly, before erupting in fury. "Who said you were a subordinate? You are nothing. You have no title, no status. You have two choices: die right here, or swear your loyalty." The shadowless divine thief was so indignant he could cry. He couldn't comprehend the twisted logic of being forced into loyalty while simultaneously being treated like garbage. Still, to save his own skin, he prostrated himself and swore an oath of fealty. But Feng Tian roared again, threatening to kill him because he felt the oath wasn't sincere enough. He forced the thief to chant praises, "Long live, long may he reign, for 10,000 years." This is some boss-level logic that only he could understand. Left with no choice, the shadowless divine thief had to yell out in utter humiliation, "Long live the master for 1,000 years, 10,000 years, 1,000,000 years." The shadowless divine thief pledges his undying loyalty. Do Yoo Kang, witnessing this ludicrous charade, could only facepalm in exasperation at Feng Tian's ridiculous antics. When the thief dared to ask his master's name, the bodyguard landed another brutal kick, yelling that he wasn't worthy to even hear it. Feng Tian then ordered him to go to Dabi Mountain immediately and deliver a message. The Lord is waiting in Luoyang, while also threatening to give him a taste of hell if he dared to disobey his orders in any way. The shadowless divine thief trembled as he accepted the command, then quickly vanished into the night. Du Yucheng watched his fading figure, silently marveling at his lightning-fast escape. Feng Tian quietly reminded his master that once the fire dragon diagram is used, he must return to this place to restore his spiritual energy. Hearing this, Du Yucheng snapped back doubtfully. "What nonsense are you talking about? What fire dragon?" However, Feng Tian just smiled faintly and insisted that he had seen with his own eyes a burst of fire erupt in midair, nearly killing the immortal crane, Divine Lord. To run that fast, he must have maxed out his survival skills. Feng Tian's voice turned grave as he stressed that the most urgent matter now was to prepare for the next part of the plan. Because the Tianwei 7th Army had already begun to move, he loudly declared that he would give his all to serve his master on the difficult journey ahead. Du Yoo Kang tried to channel his energy to check his power, but immediately screamed in pain. "Arg, you damn bastard!" The scene quickly shifts to the majestic Dabi Mountains under the quiet night sky. In a hidden corner, the shadowless divine thief was hiding, worried about the after-image mark on his body. He was confident that once he fully activated his ultimate invisibility technique, no one in the world could track him. He had come here to confirm whether the after-image could see through his supreme concealment art. 4 hours passed in silence. He grew smug, believing no one had found him and that he had finally escaped those demons. But then, a calm voice suddenly whispered right next to his ear, "Sorry to keep you waiting." The thief's eyes widened in horror, stunned that his cover had been blown. A man with long, green hair appeared, explaining he was late because he had been observing someone else. To have his ultimate technique exposed like this. Talk about max-level bad luck. Seeing that the stranger could see through his invisibility art, the shadowless divine thief realized with terror who his opponent was, Shui Pianfu. He was shocked, wondering why someone from the demonic path had such a gentle face, like a righteous cultivator. The green-haired man silently approached and asked, "Do you know someone by the name of Feng Tian? Is he still well?" Seeing the man break into hearty laughter at the mention of Feng Tian, the thief gritted his teeth in frustration and thought to himself, "Damn it, they're accomplices." Shui Pianfu coldly demanded to see the after-image mark on the thief's chest. and the shadowless divine thief could only tremble and comply with resignation. He may look gentle, but this guy is no pushover. Shui Pianfu looked at the mark on the shadowless divine thief's chest and commented nonchalantly. The well character? So you're just a pawn. The thief resentfully asked what message the old man had passed on, but he was immediately shut down by Shui Pianfu's ice-cold gaze. How dare you call him the old man? You don't have the right. You're just a lowly pawn. What a humiliation. The shadowless divine thief gritted his teeth, silently cursing them. They were all the same kind of bastards. Shui Pianfu coldly ordered him to fix his clothes before they continued talking. In Luoyang, the Wanjing pavilion shimmered under the vibrant glow of lanterns in the quiet night. Inside a luxurious room, Do Yoo Kang was pensively waiting for his new subordinate to arrive. He wondered to himself, is he almost here? I wonder what kind of person this Shui Pianfu is. A knock echoed, putting Feng Tian on alert. He called out loudly, who is it? A graceful-looking woman gently pushed the door open, introducing herself as the owner of the pavilion. Sensing the dull atmosphere, she eagerly offered to send for the most beautiful courtesans to serve the two gentlemen. However, her enthusiasm was met with nothing but a death glare and a cold shout from Feng Tian. Get out. She tried so hard to be welcoming, only to run into such difficult guests. Talk about having the worst luck in the world. Brutally dismissed, the owner could only force a smile and excuse herself, not forgetting to add that they could call her any time if they needed anything. As soon as the door closed, Feng Tian muttered contemptuously about the cheap courtesans. The air grew suffocating again. Do Yoo Kang stood up, intending to get some fresh air, but was immediately blocked by Feng Tian. The guard sternly ordered his master to sit down, threatening to kill him if he even thought about escaping. Do Yoo Kang angrily shouted back, demanding his subordinates sit down, because the situation was far from simple. The tension in that room was so thick, you could cut it with a knife. Just watching them was exhausting. Do Yoo Kang sighed wearily, his heart heavy with anxiety about the person who was about to appear. I'm getting more and more uneasy. Shui Pianfu, I just hope he's only moderately insane. Suddenly, they both sensed a strange presence approaching. Feng Tian narrowed his eyes. He's here. The presence was as fast as the wind, yet incredibly discreet. Two imposing shadows strode down the hallway and stopped in front of their door. Do Yoo Kang held his breath, his eyes gleaming as he realized the crucial moment had arrived. Shui Pianfu was here. Feng Tian gave a cold command. Let him in. The door slowly opened, and a man with a calm demeanor stepped inside and bowed respectfully. Long live the master. May you live for thousands and thousands of years. This humble one has yearned day and night for your summons. He dropped to his knees and announced clearly, Shui Pianfu pays his respects to the great master. Seeing his new subordinate appear, Do Yoo Kang couldn't help but exclaim with excitement, a gentle face, a smile that's nothing like a demon's. He thought with a glimmer of hope, to think there's someone so normal among my subordinates. If only I had met him sooner. Shui Pianfu turned slightly to the shadowless divine thief and announced, Old man, I have returned the item to the pawn you sent, causing the thief to tremble in fear. Feng Tian strode forward and commanded in a low voice, You've shown your real face to the master long enough. Put on your mask. Shui Pianfu respectfully obeyed. Yes, old man. The moment things started looking good, you just knew something was about to go wrong. He then took out a grotesque mask and began to place it over his face. A blazing red, demonic energy erupted, transforming his previously gentle face into that of a ferocious demon, with a savage smile and razor-sharp teeth. He exclaimed with glee, It's been so long since I've worn this. It feels amazing. Do Yoo Kang was frozen, his face contorted in terror at this horrific transformation. Meanwhile, Feng Tian quietly ordered the shadowless divine thief to prepare clothes, incense, and luggage for their journey, and then report to Shaojun Mountain. The thief could only bow his head and obey in terror. He switched sides faster than flipping a pancake, not even having time to process what was happening. Do Yoo Kang trembled as he questioned him. But, why do you have to wear that mask when you already have a normal face? Shui Pianfu smirked and explained that the two of them were also wearing concealment masks, and that wearing his mask was a supreme command from the Asura heavenly demon to maintain the proper style of the demonic sect. He let out a loud, maniacal laugh. Isn't it beautiful? Oh, dear master. This insolent act sent Feng Tian into a rage. He glared, radiating a threatening killing intent. Shui Pianfu, if you laugh so brazenly in front of the master again, I will personally kill you. Unafraid, Shui Pianfu glared back defiantly. Old man, are you trying to test me right now? A violent killing intent erupted between the two great masters, causing the very space in the room to tremble and crack. Do Yoo Kang stood, trapped between the two maniacs, clutching his head in absolute despair. He gritted his teeth, his face darkening as he uttered a resentful declaration. I want to kill you both. The once quiet night in Luoyang was suddenly shattered by earth-shaking explosions erupting from the Wanjing Pavilion, causing even the high-hanging lanterns to tremble violently. Inside the room, Du Yuqiang could only sip his tea, his face a mask of weariness as beads of sweat formed, all due to the incessant commotion from his subordinates. It was like trying to drink tea while watching a live combat stream. The door burst open, and Feng Tian strode in, dragging Xue Pianfu by the collar like a sack of potatoes. He threw the new subordinate hard onto the floor and roared with authority, beg for the master's forgiveness, and never again laugh and speak so insolently in his presence. Even after being beaten so badly that his clothes were in tatters, Xue Pianfu still wore a wicked grin, showing off his sharp teeth. He nonchalantly retorted, Master, is it really necessary to apologize? Sensing the extreme tension in the air, Xue Pianfu decided to back down. He dropped to his knees and explained that the Zuihuan was a special demonic art. If not used regularly, it would cause him to lose control and go berserk. He pleaded, Please forgive this lowly one's disrespect. Du Yuqiang was speechless, looking at the man who could still smile despite being beaten half to death. All right, I understand. But Feng Tian was still furious. He pointed and yelled at him, saying Xue Pianfu's ruckus had rendered their concealment masks useless, and even demanded he atone for his crime with his life. Xue Pianfu wasn't one to back down, arguing that this whole mess only happened because Feng Tian was the one who challenged him to a duel in the first place. Just then, a woman with purple hair and a powerful aura walked in. She snapped, You've wrecked my entire tavern, and you're just standing around chatting? Before they could even sort out their internal issues, the owner had arrived to check the bill. Du Yuqiang narrowed his eyes, observing the woman and guessing she was the owner of this place. She harshly questioned the group for daring to cause a disturbance in Hao Men's territory. Seeing that Feng Tian was about to make a move, Du Yuqiang quickly stopped him and ordered his subordinate not to harm them. Explain clearly, they are just ordinary people. Feng Tian respectfully obeyed, but the new sect leader's words only added fuel to the fire. The owner's eyes narrowed, her face contorting with rage. She gave a defiant sneer at being seen as an ordinary person in her own territory. Every word he said hit a nerve, just adding more fuel to the drama. Today, I'll show you just how terrifying the martial world can be. The Hao Men leader roared with arrogance and waved his hand to signal an attack. But before his energy blast could even be unleashed, Feng Tian moved like a ghost, decisively launching a volley of lightning-fast pressure point strikes. In the blink of an eye, the guard's iron hand was clamped firmly around the leader's face, scaring him out of his wits. Cold sweat poured down his face as he realized death was standing right beside him. His moment of bravado was cut short before it could even begin. Feng Tian silently slammed the door shut, completely blocking out the nuisance from outside to return to his master. Du Yuqiang looked at Xue Pianfu, who was still prostrated on the floor, and asked in a low voice, Xue Pianfu, what have you been doing all this time? Where have you been? With a demonic face hidden behind his Zhuheiwan mask, the subordinate respectfully reported that he had been secretly hiding on Daby Mountain, observing the world and waiting for the right moment to act. He recounted how he had silently watched everything unfold, from the annihilation of the Heilong Bang to other recent, shocking events in the martial world that had left him truly terrified. Xue Pianfu had been waiting for the day his master would gather all the arrangements to claim supremacy, but he never expected the insolent interference from those old geezers of the 7 heavenly might sovereigns. Xue Pianfu's eyes blazed with madness as he clenched his fists and swore a venomous oath that no matter what happened, he, as a subordinate, would annihilate the entire 7 heavenly might sovereigns. Du Yuqiang narrowed his eyes doubtfully, thinking to himself that this man, who had just been pathetically beaten to a pulp by Feng Tian, dared to speak of wiping out those legendary grandmasters. He coldly retorted, And how would you do that? Xue Pianfu maintained the savage smile beneath his mask and firmly declared that he would kill them, no matter the cost. Du Yuqiang began to feel uneasy, wondering if this man could be even more terrifying than Feng Tian when he unleashed his true power. After all, even though he'd been easily defeated, the killing intent radiating from him was still incredibly terrifying. He then nonchalantly added a cruel statement. In any case, as long as we kill them all, it'll be fine. A stunned Du Yuqiang asked again how, only to receive the insane answer, just kill them. Really well. Witnessing his subordinate's flippant attitude and bizarre smile, Du Yuqiang exploded in a rage and roared, Are you messing with me? Just then, Feng Tian strode forward and confirmed that Xue Pianfu truly did possess the horrifying killing ability he spoke of. However, the loyal guard also pointed out a much more insidious strategy. Their target shouldn't just be the old men of the 7 heavenly might sovereigns, but their entire community of young successors. Because once the next generation is completely eliminated, the enemy's foundation will be shaken to its very core. It was a chilling plan, proving they were willing to go all in. To Do Yoo Kang, if his father's plan were to fall into the hands of the 7 heavenly might sovereigns, it would all become meaningless. He thought grimly. If he had to seize power by slaughtering innocent people, then he'd be no different from those brutal demonic cultivators out there. No matter how important his dream was, he wouldn't allow himself to lose his own humanity to achieve it. With a resolute gaze, he declared firmly, "I forbid it." Feng Tian immediately protested, arguing that all obstacles must be eliminated and that those people would have to die sooner or later. But Du Yuchang growled back, asserting, "My mind is made up." His sense of justice was now active, and he refused to back down. Feng Tian and Xue Pianfu looked at each other in silence. The guards silently noted that despite their loyalty, it seemed they couldn't act entirely according to their master's will. He bitterly concluded that this was the inherent treacherous nature of the demonic cult. His subordinate's stubbornness sent Du Yuchang into a towering rage. He slammed his hand on the table and roared, "When I say no, I mean no. Do you really want to see me angry?" Faced with their new leader's thunderous rage, both Feng Tian and Xue Pianfu were bewildered, not understanding what they had done wrong to make him so furious. Du Yoo Kang continued to shout, "If I say don't kill them, you don't kill them. Whether these bastards live or die is for me to decide." Witnessing their master's sudden outburst, Feng Tian quickly dropped to his knees, earnestly accepting the noble decree. Xue Pianfu also frantically admitted his fault, blaming himself for being so disrespectful as to not realize the master wanted to handle those men personally. Feng Tian immediately ordered Xue Pianfu to carry out the decree, and the demonic man agreed with a sinister cackle. He swore that the arrangement would belong to the master, and he would do whatever it took to bring back the community of successors. All it took was one shout for everyone to understand the rules of the game. No more words were needed. After the situation was under control, Feng Tian reminded him in a low voice, "My lord, we must depart. It's time to retrieve the 4th backup arrangement." Du Yoo Kang let out a soft sigh and pressed for the location of the next arrangement, but only received a mysterious silence from his guard. Seeing Feng Tian standing silently with a grave expression, Du Yoo Kang couldn't help but wonder, why the silence? Feng Tian gazed quietly into the distance, where a majestic ancient temple with a colossal golden Buddha statue loomed in the darkness, before clearly revealing their destination, Mount Song, Shaolin. The moment he heard Shaolin, he knew this job wasn't going to be a walk in the park anymore. Meanwhile, halfway up Lotus Peak on Mount Song, an emergency meeting of the Green Forest Punishment Squad was taking place inside a small house. The Heavenly Might, Divine Lord, head of the 7 heavenly seats, Chen Yin, posed a question. Has everything that's happened up until now been caused by the man named Feng Tian? He recalled the day he found the toad immortal divine physician, when the physician had requested to be readmitted into the righteous path in exchange for establishing this punishment squad. Their suspicions grew even stronger when they discovered the bodies of the Yellow Toad sect Master and Dian on Mount Wutai. Although the scene bore the marks of the 5 demon gods, leading everyone to blame the demonic cult, the new little demon lord had just taken power less than a year ago. His top priority would be to stabilize his own internal affairs. This raised suspicions of a third party's involvement. From the White Dragon division of the Black Dragon Gang to the Tang clan of Sichuan, all were annihilated one after another. All of it was orchestrated by Feng Tian and his so-called master, pulling the strings from behind. The abbot of Shaolin, Master Buling, quietly chanted a Buddhist mantra, Namo Guan Yin Bodhisattva. A demon of slaughter has truly appeared in the martial world. Master Guanshan also worried that this was a scheme to push the righteous faction into conflict with the demonic cult. Looking at it this way, it was clear someone was secretly trying to crank the drama up to a whole new level. The Sword King completely agreed and decisively ordered the Green Forest Punishment Squad to be renamed the Demon-Slaying Decisive Squad, preparing for the Great War with the demonic cult. He assigned the Qing Cheng sect to monitor the movements along the border, and at the same time, asked the Ghost Gate to relay the news to the remaining sects. Elder Lei Zhenzi of the Qing Cheng sect silently nodded, accepting the order. The Sword King affirmed with unshakable faith, "The righteous path has always united to save the martial world. This demon-slaying decisive squad will be no different." After the meeting, inside the quiet room, Master Buling softly asked the Heavenly Might Divine Lord, Could the one who defeated the immortal crane Divine Lord also be that man, Feng Tian? The Heavenly Lord shook his head slightly, admitting that he still couldn't find out the person's true identity. However, as he looked at the map, he was shocked to realize that the movements of Feng Tian and his master strangely coincided with the locations of the arrangements. If news about the arrangements were to leak, it would be very difficult to explain what happened to the immortal crane Divine Lord at this place. Connecting the dots like this, it was obvious someone was pulling the strings from behind. The sight of treasure awakens greed, and when one sees the real thing, avarice will surely rise. Once the martial world learns of the existence of these arrangements, blood will certainly be spilled once again. The heavenly might, Divine Lord, made a decision. He had to quickly have Yan Er obtain the arrangement at Shaolin Temple before things spun out of control. Meanwhile, in the forest near Mount Song, the Valley Master of the Ghost Valley coldly looked at the newcomer and asked, "Are you here to hire me to assassinate that young man again?" The person was none other than the Toad Immortal Divine Physician. He explained in a low voice why he couldn't let it go. "I see in them a cruel shadow from the past. Even I don't know what their true identities are." The Valley Master of the Ghost Valley smirked, reminding him that a wise man knows when to quit. However, the Toad Physician suddenly offered an irresistible bait: the Great Rejuvenation Pill. He revealed that by saving the life of the immortal crane Divine Lord, he had put the 7 heavenly seats in his debt. The physician asserted that asking for the Great Rejuvenation Pill as a reward from them was perfectly reasonable. The moment the Great Rejuvenation Pill was mentioned, it was like a rare item drop in a gacha game. Everyone started scrambling for it. The Great Rejuvenation Pill was a legendary elixir, rumored to be unobtainable even with an entire fortune. The eyes of the Ghost Valley's master blazed with ambition as he saw the spirit pill radiating a greenish-blue aura. He was certain that with this priceless treasure in his hands, he would have enough power to take Do Yoo Kang's life himself. The sight of such a top-tier item instantly maxed out his greed. Meanwhile, Master Buling thoughtfully asked the Heavenly Might Divine Lord if the one who defeated the immortal crane Divine Lord could have been Feng Tian. The Heavenly Lord shook his head slightly, admitting that he still couldn't uncover the culprit's true identity. He noticed that the movements of Feng Tian and his mysterious master suspiciously coincided with the locations of the arrangements. If this secret were to leak, the state of the martial world would descend into unprecedented chaos. He thought to himself that the sight of treasure awakens greed, and once avarice is stirred by these artifacts, blood would surely be spilled once more. To prevent this tragedy, the Heavenly Might Divine Lord resolved to help Yan Er acquire the arrangement at Shaolin Temple as quickly as possible. He quietly entered the sick room, where Yan Er was lying in recovery, her face pale. Seeing her master arrive, she weakly called out, "First Master." The Heavenly Might Divine Lord kindly inquired about his beloved disciple's health, unable to hide his worry for her condition. He reassured Yan Er that the immortal crane, Divine Lord, just needed time to make a full recovery. Yan Eryu blamed herself, believing her shortcomings led to her master's misfortune, and that Bai He's death was an unbearable pain. Jing Tian placed a hand on her shoulder, assuring her it wasn't her fault, but the fault of the bandits and schemers who forced the Divine Lord of 10,000 Cats to personally deal with them. Yan Er nodded slightly, secretly relieved to know the Divine Lord of 10,000 Cats was safe and sound after the perilous battle. Hearing that was a relief, but the drama was far from over. Divine Lord Jing Tian quietly left the room, secretly surprised to realize that the drunken bum had actually been telling the whole truth. Another elder walked in. He asked about Yan Er's condition, and confirmed that he had used the lightning human secret technique to read the enemy's memories. So the information he obtained was absolutely accurate. The old man pressed him about the whereabouts of the other divine generals in the Heavenly Might 7. Jing Tian reported that the Sword Sage Divine General had arranged to meet at the Hebei Proving Grounds, while the other 3 were currently on standby, awaiting their next deployment. The information came in so fast it was like a group chat blowing up with alerts. The Jing Tian, Divine General, gravely warned everyone to be extremely cautious before regrouping, because the enemy was truly ruthless and could not be underestimated. Yan Er immediately began to prepare, and the two of them left without a moment's hesitation. Meanwhile, at Shaolin, Do Yoo Kang and Feng Tian had found a large cliff hidden deep in the forest. Seeing his subordinate fumbling around, Do Yoo Kang asked, "What are you doing?" Feng Tian casually replied, "I'm clearing away these rocks." Do Yoo Kang immediately recognized this as the secret entrance to the contingency arrangement, but he was surprised to find the place had no protective formations at all. The two of them silently entered the dark cave. Do Yoo Kang couldn't help but wonder, who on earth created this place? Feng Tian revealed that the one who created the arrangement was Wu Jue. He explained that Grandmaster Wu Jue was originally sent to the Repentance Cave to atone. But not only did the old man not repent, he secretly dug a tunnel leading outside. Do Yoo Kang was stunned to learn that the old geezer had dared to create a demonic art right in the heart of the Shaolin Temple. He couldn't help but yell, "He's completely insane." After hearing that, you can't help but wonder if this Shaolin Temple even does background checks. Feng Tian also admitted the man wasn't in his right mind, but emphasized that the great Asura heavenly demon placed great importance on this particular arrangement. He reassured his master that this martial art wouldn't cause any pain, so he should set aside his prejudice against demonic arts, unlike back at the Fire Dragon map. Despite this, Do Yoo Kang still felt extremely uneasy. But why did the reassurance only make him more anxious? After walking silently through the dark cave for a while, Feng Tian stopped and announced clearly, "We're here." The more he tried to reassure him, the more it felt like he was unlocking a full HD combo trap. Standing before the dark entrance, Do Yoo Kang observed pensively, feeling that this place was no different from a prison cell. Feng Tian firmly declared that this was the place where the arrangement was hidden. Approaching the rock wall, Do Yoo Kang noticed ancient scriptures densely carved into it. He wondered if these were the teachings Grandmaster Wu Jue left behind after achieving enlightenment. Despite his reputation for creating demonic arts, Wu Jue was still, after all, a monk from the Shaolin Temple. Do Yoo Kang began to carefully read the words on the wall. Achieving nirvana is nothing special. Just place your internal energy at the center, gently push your body in, and then pull it out. Repeat this over and over. Only by persistently enjoying that sensation can one truly find nirvana. The suggestive words left Do Yoo Kang stunned. He flew into a rage, roaring and cursing the bastard monk who dared to leave behind such a lecherous, evil art in a sacred place. Seeing his master's terrible misunderstanding, Feng Tian quickly corrected him, explaining that those words weren't a demonic art at all. They're actually just the instructions to open this secret stone door. He explained that one needed to continuously alternate between pushing and pulling, steadily for an entire hour for the wall to open. Do Yoo Kang asked doubtfully, "Are you serious?" Feng Tian affirmed with certainty and told his master to rest. "Leave the door opening to me." Sounds more like a gym workout than a martial arts secret. The scraping sound of rock echoed through the cave, as Feng Tian began to channel his energy into the wall. Sitting outside, Do Yoo Kang couldn't help but worry, thinking about how Wu Jue not only created a demonic art right in the heart of Shaolin, but also left such bizarre instructions. The more he thought, the more uneasy he felt, and he decided he had to go back and convince Feng Tian to stop this once more. But just as he stepped forward, a flash of brilliant red killing intent suddenly appeared in his mind, making him freeze. The more suspicious he got, the more he hesitated, feeling like he'd just touched a live wire. The heavy sound of shifting stones signaled that the door had opened. Feng Tian stepped back and respectfully announced, "Master, it's open." Seeing Do Yoo Kang still standing motionless with a strange expression, the guard called out worriedly. Do Yoo Kang slowly raised his head, his eyes shining brightly with confidence, a powerful spiritual energy surrounding his body. He smiled faintly and reassured him, "Subordinate, don't worry. Nothing will happen." Feng Tian stood silently before the stone wall, witnessing the powerful spiritual energy gradually materializing. The figure of Grandmaster Wu Jue suddenly appeared like a powerful illusion in the middle of the dark cave. Do Yoo Kang casually walked forward, reaching out to touch the inheritance point with a mysterious smile. Feng Tian watched from behind, his heart full of doubt, as he saw his master, a man who had always rejected demonic arts, now acting as if he were mesmerized by something. He thought to himself, "I once hesitated about whether I should destroy this place or not. Yet my master, who was just rejecting demonic arts moments ago, is now smiling as if captivated. This can't be happening." In Feng Tian's mind, the words of the great Asura heavenly demon from years ago echoed back. At that time, the former sect leader had stated that the fourth arrangement, the spirit-swapping divine art, was of immense importance and must only be received by his son. He emphasized that it absolutely could not be allowed to fall into the hands of Shaolin. When Feng Tian questioned the reason, the Asura heavenly demon revealed that Wu Jue was actually a crazed monk, and what he left behind was the most terrifying demonic art in history. However, the real purpose was not for Do Yoo Kang to practice the demonic art, but to take the essence hidden within it, not the art itself. Feng Tian curiously asked for the name of this most terrifying demonic art in history and received a powerful answer from the sect leader. Its name is the Demonic Knight Divine Art. A brilliant light enveloped Do Yoo Kang as the inheritance process took place. His father's final warning still echoed ominously, stating that if Do Yoo Kang obtained this power, the entire world would be heading straight for hell. The Asura heavenly demon had once asserted to Feng Tian that the thing to be taken from this arrangement was the essence hidden inside, not the demonic art itself. When the guard grew curious about the most terrifying demonic art in history, the former sect leader had coldly revealed, "Its name is the demonic knight divine art. Just hearing the name makes you think that once you master it, it's game over for everyone else." His father continued to warn that if Do Yoo Kang obtained it, the whole world would be staring into the abyss of hell. Back in the present, inside the dark cave, Do Yoo Kang let out a soft groan. As he felt the hand of Grandmaster Wu Jue's illusion resting on his head, all the anxiety in his heart suddenly vanished, replaced by a strangely solemn feeling. Even though he felt something was wrong, Do Yoo Kang realized he was completely unable to resist this flow of power. He silently wondered, is this some kind of soul-stealing evil art that controls people's minds? The illusion of the old monk asked softly, "This is a fragment of the demonic knight divine art. Do you feel any suffering?" Do Yoo Kang quietly replied, "No, I don't." The old man smiled and introduced himself. "I am Wu Jue." Before the legendary master, he bowed respectfully. Do Yoo Kang pays his respects to Grandmaster Wu Jue. Noticing his discomfort, Wu Jue gently asked if he wanted to go somewhere else, and told him to close his eyes and calmly think of the place he most wanted to be. It's just a shame safely log out wasn't an option. Although he found everything that had happened so far incredibly confusing, Do Yoo Kang silently followed the instructions. Instantly, the gentle sound of crashing waves echoed, transporting him from the suffocating cave to a deep blue sea under a brilliantly colored sky. Do Yoo Kang's eyes flew open in shock. Before him was a scene of fishermen enthusiastically pulling in their nets, and the crisp sound of children's laughter as they reveled in the cool water. Do Yoo Kang looked around, stunned, realizing he was standing in the middle of the picturesque scenery of Hainan Island. Grandmaster Wu Jue calmly explained that this was the place Do Yoo Kang had longed for, a place with no grudges from the martial world, only simple happiness. Do Yoo Kang was astonished that the old monk could see into his very soul. Knowing he had always yearned to leave the demonic path for a life of peace, Wu Jue asserted that in this space, he could know everything in the world. Do Yoo Kang admitted he had misunderstood the mystic art of the demonic knight as an evil practice, but the old monk revealed the real reason. The world feared it. Its ability to nullify all other forms of martial arts. Hearing this, Do Yoo Kang felt like he just wanted to log out of the martial world for good. Nullify martial arts? Do Yoo Kang was stunned by this earth-shattering secret. Immediately, horrific images of the reality of the martial world flooded his mind. On a bloody battlefield, desperate screams rang out as people madly slaughtered one another. Swords plunged mercilessly through flesh, leaving a trail of death and resentment that shrouded everything. Grandmaster Wu Jue looked silently upon the tragic scene. He observed that deep within the hearts of those who pursued power lay only insecurity and fear. The mystic art of the demonic knight was created to erase that fear, to blur the lines between good and evil, and to guide people to complete peace. To him, true strength lay in love and tranquility. Suddenly, a powerful force known as the heaven and earth-shattering force erupted, emitting a blinding light that terrified the sword-wielding men. Dazzling butterflies, known as the 7 butterflies, unexpectedly appeared, fluttering around the martial artists in mid-air. One of them swung his sword to strike, but the butterflies passed through it, light and mysterious. Immediately after, his eyes widened in horror as fresh blood and a strange fluid poured from his mouth. His body completely paralyzed as he collapsed in excruciating pain. The radiant butterflies swept past, causing the group of martial artists to drop their weapons and fall to their knees in astonishment. Witnessing this miraculous scene, Do Yoo Kang realized in shock that this was a completely bloodless battle. Grandmaster Wu Jue quietly asked if he had the strength to bring peace to the entire world, to make everyone abandon their killing intent and find the light within their souls. Moved by this profound path, Do Yoo Kang sincerely knelt down. "Please, accept me as your disciple. Please, teach me." Wu Jue smiled gently. "Before I pass it on to you, I will show you one last thing." He led Do Yoo Kang to an ancient room and asked him what the filthiest thing in the world was. Do Yoo Kang hesitated and replied, "Well, perhaps, feces." This made the old monk chuckle at his reluctance to even say the word. Wu Zhou pointed towards a woman changing her child's diaper and said gently, "Look, there is a woman changing a diaper. Even though she is looking at feces, she is still smiling. So, what have you seen?" Do Yoo Kang fell silent in contemplation. He realized that, for the same object, the perception of it could be completely different depending on a person's state of mind. Wu Ju affirmed that the root of thought is the very core of the mystic art of the demonic knight. A place where truth exists on its own, but one must first free their mind to be able to see it. When that realm is reached, a world of peace will appear before your eyes, just like the happy smile of a mother holding her small child, surrounded by glowing butterflies. That is the secret to bringing peace to the world. After comprehending this realm, even the martial world would have to ask permission to be chaotic. Back in the reality of the dark cave, Feng Tian stood waiting silently by the ancient cliff face. Seeing a brilliant aura radiate from the stone door, the guard bowed respectfully. "Master, welcome back." But suddenly, Feng Tian's expression changed, sweat pouring down his face as he sensed an incredibly bizarre aura approaching. A sudden explosion of spiritual energy occurred, blasting everything away in a cloud of dust and smoke. Do Yoo Kang emerged with a mysterious air, but swarming around him were giant flies, causing Feng Tian to cry out in horror. "Master, what in the world is happening?" Just when he was about to have his cool master moment, it was ruined by flies. "Feng Tian, look at this beautiful butterfly." Do Yoo Kang smiled faintly, a dreamy look in his eyes. He asserted that if one achieves enlightenment, the world appears completely different, and advised his subordinate not to fear losing his martial arts. With that, Do Yoo Kang leaped into the air and commanded the 7 butterflies, "Go, and help everyone achieve enlightenment." Witnessing his master's strange behavior, Feng Tian frantically drew his sword and yelled, "Master, please, snap out of it." The new sect leader moved with terrifying speed, tearing through space as he flew forward. The man chasing behind him was out of breath, starting to suspect he'd chosen the wrong career. Feng Tian's eyes widened in terror, sweat streaming down his face, unable to believe what was happening. In midair, Do Yoo Kang wore a crazed and satisfied smile. He whispered to himself, "So, this is enlightenment." Feng Tian could only stand there, frozen, covering his mouth in absolute helplessness. Immediately after, Do Yoo Kang shot off like an arrow, heading straight for the majestic Shaolin Temple, which stood tall in the dawn light. The person below had no idea what was going on, only that drama was approaching at incredible speed. Looking down from above, Do Yoo Kang clicked his tongue mockingly. Running away? How disappointing. Feng Tian. He landed silently, in the middle of a training ground where hundreds of Shaolin disciples were diligently practicing. Looking at the figures absorbed in their punches and kicks, Do Yoo Kang shook his head in disgust. Tisk, tisk, followers of Buddha, still clinging to the practice of martial arts? He approached a monk and smiled with a hidden meaning. "Let me show you all." While the disciples were still dazed and confused, the hidden grandmasters in their chambers began to sense the terrifying power that was descending upon them. Do Yoo Kang suddenly unleashed the heaven and earth-shattering force, creating a terrifying shockwave that shook the entire ancient temple. He looked down at the crowd and declared loudly, "I will teach you what true repentance is." Looking down at the disciples diligently training, Do Yoo Kang clicked his tongue mockingly. "Tisk tisk, followers of Buddha, still clinging to the practice of martial arts?" He gave a sinister smile and declared decisively, "Let me show you right now." A training monk suddenly froze, full of suspicion, as he felt an abnormal aura envelop the area. The presence of the uninvited guest also began to make the Grand Masters of the Shaolin Temple restless. Divine Lord Jingtian narrowed his eyes and looked outside with a worried expression, while another elder sat silently at a tea table, his heart heavy with foreboding. In midair, Do Yoo Kang suddenly unleashed the heaven and earth-shattering force, creating a terrifying shockwave that shook the entire ancient temple. Model. He looked down at the crowd and declared loudly, "I will teach you all what true repentance is." A wave of dense black spiritual energy erupted, engulfing the entire Shaolin structure in a dark and sinister atmosphere. From a distance, the Shaolin elder, Pang Huang, covered his mouth, his breathing becoming ragged as he couldn't withstand the suffocating pressure. The old man, drenched in sweat, with his face contorted in horror, exclaimed, "What in the world is this horrible stench?" The edges of the map started flashing red. Everyone knew it was about to be game over. Amidst the chaos, the Sword King and Grandmaster Buling rushed forward, calling out loudly for Heavenly God Jingtian. Seeing the two masters appear with bewildered expressions, Jingtian quickly responded. The Sword King and Grandmaster Buling hurriedly asked about the current situation, and they received a shocking answer from Grandmaster Buling. The Shaolin abbot, Pang Huang, revealed that the entire Shaolin temple was suddenly besieged by swarms of flies and insects. He said that the elders and disciples had to set up the 108 Arhats formation to temporarily seal off the fiend causing this disaster. Heavenly God Jingtian gritted his teeth and asked, "Who in the world is that fiend?" After hearing this, everyone knew this was no ordinary opponent. Grandmaster Buling explained in a low voice, "He's shrouded in a black aura, so I couldn't see his face clearly. but from his voice, he sounds like a man in his 20s. Hearing the report, Jingtian anxiously asked about the sect's casualties. But before he could get an answer, the horrifying screams of disciples echoed through the air, leaving them both stunned and horrified. Heavenly God, Jingtian's eyes widened as he exclaimed, "Those are the screams of the disciples." Realizing the situation was hanging by a thread, he gave a decisive order. "We can't hesitate any longer. Let's go." The three great masters shot off like arrows, darting across the cracked courtyard which was shrouded in a deadly black aura. No one said it, but they all knew this was going to be a massive fight. Agonizing screams tore through the solemn atmosphere of the Shaolin Temple. Disciples collapsed in pain, crying out in despair. "My eyes! Something flew into my eyes." The scene became horrific as the monks continuously vomited streams of a strange fluid, which left their bodies unable to resist. Standing in the center of the chaos, Do Yoo Kang, with a demonic face and a crazed smile, roared, "Listen up! The 108 Arhats have been freed thanks to the Earth Light." He stared intensely at the remaining people and challenged with murderous intent. Who's next to receive the Earth Light? Unable to watch his fellow disciples be tortured, the Sword King gritted his teeth, drew his sword, and lunged like a flash of lightning towards the one causing the disaster. The whole courtyard panicked, realizing this boss fought dirty. Witnessing the opponent's bizarre methods, the Sword King remained composed and shouted, "No matter how bizarre, it's still just a form of martial arts." He called for the other great masters to unite. "As long as we strike together, we can take his life." Immediately, the Sword King and Grandmaster Buling unleashed their ultimate techniques in unison, forming a pincer attack on Do Yoo Kang, who stood arrogantly on the temple roof. Facing two great masters of the righteous path, the new cult leader merely extended a hand and chanted in a low voice, "All things return to life." A dense black aura erupted, carrying with it swarms of flies that enveloped the entire area around the masters. The Sword King, horrified, unleashed slashes that tore through the black mist. But it was completely futile. He frantically warned his comrades, "Be careful, don't let it touch you." But Do Yoo Kang was already right beside him with a sinister smile. He gently commanded, "Receive the Earth Light." In the blink of an eye, a perverse energy invaded the Sword King's body, causing him to exclaim in shock, "Huh? Since when?" Immediately, both the Sword King and Grandmaster Buling collapsed to the ground, endlessly vomiting a multicolored fluid in extreme agony. Do Yoo Kang burst out, laughing triumphantly at the sight of the great masters falling. "Haha, so even you have received the Earthlight?" He leisurely walked among the writhing figures, preaching with a crazed look. "Now you have shed the burdens of the martial path to achieve true freedom in the realm of non-thought." Luminous butterflies began to flutter around the barely breathing figures, creating a chillingly bizarre scene. The Sword King struggled to lift his head, cursing resentfully amidst his vomiting. "What the hell is this? Wretch?" Meanwhile, Grandmaster Buling seemed to have completely fallen into the demonic arts illusion. He muttered blankly, "So that's how it is." His whole appearance looked like he'd just finished a huge battle, only to be hit with a diarrhea debuff. Grandmaster Buling put his palms together reverently, muttering about the truth of no self and liberation from worldly afflictions, as if he had truly attained enlightenment. He was completely immersed in a bizarre state of meditation, repeating sutras about form and emptiness, making the surrounding space incredibly eerie. Witnessing the Shaolin abbot fall into such an abnormal state of enlightenment, Heavenly God Jingtian screamed in horror, unable to believe his eyes. An outsider would just be confused, wondering if this was cultivation or a game bug. He roared in frustration, seeing his fellow martial artists attain enlightenment through the demonic magic of a fiend. Do Yoo Kang burst out laughing arrogantly. He sarcastically remarked that once one reaches the realm of enlightenment, the method used no longer matters. Amidst the wails of the disciples, Do Yoo Kang laughed continuously in absolute triumph. Even Feng Tian, standing imposingly behind him, began to feel a strange reaction in his body. He was shocked to realize he was starting to feel nauseous just by looking at his revered leader. He gritted his teeth, suppressing the discomfort. He had been waiting for a chance to take Heavenly God Jingtian's life, but his long-held killing intent suddenly vanished completely. He stared blankly at his master, thinking to himself, "With this kind of power, no one should be able to recognize your true identity." Down in the training grounds, the Shaolin Temple was in chaos, as a foul stench filled the air, and the sounds of vomiting echoed everywhere. Killing intent was mercilessly extinguished by the smell, before it could even be unleashed. A female assassin from the demonic cult, disguised as a pilgrim, couldn't escape this miserable situation either. She resentfully thought to herself that she had traveled all the way from Sichuan just to track down the young cult leader. After receiving news from a secret branch that the divine Dr. Woxian was hiding in Shaolin, she had planned to act covertly, but she didn't expect to run into some lunatic who was turning the entire Flan's ancient temple upside down, forcing her to clutch her stomach and vomit helplessly. Her stealth plan was ruined, forcing her into a defensive mode. The demonic cult assassin trembled as she observed the scene, her heart filled with disgust. Even in the demonic cult, have we ever seen anything this disgusting? If the cult ever had someone like this, he would have been eliminated for sure. She was appalled to see that a place considered the pinnacle of the martial world, like Shaolin, was completely paralyzed by a single bizarre individual. With suspicious eyes, she decided she had to investigate the true identity of the man standing on the palace roof. In the gloomy atmosphere, Do Yoo Kang was still laughing maniacally, immersed in the arrogance of someone who had just achieved enlightenment. The female assassin suddenly froze when she got a clear look at his face, and she blurted out to herself, "Could it be the young sect leader?" The sound of vomiting continued to echo throughout the Shaolin temple, creating a scene of unprecedented chaos. Do Yoo Kang stood high above and declared loudly to the monks, "You've all purged everything out. Very good. Oh, Shaolin, listen closely. Even though you've purged, if you still cling to your martial arts, you will experience the heaven and earth-shattering force, not just once." The threat made the Shaolin disciples just lie flat on the ground in utter fear. Looking at the glowing butterflies on his hand, Do Yoo Kang smiled faintly and mumbled, "You've worked hard, Chi-Dai." His next destination was the mages. He burst out laughing and then glided away at a terrifying speed, leaving behind deep blue streaks of light that tore through the mist. However, just as he stopped, Do Yoo Kang suddenly froze in doubt. He raised his hand, staring blankly into the air, wondering as he noticed the Chi-Dai butterflies strangely starting to disappear. One moment I'm flying high, the next my skills just vanish. What an epic power down. Do Yoo Kang's eyes suddenly glowed brightly before quickly returning to normal as he cried out in shock. Suddenly, a nauseating stench hit his nose, forcing him to cover his mouth and vomit violently. Do Yoo Kang looked in disbelief at his trembling hands, his heart filled with doubt. What is this smell? I've clearly mastered the demonic night profound divine art. He began to recall the insane things he had just done during his hallucination, how he laughed and talked about beautiful butterflies and forced the monks to repent. The moment he snapped out of it, he realized he'd just single-handedly ruined his own image. The image of himself laughing like a madman and demanding others to purge flashed back like a nightmare, making Du Kuang's face turn pale. Feng Tian silently appeared behind him and reported respectfully, "Master, you have returned. First, please change your location." Realizing the utter humiliation of his bizarre enlightenment actions, Du Kuang clutched his head and let out a blood-curdling scream. He shot off like an arrow, fleeing the scene in a state of shock and shame so intense that tears streamed down his face. Feng Tian stood quietly, watching his master's retreating figure, beads of sweat rolling down his face as he marveled at the terrifying nature of the demonic night profound divine art. Du Kuang stood silently in the deep forest, his face dark with shame. He sobbed to himself, "Feng Tian, even you were terrified, weren't you? I just want to die." He walked away dejectedly in despair, trying to escape the cruel reality. Standing under the gushing waterfall, Du Kuang screamed in absolute frustration. I can't believe the demonic night profound divine art is such a disgusting evil technique." Crying and cursing, the new sect leader desperately wondered if there was any decent demonic art in this world. A sharp metallic sound suddenly rang out, startling Du Kuang and putting him on alert. Wish. Amidst the white spray of water, a giant spider with glowing red eyes suddenly appeared in his mind. It was the spirit of the Do Yoo mystic. The old man's voice congratulated him. "Oh, you who has comprehended the hidden power of the Do Yoo profound art. I, the Do Yoo mystic, congratulate you on reaching the state of enlightenment." The old man emphasized that only those who have experienced the utmost suffering and seen things that cannot normally be seen can reach that realm. Du Kuang was stunned as he recalled his recent bizarre actions and wondered in shock. Utmost suffering, and seeing the unseeable. As soon as his brain finished processing the memory, he understood why he had been acting so strangely. Immediately, countless techniques and incantations began to automatically appear in his mind, just like when he practiced the Do Yoo profound art before. Although everything was happening quite suddenly, Du Kuang knew he couldn't take this surge of power lightly. A series of ultimate skills like the Do Yoo Cannon Dragon Head, Do Yoo Long Spirit, and even the Fire Dragon were all elevated to a whole new level. Even his movement technique, the Shadow Swift Body, reached a point where it shattered all limits. He remembered how this technique had helped him escape from Feng Tian, and now he couldn't help but Wonder just how much faster he could become. With all his skills upgrading at once, it felt like he had just unlocked the full hidden combo. Under the bright sun, Do Kang strained to lift a giant boulder, standing in the middle of the raging river to train his body. His eyes shone with power as he felt his own monumental improvement. Feng Tian waited quietly on the bank, bowing his head respectfully. "It seems you have just attained enlightenment? Congratulations, master," Du Kang replied softly. "Yeah, thanks." Then he silently put on the new set of clothes. He vaguely recalled that these clothes were prepared for him by the shadowless divine thief. Du Kang narrowed his eyes at his guard and asked decisively, "Where did you take him?" Feng Tian quietly reported on the new personnel arrangements. The shadowless divine thief had decided to become a messenger. He would follow the bloodfan robes and report on all activities of the 7 heavenly might commanders. Du Kang sighed softly, feeling a pang of pity for the poor thief's fate. Suddenly, he noticed a small object in his hand and asked curiously, "What's in this pouch?" Feng Tian replied respectfully, "Perfume." Instantly, Du Kang's expression changed. His eyes blazed with suspicion as he stared daggers at his guard. "You prepared perfume? Don't tell me you knew the truth about the demonic night, profound divine art, and didn't tell me?" Facing his master's thunderous rage, Feng Tian hurriedly bowed his head to explain. This subordinate was also unaware, "Master. It was just an order from the Asura heavenly demon." "Wait," he roared in fury. "This isn't funny at all. What's with that attitude? Do you want me to use the demonic night profound divine art again?" Unable to contain his anger, the new sect leader lunged forward, throwing a series of punches into the air. "Then die. If that's how it's going to be, only one of us is walking away from this today." The sharp sounds of impact echoed through the forest as master and subordinate engaged in a fiery chase. The outcome of this fight was uncertain. The only thing for sure was that dodging in time meant survival. Meanwhile, in a majestic palace brightly lit in the dead of night, the atmosphere was incredibly tense. An old man with a fierce face suddenly slammed his hand on the table and roared in fury. "Are you just going to stand by and watch him roam the world? Why have you let Du Kang survive until now?" This old man was the Golden Toad Demon Lord, the master of the renowned 5 demonic gods. Facing his wrath was a man with a cool and indifferent demeanor, the one called the sect leader. It was the small-faced demon lord, the 16th generation leader of the demonic sect. Looking at the young leader's calm expression, the Golden Toad Demon Lord thought to himself, he can only say such things because he doesn't understand Feng Tian's true power. The old man recalled a terrifying memory from when the Asura heavenly demon was still alive. Back then, only Feng Tian could approach him without revealing any trace of his presence, then coldly draw his sword and press it against his neck. The feeling of a blade at your throat without even knowing who was there. It was a truly critical blow. That action wasn't just a threat, but a stark warning about the insurmountable gap in their power. The Golden Toad Demon Lord recalled his past caution, how he had to act step by step without daring to displease Feng Tian in the slightest. Living like this was no different from walking a tightrope over a razor's edge. One slip and you're gone. He looked at the small-faced demon lord with a scornful gaze, laughing at the utterly ridiculous idea of letting Do Yoo Kang survive. Just then, a knock echoed at the door, along with a request from outside to see the sect leader. The small-faced demon lord maintained his calm demeanor and quietly ordered, "Come in." Yan Wangxi, the sect leader's confidant, entered with a letter in hand and reported that it was a personal letter from the Heavenly Light Child. When the letter was opened, shocking information about the new sect leader's movements was revealed. Do Yoo Kang had caused a commotion at Shaolin and successfully escaped under Feng Tian's protection. The letter emphasized that his martial arts were improving by leaps and bounds, making it harder than ever to track him. At the same time, Shaolin's internal ranks had also discovered the presence of the 7 heavenly guards. The small-faced demon lord smirked slyly upon hearing that the Lu Lin suppression squad had been reformed into the demon-slaying decisive squad. The Golden Toad Demon Lord was stunned, unable to believe Du Yoo Kang could have learned another martial art besides the Silver Soul Kill. He stated with absolute certainty that Feng Tian was secretly teaching him martial arts. Hearing this, you just know his mind is already starting to write its own drama script. He angrily cursed that he should have just enjoyed the world peacefully and died instead of causing chaos everywhere like he was now. Meanwhile, the small-faced demon lord quietly approached the wall and pulled back a curtain, revealing a giant mural left by the Asura heavenly demon himself. Looking at the lines in the painting, the young sect leader felt a strangely familiar sensation. Connecting the locations, from the Lulin Yangtze River waterway camp to Shaolin, the small-faced demon lord was shocked to realize an unbelievable truth. After putting the pieces together, he saw he was just following a script someone else had arranged from beginning to end. Yan Wangxi was also stunned. When he heard the sect leader confirm that every step Du Yiqiang took had actually been prearranged according to a perfect plan, the small-faced demon lord suddenly burst into wild, arrogant laughter. He decisively ordered Yan Wangxi to immediately send a transmission to the 5 demon gods, and at the same time to prepare the forces of the Asura Bloodsword Squad and Yama's Ghost Mark Squad. The current sect leader's hand clenched tightly, emitting a black, oppressive, demonic aura. Standing before a majestic mountain landscape, the small-faced demon lord quietly ordered his subordinate to set out for the North Sea immediately. Instantly, 2 shadows shot off like lightning through the vast forest, tearing through the morning mist to begin a new journey. Du Yiqiang asked breathlessly as he ran, "How long will it take to get to the North Sea?" Feng Tian glided beside him, reporting clearly, "At this speed, it will take about 3 days." Realizing the urgency of the situation, Du Yiqiang gritted his teeth and urged, "There isn't much time left. Let's hurry up and get going." Seeing his master's back as he moved with all his might, Feng Tian couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. To think the master would personally go through such lengths to secure the arrangement. It was so touching. Master. However, that gratitude was quickly replaced by a look of utter confusion as he observed his master's running form more closely. Why is he running like a complete lunatic? The sight of Du Yiqiang with a contorted face, bulging eyes, and a chaotic running posture left his guard completely speechless. Feng Tian silently concluded that a technique capable of changing a person to that extent, the demonic knight profound god art, was truly terrifying. He was shocked and tried to correct his thoughts. Wait, why am I thinking about my master like that? In a fit of anguish over his own disrespect, Feng Tian suddenly roared, "Die!" and lunged forward to attack, startling the terrified Du Yiqiang. Attacked unexpectedly by his subordinate, Du Yiqiang scrambled to dodge and yelled, "What's wrong with you?" Feng Tian continued to swing his sword madly. He shouted, "How disrespectful. Die," starting a combo for no reason, just attacking whenever the mood strikes. Exhausted by his guard's erratic behavior, Du Yiqiang snapped, "You psycho! This is no time to cause trouble. Do you want me to learn another demonic art?" The master's question made Feng Tian freeze. He stammered an explanation, "Sir, that's not it." The two stood silently, staring at each other in the deep forest in an incredibly awkward atmosphere. However, Du Yiqiang's anger hadn't subsided. He gritted his teeth and suddenly struck out to punish his foolish subordinate. He declared decisively, "Fine, I'll just stomp you to death right now." The sharp sound of impact echoed throughout the forest as Du Yiqiang furiously vented his anger on Feng Tian. He yelled in extreme frustration as he fought, "If you're crazy, go find a deserted place to die. Why do you have to drag me into your madness too?" He was fighting like he was relieving stress, every blow packed with both damage and pent-up frustration. Meanwhile, in a faraway place amidst the vast wilderness, Shui Pianfu stood quietly looking towards the hazy mountains. He smiled faintly to himself, thinking, the master should be on his way to the North Sea by now. A hint of sadness crossed his eyes as he couldn't go along to witness the Supreme One's journey firsthand. But the demonic man quickly regained his sinister expression. He slowly raised his hand with its sharp claws and declared, "Well, putting those regrets aside, I should get started, shouldn't I?" He silently glanced at the white-haired man standing opposite him, ready for a dramatic confrontation. Shui Pianfu stood silently in the deep forest, his distant gaze fixed on the hazy mountains. He murmured softly, "The master should be on his way to the North Sea by now." A fleeting look of regret appeared on his grotesque face at not being able to witness the Supreme One's journey firsthand. But the demonic man quickly dismissed that emotion. He slowly raised his hand with its sharp claws and said to himself, "Well, putting those regrets aside." He hadn't even finished consoling himself before immediately switching gears to bigger things. He smirked sinisterly and declared decisively, "I should get started, shouldn't I?" Meanwhile, on another trail leading to the North Sea, the heaven-shaking Divine Lord and a young man with silver hair were quietly making their way through the ancient forest. The old, white-haired man narrowed his eyes, remarking that it was fortunate they hadn't encountered any trouble on their way to the North Sea. However, he couldn't help but worry that the enemy might be secretly gathering all their forces to prepare for a decisive battle there, the young man added, believing that by the time they arrived, the 5 lords would also be fully assembled to handle any situation. He curiously asked if his master, the sword sage Divine Lord, had gone ahead to set up a disguise and received a nod of confirmation from the old man. The heaven-shaking Divine Lord let out a sigh of relief, affirming that the sword sage Divine Lord's presence made him feel much more at ease. Just hearing his name, "You know this guy is fully specced out. Just missing a boss to fight." Suddenly, blood-curdling screams tore through the silent air, startling them both. The silver-haired man was shocked to realize it was a woman's cry for help and quickly pinpointed the direction of the sound before dashing off with his master. As they approached the mountainside, they saw a young woman desperately clinging to flimsy vines on a sheer cliff face. She was sobbing, hysterically pleading for anyone to save her life. Seeing that she was hanging by a thread, the silver-haired man was about to rush down, but Divine Lord Kin Thien quickly stopped him and ordered him to stay and wait. The white-haired old man decisively leaped into the deep ravine, using his powerful inner energy to grip the cliff face as he approached the girl in distress. Divine Lord Kin Thien quickly reached the endangered young woman and gently reassured her, "It's all right now. You can let go of the vines." Between choked sobs, the girl explained that she had woken up to find herself tied up and brought to this place, earnestly begging the old man to save her. Just when she thought she was safe, a shocking twist was waiting for her. A bizarre, cackling laugh, Kia Zakia, suddenly ripped through the air. The villain revealed himself with a terrifying smile, mockingly boasting that dealing with the righteous faction was as easy as flipping his hand. He declared flatly, "This disciple of yours, I'll be taking her." Then, quick as a flash, he snatched Duong Han and shot up into the sky. He showed up, didn't even say hello, and just speedran the kidnapping. Divine Lord Kin Thien could only scream his disciple's name helplessly, in utter despair as he watched the enemy's figure disappear into the clouds. Carried away into the sky, Duong Han bitterly realized her cursed acupoints had been struck, leaving her completely unable to move. She furiously demanded, "Who are you?" Xue Pianfu smirked derisively, stating he had no interest in her name and was simply following his master's orders. When Duong Han pressed him about the identity of this mysterious master, the demon instantly flew into a rage. He roared threateningly, promising to kill her on the spot if she ever dared to speak his master's name so carelessly again. Xue Pianfu clicked his tongue, telling himself he couldn't just give away information like that, and silently spread his wings to fly through the vast blue sky. He thought to himself that he wasn't a bird and couldn't fly forever, so he decided to find a place to land and rest. But as soon as he touched down, a strange aura made him jump in alarm. Behind the demon, a powerful, radiant spirit suddenly materialized, emanating a suffocating pressure that enveloped the area. Duongnan gritted her teeth and growled with determination. "Don't think everything will go your way." Immediately, she used the last of her strength to summon Bok Lin. A radiant spirit carrying immense power launched a direct attack. Even with her skills locked, she activated her counter, going all in for a life-or-death gamble. The sudden impact created a world-shaking explosion that sent everything flying. Xue Pianfu struggled to defend himself. He could only let out a pained grunt as the force of the blast sent him reeling backward. Seeing the white spirit, Xue Pianfu was stunned to realize it was the divine edict that his own master was supposed to have obtained. Seeing such a powerful item fall into someone else's hands, the bitterness was indescribable. He couldn't believe Duong Han could execute this technique, even while her cursed acupoints were still sealed. Realizing this girl was too dangerous, the demon dashed forward like a lightning bolt, grabbed her by the throat, and growled, "Kiyazakiya, Master, forgive me." But Bok Lin appeared once again to attack, making him exclaim in shock. Xue Pianfu's eyes blazed with killing intent as he roared, "You're really starting to piss me off, aren't you?" Brilliant red threads suddenly erupted from Xue Pianfu's body, binding Bok Lin tightly before detonating with a ruthless wave of internal energy that tore through space itself. Watching her spirit dissipate, Duong Nan cried out in despair. Bok Lin was defeated. Having used all her strength to use the divine edict, her body was now completely paralyzed. She couldn't even move a finger. The demon's towering shadow loomed over the barely breathing Duong Han, who wondered if this was the end for her. Xue Pianfu decisively snatched her up and continued to fly through the high skies. While soaring through the air, Xue Pianfu suddenly stopped, a look of doubt on his face. A lightning-fast attack struck down from behind, causing the demon to stagger and sustain heavy injuries. Seeing the familiar figure who had just saved her, Duong Nan cried out joyfully, "Master!" A great master had intervened just in time, stopping the kidnapper's tracks with a single, mighty blow. Xue Pianfu silently landed on the ground, standing tall amidst the vast forest as a savage smile spread across his face. "Kia, Kia." The heaven-sent blow crushed its target in an instant, leaving only the dying echo of a curse hanging in the silence beside a blazing fire in the dark night. Do Yoo Kang mused about the whereabouts and current strength of Xue Pianfu. Feng Tian gazed silently into the flames and stated with certainty that he could rival one of the 7 heavenly commanders. Hearing this, Do Yoo Kang narrowed his eyes in worry. "Not as strong as I thought, huh?" He silently calculated, even without counting Divine Lord Tian Hak and Divine Lord Kiem Hien, who had fallen at Shaolin, the enemy still had 5 other legendary grandmasters. A sense of worry couldn't help but rise in his heart. He hoped Shui Pianfu was still alive. Seeing his master so concerned with the life of a subordinate, Feng Tian suddenly snapped, saying that a leader shouldn't have such compassion for a worthless subordinate. Insulted, Do Yoo Kang roared in fury. "Shut your mouth." Feng Tian immediately softened his tone, asserting that Shui Pianfu was the master's subordinate and surely wouldn't be defeated so easily. Elsewhere, Shui Pianfu was lying barely breathing in a pool of his own blood, his body grievously wounded. Witnessing that tragic scene, Do Yoo Kang silently prayed that the crazy fool wouldn't just cackle Kia Kia a few times and then drop dead, getting called out even while he's flattened. The guy just can't catch a break. But Feng Tian was extremely confident, asserting that the demon wouldn't die. He revealed the secret of the technique Shui Pianfu cultivated, the 4 forms golden lock technique. Immediately, the demon's shattered muscles and bones began to twitch and contract bizarrely, regenerating his body. A powerful, brilliant red spiritual energy erupted, enveloping the dark figure that was slowly recovering amidst the wreckage. Feng Tian explained that no matter how pulverized his bones and flesh became, one who practiced this technique could recover at an astonishing speed. Amidst the dark night, Shui Pianfu rose to his feet with that familiar, savage Kiyazakiya smile under his demonic mask. Feng Tian stared intently at his master and declared loudly that he would undoubtedly complete his grand mission. Feng Tian stated with certainty to his master, "Shui Pianfu will not die." "Master," he revealed, "the cultivation technique that demon practiced is the 4 forms golden lock art." Instantly, the man's shattered flesh and bones began to twitch and contract unnaturally, regenerating his body. His health bar dropped, then refilled on its own without a cooldown. Feng Tian emphasized that no matter how pulverized his flesh and bones were, anyone who practiced this technique could recover at an astonishing speed. A powerful burst of bright red spiritual energy erupted, enveloping the shadowy figure that was slowly reforming amidst the rubble. The blood-robed attendant stood up menacingly, a familiar sadistic smile beneath his demonic mask. He was determined to complete his master's grand ambition. At the same time, while the blood-robed attendant was keeping Joyaner occupied, another group, an alliance of the Green Forest and the Yangtze River Waterway Camp, was also acting under Feng Tian's orders. The Green Forest King, Pang Huang, looked toward the majestic mansion and exclaimed, "I can't believe we actually made it all the way to the Ghost Valley's main headquarters." Sun Ruolan smirked slightly, remarking that once Feng Tian gives an order, nobody would dare to disobey, even if they wanted to. Once the order was given, it had to be carried out. No turning back. The Green Forest King was worried because they had only brought a few core members. If they had to face the entire force of Ghost Valley, their chances of survival were slim. He sighed, hoping his side's losses could be kept to a minimum. Ruolan confidently puffed out her chest, telling him not to worry because she, Yin Yan Chao, was here. Just then, a subordinate rushed over to report to the Grand Camp Master, Ju Ri Song, with news from the scout team. Seeing Ju Ri Song's expression change, the Green Forest King quickly asked if something serious had happened. Ju Ri Song confirmed in a low voice that the situation was extremely critical, as both the Valley Master and all of Ghost Valley's key fighters were completely absent. The old camp master smirked sinisterly, declaring that this place was now nothing more than an empty house. Hearing the shocking news, the Green Forest King tightened his grip on the large green axe in his hand, his face filled with astonishment. With the axe on his shoulder, the Green Forest King flashed a sinister grin. "It's been a long time since I got to raid an empty house. My heart is starting to race." His eyes lit up like he just hit the jackpot, without a second thought. Meanwhile, deep in the forest, a messenger pigeon flew through the mist and landed on the hand of the Ghost Valley Master. He squinted as he took the letter and muttered to himself. But as he read the contents, his face twisted in shock. The Green Forest King and the Dongting Dragon King had launched a surprise attack on Ghost Valley, and the assassins had been almost completely wiped out. He gritted his teeth in fury, unable to understand why those 2 major leaders would be there, aiming straight for his headquarters. The Valley Master bitterly realized the harsh truth. If it was those bandits, they wouldn't just slaughter his people, they would have looted Ghost Valley of all its assets. It was already too late to go back now. His eyes blazed with extreme killing intent. He declared decisively, "Now, there is only one thing left for us to do." He menacingly led the remaining assassins, waved his hand, and gave the order, "Forward. Kill Do Yoo Kang and seize the Dai Hoa Nam." After losing their home, they were going all in. They had nothing left to lose. While the group attacking Ghost Valley and the group ambushing Do Yoo Kang were acting swiftly, a very strange rumor began to spread unexpectedly throughout the martial world. In the taverns, people were buzzing with discussion. What's this about a chaotic, all-out brawl at Shaolin? A man stated with absolute certainty. A friend of mine disguised himself as a pilgrim and went to Shaolin. He saw it with his own eyes. The news that the Heavenly Might Seven, along with masters from all over the martial world, and even the entire force of Shaolin Temple couldn't stop a single monstrous individual, left everyone terrified, and the powerful name given to him was the Darkness Demon Emperor. But contrary to the murderous rumors, the martial world was now buzzing about a very strange piece of news. A customer in a tea house couldn't help but wonder as he heard about the events at Shaolin. He mumbled, "That's different from the rumor I heard. It seems the Darkness Demon Emperor is more like the incarnation of another Buddha." The rumors spread faster than a lightning skill, with each person adding their own version. People whispered to each other that this demon emperor only needed to shout a single sentence to cause the high-ranking monks of Shaolin to achieve enlightenment on the spot, while the surrounding masters could only vomit uncontrollably from the terrifying pressure. The strangest thing of all was that despite causing such an earth-shattering commotion, it was said that absolutely no one was injured. The news that the high-ranking monks had all achieved enlightenment simultaneously shocked the public. Another man asked doubtfully, "Even the combined forces of the Heavenly Might Seven couldn't defeat him? Could the Darkness Demon Emperor truly be a god of death returned from hell?" Standing in the freezing winter air, Do Yoo Kang narrowed his eyes thoughtfully as he heard about his new title. He wondered to himself, who in the world is this Darkness Demon Emperor? Feng Tian glided to his side, announcing clearly, "Master, we are about to arrive at North Sea Green Ice Valley." The man himself didn't even know what was going on, yet the world had already given him a title and a packed schedule. To avoid unwanted attention, the two decided not to use the flash shadow movement technique, and instead traveled using normal lightness skills through the white snow. Do Yoo Kang secretly hoped the Heavenly Might Seven had not yet reached this place. He gave a decisive command. "Now, tell me the details of the arrangement at Green Ice Valley." Feng Tian replied respectfully, explaining that the process of entering this place was similar to that of Dongting Lake. According to the guard, they had to follow an underwater tunnel to reach the first stage's entrance, and from there, follow a small path to finally set foot in the place known as the Ice Grotto. Feng Tian continued to introduce their objective, revealing that in the Ice Grotto, there was a spiritual creature named the Ice Phantom. Slicing open its belly to retrieve its inner core is the main goal this time. Hearing this, Do Yoo Kang smirked confidently. This arrangement seems simple enough, doesn't it? However, Feng Tian immediately threw a bucket of cold water on his confidence, asserting that this was the most difficult arrangement they had ever faced. The guard grimly recounted a memory from the new star martial soul. That person had said they had never felt such chaos as when they faced the secret of this place. It was a mysterious paradox. You can obtain the inner core, but it's as if you never obtained it at all. He possesses martial arts, yet it's as if he has none. The ice cave was even once home to a female immortal, but she's long gone, and even the path to it is impossible to find. The contradiction in the story left Do Yoo Kang stunned as he asked the female immortal again, "What does that mean?" Feng Tian could only shake his head and admit that he didn't know either, causing Do Yoo Kang to curse him for being so brazenly uninformative. Losing his patience with his subordinate's silence, Do Yoo Kang snapped, "Why are you just standing there? Answer me!" With a dark and serious expression, Feng Tian quietly confessed that the reason he couldn't act against the Ice Echo Spirit Beast was because it was just too cute. An ice-cold assassin, defeated by a high cuteness stat. Such a ridiculous answer from a master killer. His refusal to strike was so shocking that the new sect leader fell right into the pure white snow. Thinking his bodyguard was just messing with him, Do Yoo Kang burst out laughing heartily. "Ha ha ha, Feng Tian, since when did you learn how to joke?" But when he saw Feng Tian's expression remained completely unchanged, he narrowed his eyes and asked what the real reason was. The bodyguard stated clearly once again that he couldn't bring himself to do it because the ice spirit was just too adorable. He said it so matter-of-factly. It was utterly bewildering. Do Yoo Kang's eyes widened in horror, and he yelled in complete disbelief, "Are you being serious?" Feng Tian explained in a deep voice that the ice spirit is a spiritual beast capable of resonating with other inner cores, making it impossible for anyone facing it to even think of harming it. He suspected that the inner core of the giant spider he'd swallowed back in the Chudu secret cave was causing this strange reaction. His will to fight was completely gone before he even started, leaving him to just stand there, unable to lift a hand against it. Hearing this, Do Yoo Kang asked worriedly, If even you can't do anything, Feng Tian, then what's the plan? The bodyguard replied firmly. We still have to kill it. His master, Do Yoo Kang, clicked his tongue, thinking it was easier said than done. But his face immediately paled when Feng Tian warned that if they failed, he would be forced to resort to a different contingency plan. The thought of having to endure more of those brutal, body-tormenting demonic arts made Do Yoo Kang shudder in absolute terror. He was determined not to let history repeat itself. Do Yoo Kang roared with determination. No matter what it takes, I will secure that power this time. Feng Tian immediately obeyed and led the way toward a towering cliff in the heart of the snow domain. He pointed down below, announcing that the entrance to the ice cave was right beneath that thick layer of ice. Looking around the desolate landscape, Do Yoo Kang let out a sigh of relief, realizing they had arrived before anyone else. However, Feng Tian suddenly froze, his sharp eyes narrowing with caution as he sensed a murderous aura silently approaching. The thick ice suddenly cracked open, revealing a perfectly square entrance leading down into the freezing water. Feng Tian stood guard imposingly by the edge of the opening. He said in a deep voice, I will stay here to hold off the 7 heavenly commanders. Do Yoo Kang nodded slightly and replied decisively, All right, I'm going in. Then, without a moment's hesitation, he leaped into the bone-chilling water to begin his solitary journey. It was a leap into a new chapter, with no time to look back. After navigating the dark underwater tunnel, Do Yoo Kang emerged from the water, taking a deep breath to catch his wind. The moment he stepped out of the water, he froze in astonishment as a terrifyingly cold aura suddenly enveloped the entire space. He watched as a thin layer of ice quickly formed on the hem of his robe. Do Yoo Kang thought to himself, I have to melt the ice on my clothes before I can move. He quickly circulated his energy to dispel the encroaching cold. The new sect leader's footsteps echoed on the cold ice floor, water from his clothes dripping constantly, pattering along the path. The deeper he went, the more a magnificent scene unfolded before him, making him realize with awe that he had truly set foot in the secret cave of the Green Ice Valley. At the very end of the icy corridor, a giant spiritual orb, radiating a mystical blue light, stood majestically. The space was dead silent, but the pressure bearing down was as heavy as a mountain. Do Yoo Kang walked slowly deeper into the frigid cavern, where sharp icicles hung down from the ceiling like cold, sharp blades. He squinted towards the mystical blue light emanating from the giant spiritual orb and whispered in amazement, So this is the secret cave of the Green Ice Valley. Moving closer, he found the ice spirit curled up quietly. Looking at the small creature with its bright red eyes, Do Yoo Kang couldn't help but feel a sense of doubt. This is the ice spirit that even Feng Tian couldn't strike? Although he felt a moment of hesitation, he immediately drew his short blade, beads of sweat running down his determined face. His gaze turned sharp as he roared in his mind, No matter how cute you are, I will take your inner core. His resolve was set, but his hand still trembled slightly at its overwhelming cuteness. Meanwhile, in a dense forest, Divine Lord Jingtian was looking worriedly at his disciple. He asked in a deep voice, Yan are you all right? How are your severed meridians? Yan quietly stood up and smiled gently to reassure her master, replying softly, It doesn't hurt anymore. Divine Lord Jingtian sighed softly, looking at his disciple with a pained expression. You hide it so well that even I, your master, sometimes forget about your condition. If it were possible, I would have let you rest. But Yan decisively cut him off. I'm fine, master. But deep down, she was seething with the will for revenge. She gritted her teeth and thought to herself, the one who started all this didn't die and just keeps coming back. I can't waste any more time. This time, I'll end it for good. Suddenly, a savage laugh echoed through the air from above. Bloodbat, with his giant black wings, soared through the sky, looking down at the master and disciple with a mocking gaze. Well, don't you two look relaxed? Immediately, a barrage of jet-black needles rained down upon the ground. Divine Lord Jingtian and Yan leaped away as fast as lightning to dodge the thunderous attacks that embedded themselves deep into the tree trunks. He opened with a wide-area skill, giving them no room to breathe. Amidst the smoke and dust, the demonic figure flipped, upside down in midair, revealing a wicked face with a deadly smile. Divine Lord Jingtian roared in fury, You bastard! You've fallen right into my trap. Instantly, a wave of sword energy tore through the mist from behind, stunning Bloodbat with sheer terror. A man with a long beard suddenly appeared, landing a critical blow with a powerful roar, aiming straight for the demon. The hidden boss appeared right on cue, doubling the tension in the air. Bloodbat struggled to dodge the lightning-fast sword strike that was tearing through a huge swath of the forest. He landed silently on the ground, sweat pouring down his face as he felt the suffocating pressure from this new opponent. Looking closely at the appearance and aura of the man who had just attacked, the demon was shocked to realize his identity. This is the Divine Lord Jian Xian, surrounded by two renowned grandmasters. Bloodbat lamented in astonishment. To think I'd have to face two of the 7 heavenly commanders all by myself. Even though his life was hanging by a thread, he still flashed a savage, defiant smile. Looks like today is the day I die. Ha ha ha. Realizing there was no way out, a crazed look burned in his eyes. He made a firm decision. If it has come to this, then I'll drag one of you down to hell with me. Fast as a phantom, he shot forward, aiming straight for the young man standing nearby to unleash his sacrificial attack. The silver-haired man's eyes widened in shock at the demon's sudden, suicidal attack. An earth-shattering explosion of internal energy erupted immediately after. A blinding light and a powerful wave of energy engulfed the entire mountain forest. Far away, by a quiet stream, the immortal frog divine healer silently observed the scene with a worried gaze. He sighed softly to himself. I knew this was going to happen. The shadowless divine thief stood by the stream, clicking his tongue as he looked at the wreckage and thought, tisk, tisk, tisk. The moment he started laughing like a madman. I should have seen this coming. Oh well, hope you get reincarnated soon. Just as he finished his thought and prepared to bolt, demonstrating peak survival skills. However, just as he turned his back to leave, Shui Pianfu was already standing right behind him, radiating a suffocating murderous aura. The demon roared in fury. Who was that who just clicked their tongue? Shui Pianfu glared at the shadowless divine thief and demanded, Hey you, did you see anyone clicking their tongue around here? Terrified, the thief could only stammer, No, sir. The demon pondered for a moment before asking about Do Yoo Kang's whereabouts. The shadowless divine thief quickly reported that his master had probably reached the North Sea by now. Realizing that the 7 heavenly might and his master might clash, Shui Pianfu gave a decisive order, We're heading to the North Sea as well. Although inwardly relieved at not being discovered as the one who clicked his tongue, the shadowless divine thief still had to obey with a tremble. He'd narrowly escaped death but still had to follow the boss. Karma really gets everyone. But then, Shui Pianfu suddenly leaned in close with a deadly smile and delivered a final threat. Next time you dare to click your tongue, I will kill you. The shadowless divine thief, drenched in sweat, could only whimper in response. Yes, yes sir, in utter terror. At the same time, in the snow-covered mountains, Divine Lord Jingtian and Yan were moving quickly. Yan guiltily blamed herself. I'm sorry, Master. You only got hurt because you had to protect me. Divine Lord Jingtian brushed off the injury and reassured his disciple. Don't worry, this wound is nothing. Besides, we're almost at the Blue Ice Valley. But just as he finished speaking, an extremely powerful surge of energy suddenly descended, tearing through the air. Yan screamed in shock. Who is that? Amidst the white snow, Feng Tian appeared imposingly, with his great azure sword in hand, decisively launching a fatal blow that blocked the path of the Elder from the 7 heavenly might. Divine Lord Jingtian deduced that Divine Lord Si Jiao, Divine Lord Mei Ju, and Divine Lord Yu Mian were already in position to pin down the enemy. He silently assessed that this murderous aura definitely belonged to Feng Tian, despite his different appearance due to a sophisticated human skin mask. Knowing the situation was dire, he urged Yan We'll handle this villain. You just jump into the lake. Yan decisively obeyed. Yes, sir, she said, before throwing herself into the freezing lake. It was a swift decision, with no time for even a split second of hesitation. Feng Tian narrowed his eyes with killing intent and immediately rushed into the fight at a terrifying speed. The thunderous clash of steel echoed as the lone guard faced off against the great masters of the 7 heavenly might. The force erupted, tearing through the snowy mist and creating a fiery, chaotic battle to protect the entrance to the secret cave. Meanwhile, Yan had passed through an underwater tunnel and emerged on the surface of the water inside the ice cave. She took a deep breath to regain her oxygen after the long swim through the bone-chilling water. However, the harsh cold of the place immediately took effect, causing her clothes to start freezing solid. She'd barely gotten ashore before the environment attacked, giving her no time to adapt. Yan was shocked to realize that not only her clothes but also her human skin mask were frozen solid. Seeing that the mask was now useless and cumbersome, she told herself, oh well, this will be easier anyway. Then she decisively peeled off the disguise. Underneath the skin mask, Yan true face was revealed. With her sharp beauty and long black hair, she silently resolved, if I can make the enemy lower their guard, then it doesn't matter if I have to dress like this. Yan hurriedly rushed deeper into the ice cave, her hurried footsteps echoing on the cold ice. Seeing the silhouette of a man ahead, she was shocked to realize his goal. Is he trying to take the ice echo's inner core? Red alarms blared in her mind like a fire bell. With a determined gaze, she told herself she absolutely could not let the treasure fall into someone else's hands. However, in complete contrast to her tension, Do Yoo Kang was currently hugging the small spirit beast, his face flushed with excitement. He squealed with delight. This little ice echo is so cute it should be illegal. Witnessing the opponent's bizarre behavior, Yang Ren could only freeze in place with a giant question mark forming over her head. Her brain couldn't process it, and she stood frozen like a statue in the cold wind. Do Yoo Kang tried to calm himself, reminding himself that he had to take the inner core immediately, but the creature's pitiful expression and gentle lick completely shattered his resolve. He gritted his teeth and slammed his fist on the ice in frustration. It's too cute. Looking at the young sect leaders trembling back, Yang Ren suddenly paused with a sense of familiarity. What is this? I'm sure I've seen his back somewhere before. Sensing a gaze from behind, Do Yoo Kang slowly turned his head with a look of suspicion. The moment she saw the man's face clearly, Yang Ren was so shocked she couldn't breathe. Memories from the past flooded back like a slow-motion film, reminding her of the time she stumbled in the market and was helped by a young man with red eyes. At the time, he had kindly helped her up and warned her, "There are a lot of people here, be careful." He even generously told her she didn't need to repay him and smiled gently. "I just wanted to try a bit of this myself. You don't need to repay me. Be careful on your way." Back in the present, that man now stood imposing before her, with the overwhelming aura of a supreme master. Yang Ren froze, a familiar image surfacing in her mind. That person. It was the young master who had helped her at the market all those years ago. Back then, he had just smiled quietly and said, "I just wanted to try this dish. You don't need to repay me." Returning to reality, she looked at the man with an extraordinary aura before her and blurted out, "Young master?" Do Yoo Kang narrowed his eyes, observing the girl. He asked hesitantly, "Are you Liu Du Ching Ching?" The image of the celestial maiden from the painting flashed through his mind, but he immediately dismissed the thought. No, Liu Du Ching Ching can't possibly be here. He immediately crushed the thought to avoid any more trouble. He recalled Feng Tian's words about the ice cave once being the residence of a female fairy, but since she was no longer there, he silently guessed the identity of the person before him. Do Yoo Kang quietly clasped his hands in a respectful salute. Do Yoo Kang pays his respects to the fairy. Yang Ren was stunned. A fairy. She realized this man knew of the existence of immortals, which meant he was the villain who had been stealing the inheritance all this time. Looking into her opponent's blazing red eyes, she was horrified to realize he was also wearing a human skin mask, just like the person fighting outside. The clues connected so quickly it was almost frightening. Although her heart was filled with disappointment knowing her savior was actually a villain, Yang Ren still clenched her fists to keep her composure. She told herself this was no time to hesitate. She absolutely couldn't let the inheritance be taken from her again. To test the waters, she put on a radiant smile and started a conversation. The woman's name was Liu Du Ching Ching, and she thought, she must look a lot like me. She continued to steer the conversation, suggesting that not only her appearance, but even her condition of severed meridians was the same as the fairies. Du Kuang was surprised that she knew about his illness and smiled with great interest. "How interesting. Could you tell me about that woman?" Seeing Yang Ren hesitate, he generously waved his hand. "Well, if you don't want to, you don't have to." Panicked, Yang Ren blamed herself for being so careless and almost ruining her plan. She quickly regained her composure and replied with a smile. "No, I'll tell you." Internally, Yang Ren was sweating bullets, terrified when she saw that her opponent didn't seem to suspect her actions in the slightest. She wondered to herself, doesn't he suspect anything? On the contrary, Du Kuang casually assessed that this fairy seemed to be a very talkative person. To build trust, he decisively revealed his shocking background. "I am the young lord of the demonic cult." This news struck Yang Ren like a lightning bolt, leaving her stunned. She couldn't believe that the handsome man in front of her was the son of the Aura Heavenly Demon, a once-in-a-century villain, the head of the demonic cult, considered the root of all evil. A confused Yang Ren asked herself, "The young lord of the demonic cult, he doesn't look like a bloodthirsty archdemon at all." Noticing her shock, Du Kuang quietly added, "But I have no intention of becoming the sect lord." After saying it, he felt relieved, as if a huge deadline had just been lifted. A bewildered Yang Ren asked, "What?" He quietly gazed into the distance and opened up about his simple dream. "My wish is to live a normal life." Du Kuang explained that the demonic cult is an incredibly ruthless and heartless place. They're ready to kill at the drop of a hat. He honestly confessed that he didn't have the confidence to endure being the lord of such a cruel place. He reminisced, "Luckily, my father was a very kind person, but the memory that flashed was so dissonant it would make anyone freeze." Do Kuang recalled how on his first day of martial arts training, his father patted his head in encouragement. But in Yang Ren's mind, an image formed of an archdemon measuring the force needed to crush his son's skull. Du Kuang continued, saying that after his father died, he left behind a trusted subordinate to protect him. However, it was because of this subordinate's pressure that he was forced to step into the turbulent world of martial arts. Although he sometimes felt that what he went through was a bit excessive, he still believed it was his father's way of showing deep care for him. He smiled faintly with nostalgia. After all, he was the type of person who never showed what he was thinking. Looking at his calm face, Yang Ren gritted her teeth, clenching her fists so tightly they trembled. She silently cursed him, thinking he was clearly a wicked liar. However, she was thrown into intense inner turmoil, realizing she couldn't bring herself to kill him, and wondered if she should spare him this time. Just then, Du Kuang sighed and lamented. "Ah, the thing giving me a headache isn't just my trusted subordinate, but also the inheritances." Du Kuang then casually recounted his ironic achievements. "Before coming here, I obtained the inheritance from Shaolin, but the martial arts there are truly disgusting. Everyone at Shaolin was throwing up uncontrollably. The situation was utter chaos." He finished, his tone as casual as if he were reviewing a restaurant. Hearing this, Yang Ren was so bewildered she broke out in a cold sweat. She thought to herself, "What is he talking about? I was at Shaolin right before coming here. There's no way something that big happened." Shaking off her confusion, the girl looked straight at the new lord and spoke. "Your story is interesting. Before I pass on my ultimate technique to you, I have something to confess." Du Kuang narrowed his blazing red eyes, looking serious, and pressed, "What do you want to confess?" Just then, outside the secret cave, a fierce battle was raging amidst the white snow. The sharp sounds of clashes tore through the mist as the imposing Feng Tian faced off against a group of top masters alone. Witnessing that terrifying power, a member of the demonic cult group exclaimed in shock, "I can't believe he's fighting 5 of the 7 heavenly guards by himself. He's a true monster." The group exchanged glances, their morale plummeting. The others began to panic, and one of them roared a question. "We came here to eliminate that young lord. So what are the 7 heavenly guards doing here? Heavenly Light Disciple, did you set us up?" The blue-haired female member struggled to explain. The demonic cult lord's letter only mentioned going to the North Sea. "I didn't anticipate this either." Despair washed over the group of masters. One of them whispered in fear, "We're done for. It's taking 5 of them just to hold Feng Tian back." The old man next to him admitted bitterly, "It seems this place will be our grave. If I'd known it would turn out like this, I would have ignored that letter." Seeing Feng Tian's monstrous strength, a member of the demonic cult trembled and thought, maybe it's not too late to run. But the moment the idea surfaced, he knew he couldn't escape. However, the leader narrowed his eyes and admitted bitterly that he wanted to run too, but there was no way out for any of them. He reminded the group not to forget the goo poison their master had planted inside their bodies. It was a vicious poison worm created by putting highly toxic insects together in one place, letting them slaughter each other until only one remained. Once you swallow this poison worm, your life can be snuffed out at any moment. The reason they were able to survive and escape from the New Star Martial Soul back in the day was thanks to the sworn enmity between the previous sect lord and their master. However, the situation had now completely changed, as the current sect lord, the little-faced demon lord, had appointed their master as an elder. They gritted their teeth in frustration, having no idea when their crazed master would come to take their lives. Just the thought sent a chill down their spines colder than the snowy wind. In this life-or-death situation, a bold idea sparked. Perhaps this is our chance. In response to his comrades' confusion, the leader clearly stated the saying, "The enemy of my enemy is my friend." He came up with the idea to join forces with them to take down Feng Tian together. However, another person remained extremely cautious, fearing that Feng Tian was still hiding a trump card. Since his duty is to protect the young lord, he's probably not using his full strength. They mulled over their options to find the safest path, silently observing the battle, and noticing that the 7 heavenly guards could still hold on for a while longer. A sinister plan was finally hatched. He declared decisively, "We will capture the young lord who is currently at the bottom of the lake." Hearing this, the group's hearts pounded as if they'd just been handed a life-or-death mission. Although the plan seemed perfect, there was still one thing that made them hesitate. The leader stared intently at the female member and pressed her for information about the young lord who had thrown Shaolin into chaos. She could only sweat bullets, insisting that although it sounded absurd, they had to believe her words. The demonic cult member went on to reveal the new lord's terrifying ability, saying he could manipulate all things corrupt in this world, from mold and insects to the filthiest of substances. It was precisely because of this bizarre dark art that Shaolin had been completely paralyzed and forced to close its gates to all visitors. Hearing this, the underlings were stunned, thinking the story was utterly ridiculous. She calmly explained that while it sounded unbelievable, on this frozen field, there was absolutely nothing filthy for him to manipulate. And in fact, no one at Shaolin had actually lost their life to that technique. The men were still skeptical about whether Do Yoo Kang was really at the bottom of the lake, but since there was nowhere else to search, the group decided to act. Swift as lightning, they shot across the ice, heading straight for the ice cavern to capture their target. Meanwhile, inside the frigid secret cavern, the atmosphere between the two suddenly grew tense. The air was thick with suspense, like a drama about to hit a major plot twist. Yang Ren looked straight at Do Yoo Kang and declared in a low voice that before she could teach him the ultimate technique, she needed to confess something to him. Do Yoo Kang narrowed his eyes suspiciously and asked, "Confess what?" But before he could even process her words, Yang Ren, quick as a flash, struck his demonic pressure point, catching him completely off guard and unable to react. Du Qiang's eyes widened in horror, and cold sweat dripped down his face as he felt a wave of energy lock down his meridians. Yang Ren coldly stated that because she had always been in disguise, he had failed to recognize her true identity. She declared loud and clear that she was the heir of the seven heavenly might, the very person he had been searching for all this time. Yang Ren glared at him. Filled with rage, she claimed Du Qiang's story about causing chaos at Shaolin was nothing but a brazen lie. Her trust in him shattered in an instant after this shocking turn of events. She asserted that she was the one who had just left Shaolin, and if he had truly caused trouble there was no way he could have escaped completely unscathed like this. To her, the idea of so many major events happening in such a short time was utterly absurd. Yang Ren closed in, her killing intent flaring. She gritted her teeth and cursed, "You treacherous bastard, I almost believed you." Do Yoo Kang froze, stunned, asking himself, she's the heir of the seven heavenly might? But their heir was supposed to be a man. While he was still confused, Yang Ren quietly approached the curled-up ice echo spirit beast. Suddenly, she gathered a deep blue energy in her palm and dealt a ruthless blow directly to the small creature. The ice echo's agonizing screech echoed throughout the cold cavern. Fresh blood splattered as Yang Ren attacked relentlessly. Roaring with determination, "Die!" The powerful strike tore through the air, severely wounding the poor creature in an instant. Witnessing the brutal scene, Du Yoo Kang's eyes widened in horror. He screamed in desperation, "Don't!" But it was too late. The small spirit beast lay defeated at the hands of the righteous sect disciple. Du Qiang, trembling, condemned her. "How could you kill the poor ice echo? And you dare call yourself a disciple of the righteous sect?" His voice trembled, as if he were standing in the middle of a raging blizzard. Yang Ren silently picked up the crimson inner core she had just taken from the spirit beast's body. She narrowed her eyes at him and coldly declared, "Humph, you're next." The wound on Du Qiang's arm bled continuously. He stared blankly at the dark red blood and thought to himself in despair, "Am I going to die here just like this? I haven't even achieved my dream yet." He struggled to prop himself up on the ice, trying to hold on to his last bit of strength. Du Yoo Kang's crimson eyes flashed with rage. He gritted his teeth and roared, "Grr, I'll kill you." His anger exploded like a pressure cooker reaching its limit, unwilling to submit to Yang Ren's pressure point strike. He channeled all his strength and told himself, "There's no way I'm just going to stand here and wait to die." Yang Ren was horrified to see her opponent easily break free from the demonic pressure point's hold. She couldn't believe he was able to undo the technique she had used. Immediately, Du Yoo Kang let out a great roar and summoned the four spirits, whose powerful, ethereal white forms materialized and surrounded the battle. He decisively drew his greatsword, which was blazing with divine fire, creating a cataclysmic explosion that ripped through the icy mist in the cavern. Meanwhile, the group of assassins from the demonic cult had found the entrance to the ice cavern, their faces filled with sinister intent. The black-bearded assassin clicked his tongue in annoyance as he looked at the frigid water. "Damn it. Why is there a lake inside a lake like this?" His silver-haired companion standing nearby also complained about how long it would take to melt the ice off his clothes after emerging from the water. The group quietly ventured deeper into the secret cavern, but a strange noise suddenly made them stop, on high alert. Peeking out, they saw Yang Ren's figure in the distance, and the black-bearded assassin smirked. "A woman? She's quite beautiful. isn't she? However, the silver-haired man immediately reminded him that their most important target right now was the young lord. They were determined to use Do Yoo Kang as a valuable hostage to threaten Feng Tian, and were convinced he was hiding on the other side of this passage. In stark contrast to his enemy's arrogance, Do Yoo Kang was currently collapsed from exhaustion. He whispered in pain, "Ugh, it hurts so much. I'm going to die." Looking at his trembling arm, he was shocked to realize he only had 2 uses of his fire dragon left. The enemy was faltering, but he was almost out of mana. Do Yoo Kang gritted his teeth, recalling the agony he endured to gain 3 uses of the fire dragon, and cursed inwardly, this damned power. He feared that if he used it again, he wouldn't be human anymore. Suddenly, he froze as he sensed a powerful aura coming from the passage. A booming voice tore through the air. "The 5 demonic gods have arrived. Young lord, show yourself." He hadn't even recovered yet, and they were already calling him out like a raid boss. Du Qiang's face twisted in horror. The 5 demonic gods? Why are people who were supposed to have died 20 years ago showing up here? He knew very well that each of the 5 demonic gods was a master martial artist, and when they joined forces, their power would multiply several times over. Faced with this suffocating pressure, he debated with himself whether he should summon the fire dragon again. The memory of that bone-deep pain from before made him hesitate. He'd rather die than endure that agony again. His eyes hardened as he made up his mind. If that's the case, then there's only one way left. The members of the 5 demon gods strode into the ice cavern, loudly making threats. "Young master, where are you? If you surrender obediently, we'll spare your life." As soon as they spotted Do Yoo Kang's figure in the distance, they noticed something was off about him. Suddenly, Do Yoo Kang erupted with a brilliant spiritual power and gave a clear command. 5 demon gods, it's time to purge." The villains were confused, not understanding what the word purge meant, until one of them realized this was the same martial art that had thrown the entire Shaolin temple into chaos. Do Yoo Kang, his eyes an eerie, solid white, spoke in a low voice, "I can see your fear. Let go of all your worries. Once you purge, you will be set free." The leader sneered contemptuously, thinking that his tricks would be useless in this clean, icy place. He decisively drew his sword, ordered his men to take him down in a single blow, and shot forward like a bolt of lightning. Faced with the fatal attack, Do Yoo Kang merely curled his lips into a mysterious smile. His aura went max level. You just knew a massive plot twist was coming. Do Yoo Kang unleashed his demonic power and roared with might. 7 realms. Make them purge. A bizarre black aura swirled around them, terrifying a member of the 5 demon gods. He thought the new young master's martial arts would be ineffective, but in an instant, a blast of energy pierced his chest, causing him bone-shattering pain. He struggled, vomiting black blood, wondering why he had to endure something more excruciating than the goo poison. He suddenly remembered the goo poison was actually a type of insect, and the young master was fully capable of controlling them. In his desperation, he regretted his choice, wishing he'd fought Feng Tian rather than face this dark art. He thought he had a counter, but ended up getting hit with a passive reflect damage skill. Elsewhere, a series of earth-shattering explosions tore through the area. The heaven-shaking Divine Lord struggled to defend against Feng Tian's lightning-fast slashes. The old man was terrified, admitting that this guard was truly a monster, taking on 5 great masters by himself without showing any signs of fatigue. He worried that if this kept up, the outcome of the battle would be incredibly unpredictable. Suddenly, Yang Ren appeared with a glowing red inner core in her hand. She cheered happily. "Masters, your disciple has succeeded." Seeing his disciple obtain the treasure, the white-haired old man sighed in relief and praised her. "Well done, Yang Ren." Yang Ren quickly urged, "Let's head to the next inheritance site, then retreat from the battlefield with the masters." Feng Tian watched quietly from a distance, his heart filled with anxiety because his master still hadn't returned. When he saw Yang Ren holding the inner core, the guard had a horrifying realization. He shot off like a rocket, with only a single thought left in his mind. The master is in danger. The moment he realized the problem, he took off faster than a deadline. A deep blue wave of energy suddenly erupted, violently tearing space asunder. Witnessing the sudden event, a panicked Feng Tian screamed, "Master!" Amidst a burst of arrogant laughter, Do Yoo Kang majestically appeared, with an overwhelming presence that made his enemy's eyes widen in terror. He narrowed his eyes, sensing something was wrong. Feng Tian's presence just vanished. Looking at the trembling figures before him, Do Yoo Kang quietly commented, "What a shame. I was planning on making him fight you all alongside me." His comeback aura was so intense, it was like he'd activated final boss mode. He smirked devilishly and spoke decisively. Oh well. No other choice. I'll deal with you. 5 demon gods first. A villain from the 5 demon gods collapsed in pain. He resentfully thought to himself that he had survived this long, only to die such a humiliating death now. A 5-colored fluid streamed from his mouth, causing him to vomit uncontrollably in utter shame. Suddenly, Do Yoo Kang approached and gently patted him on the head. The defeated man looked up in shock and asked, "Hey, why aren't you killing me?" Do Yoo Kang replied silently with a look full of compassion. "Such ugly words. You just need to purge," he ordered in a firm voice. "Now hurry up and do it." Do Yoo Kang's eyes glowed eerily, forcing his opponent to continue the brutal purification process of his dark art. The villain from the 5 demon gods screamed in utter despair as a 5-colored aura poured endlessly from his throat. "Just kill me already, you bastard." A member of the 5 demon gods was writhing in an endless fit of vomiting, resentfully wondering how much longer he would have to retch like this. Unable to endure the humiliation any longer, he screamed desperately at Do Yoo Kang, "You damn bastard, just kill me already." Do Yoo Kang maintained his demonic smile as he looked at the gasping man and praised him. "Oh ho, you purged so brilliantly. You are free now." The defeated man was shocked to feel a strange sense of relief, and he quickly dropped to his knees. "Thank you, young master." The demon god standing nearby suddenly widened his eyes in terror when he saw what had just emerged from his comrade's body. He stammered in disbelief. "No way! Young master, you took the goo poison out of him. I thought he was a goner, but instead he got a full cleanse combo." Looking at the poison insect resting in his palm, the demon god couldn't believe his eyes. This news stunned the remaining members of the 5 demon gods. They frantically demanded, "Are you telling the truth, demon god?" They knew all too well that to remove a goo poison, the victim had only 2 options: either die or have the master of the goo remove it themselves. Witnessing a miracle that didn't require sacrificing a life, hope suddenly ignited within the villains. They all dropped to their knees in unison, chanting respectfully, "Long live the cult master." For 10,000 years, long live the cult master. The men kowtowed endlessly, begging, "I swear my life to be loyal to you. Please, allow me to purge." Do Yoo Kang, still immersed in his strange state of enlightenment, smiled smugly. "There's still plenty of time. I will allow you all to continue to purge." But right after that, a pungent, foul stench assaulted his nostrils, making him recoil in suspicion. Ugh, what is this disgusting smell? Seeing the scene of numerous masters simultaneously vomiting and calling him master, Do Yoo Kang hastily covered his nose in utter disgust. He was stunned to realize that he had used the night demon mystic divine art to force the goo poison out of them, leading to this unforeseen outcome. Do Yoo Kang's face paled as he thought with belated regret that he absolutely did not want to accept any more strange subordinates from this place. Do Yoo Kang roared decisively, "Get lost." The group of 5 demon gods remained prostrated on the floor, one of them explaining that they had been forced to obey the Jinhua demon lord's orders because they were compelled to swallow a goo poison, which is why they had to harm him. He sincerely swore absolute loyalty and begged the new cult leader to remove the goo poison from the others. Their relentless pestering drove Do Yoo Kang mad, and he clenched his fists, shouting, "Who gave you permission to call me master?" He threatened that if they didn't get out of his sight immediately, he wouldn't hesitate to take each and every one of their lives himself. Sensing the young leader's determination, the villains backed down, fearing that if they lingered any longer, that madman Feng Tian would barge in and make things worse, getting kicked out but still asking to follow him for life. Talk about hardcore fans who just can't take a hint. Standing silently in the icy cave, he was completely crushed, slamming his hand against the rock wall to vent his frustration. Do Yoo Kang bitterly told himself that not only was he being stalked by this bizarre group, but he had also lost the precious inheritance to his opponent. He couldn't understand how his life had become so miserable. Suddenly, a strange sound tore through the air, putting Do Yoo Kang on high alert. Was that the sound of the ice echo? A bizarre black shadow suddenly appeared among the sharp ice pillars, which made him suspicious, because the ice echo spirit beast had clearly been defeated earlier. He squinted, trying to see, and wondered in confusion where on earth that sound was coming from. Meanwhile, on a cliff gleaming in the sunset outside, Bloodbat appeared majestically, his red cloak fluttering in the wind. From behind, a figure rushed over, calling out loudly. The boss, the shadowless divine thief, ran up and asked, "Hey boss, where's the master?" Seeing the other man stand there in dead silence, he sarcastically asked if the boss had gone deaf. Immediately, Bloodbat flew into a rage and roared, "Shut your mouth," then launched a lightning-fast strike that made the thief cry out in pain. He smirked cruelly, concluding that it seemed their esteemed target had not yet appeared here. Feng Tian stared thoughtfully at the quiet lake, concluding that Do Yoo Kang was likely on his way to the next inheritance site. Standing nearby, Bloodbat smirked slyly. Heh. So the heir of the Heavenly Might's 7 commanders has already obtained the inheritance. He revealed an interesting piece of information. Their heir was not actually a man, and she had accidentally revealed her true form right here. Bloodbat clicked his tongue, complaining about this troublesome first mission, but suddenly froze when he sensed a disturbance under the water. Before the drama could even die down, a plot twist emerged from the lake's depths. A sudden surge of energy erupted from the lake, sending massive columns of white water into the air. Bloodbat narrowed his eyes in suspicion. Why were they coming out of the lake? Stepping out from the freezing water were the 5 demon gods, looking absolutely pathetic, and reeking of a foul stench. Witnessing this unexpected development, the shadowless divine thief leaned in and whispered to Bloodbat, asking why Lord Feng Tian didn't just kill them all. Bloodbat coldly retorted with a contemptuous question of his own. Who would want to dirty their blade on filth like that? Facing the suffocating pressure, the leader of the 5 demon gods, despite his firm resolve, had no choice but to begrudgingly order his comrades to retreat for now. Watching the figures of the once great demon lords hastily departing, Bloodbat clicked his tongue, thinking that even if they wanted to tarnish the cult's reputation, there should be a limit. Hearing him say, "our cult," the shadowless divine thief was stunned and thought to himself, this demonic fiend talks as if he's actually a member of the demonic cult. He was just frozen. Like, wait, who recruited this guy onto the team? With a sharp, cold gaze and a threatening smile, which made the thief tremble in fear. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps on the thick snow once again shattered the silence. The shadowless divine thief was bewildered, realizing that in such a remote place, one person after another kept showing up. From a distance, the figures of the Green Forest King and the Dongting Dragon King were approaching imposingly. But what shocked everyone was the presence of another powerful figure accompanying them, the Beggar Emperor, the notorious chief of the Beggars sect, who carried an air of great authority. Seriously, this quiet corner of the world just keeps spawning bosses. The Beggar Emperor squinted at the 2 leaders and questioned them. You're the ones who ordered the extermination of Ghost Valley, aren't you? Why have you stopped here? The Dongting Dragon King explained in a low voice that they needed to prepare themselves, and warned the old chief not to be shocked by what was about to happen. He firmly stated that their alliance was only temporary, and that he would not be responsible if the Beggars sect ran into trouble. The Beggar Emperor silently turned away, thinking to himself that, whatever they did, it was none of his business. Suddenly, a towering dark figure appeared, startling them both. Seeing him, the Green Forest King and the Dongting Dragon King hurriedly bowed in greeting. Bloodbat smirked cruelly and asked, "Heh, all right then. What brings you here?" Looking at the demonic man's grotesque face, the Dragon King silently concluded that this guy was definitely on the same side as Feng Tian. He reported clearly, "We are here to carry out the Supreme Master's orders." He explained that they had attacked Ghost Valley's headquarters in retaliation for their plot to harm the Master. But the main forces had vanished, and they only managed to track them to the gateway of the North Sea. Hearing the words Supreme Master, it's like they automatically switch into attack dog mode, no questions asked. The moment he heard that someone dared to harm the Master, Bloodbat flew into a rage. He frantically grabbed the Dragon King by the collar and roared, "What? Harm the Master? Where is Ghost Valley? Answer me now, you water rat." Despite the Dragon King struggling to explain that they were also looking for them, the demonic man still punished him furiously, believing the king dared to talk back to him. A thunderous punch landed squarely on the Dragon King's face, sending him flying. Not stopping there, Bloodbat turned to vent his anger on the stunned Green Forest King, shouting, "And who gave you permission to just stand there gawking?" Then he delivered another fiery blow, making the clan leader suffer the same miserable fate. He hadn't even finished asking for directions and was already getting hit with a brutal physical combo that sent him reeling. Witnessing the brutal, violent scene, the Beggar Emperor was so shocked he couldn't believe his eyes. He was speechless, wondering what on earth was happening when the leaders of the Green Forest and the Waterway Camp, who were supposed to be some of the most powerful forces in history, were being beaten so mercilessly. He was even more astonished to see that their subordinates were completely ignoring their master's safety. Instead of rushing to help, they were casually standing around discussing the dinner menu, with dishes like dongpo pork or spicy stir-fried pork in an incredibly relaxed manner. The Beggar Emperor could only stand there, completely speechless at this group's absurd level of indifference. He had seen enough. Xuepianfu. Feng Tian coldly intervened, stopping the demon man's excessive violence. He reminded him that even a cornered rat will bite back, And besides, they now had the beggar's sect's help, so they needed to show some restraint. Lying flat on the ground with a bruised face, the Lulin Wang struggled to explain in fear. Everything I did was for the master, so it's no big deal. But Feng Tian just looked at him with a disdainful gaze and shouted, "You, for the master? Don't just run your mouth." He quietly pointed towards a girl who was cheerfully approaching and asserted that there was still someone here who knew how to tell the truth. Sun Ruolan suddenly appeared, bursting into a smug laugh. Hee hee. The beggar's sect is only tagging along because our goals happen to be the same. Seeing the familiar guard, Ruolan greeted him casually. Long time no see, huh, Feng Tian? This informal attitude sent Xue Pianfu into a rage. He turned to demand of Feng Tian who this girl was, to dare call him directly by name. Feng Tian quietly replied, "She is the crazy woman that even the master has to treat with special care." Hearing this felt like being called a grade A troublemaker. The words struck a nerve, causing Roland to scream in indignation. How dare you call the woman who will one day become the young cult master's wife a crazy woman? She glared, pointing a finger at Feng Tian's face, and sharply demanded that he watch his mouth. In front of the two bewildered masters, Ruolan began to daydream about how Do Yoo Kang had suddenly disappeared right after reading the love letter she secretly wrote for him. She beamed with a look of pure bliss, deluding herself into thinking that his action was no different from him officially accepting her feelings. Roland's disrespect in daring to call the master by his name infuriated Xue Pianfu. He roared with killing intent. "How dare you speak the master's name directly?" He lunged forward with the intent to punish her, but Roland shouted, "Don't you dare touch me! I am his great wife now." The shocking declaration made the demon man freeze mid-air in utter astonishment. Feng Tian could only shake his head in exasperation, confirming that this girl's mind was truly not normal. In the dead of night, Sun Ruolan began to let out a series of eerie, demonic laughs, her eyes rolling back white in a fit of mania. She muttered insanely, "Do Yoo Kang is mine. I am his great wife." Sun Ruolan was now tightly bound and gagged, only able to emit muffled, helpless sounds as she sat cross-legged in the cold winter air. Feng Tian stood watching and quietly noted that both her demonic and pressure points had been sealed, so she couldn't move or speak at all. Looking at Ruolan's miserable state, the guard couldn't help but wonder why a beauty like her had become so pathetic, while also recalling that this was the crazy woman that the master always had to treat with special care. Xue Pianfu, standing nearby, had to nod in agreement, admitting he'd never seen anyone so insane. However, he was immediately mocked by Feng Tian, who retorted that all he had to do was look in a mirror to see a true madman. Meanwhile, the beggar emperor, Shen Kai, approached the Dongting Dragon King with a very serious expression. The old sect leader narrowed his eyes and asked, "Dongting Dragon King, I have something to ask you. Why is the #1 divine thief in the world over there? Could that really be the shadowless divine thief?" The Dragon King let out a soft sigh, thinking that this situation was getting stranger and stranger. He explained that initially, he had heard a rumor that the Waterway Camp intended to level Ghost Valley, so he accepted the damage to his reputation to form an alliance with the evil sect. But now, this place had gathered mountain bandits, water pirates, and the most famous divine thieves in the world, causing the situation to spiral far beyond his control. Before the alliance could even fight, it already felt like a chaotic martial world trade fair. The beggar emperor, Shen Kai, observed quietly, a sense of unease rising in his heart. Although he previously had some favorable feelings for this group, he glared and demanded the Dragon King tell him the truth about who these heinous criminals accompanying them really were. Suddenly, a cold voice rang out from right behind them. "Were you calling for me?" Both the beggar emperor and the Dragon King were utterly horrified, unable to believe that the opponent had gotten so close without them even noticing. The beggar emperor broke out in a cold sweat. He realized that based on movement techniques alone, it was impossible to determine the true cultivation level of this man in the demon mask. I turned around and the NPC boss spawned right behind me, scaring the daylights out of me. Xue Pianfu curled his lips into a savage smile and declared loudly, "If you're talking about the most heinous villain alive, then it has to be me. Did you all summon me just to ignore me?" His face grew ferocious as he roared, demanding those scoundrels to spit it out already. However, just as his killing intent was peaking, Xue Pianfu suddenly froze, sensing something unusual. He narrowed his eyes and muttered about the appearance of a ghostly shadow. Then, fast as a lightning bolt, he shot off, leaving a trail of dust in the silent night. It's like being pulled away for an urgent quest right when you're about to take down the boss. While the beggar emperor Shen Kai and the Dongting Dragon King were still bewildered, wondering what ghostly shadow he had just mentioned, Xue Pianfu had already vanished like a phantom. The demon man approached Feng Tian and reported that the enemy's elite reconnaissance team had officially revealed themselves. Shui Pianfu gritted his teeth furiously, knowing that the little-faced demon lord dared to point his sword at the master. He resolutely demanded to go out and face him personally to protect his lord's dignity. However, Feng Tian immediately stopped him. He ordered the demon man to stay here and wait, while he himself would go to receive the master. Talk about being all fired up for a combo, only to be told to sit tight and wait. So frustrating. Shui Pianfu clicked his tongue, muttering that the ice cave must have been cleaned up by now. His words made Feng Tian suspicious. He pressed, asking if there was something in the cave so filthy that it needed to be cleaned. The demonic man's curiosity was immediately cut short by the guard's authoritative shout. Feng Tian ordered Shui Pianfu to prepare new clothes and perfume to welcome the master's return. While the demonic man was still puzzling over the reason for these strange requests, Feng Tian landed a thunderous punch to force him into absolute silence. Meanwhile, inside the cave, Do Yoo Kang was stunned to witness another giant ice creature suddenly appear from the ceiling. Contrary to its ferocious appearance, this creature turned out to be incredibly gentle and approached him in a friendly manner. Sensing the sadness in the spirit beast's eyes, Do Yoo Kang gently stroked its head and apologized for not being able to protect its companion earlier. The spirit beast continuously nudged Do Yoo Kang with its head, as if trying to signal something. He squinted and asked, "Why do you keep pushing me? Do you want me to climb onto your back?" Seeing the ice spirit nod in confirmation, he quietly did as it asked, and let it lead him through a secret passage hidden in the cave's ceiling. Do Yoo Kang silently marveled at the complexity of the path. A place where a single wrong turn would be enough to get a stranger permanently lost. Finally, a brilliant light appeared at the end of the path, leaving him stunned and wondering if this was the place the ice spirit was leading him to. Trying to navigate this edge without the spirit beast would truly be a death sentence. Do Yoo Kang was stunned when he realized there wasn't just one ice spirit, but a whole herd of them around him. He silently wondered, what the hell is this place? The giant ice spirit brought him before a block of eternal ice that was sealing a treasured sword, radiating a deep blue spiritual energy. Suddenly, a powerful voice echoed throughout the cave. Only a person with a kind heart, led by an ice spirit, can obtain the heavenly soul. This is where it starts to feel like you're in a dungeon getting your personality tested. Do Yoo Kang looked around in astonishment, wondering if this woman's voice belonged to the female immortal Feng Tian had mentioned. The mysterious voice continued its instructions. The heavenly soul is the crystallization of ice. The heavenly soul sword is formed from extreme yin, cold qi, and can freeze everything in this world. Draw the heavenly soul sword. Realizing the true inheritance wasn't the ice spirit's inner core, but this very sword, Do Yoo Kang smirked confidently. Let's begin. However, the moment he touched the hilt, the voice issued a cruel warning. From this moment on, you will endure extreme suffering caused by the yin cold qi. Do Yoo Kang was stunned. Extreme suffering? The explanation continued, stating that his body would react to the yin cold qi, and the heavenly soul would be his guide. Feeling the cold energy begin to invade him, Do Yoo Kang yelled in a panic, completely caught off guard. Hey, why wait until I've already drawn the sword to tell me that? I can't even let go of it now. He realized in horror that his body was moving on its own, beyond his control. The bone-chilling pain washed over him, causing Do Yoo Kang to scream horribly. "Gray, is that you?" Watching his arm slowly turn white as it froze, he cried out in frustration and despair. "I've had enough. Why do these things only happen to me?" The giant ice spirit standing beside him could only break into a cold sweat, silently watching the new sect leader writhe in agony. This scene is like playing a game that's so hard you want a refund on life. The bone-deep pain from the heavenly soul's 36 sword forms made Do Yoo Kang convulse. His eyes turned bloodshot from the immense pressure. He realized this was a master technique, combining ice sword and ice palm arts, with the flexibility to transform and freeze all creation, and even shatter space itself. But this biting cold brought a torment no less than that of the fire dragon blade. Do Yoo Kang realized in despair, if he were to combine both of these fire and ice techniques, the pain would multiply to an unbearable degree. He shed tears of frustration, wondering, how can this be? The skills are powerful, sure, but the cost is just as painful for my poor body. After surviving the brutal trial, Do Yoo Kang lay quietly on the ice spirit's back to recover his strength, giving it a gentle pat. "You worked hard." Stepping out of the secret cave, he was immediately met by the sight of Feng Tian, standing imposingly, waiting for him. The guard bowed respectfully. "Master, I'm relieved that you are safe and sound." Do Yoo Kang said nothing, his eyes sharp and filled with authority. To test the results, he quietly unleashed his new power, with just a light touch of his hand, causing a massive boulder to freeze completely solid in an instant. However, Du Kang silently judged that its power wasn't as great as the fire dragons. This much wouldn't be enough to stop Tang Fengtian. As expected, the guard only needed to wave his hand to shatter the block of ice, and then loudly congratulate his master on obtaining the inheritance. Du Kang squinted and asked about the situation outside, receiving a report that Shui Pianfu, the shadowless divine thief, along with the men of Lu Lin Wang and Dongting Long Wang, were all at the North Sea. Hearing that the Lu Lin and Waterroot camps had shown up, he asked why, full of suspicion. Feng Tian explained that they wanted to destroy Ghost Valley to prove their absolute loyalty to him. Du Kuang's eyes narrowed with doubt. He asserted that those bandits had no reason to meddle in such affairs. When Feng Tian kept insisting it was to prove their loyalty, he flew into a rage, gritting his teeth and shouting, "You're the one who told them to do it, aren't you?" He furiously berated his subordinate for taking it upon himself to let them cause trouble everywhere without his order. Faced with his master's wrath, Feng Tian could only bow his head and admit that they all deserved to die, then suddenly pulled out a strange item and changed the subject. "Oh, that's right, master." Even while being scolded, he's trying to pivot to other drama to ease the tension. Seeing the new clothes and bottle of perfume in his subordinate's hands, Du Kang was reminded of the humiliation at Shaolin. He glared, bringing up the time Feng Tian ran away when he used the demonic night mystic divine art. "You thought it was filthy, didn't you? Disgusting, wasn't it?" Faced with his master's overwhelming killing intent, the guard trembled and tried to justify himself, saying that since it's the #1 martial art in the world, he was sure his master would be safe. Unable to stand the treachery and fake platitudes, Du Kang yelled, "You bastard, stop with the sermons." He then unleashed a thunderous kick into the ice block in front of him to vent his anger. Looking at the person frozen solid inside, Du Kang gritted his teeth and shouted, "Are you pretending to be frozen?" He kicked it hard out of sheer frustration. "You annoying thing, just stay there until you freeze to death. Being frozen and still suspected of faking it, that's max-level bad luck." Amidst the snow-white mountains, shadows as swift as lightning glided through the night to rendezvous with the new sect leader. As soon as they came face to face, Shui Pianfu hastily dropped to his knees in reverence. "Shui Pianfu greets the master. This lowly one has failed to complete the mission you have entrusted to me. My crime is worthy of 10,000 deaths." Do Yoo Kang silently observed his subordinate, then calmly permitted, "It's all right. Rise." Dongdin Long Vuong and Lu Lin Wang also hurried over, asking with concern, "Are you unharmed, my lord?" Do Yoo Kang sighed softly, his face clearly showing fatigue, with beads of sweat on his brow. He didn't know if he was unharmed or not, but there was certainly no shortage of trouble. "I heard you chased the Ghost Valley all the way here." He gave a decisive command. "Stop pursuing the Ghost Valley. From now on, forget they ever existed." As the two leaders stared in bewilderment, Feng Tian erupted in a furious rage. He swung his greatsword, unleashing an overwhelming wave of energy as he roared, "Do you need the master to repeat himself?" Terrified by the guard's aura, the two of them immediately kowtowed, begging for forgiveness, and vowing to absolutely obey their master's commands. Du Kang silently glanced over at Qi Huang Shengai and Sun Ruolin, feeling a sense of relief to see they were still safe. However, Sun Ruolin was now seething with killing intent. She ground her teeth, glaring at Du Kang with the whites of her eyes showing as she muttered insanely, "My lord, I am your first wife. No one else is injured. Just someone who is very enthusiastically trying to claim that title for herself." Meanwhile, elsewhere, Yan was preparing to set out with her master. Upon hearing that the decision to support the demon extermination squad had been made, she reminded him with concern, "Master, with your injuries, this might be too much for you." The white-haired master quietly brushed it off, stating that only the last 2 inheritances remained. He placed enormous expectations on his disciple. "If you can obtain the inheritance, you will become the one true #1 martial artist under the heavens." Yan clenched her fists, her eyes shining with determination at the thought of having to face Du Kang once more. With Xu Zhao also joining the race to the top, the tension was palpable. Back to the new cult leader, Du Kang could only bury his face in his hands in utter despair. Watching his subordinates crazily attack each other and throw the entire forest into chaos, he could only let out an exasperated sigh. These lunatics. Du Kang stood in the middle of the deep woods, his face a clear mix of helplessness and exhaustion as he lamented internally. How did things end up like this? It all started a few hours earlier, when the 3 of them were on their way to the North Sea. Shui Pianfu, with his grotesque face, silently approached Feng Tian and spoke up. "Hey boss, I have something to ask." Feng Tian continued walking and coldly asked back, "What is it?" The demonic man pondered for a moment before admitting, "No matter how I think about it, this feels very strange." He stared at the back of Du Kang, who was huffing and puffing, as he ran ahead in a completely ridiculous manner, and wondered to himself, "Master, why is he running like such an idiot?" Asking such a blunt question was just begging for an unannounced beatdown. The disrespectful remark immediately struck a nerve with Feng Tian. Without a word of warning, the guard launched a lightning-fast strike, causing Shui Pianfu to cry out in pain. Feng Tian glared with killing intent and roared, "Are you looking to die today?" He then rained a series of brutal blows down on his new subordinate. Witnessing the sudden violence, Du Kang shouted in alarm, "Feng Tian, what are you doing all of a sudden? Stop it. It was just an innocent question. No need to give him a P.E. lesson for it." But Feng Tian's anger had not subsided. He declared loudly, "Master, I am going to kill Shui Pianfu. From this moment on, please act as if he never existed." Du Kang was stunned and tried to intervene. "But why do you have to kill him?" He suspected the demonic man must have committed some heinous crime to deserve such a punishment. So, he yelled, "Shui Pianfu, confess. Did you massacre innocent villagers or something?" Lying flat on the ground with a face full of wounds, Shui Pianfu whispered with a grave expression, "What this humble one was thinking of cannot even compare to such a trivial matter." He begged desperately, "Please, just kill this humble one." His subordinate's mysterious behavior left Du Kang completely bewildered. He turned to grill Feng Tian about what was really going on. The guard ground his teeth, radiating a suffocating killing intent as he roared, "Yes, master. Shui Pianfu dared to call you an id." Before he could finish his sentence, Feng Tian unleashed another fatal blow, causing the demonic man to let out a wretched scream. Shui Pianfu fell to his knees, begging repeatedly, "Master, please forgive me." But Feng Tian's rage had not cooled in the slightest. He insanely rained heavy blows on his new subordinate and roared, "You deserve to die. You deserve it." Standing to the side, Du Kang sighed in exasperation, his face showing clear fatigue after a long journey filled with unnecessary troubles. Traveling with these two was like having a pair of portable chaos machines. He couldn't take it anymore. The new cult leader glared and roared, "If this is what you want, then I'll grant your wish." He then charged forward decisively, unleashing all his pent-up frustration on his two idiotic subordinates. "Just die, you two bastards. Die and get out of my sight." The sickening sound of impacts echoed throughout the forest under the dim moonlight, marking a far from peaceful night for the group. He was so fed up, he was handling internal discipline himself. Who needs enemies? The group finally set foot in Liuning. On Black Mountain, amidst the silent night, Du Kang stood before the towering mountain range and quietly observed the ancient pavilion in the distance, thinking, "Is this the final inheritance site?" But the anger in his heart had yet to subside. He continued to deliver punishing blows to his two kneeling subordinates. "Because of you two idiots, I'm a whole day late," Du Kang questioned through gritted teeth. "If I can't obtain the inheritance, are you two going to take responsibility for it?" Under the master's suffocating pressure, Feng Tian, despite his pain, tried to reassure him. "Master, please don't worry. This inheritance is created by a complex formation. It's not easy to break at all, so it won't just disappear." Hearing this, Du Kang narrowed his eyes resentfully. It had better be that way. Suddenly, a wave of energy tore through the night, and a shadow descended as fast as a hawk, kneeling before Du Kang. Wu Yingshen Tu kowtowed respectfully. Wu Yingshen Tu pays his respects to the master. Seeing the thief's timid posture, Du Kang quietly gave an order. Stand up." But Wu Yingshen Tu continued to tremble, not daring to raise his head. He stammered in terror. It's all right, sir. This humble one can continue kneeling." Kneeling had become his default posture. He didn't even dare to follow the order to stand up. Witnessing such excessive submission, Du Kang sighed internally. This guy has truly become a true disciple of the demonic cult. He pushed the annoyance aside and got straight to the point. "Fine. What has happened in the North Sea?" Wu Yingshen To broke out in a cold sweat and began to report on the fierce conflict that had erupted between the Demon Extermination Squad and the demonic cult. He was only gone for a short while, and the world had already switched to war mode. According to the thief's tale, the two powerful forces had moved at lightning speed from the west and south, as if competing to see who was faster, before suddenly erupting into a bloody battle in the snowy mountains. The continuous clash of lightning-fast sword strikes tore through the air, dyeing the entire sky of the North Sea red. Wu Yingshen Tu revealed with a tremble. During the fight, the demonic cult's side shouted loudly. Right in the middle of a battlefield, littered with corpses, a large man with fiery red hair and a murderous expression suddenly roared with power. "Where is the young cult leader? Feng Tian, show yourself." After hearing news of the rebellion, The faces of those on the Green Forest King's side froze in terror. Just then, the 5 demonic gods suddenly appeared on the battlefield. One of them roared in fury. Yan Wangxi, you dare harm the master? They frantically showed their submission by hunting down the enemy and shouting, "Where is the Ghost Valley? Witness our loyalty." Witnessing this betrayal, the red-haired man from the demonic cult glared and declared ruthlessly, "The only fate for traitors is death." Do Yoo Kang quietly listened to the report, breaking into a cold sweat because he felt the man was recounting the story in far too much detail. The shadowless divine thief continued his tale, about a hawk circling above the demon hunter squad. The moment he saw it, the beggar king pointed and yelled, "That's a messenger hawk from Ghost Valley." The truth was revealed. Ghost Valley had long ago infiltrated the ranks of the righteous sects. The Dragon King of the East Pavilion chimed in with contempt. For demon hunters and assassins to collude with each other, truly despicable. Just one bird flying by, and suddenly they're throwing out wild accusations. Feeling insulted, an elder from the demon hunter squad immediately shot back, "Aren't you just a dog of the demonic sect?" This remark sent the hulking man from the demonic sect into a rage. He roared, "We've never taken in sea pirates or beggars as our dogs." Fury erupted. The beggar king gritted his teeth and bellowed, "Who are you calling your dog?" While the beggar clan insisted they only wanted to eliminate Ghost Valley, the member of the 5 demons' divine sect dismissed it, claiming none of this was important. Standing in the back, Do Yoo Kang clenched his fists, veins popping on his forehead from the meaningless noise of his subordinates. Had the mission to destroy the valley turned into a shouting contest? Unable to take it anymore, Do Yoo Kang turned and roared in fury, "Shut up, you damn fools! What nonsense are you spouting? I don't understand a word of it." Standing nearby, Feng Tian covered his mouth, snickering sarcastically, thinking the shadowless thief was truly unworthy of being the master's subordinate. The thief hurriedly kowtowed. "This humble one begs your forgiveness." But then, he suddenly looked up with a puzzled expression and asked, "But where's the other person?" Seeing Do Yoo Kang look back blankly, the shadowless thief anxiously reported that he had caught up to the 3 when they were only about 10 miles away, but now one of them had completely vanished. The shadowless thief secretly felt something was wrong when he saw his master, not with his 2 subordinates, but running around the forest aimlessly like an idiot. Suddenly, a heaven-shaking explosion tore through the night, ripping apart a whole section of the forest. Shui Pianfu glared murderously at Feng Tian and roared, "I'll kill you. I'll rip your mouth apart." Standing nearby, Do Yoo Kang could only clutch his head in frustration at the chaos. He yelled, "What are you 2 doing? Stop it." But Feng Tian's anger hadn't subsided. He declared loudly, "Master, we absolutely must give him a beating. How dare he call you an idiot?" A thunderous punch landed squarely on Shui Pianfu's face, making the very air tremble violently. Do Yoo Kang was stunned, realizing the reason his 2 subordinates were fighting was that he'd looked like an idiot. He grabbed his head and tore at his hair in utter humiliation, then secretly used voice transmission to ask the shadowless thief, "Just answer me through voice transmission. What did I look like back then?" The thief was horrified when he realized the idiot he'd just seen was his master. He stammered in reply, "Yes, sir." Under the hazy moonlight, Do Yoo Kang dazedly held his head, muttering to himself, "So that's how it was. My head was tilted, and my gait was bizarre. I can't believe I look like that when using my movement technique." After some self-reflection, he realized he looked like a glitching, frozen turtle. Even though his mastery of the roaming mystic art had increased dramatically, Do Yoo Kang never expected it to have such an embarrassing side effect, making him look no different from a lunatic. Looking at his 2 subordinates still standing motionless after their brawl, he flew into a rage and shouted, "You call yourselves my trusted confidants, yet you just stand there and watch?" His fury exploded. He roared in indignation, "You imbeciles! You might as well just die right here." Seeing their master's thunderous rage, Feng Tian hurriedly grabbed Shui Pianfu's head to make him bow and pleaded, "Please forgive us humble servants." He quickly changed the subject to de-escalate the situation, asserting that because this inheritance involved countless complex formations, he absolutely had to be the one to guide him. Getting scolded, while simultaneously saving his own skin, his crisis management skills were max level. Do Yoo Kang narrowed his eyes at his subordinate and remarked, "Humph, you've got a silver tongue. Fine then, speak." Feng Tian silently pointed towards a majestic structure looming within the thick fog and revealed, "Yes, master. The location of the inheritance is inside that sea of clouds. The last 2 of the 7 inheritances are here." Deep inside a gloomy stone chamber with towering rock walls, the guard explained that the walls On all four sides, top, bottom, left, and right, only open at specific intervals. He gave a grave and clear warning. You must choose one of them to move forward, but if you choose incorrectly, you will be trapped in the stone chamber for a very long time. Hearing that was like playing a survival game with no save button. Feng Tian emphasized that only after choosing the correct stone chamber 32 times could they reach the secret room containing the inheritance. Do Yoo Kang narrowed his eyes to confirm, "You already know the entire solution?" Receiving an affirmative nod from his subordinate, he quietly listened for the next piece of crucial information. Feng Tian revealed that the only window to enter the Sea of Clouds lasted for exactly 2 hours, starting at midnight. Looking up at the sky, brilliantly lit by the full moon, Do Yoo Kang stated decisively, "If it's midnight, then that time is now." A combo of 32 correct choices, with a 2-hour time limit. Sounds like enough to make you want to rage quit. Suddenly, a bird circling in the sky abruptly vanished without a trace. Do Yoo Kang exclaimed in shock. Did that bird just disappear? Feng Tian silently explained that it was merely one of the illusions from the grand formation covering this place. He pointed into the distance and instructed, "The only entrance is to the north, where that watchtower is faintly visible through the mist. And that is also the formation's only exit." Do Yoo Kang pensively observed the fantastical scene before him, thinking to himself, "This is truly bizarre." Passing through the layers of illusions, Do Yoo Kang finally reached the place where the last inheritance was hidden. Standing before the majestic, hazy space, he clenched his fists, his eyes shining with determination. He told himself that his long-held dream of freedom was now just one step away. The heaven-shaking Divine Lord watched Yang Ren struggle and mused thoughtfully. Could it be that Bing Wang's inner core contains poison? I've studied a bit of medicine, and that's my guess. The elder accompanying them sighed worriedly, not understanding why Yang Ren had to face such a difficult trial at this critical moment. When asked about the heavenly martial soul's last words, the elder could only shake his head. He only said it was a bizarre experience. The heaven-shaking Divine Lord felt a pang of pity, silently cursing the heavens for being so cruel as to make the young girl suffer right before the final inheritance. He quickly placed a hand on Yang Ren's back, channeling his internal energy to help stabilize her injuries. Thanks to his timely support, Yang Ren stirred slightly and said gratefully, "Thank you, Master. Thanks to you, I can hold on for another 4 to 6 hours." Although the pain was still tormenting her, she remained strong, not letting it show, prompting her master to remind her, "Don't push yourself too hard. You're heartbroken." Yet you still managed to squeeze in 2 to 3 hours of a survival game. Hasin Tin Than Quan pulled out a letter and asked, "Duong Nan, my child, do you want to read this letter from Wan Miao Shenjun?" The news inside made the atmosphere suffocating. The old man confirmed that the ones targeting the inheritance were indeed from the demonic cult, and the man Duong Nan had just encountered was their new cult leader. This shocking truth left Duong Nan frozen, her eyes trembling as she realized the person she once owed a debt to was none other than the infamous Great Demon Lord. Suddenly, violent tremors and a dry, cracking sound echoed from deep within the stone chamber, heralding new events about to erupt. The plot twists came one after another, like a combo. Before she could recover, a new phase began. The elder decisively gave the order to prioritize seizing the inheritance and quickly led the way forward. As Duong Han walked silently through the gloomy stone chamber, her heart was heavy with regret and indignation. She silently blamed herself for ruthlessly killing the innocent Icevong to absorb its inner core, and at the same time felt humiliated, certain that Do Yoo Kang's heartfelt confessions from before were all just cunning lies. The heavy sound of shifting stone continued to echo throughout the space. Duong Nan gritted her teeth, enduring the pain in the secret chamber. She told herself this was probably divine punishment for her actions. Meanwhile, at the imposing headquarters of the demonic cult, a tense atmosphere hung in the air. Elder Ghost Hand Thien Tuong Bang Huang exclaimed, "How can this be? Have the 5 demonic gods betrayed us?" Jin Hua Mo Jun narrowed his eyes confidently. He firmly asserted that this was just a deceptive plot, because he had planted a poison curse in their bodies, making betrayal impossible. He dismissed any suspicion that the poison curse had been neutralized, even flying into a rage when questioned. "Didn't I just say it was impossible?" Sitting in the main seat, Xiao Dian Mo Jun spoke quietly to reassure his subordinates and decisively brought the meeting back to the main issue. He revealed that Do Yoo Kang's next destination was Liaoning and pressed the elders for a plan. Han Nguyen Thu worried that if their opponent grew any stronger, he would become uncontrollable, so he proposed mobilizing the majority of their forces to eliminate him completely. However, Ye Cha Shen Mo feared that a large-scale operation would be discovered by the righteous faction. One side wants to go all in, The other is afraid of being discovered, a classic case of internal strife. He warned that if that happened, the demonic cult would have to face the righteous faction head-on, and allowing Do Yoo Kang to benefit from their conflict was unacceptable. Just then, Venerable Luke Bao came up with a bold idea. What if they just blew up the entire area? He proposed using a large quantity of Zhentianlei explosives to level the target, which would both minimize their own troop losses and take advantage of the existing protective formation to finish things off without much effort. Hearing the plan, it was clear a huge explosion was coming. It was neat, but a bit overkill. Xiao Dian Mojun smirked, pleased with the vicious plan. Not a bad method. Jinhua Mojun heard his name called, and the old elder hurriedly bowed his head. Yes, cult leader. The current leader coldly ordered Jinhua Mojun to take a group of soldiers to Liaoning to confirm the true situation with the 5 demonic gods. Regardless of whether it's a plot or a betrayal, he didn't stop there, continuing to mobilize all of his core forces. Next is Han Nuenthu, Venerable Luke Bao, Ghost Han Tian Tuong, and Yecha Shen Mo. Take your armies to Liaoning. Faced with his absolute authority, the elders shouted in unison, "As you command." Finally, his gaze fell on a man with slicked-back blue hair, and he called his name. And lastly, Kang Thien Thun Ma. Xiao Dian Mojun gave a decisive order. Lead the Fach Thien Hon army to Liaoning. Kang Thien Thun Ma respectfully accepted the order, as you command. However, Jinhua Mojun couldn't help but feel worried. He quietly asked the cult leader about this army's loyalty, as they were formerly subordinates of the previous leader. He asked doubtfully if they had all been subjected to the poison curse, and received a cunning smile from the leader in return. They have already sworn loyalty to me, so you don't need to worry. The old elder smirked. How interesting. In truth, the Fach Thien Hon army was a unit with excellent coordination, capable of tripling its combat power when working together. Ironically, the army that the former cult leader had created to protect Do Yoo Kang was now being sent to take his life. The protectors had become the pursuers, turning against their master. Xiao Dian Mojun was pleased, eagerly awaiting the events that would unfold in Liaoning to eliminate the thorn in his side. Meanwhile, in the misty, snow-covered mountains, a female assassin from the demonic cult was quietly reading a secret order. Bury Do Yoo Kang alive with the Zhentianlei. She realized her group had arrived late when the demonic cult's branch master in Liaoning reported that the explosives had already been planted here. A moment too late, and they'd become unwilling spectators to a grand explosion. The female assassin narrowed her eyes and asked about the blast radius, and received the answer that the entire area around Yunhai and Vonglao was within range. She gave a firm command. Good, proceed. The branch master immediately obeyed, preparing to activate the death trap. Gazing into the distance, the female assassin silently prayed with indignation that this time, all of them would just die and be out of her sight. On the other side, Do Yoo Kang continued to walk silently with a solemn expression, completely unaware of the terrifying trap awaiting him just ahead. Do Yoo Kang trudged through the gloomy stone chamber and quietly asked for confirmation. Is this the 31st one? Feng Tian respectfully replied, affirming that they only needed to pass through one more room to officially reach the place containing the final inheritance. Remembering the bone-deep pain he had endured up to this point, Do Yoo Kang's eyes welled up with tears as he told himself, finally, the suffering is over. He eagerly moved forward, but a strange surge of energy suddenly made him stop, on high alert. Just when he was about to reach the goal, the game threw another curveball, not even letting him breathe. A dry, cracking sound echoed, tearing through the space. A heavy stone door suddenly slammed shut, blocking the path. Do Yoo Kang yelled in panic. The stone door is closing. What's going on? Feng Tian deduced that if this place were attacked from the outside, the offensive formation would be activated immediately. Shui Pianfu stood imposingly beside him, a sinister smirk on his face as he remarked that those bastards from the 7 Heavenly Might Generals must have caused some trouble outside. Instantly, a barrage of arrows shot out from the darkness like rain, heading straight for them. They were searching for the inheritance, and suddenly, they were being shot at like it was a survival game. As fast as lightning, Feng Tian and Shui Pianfu swung their swords, deflecting the rain of arrows to protect their master. Do Yoo Kang was drenched in sweat. He panicked as he realized something unusual was happening to the architecture around them. The stone chamber was rotating, and the entire space began to tremble violently. Massive stone walls shifted and spun chaotically around them at a terrifying speed. The entire stone chamber moved like a giant machine, with dust and debris falling and tearing through the darkness. Through the gaps in the shifting stone walls, Do Yoo Kang caught a glimpse of the outside scenery. but everything was quickly obscured again. He struggled to maintain his balance, his breathing ragged as the stone chamber continued to change its position so bizarrely that he completely lost his sense of direction. When all the shaking finally stopped, Do Yoo Kang gasped. "Is it over?" The dust gradually settled to reveal a vast open space directly in front of them. He stared in horror at the imposing figures who had been waiting there for who knows how long. It was none other than the Grandmasters of the righteous faction, their overwhelming presence pressing down as they stared at them with ice-cold eyes. The moment he saw our protagonist's group, the heaven-shaking Divine Lord roared in fury. "You scoundrels!" In stark contrast to his master's grim expression, Shui Pianfu burst into maniacal laughter. Standing next to the masters, Yang Ren, though looking frail, gritted her teeth and cursed the damned demonic sect. With one side furious and the other laughing, the person in the middle was probably frozen in shock for a good 5 seconds. Without giving the enemy a chance to react, Feng Tian moved like a flash, his greatsword slashing through the air, tearing space itself. The clash of forces echoed as the two sides fought fiercely, creating a fiery, chaotic battle in the dark, secret chamber. Feng Tian poured all his strength into every slash, his face glowing with extreme killing intent. Do Yoo Kang, standing in the middle of the clashing energies, shivered and thought to himself, "The killing intent is so strong it's making my hair stand on end." In the midst of the fight, Feng Tian roared with overwhelming pressure. "Die, you insects!" Suddenly, the entire stone chamber began to shake violently once more, and large cracks started to spread across the towering stone walls. The panicking Do Yoo Kang realized the secret mechanism had been activated again. He exclaimed in shock as the giant stone blocks shifted chaotically. He realized with horror that the stone chamber was starting to rotate again. The entire space was thrown into chaos, sending everyone flying and free-falling into the deep darkness of the shifting secret passage. Do Yoo Kang struggled to keep his balance amidst the chaotically moving walls. He panicked as he saw Feng Tian being thrown far away. The guard only had time to let out a desperate cry of "Master" before disappearing into the darkness of the passage. Standing in the relentlessly spinning stone chamber, Do Yoo Kang's eyes widened in horror as he exclaimed, "It's still spinning? We're in the middle of a fight and this place starts auto-spinning on its own? This is like the most annoying environmental boss ever." The dizziness and chaos sent the new sect leader into a rage. He roared with fury, "When will you be satisfied? Stop this right now for me." As if responding to his command, the stone chamber abruptly stopped with a dry, cracking sound. Amidst the rubble and thick dust, Do Yoo Kang quietly observed his surroundings, and suddenly noticed a figure lying collapsed on the ground ahead. He just had to yell once, and the system obeyed, a bit like a video game, but effective. Moving closer, he squinted and recognized Yang Ren. Do Yoo Kang gritted his teeth and cursed the deceitful woman. Looking at the girl lying there, struggling to take each painful breath, he couldn't help but let out a bitter, sarcastic remark. Do Yoo Kang pointed at her and demanded with contempt, "In the ice cave, you pretended to be a fairy maiden. Are you planning to pretend to be unconscious this time?" Faced with his questioning, Yang Ren slowly opened her eyes. Memories of his confession in the ice cave suddenly flooded back, making her wonder in shock. Was everything he told me in the ice cave real? Witnessing his rival's pathetic state, Do Yoo Kang stood silently with his arms crossed. He believed she was paying the price for despicably stealing the inheritance, which led her to this predicament. But then, Yang Ren unexpectedly whispered through her tears, "I'm sorry." She painfully admitted she was wrong to think his stories and dreams were just lies. Do Yoo Kang looked down at the dying girl, with eyes full of suspicion. He sneered sarcastically. "You think a simple empty apology like that is enough to make me spare your life? Trying to look so pathetic like this. It's laughable." Yang Ren lowered her eyes, replying with ragged breaths, "Spare my life. It's understandable that you'd think that. If you knew who I was, you'd see how truly pathetic I am. To be honest, I don't know much about the so-called righteous path of the martial world." She wistfully recalled her one and only wish. As long as she and her masters could cure this dreadful 7-yin severed meridians disease, she couldn't care less about any grand ideals in the world. The story was shifting from a tale of martial world grudges to one where everyone has their own struggles. Yang Ren bitterly admitted, "You are the young sect leader, yet you refuse to trade away your dreams. As for me, I just want to live a little longer. I shouldn't have laughed at your dreams." Seeing the girl slowly fading, Do Yoo Kang began to waver, beads of sweat rolling down his face as he questioned himself. Is this really the prodigy of the righteous faction, the one who stole the inheritance, the vicious demoness I knew? He couldn't connect the image of the strong, murderous woman from before with the weak person now begging for her life. His brain started to lag, unsure whether to believe the old version or the current one. Yan Er collapsed onto the stone floor, the sound of her dry coughs tearing through the silence. Do Yoo Kang decisively turned his back and walked away. He gritted his teeth and told himself, "No, she must be trying to trick me again. I won't be fooled by her anymore." And yet, her whispered words, "I just want to live a little longer," clung to his mind. Do Yoo Kang froze, his face contorted from the intense internal struggle. He clenched his fists, roaring in his thoughts, "I want to live a normal life." Gritting his teeth, Do Yoo Kang made a difficult decision and silently walked back towards the girl. Yan Er was bewildered as she saw him approach. "Do Yoo Kang, you." Before she could finish her sentence, he placed a firm hand on her shoulder and ordered decisively, "Sit still." A brilliant, deep blue spiritual energy enveloped them both as Do Yoo Kang began to channel his internal energy to heal her injuries. Cold on the outside, warm on the inside, the type who doesn't want to help but does it anyway. Yan Er clearly felt the warm energy spreading throughout her body. She thought in shock, "He's transferring his internal energy to me." Weak and overcome with emotion, she softly whispered her gratitude. "Thank you." But Do Yoo Kang maintained a cold, emotionless expression. He snorted back, "Humph, I don't want to talk to you." Despite his outwardly nonchalant attitude, on the inside, he was relentlessly cursing himself. "I must be crazy. Why did I even help her?" Do Yoo Kang thought. Even after he put everything on the line to save her, she would probably still try to steal his legacy the moment she had a chance. He blamed her in a low growl. "This is all your fault. Why did you have to stir up trouble and lead us to this point?" Duong Han lowered her eyes, her expression full of guilt. She too regretted that the stone chamber was spinning out of control, but she still tried to explain that her faction had initially thought his group was the one causing it. Misunderstanding upon misunderstanding, they each thought they were the main victim. Looking at the other's haggard face, Do Yoo Kang sighed to himself, thinking she's already confessed everything, so she probably won't lie again. He sighed wearily. "Ha! Every time I try to claim an inheritance, I run into some kind of trouble." Yan Er quietly observed the new sect leader, remarking thoughtfully, "The more I learn about you, the stranger you seem. You have the air of an arrogant man who looks down on the entire world, and yet you desire a normal life more than anyone. Anyone would find that hard to believe." Do Yoo Kang listened in silence, then countered by questioning her about her own contradictions. He argued that someone from the righteous path should be a hero for justice, yet she was seeking and fighting for an inheritance for her own personal reasons. Yan Er lowered her head slightly in acknowledgement. "You have a point." After a moment of silence, Do Yoo Kang suddenly called out, "Hey, you vicious woman." After their confrontation, they started calling each other names like neighbors fighting over land. Seeing Yan Er's confused, Do Yoo Kang gently touched the floor and noticed something was off. He asked worriedly, "Has the temperature in this stone chamber been rising this whole time?" Yan Er was also shocked, confirming that the floor was indeed hot, and she realized it was continuing to get hotter. Do Yoo Kang's eyes widened in horror when he realized it was a death trap. "Is this place trying to kill me along with this woman?" Looking at the hot steam starting to rise from the ground, he clenched his fist with determination. "I absolutely will not let that happen." The space was heating up on its own like a microwave oven. Even standing still would get you cooked. Realizing the perilous situation, Do Yoo Kang coldly ordered Yan Er, "Hey, if you want to live, get over here." As soon as she was close behind him, he decisively placed his hand on the scorching floor. An earth-shattering wave of cold energy erupted, freezing the entire surrounding space to block the encroaching heat. Witnessing this miraculous sight, Yan Er exclaimed in shock, "I can't believe you can use both fire and ice techniques." Do Yoo Kang smirked slightly and replied coldly, "It's all thanks to a certain vicious woman." Yan Er asked, confused, "Thanks to me?" But Do Yoo Kang cut her off sharply. "I have no intention of explaining it to you." At the epicenter of the massive block of ice, radiating a deep blue spiritual energy, the new sect leader focused all his power to maintain the sturdy protective layer. When the vibrations finally stopped, Do Yoo Kang let out a small sigh of relief. "Whew, it's finally over." He glanced behind him and said, "You can let go of me now, right?" Realizing she was clinging tightly to him, Yan Er frantically let go and apologized, flustered. Do Yoo Kang silently observed their surroundings, assessing to himself, "The stone chamber isn't rotating anymore, and it's completely silent. Are there no more obstacles?" However, this deathly silence brought with it an indescribable sense of unease. He suddenly noticed Yan Er's face turning pale and her ragged breathing made him suspicious. Could it be poison? Seeing the girl slowly fading, Do Yoo Kang worried to himself, "I'm fine." But Yang Ren's eyes widened in terror as she pointed forward. Out of the darkness of the stone chamber, a swarm of pitch-black specters emanating a deadly black aura suddenly materialized. Yang Ren was horrified as she recognized what they were: black spirits. The evil creatures, with their glowing eyes and sharp teeth, advanced menacingly, their suffocating killing intent enveloping them both. One of the black spirits let out a ferocious roar. "All of you will die in this place." Do Yoo Kang clenched his fists. And that's all for this recap. Go hopes to get lots of likes and shares, so I'll have the motivation to work on more amazing series.